Welcome to the post-apocalyptic highway survival game. From this moment forth, various apocalyptic disasters will manifest each month. To endure, it is imperative to remember the rules of the game. Each player is equipped with a unique, gifted second-hand vehicle. Make good use of your transport. The highway contains supply crates. Collection is key, yet they harbor both resources and unknown risks, so proceed with caution. Upgrade your vehicle as much as possible. Additional equipment will aid you in withstanding disasters, for it is your lifeline to reach the finish. Any form of death within the game equates to actual death. Close your eyes and silently recite the game panel to acquire more information. Elderly individuals, children, and others unfit are excluded from this game. Should all players perish, the Earth will usher in a new era. A 7-day grace period for novices. After 7 days, the first apocalyptic disaster will occur. Theme: dual suns in the sky. Friendly reminder: speed is inconsequential. Only those who survive to reach the end shall be deemed the ultimate victors. Wishing you an enjoyable game. A mysterious voice resounded, and the world shifted abruptly. In an instant, everyone was transported to a 4-lane asphalt highway, flanked by vast deserts. Scorching winds carrying sand lashed at their faces. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the glaring light rendered it difficult to open one's eyes as beads of sweat cascaded down. Qin Feng, who had been laboring at his company, was reprimanded by his boss when the surroundings suddenly twisted and transformed. When he regained his senses, he found himself inside a dilapidated second-hand car. Damn! Qin Feng blinked, questioning in his mind. Was that sound just now merely a hallucination following the 996th blessing? He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. As a 25-year-old, Qin Feng was highly adaptable and swiftly pieced together the situation. Gazing at the sagging sun visor, the shattered dashboard screen, and the cracked seat covers, he noted the car's overall state of disrepair. This junk car wouldn't even be accepted by a second-hand dealer. Qin Feng lightly closed his eyes and silently summoned the game panel. In an instant, a dark blue interface appeared before him, clearly displaying basic attributes. World communication, regional interaction, trading area. Basic attributes. Vehicle level, level 0. Vehicle ownership, Qin Feng. Seating capacity, 1 person. Remaining fuel, 300 units, consuming 1 unit per kilometer. Resource inventory, 1 crude crowbar. Survival points, 0. Current phase. First round of apocalyptic disaster. Dual suns in the sky imminent. Core mission: survive. Mission rewards. Rewards will be granted based on survival status after mission completion. Special reserve: 1 vehicle talent awaiting activation. Qin Feng accessed the world channel. What is this place? Is there anyone who can help me? Is there anyone who can lend me a hand? The sides of the highway are filled with yellow sand. How can I get out? What the hell? I was just at a construction site, and suddenly I'm here. A bunch of fools. Don't they even read the game announcements? Messages flew by, mostly complaints with little usefulness. Qin Feng noticed the button beside the send key indicating 1 message allowed today. The system informed, World Channel allows 1 message per day. For more extensive discussions, please switch to the regional channel. Thus, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the regional channel, resembling a QQ group chat with 10,000 members, all displaying real photos and names. After observing for a while, he found the messages no different from those in the World Channel, filled with meaningless grumbles. In the trading zone, a platform for resource exchange, there were currently no transactions. With the supplies and fuel I have, it won't last long. The announcement mentioned risks with the supply crates, so I can only rely on the vehicle talent. Qin Feng raised his eyes to the game panel, took a deep breath, and softly tested. Activate vehicle talent. Detected that your vehicle has unactivated talents. Initiating activation. A new prompt appeared, white light flashing before Qin Feng. Congratulations, you have acquired vehicle talent. Emergency blessing. Emergency blessing SSS-level. Survive for 24 hours in the game to randomly receive 1 urgently needed survival reward. Vehicle upgrades will enhance the talent's effect. SSS-level talent? Qin Feng was taken aback, then overjoyed. Surviving grants daily rewards? And they are urgently needed items. This is exactly what I need. I knew it. In the previous world, I was a misfortune magnet. In this new dimension, I've surely transformed from a jinx into a lucky star. After thoroughly exploring the various functions of the game panel, Qin Feng closed it. Having just acquired an SS-level talent, It felt as if luck had touched him, and he was currently in a state of self-motivation, feeling invincible. Moreover, he had just escaped the blessings of the 996 work culture at this moment. His head felt heavy, and hunger gnawed at him, placing him at a disadvantage compared to others. Time was of the essence, and the task was heavy. He needed to set off quickly. Furthermore, the dual suns in the sky disaster would occur in 7 days. If he did not prepare adequately in advance, even with an SSS top-tier talent, he would still meet his demise. Qin Feng turned the key in the ignition, pressed the accelerator, and the second-hand car sped down the unknown path. Though there were no other vehicles on the road and no surveillance cameras, Qin Feng maintained the speed at 30 miles per hour, his gaze scanning the roadside for supply crates. The scenery along the road was monotonous, with only endless yellow sand stretching to the horizon. A wave of heat and sand assaulted Qin Feng, leaving him parched. He rolled down the old-fashioned car windows, attempting to turn on the air conditioning for some relief, but discovered to his dismay that the car's air conditioning was broken. This car is utterly hopeless. Qin Feng grumbled quietly about the puppeteer behind this world. Suddenly, a white box caught Qin Feng's eye not far away. It was a wooden box approximately 1 foot square, painted white, sitting in the middle of the highway. Is this the supply crate? Qin Feng gradually brought the car to a stop, grabbed the crowbar from the passenger seat, and cautiously exited the vehicle, making his way to the box. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the Vehicle Talent Emergency Blessing and received the reward Level 1 Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer Glasses. P.S. The author has a message with an image of the Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer Glasses. The Vehicle Talent skill activated? As Qin Feng pondered, a sudden burst of white light erupted from the ground. Once the light dissipated, a glasses case appeared before him. Qin Feng was taken aback and hurriedly picked it up, noticing a line of small text appearing above the case. Level 1 Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer Glasses, powered by a quantum energy core device. Utilizing quantum detection and spatial scanning algorithms, it emits ultra-high frequency waves to scan all items within 100 meters, marking their locations with an imaging system. Detects risks within 10 meters using a quantum sensing field, marking warning icons and providing vibrational alerts. Enables quantum X-ray vision for wooden objects. Upgrade. Requires a workbench, 10 units of electronic components, 5 units of glass, and 1 unit of metal ingots. Note: upon upgrading, scanning range and risk alert capabilities will expand, enhancing X-ray functionality. Isn't this akin to a cheat map? A version with X-ray vision? Qin Feng took a slow, deep breath, filled with anticipation as he opened the glasses case before him. Inside, he found a pair of uniquely designed glasses, exuding a stylish and technological flair with an ultralight titanium alloy frame, blue patterns on the sides that seemed to pulsate with energy, and quantum nanolenses that appeared faintly blue and transparent in their default state, displaying information in light matrix patterns when activated. Qin Feng donned the glasses and directed his gaze toward the white supply crate. The glasses quickly scanned, projecting a bottle of purified water and a bag of toast onto the lenses. This should have been an exhilarating moment of unboxing, but the presence of the Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer glasses rendered it utterly predictable, as if the supply crate had shed its clothing like a shy maiden. P.S. Hereafter referred to as quantum glasses. To test the talent equipment, Qin Feng inserted the flat end of the crowbar into the seam of the crate lid and pressed down firmly. With a creak, the lid opened, the supply crate shimmered and then disappeared, revealing the items inside. 1 bottle of purified water, 500 milliliters. 1 bag of toast. Chapter 2. Since ancient times, those who excel in bullet screens are extraordinary talents, vowing to speak only when their words astonish. Qin Feng returned to the vehicle with supplies, closed his eyes in concentration, and accessed the game interface. The regional chat channel was filled with the grievances of players who had been ensnared in the road survival game. Some early birds who had opened supply crates were cursing vehemently. I just opened a supply crate and there was nothing in it. I only found 1 unit of glass and I was bitten by a giant rat. Who has a medical kit? I managed to get 10 units of fuel. But it's not drinkable. Does anyone have water to trade? P.S. Reference photo of the supply crate is at the end of this chapter in the author's notes. Observing the dire situations of others in the chat, Qin Feng glanced at the supplies he had just acquired and felt a wave of relief. While the supplies he found were not abundant, The adage "no comparison, no harm" held true. In comparison to those unfortunate souls in the regional channel, his situation was indeed far better. After driving for approximately an hour, Qin Feng stumbled upon 2 white supply crates in succession. In the first crate, he found a small medical kit containing a vial of iodine and a roll of sealed bandages, along with a small pack of compressed biscuits and a 500-milliliter bottle of purified water. In the second crate, Qin Feng donned his quantum glasses to scan and was startled to discover a venomous snake concealed within. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back. In this environment where medical resources were scarce and supplies were solely reliant on self-collection, falling ill or getting injured could very well lead to death. Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered the vehicle around the crate and hit the accelerator, speeding away from the potential danger. The recent thrill intensified his feelings of hunger and thirst. He struggled to suppress his cravings, merely sipping a few drops to moisten his throat, which offered slight relief. Eyeing the remaining half bottle of mineral water, Qin Feng tightened the cap and cautiously stowed it away. After all, he was uncertain where the next supply crate would appear, so conserving resources was prudent. Having collected several supply crates, Qin Feng began to form a preliminary understanding of the game. After driving for over an hour and covering roughly 50 kilometers, he had encountered 3 supply crates in total. This indicated that although crates were sparse, with enough courage to drive forward, one could still reap some rewards. Moreover, leveraging the trading channel to exchange necessities would not pose a significant challenge. After all, as long as one does not remain stationary, idly waiting for others to rescue them, most individuals could successfully endure the initial trials. Throughout the lengthy drive, despite the assistance of the quantum glasses in locating supply crates, the heightened state of tension had drained Qin Feng's energy considerably. He needed to take a moment to rest. During this interlude, he opened the game panel to check on other statuses. I found a blueprint in a supply crate, but I need a workbench to craft it. Who knows what a workbench even is? Wow, this is starting to feel more like a game, with workbenches popping up now. The brother upstairs seems to be doing quite well. Has he solved his basic needs? Forget about blueprints and workbenches. Has anyone found water in their supply crates? I'm about to die of thirst. Guys, I'm a multi-million follower internet celebrity. Give me a bottle of water. And I can customize a photo for you. You choose the pose, guaranteed satisfaction. Qin Feng clicked on the profile, and indeed, this individual was not exaggerating. They had a total of over 10 million followers across several websites. Once upon a midnight dream, Qin Feng had even interacted with her. Yet now, trapped in this apocalyptic game, water was the key to survival. Who would be willing to part with it? Glancing at the chaotic chat, Qin Feng opted not to delve further and continued driving along the road. Upgrading his items would have to wait. After all, no one had seen a workbench yet, and no one knew what it looked like. The immediate priority was to address the issue of sustenance. As for the workbench, he could search for it slowly later. As dusk descended, the sweltering heat of the day finally began to dissipate. The night here was devoid of twinkling stars or any semblance of light, enveloped instead by an endless darkness. Qin Feng had intended to turn on the headlights, only to realize that this wretched vehicle had none. Leaving him speechless in such limited visibility, he dared not drive in the dark. The quantum glasses had a detection range of merely 10 and lacked night vision capabilities. Not to mention the initial game announcement had cautioned against nighttime driving due to dangers. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to spend the night within the vehicle, waiting for tomorrow's skill refresh to see what items he could acquire before making further plans. Qin Feng parked the vehicle securely and began to tally his gains from the day. Maintaining a speed of around 30, with intermittent stops along the way, the fuel gauge now indicated 110 units remaining. He had discovered 8 supply crates, regrettably all white wooden boxes, and was unsure if there were more advanced variants. Most crates contained items, yet the yield rate was exceedingly low. He had only procured 2 buckets of instant noodles, 4 bottles of 500-milliliter purified water, and an exceedingly crucial 100 units of fuel. Additionally, he had obtained 4 units of glass, 5 units of wood, and 2 metal ingots. The common nuisances faced by unlucky players, rats, snakes, and scorpions, were all evaded by Qin Feng thanks to the X-ray vision provided by the quantum glasses. Although supplies were not abundant, a new journey awaited him the next day. He must not neglect to feed himself. Qin Feng opened a bucket of instant noodles. Lacking hot water, he could only gnaw on the dry noodle cake. He crumbled the noodle cake, sprinkled half a bag of seasoning on it, and shook it to mix, reassuring himself, This is just a nostalgic return to childhood. As he munched on the noodles, he opened the regional channel to see what others were discussing. I'm about to die of thirst. I searched for supply crates all day, and all I found were rubber, metal ingots, and glass. No water at all. Who has water? I'm willing to trade all my resources. Stop dreaming. Look at this terrain. It's a desert. Even a fool knows that water is the scarcest resource in a desert. No one would sell it. Let's see if we can find water tomorrow. Let me share a little knowledge. If there's no water, just drink your urine. Self-sufficiency can last 2 days. You clever one, as if I don't want to. I don't even have a bottle. How can I drink? This is where true skills must be displayed. Just curl up like a blanket, get closer, and use that as a straw, and it's all sorted. Cough, cough. Since ancient times, those who excel in bullet screens are extraordinary talents. Vowing to speak only when their words astonished I in this apocalyptic space, devoid of entertainment, Qin Feng initially regarded the bullet screens as a source of amusement. Little did he expect to find such a knowledge lesson that nearly choked him. Observing the barrage of messages without contributing a word, Qin Feng's mischievous side emerged as he glanced at the dry noodle cake and purified water in his hands, silently thinking about taking a screenshot and discreetly sending it. Instantly, the visible chat messages paused for a moment, followed by an overwhelming flood of insults, jealousy, and pleas. Big shot, please, have mercy on the child and share your leftovers with me. Handsome, I'll trade you this Balenciaga black silk for your noodle cake. I guarantee it's south-worn close to the body and warm. Kid, I'm the leader of the Qinglong gang. Be smart and send me your food and drink, or when we get out. ILL have you executed, big brother. Once you finish your water, can you send me the empty bottle? I have use for it. Puffed. Remembering the earlier comment about not having a container for urine, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He tagged the brother in his reply. What use do you have? Explain it clearly. If you can articulate it well, I'll send you one. Well, I don't possess that extraordinary talent and truly can't fold myself into a blanket. So that you understand, I don't understand. Please clarify, I'm an honest person. If I say I'll send it, I will. Qin Feng's mischievous side fully erupted. As a purveyor of amusement, he would never miss any opportunity for fun. All right, I can't reach my own straw. I'm truly powerless. Big brother, please, don't tease me anymore. Fine, message me privately, add me as a friend, and once this bottle of water is finished, I'll send it to you. Just add me as a friend. To be fair, Qin Feng was quite reliable. Despite his mischievousness, he kept his promises. He added this person named Hao Jian as a friend. For those who threatened him or attempted to freeload, Qin Feng chose to ignore them entirely. In this apocalypse, surviving was the paramount goal. Everything else was mere fleeting smoke, unworthy of concern. Chapter 3. Time Challenge, Survival of the Fittest. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, Qin Feng rose early, eagerly awaiting the daily reward from the emergency blessing. Talent.it wasn't long before a translucent information box popped up before him. Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing and received a reward. Level 1 Solar Water Collector. Level 1 water collector can collect 10 liters of purified water every 24 hours. The collection amount fluctuates based on the external environment. It becomes effective when placed inside the vehicle and can be upgraded. Upgrade materials. Requires a workbench, 10 units of level 1 electronic components, 5 units of level 1 metal ingots, and 5 units of level 1 glass. Note: after upgrading, the water collection speed will significantly increase, and the collection amount will greatly rise, along with the addition of a water temperature regulation function. P.S. Reference image of the solar water collector is in the author's notes at the end of the chapter. Qin Feng gazed at the water collector, unable to suppress his joy at that moment. He noticed that tiny water droplets had begun to form on the walls of the collector. It seemed he need not wait a full 24 hours to collect water. As it could be accessed at any time, he carefully placed the water collector in the passenger seat and resumed driving along the road in search of more supplies. The highway remained unchanged. On either side, there were only sand dunes and an endless sea of sand. With the water collector in hand, Qin Feng felt a bit more relaxed regarding his water supply, eagerly downing half a bottle. The long-lost pleasure coursing through him, he casually sent the empty bottle to Hao Jian, silently wishing him luck and soon enjoying his self-produced yellow beverage. After driving for an extended period without encountering a single supply crate, he began to feel somewhat frustrated. In the past, the established norm dictated that a supply crate could be found approximately every 30 kilometers. Yet, having traversed a distance of 50 kilometers without a trace of one, this situation is undeniably peculiar. Nearly 2 hours of travel have consumed 50 units of fuel. Should this pattern persist without encountering any supply crates to replenish our resources, the prospect of the vehicle breaking down becomes dire indeed. After much contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to explore the regional channel for information. Where have all the supply crates vanished to? Indeed, it is baffling to consider who might have spread such misleading rumors about crates being dropped along the highway. For since dawn, nothing has been sighted. Rightly so. If the crates remain elusive, I may very well perish from thirst. I can endure hunger for a while, but without water, survival becomes a grave concern. No sooner had this individual finished speaking than a red system notification appeared in the channel. Player Li Chong has died due to dehydration. In an instant, the channel fell silent. Qin Feng glanced at the number of players in the region, which had dwindled to 99. This marked the first death announcement in the regional channel. Previously, the crowd had been rife with complaints and grievances. But now, as death loomed closer, jovial banter ceased, and no one wished to become the next unfortunate soul. A profound sense of vulnerability enveloped them all. Suddenly, a game announcement captured everyone's attention. System announcement. All players enter a limited-time challenge, survival of the fittest. Rules. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today, the limited-time challenge commences. During this period, all supply crates will spawn in the wilderness along the roadside. If you are confident in your abilities, venture into the wilderness to retrieve supply crates. Warning: the wilderness is fraught with peril, but opportunities may also lie hidden within. Players are advised to assess their own capabilities. Qin Feng processed the information. This was indeed a high-risk, high-reward scenario, luring players into the wilderness with the promise of superior supplies while confronting even greater dangers. Before he could reflect further, a heated debate erupted within the regional channel. I believe we should venture into the wilderness. I have not a single bottle of water, and remaining here is tantamount to a dead end. There is a chance we might find a few supply crates in the wilderness. And if we secure water, we could have a chance at survival. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. While the wilderness is perilous, it is certainly preferable to waiting idly here. I refuse to sit back and await my demise. Taking a gamble offers a glimmer of hope. Humph, do not let this announcement deceive you. We know nothing of the conditions in the wilderness. Should there be any lethal traps or carnivorous beasts, venturing there would be nothing short of suicide. Precisely. Although there are no supply crates along the highway, it remains relatively safe. We should wait until 5 p.m. when the limited time challenge concludes to search for supply crates along the road. There is no need to take unnecessary risks now. Observing the two factions in heated argument within the regional channel, the Hawks advocated for a daring expedition into the wilderness, presumably possessing combat-oriented vehicle attributes and thus brimming with confidence in their prowess. The Conservatives insisted on remaining stationary, planning to seek supplies after the challenge period, likely favoring support-type vehicle attributes. A slight smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth, for he identified with a third category, the cautious scavenger. He was a man equipped with a version of an aimbot minimap, and at this moment, the attributes of the quantum glasses seemed to align remarkably well with the survival of the fittest challenge. With an automatic pathfinding feature within a 100-meter radius and danger detection within 10 meters, this was undoubtedly tailored for the survival of the fittest limited-time challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng opened the trading channel. As time passed, the previously empty panel now displayed a plethora of trading information. Seller: Li Feng, trading item. 10 units of level 1 wooden planks, required item. 100 milliliters of pure water, note: I want water. Real pure water. Don't you dare try to pass off dirty water or urine on me. Seller: Wang Fugue, trading item. 100 milliliters of thirst-quenching liquid, required item. Any item, note: Yes, just as you think. Homemade yellow drink. I have high blood sugar, it's sweet. Contact me if interested. At this stage, most individuals were teetering below the survival threshold, with the majority of trading information revolving around the procurement of water. Pure water was exceedingly scarce on the market. Even the rare instances of it being listed would see it snatched up in an instant, and the same applied to the homemade yellow drink. Qin Feng possessed a rainwater collector, capable of gathering 10 liters of water daily. He considered that if he refrained from physical exertion, 500 milliliters of water would suffice for survival, but in the desert environment. A minimum of 3 liters would be required for any outdoor activity. Adding an additional 2 liters as a buffer for unforeseen circumstances, he calculated that he could still spare 5 liters for trade in exchange for other supplies. After merely 1 hour, the storage tank of the rainwater collector had already amassed 400 milliliters of water. Xin Feng realized that tools would be necessary for his quest to find supply crates in the wilderness. He withdrew 200 milliliters from the rainwater collector and listed it in the trading channel, activating the selling mode. Seller, Xin Feng, trading item, 200 milliliters of pure water, required item, engineer shovel or other digging tools. Note, freshly collected pure water, environmentally friendly and harmless. Goodness, someone is trading pure water. Xin Feng, dear brother, I'm parched. Would you be so kind as to send me some water? If we meet, I would gladly grant you any request. Bro, do you have any surplus besides those 200 milliliters? I have a fortune of $1 billion. I'll buy all your water. I'll give you 10 billion for it, ensuring your lifetime of wealth. Upon reading this message, Xin Feng wasted no time in blocking the sender. At such a critical juncture, to still harbor the delusion of resolving everything with money was simply absurd. Chapter 4. Exploring the wilderness. A deluge of private messages flooded in, some even from foreign avatars, but fortunately, the trading channel featured a translation function that converted all messages into Chinese. Among these individuals, some offered exorbitant sums, others resorted to threats, and some inquired about the source of the water. Upholding the principle of keeping his wealth concealed, Xin Feng naturally refrained from disclosing any details about the rainwater collector. Even more audaciously, some sent enticing photos, which Xin Feng, in his integrity, saved, perfectly exemplifying the modern youth's adeptness at dealing with sugary traps, consuming the candy coating while returning the projectile intact. Just as Xin Feng intended to continue his search for supplies, a private message quietly caught his eye. Hello, I don't have an engineer shovel, but I possess a dog-head knife. Its broad blade should suffice as a digging tool. May we discuss this further? Please send me the attributes of the dog-head knife for my review. Xin Feng promptly replied. Soon after, a screenshot was sent. Dog-head knife, steel, weight 3 kilograms, length 60 centimeters, width 10 centimeters. Ideal for chopping thick branches or bones. Xin Feng's heart surged with delight. The dimensions and sturdiness of this knife made it more than adequate as a temporary digging tool. And it also served as a formidable self-defense weapon. If this trade were to succeed, it would be akin to striking gold. Certainly, he responded, striving to temper his excitement. Given the current circumstances, you understand the value of weaponry. Were it not for the knife's weight, which I cannot wield myself, I would not part with it so readily. You must add an additional 100 milliliters of water. Otherwise, this trade is off. The reply from the other party arrived promptly. Xin Feng contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of the trade. At this moment, neither the regional channel nor the trading platform had exhibited any sign of weapons, and he found himself increasingly curious about the knife's origins. I wonder how you came by this knife. If you could share, I would agree to the trade. After sending his inquiry, Xin Feng awaited a response, but the other party fell silent. However, he was not overly concerned about the trade falling through. For at this juncture, anyone willing to exchange a weapon for water was likely on the brink of dehydration, with an urgent need for hydration. Seizing the opportunity during the silence, Xin Feng examined the sender's profile. It belonged to a mature and attractive woman named Han Yusin, her long black hair gently curling at the ends, her gaze sharp and penetrating, exuding an aura of sophistication and competence, as expected. Moments later, a reply arrived. I have no qualms in informing you that I stumbled upon a blue supply crate, and this dog-head knife was procured from within it. Xin Feng's heart raced with understanding. Indeed, there existed supply crates of various colors. The white ones were likely of the lowest quality, while the blue ones represented an upgraded version, containing supplies of superior quality. It was conceivable that he might encounter even more diverse crates in the future. Xin Feng exchanged 300 milliliters of pure water for the dog-head knife. Grasping it and testing its balance with a few swings, he noted the blade's remarkable sharpness and the added functionality from its hooked tip. With everything in place, he donned the quantum glasses, wielded the dog-head knife, and prepared 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of pure water, after carefully surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of immediate threats. He resolutely stepped into the wilderness in that eternally unchanging realm of yellow sands. The undulating ridges and scorching sun created a stark contrast, having departed from the highway and ventured just 500 meters into the wilderness. Qin Feng found himself parched and weary from the sweltering heat. He took a small sip of water and, utilizing the quantum glasses, scanned the vicinity. The sensory field instantly detected danger ahead, projecting a quicksand warning icon onto the lenses, indicating a quicksand trap 10 meters ahead. Cautiously, he approached the edge and carefully probed the ground with the dog-head knife. As anticipated, the previously flat surface suddenly formed a whirlpool and rapidly sank. Qin Feng wiped the sand and sweat from his brow, feeling a surge of apprehension as he reflected that had it not been for the warning from the quantum glasses, one could easily become ensnared and find it impossible to escape. Approximately 5 minutes later, the quicksand gradually ceased its descent. A probe revealed the presence of a blue supply crate, resting 1 meter underground at the edge of the quicksand. The game announcement had stated that danger and opportunity coexist, and it proved to be true. Qin Feng employed both hands and feet, fervently excavating the shallow layers of sand. However, the sun-scorched sand was searingly hot, soon causing his hands to swell and redden. Subsequently, he wielded a dog-headed knife to dig deeper into the compacted earth, yet all around him lay sand. For every handful he unearthed, half would flow back, rendering his efforts excruciatingly slow. After half an hour, the blue supply crate began to reveal its full form. Scanning it for any dangers, Qin Feng confirmed its safety before forcefully inserting a crowbar into the crate's seam. In an instant, the supply crate vanished, unveiling its contents: instant noodles, 4 buckets, fuel, 200 units. Overcome with excitement, Qin Feng gathered the supplies into his arms. This blue supply crate had indeed lived up to his expectations, offering not only sustenance but also precious fuel, sufficient to sustain his needs for the day. Dragging his weary body, he retraced his steps back to the road. It was not that he was unwilling to delve deeper into the wilderness, but rather that his strength did not permit it. The scorching sands incessantly evaporated the moisture within him, while his empty stomach protested vehemently. He placed the supplies on the back seat, leaned against the chair for a brief respite, and simultaneously opened the regional channel, eager to see how others were faring and what they had gathered. Upon glancing at the screen, he was struck with a cold sweat. The regional channel was inundated with system notifications, a continuous stream of player death reports scrolling upward. The number of players had dwindled to 8224, and only by 5 p.m., when the time-limited challenge concluded, did the notifications gradually cease, ultimately settling at 7993. The apocalyptic game had only entered its second day, and a single challenge for brave souls had reduced the player count by over 2,000. Once the 7-day novice protection period ended, and the first wave of apocalyptic disaster struck, how many would remain? Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Those fortunate enough to survive were also battered and bruised, lamenting in the channel, and my leg was bitten by a desert wolf. It's a penetrating wound, and the bleeding won't stop. Does anyone have a medical kit? I'll trade all my belongings for it. Please, I'm dying. A venomous scorpion stung me, and now my wound is festering. I'm having difficulty breathing. Is there a doctor in the channel? Can anyone save me? I am a doctor. For external bleeding, you can tie your clothing around the upper arterial area to reduce blood loss, then use clean gauze to bandage the wound. Applying pressure with your fingers for 15 to 20 minutes to likely stop the bleeding. As for venomous bites, lacking medical supplies and serum, I am powerless to assist. If you still have food and water, my friend, you should feast well. I warned you not to venture into the wilderness, didn't I? Look at what happened. Most of you are dead, and those who returned are in tatters. It's hard to reason with fools. They deserve it. You up there, your mouth is as annoying as a widow's whining. I possess battle skills. When I set my eyes on you, you'll regret it, coward. Chapter 5. The Japanese, let them all be exterminated. Qin Feng caught sight of the gloating traitor and felt a strong sense of displeasure. Clicking on his profile, he saw a gaunt and lecherous man named Watanabe Rokuzuru. Qin Feng could not help but curse under his breath. What the hell? A Japanese! The people in the regional channel quickly realized that Watanabe Rokuzuru was Japanese, and the Chinese players launched into another round of condemnation. Although Qin Feng recognized his own flaws and acknowledged his somewhat extremist nature, often strict with others while lenient with himself, he could not shake the deeply ingrained hatred and disdain for the Japanese that resided in the souls of the Chinese. After joining in the collective insults, he still found his resentment unresolved. Shifting his thoughts, He pondered that those currently active in the regional channel likely possessed some supplies, and they were all severely lacking in water. A plan formed in his mind, a strategy that could achieve two objectives at once. Holding a water collector that continuously produced pure water, he was relatively secure in his own sustenance. Seizing this opportunity, he could leverage the pure water as a bargaining chip to exchange for resources from others, thereby enhancing his own chances of survival. He also made it clear that he would not engage in transactions with Watanabe Rokuzuru, thus asserting his stance and position. In doing so, he could not only acquire the supplies he needed, but also set an example for his fellow Chinese compatriots in the channel, isolating the detestable Japanese. In the harsh environment of this apocalyptic game, being isolated was akin to teetering on the brink of death. Qin Feng promptly issued a trade notice. Seller, Qin Feng, trade item, 100 milliliters of pure water X10. Desired items, workbench, electronic components, glass, metal ingots, valuable survival items. Note: please message me privately with the attributes of the items you wish to trade. Workbenches and valuable survival items will be prioritized. Japanese and dogs need not apply. After posting, Qin Feng returned to the regional channel and shouted, "The trading channel is open for water. A total of 10 portions, brothers in need. Act quickly." What? Someone is selling water. Let's go take a look. Big shot. You are truly a savior. To still have water available for trade at this time is incredible. Heavens, I'm nearly dying of thirst. Big shot. How much for the water? I have plenty of useful items to trade. That damn Chinese pig. Why won't you sell to me, a proud Japanese? You're a truly wicked person. You will regret this. As expected, Watanabe Rokuzuru was rattled, and his outburst was noted by Qin Feng, who kept it in mind for future retribution. Indeed, he would not sell to him. From now on, he would refrain from trading with the Japanese, letting them wither away. The Japanese, let them all be exterminated. Why are you restricting resources? Can't I trade other items? After all, they all emerged from the same supply crate. The regional channel buzzed incessantly as everyone sought to exchange the least for the most water. Meanwhile, their actions were swift behind the scenes. Qin Feng's private messages flickered continuously as he sifted through offerings, and soon, a liter of water was entirely traded away. A private message from Hao Jian jolted Qin Feng. "I have a workbench here. Big shot, do you want it? Quick, show me its attributes," Qin Feng urged eagerly. Workbench, the core operational platform for crafting and upgrading items. Note: it can be used to craft or upgrade items if you possess blueprints or upgrade materials. Upon seeing the attributes, Qin Feng recognized that the workbench was a critical module for synthesis and upgrades within the game. "Brother, you are truly generous. I won't deceive you. This item is of utmost importance and may very well be unique in the entire channel. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Big shot. No matter how precious this workbench is, it cannot quench my thirst or fill my belly. You are transparent. I won't beat around the bush then. If you trust me, I will provide you with a liter of water daily for 10 days starting today. How does that sound? I trust you. Thank you, Big shot. You are truly saving my life. No need for such formalities, brother. Just call me Qin Feng from now on. If you encounter difficulties, let us communicate promptly. All right, Big shot. I'm initiating the trade now. Please accept U.do as you wish. Any form of address is fine. In an instant, a dialog box popped up in the trading backend, with the workbench sitting in the item slot waiting for trade. Qin Feng also prepared a liter of water, and the transaction proceeded smoothly. After receiving the workbench, Qin Feng gazed at its substantial size, unable to hide his troubled expression. He circled the vehicle several times, scratching his head in deep thought, utterly perplexed about where to place this cumbersome item within the car. The space inside was already limited, occupied by various supplies and equipment. After much trial and error, Qin Feng sighed in resignation and ultimately decided to reorganize the trunk. He moved some less urgent items beneath the seats and into the storage compartments, expending considerable effort to finally clear a suitable space for the workbench. Carefully, he lifted the workbench into the trunk, adjusted its angle, and secured it with ropes to prevent it from shifting during transit. Afterwards, Qin Feng took stock of his acquisitions: 25 units of electronic components, 13 units of glass, 10 units of metal ingots, and the workbench acquired from Hao Jian. Additionally, he obtained 2 items: car-mounted awning and solar electromagnetic stove. In terms of food, he received 2 sausages, 1 pack of dehydrated vegetables, and 50 grams of beef jerky. Item name: Car-mounted awning. Description: a portable side-attachable car awning, a product of road game technology. It automatically installs when placed on the side of the vehicle. Item name: solar electromagnetic stove. Description: a product of road game technology, capable of absorbing solar energy and storing it in the built-in battery of the stove. After charging for 12 hours, it can release 2,000 watts of power for up to 6 hours and comes with a complete set of cookware. Qin Feng positioned the car-mounted awning on the right side of the vehicle and installed it properly. He then attempted to unfold it. The awning was transparent both front and back. Leaning against the car, Qin Feng faced the wilderness. This setup allowed him to shield himself from the sun while keeping an eye on the surroundings, prepared for any dangers potentially lurking in the wild. After resting for a moment, he took out the solar electromagnetic stove, pressed the switch, and noticed that the energy reserve was at full capacity. Glancing at his current food supplies, he decided to treat himself by cooking a bucket of instant noodles, adding 1 sausage, half a pack of dehydrated vegetables, and 50 grams of beef jerky in this godforsaken place. I can still enjoy instant noodles that look just like the ones in the advertisements. That's truly a feat, Qin Feng murmured to himself. P.S. Qin Feng shared a reference image of instant noodles at the end of the chapter, accompanied by a message from the author. After capturing a screenshot of the game panel, he uploaded it with a note: a simple meal in the apocalypse, just to fill the stomach. Upon seeing this image and text, the members of the channel felt utterly overwhelmed. Wow, who is this? Instant noodles with sausage, oh my, and beef too, piping hot. This is simply extravagant. Even in the apocalypse, we still have to be governed by food live streams? Qin Feng, please take me under your wing. Just give me something to eat, and I'll do anything for you. Qin Feng, what are your vehicle talents? Please share. Let us broaden our horizons. Stop daydreaming. Talents relate to the very essence of survival and are not easily disclosed. Regardless, Qin Feng, given the collective struggle for survival, could you spare a morsel? Even a tiny bit would suffice. With that, he slipped away, cloaked in anonymity, eschewing the mentions and private messages in the channel, silently lurking. Observing the envious and resentful messages in the regional channel, Qin Feng swiftly devoured the instant noodles, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he sat on the ground and let out a hearty belch. This was his first full meal since his transmigration, and a wave of happiness surged within him. It turned out that being full is the purest form of happiness for a person, especially when accompanied by the lively barrage of comments, making the meal even more delightful. Qin Feng gazed out at the vast expanse of sandy sea and mused that all that was lacking were tables and chairs. If tomorrow's supply box yielded nothing, he would resort to the trading platform to stock up. Chapter 6. The second brother brings warmth. Gifts reflect deeper bonds. On the third day of road survival, Qin Feng, having conserved his energy, rose early. After a light breakfast of a few slices of toast washed down with water, he set off once more to gather supplies before the dawn broke. The road ahead was long and seemingly endless. The supplies obtained yesterday were far from sufficient to survive the disaster, let alone the needs for the next 7 days. Only by filling his vehicle with ample supplies could he find a semblance of peace. After driving along the monotonous highway for quite some time, Qin Feng's spirits began to wane. Glancing up inadvertently, he was startled to find a dark brown wild boar sprawled across the road. He slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with the fuel tank, coming to a precarious stop 50 meters from the creature. Grabbing his machete, he hurriedly exited the vehicle. That moment, his quantum glasses provided feedback. Hungry wild boar. 2 sharp tusks pose a threat to humans. Vehicle is safe. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the vehicle talent, emergency blessing. Reward: 1 submachine gun, capacity 20 rounds, with 3 additional magazines, 0.1 unit of metal ingot and 1 unit of gunpowder, which can be combined to create 20 rounds of ammunition. Not upgradable. Bonus: proficiency in handguns. The second brother appeared dazed, staring blankly with his small, confused eyes. Noticing that it had yet to assume an aggressive stance, Qin Feng took a moment to familiarize himself with the newly acquired submachine gun, murmuring softly, "Patience, little darling. Soon, Lord Feng shall treat you to some peanuts." Utilizing the skill granted by his talent, Qin Feng deftly changed the magazine, chambered a round, and aimed. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his quantum glasses marked an auxiliary reticle in his field of vision, indicating that he had locked onto the second brother's vital point. Shooting at this reticle would ensure a swift kill. Bang, bang, bang. This is not applause for love. Misunderstandings should reflect upon oneself. The first shot was aimed precisely at the reticle marked by the quantum glasses. The subsequent 2 shots were fired with the concern that the second brother's tough hide might resist a single bullet, potentially resulting in harm to himself, serving as backup shots instead. Whether the first shot hit and the quantum glasses confirmed the second brother's demise, causing the auxiliary reticle to disappear, or whether recoil affected the latter 2 shots, the outcome remained clear. The bullet pierced the wild boar's left eye, followed by a piercing cry, and the wild boar collapsed, convulsing a few times before drawing its last breath. Gazing at the fallen second brother, Qin Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. He had expected a fierce battle, but a mere peanut had sealed its fate. Observing the boar's size, likely around 200 pounds, he realized that for an ordinary person, hunting it would be no easy feat. We are sharpshooters. Each bullet eliminates an enemy. Qin Feng hummed with delight, internally praising himself. Truly formidable, a single shot to the soul. How precise, however. Not long after, Qin Feng found himself in a quandary. How to butcher this pork was an entirely unfamiliar domain for him. Scratching his head, he lifted the machete, intending to make a first incision into the wild boar's body when a prompt suddenly appeared. Discovered a disassembler with cutting tools. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? It could disassemble automatically. Qin Feng was overjoyed, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the game designers, and promptly replied, confirm. Obtained 160 pounds of pork. Obtained 4 pig feet. Obtained 1 complete pig skin, untreated. Please provide 5 liters of clean water for internal cleaning. Would you like to confirm? No, water is too precious to waste. I don't need the entrails. And no sooner had he spoken than the wild boar vanished, leaving behind a neatly processed assortment of parts from the second brother. Qin Feng stared at the mountain of 180 pounds of pork, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Such a large quantity of pork was difficult for him to consume and took up space. In the sweltering heat, it would spoil quickly. The urgent matter was to trade it away as soon as possible. Thus, he rapidly posted a sales message in the trading channel. Fresh pork for sale. Generous discounts for bulk purchases. Come quickly, accompanied by a photo of the pork. Seller, Qin Feng. Items for trade. Wild boar meat 200 gx 50 portions. Desired items. Various materials, blueprints, and props. Note: private message me with the quantity and attributes of the items you wish to trade. Blueprints and props take priority. No dealings with the Japanese or dogs. Upon sending the message, the trading channel erupted like a powder keg. Wow! Isn't this the Qin Feng who sells water? Today he is actually selling pork. Truly a big shot. This is the real deal. To obtain so much pork is something we can only envy from afar. Big shot. I'm sweet-voiced and beautiful. I can do any pose. Please take me under your wing. Within mere minutes, Qin Feng received hundreds of varied materials and numerous props in return. Among them were practical folding tables and chairs, comfortable reclining chairs, a large iron pot, a portable stove, and a barbecue grill. Essential living supplies were also plentiful, including toilet paper, soap, and utensils, with an array of seasonings, even 2 packets of hot pot base. The remaining survivors, apart from a few foolish souls waiting for rescue, mostly possessed some supplies. Incredible, the big shot actually hunted a wild boar. Hao Jian sent a private message. Not bad, by the way. Here as today's water. Qin Feng replied, sending him 1 liter of water. Qin, big shot, you're going to strike it rich. His old acquaintance Han Yusin also messaged. Thanks to luck, it was merely a stroke of fortune. Qin Feng responded. Could you help cook it? I'll trade you a blueprint. I certainly don't have any. But if a beautiful lady comes, I'll do anything to satisfy you. Qin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she had grasped the underlying meaning of his words. It was only natural. With her demeanor and eloquence, she must have previously held a high executive position in some office, having encountered all sorts of events and people. I'm not. I didn't. Don't slander me. Whenever faced with such hard-to-refute situations, Qin Feng instinctively resorted to his 3-part denial, quickly adding, It's just that I've rarely had the chance to interact with someone as beautiful as you. Now that we've unexpectedly chatted for so long, I'm a bit nervous. All right, I don't have time for banter. Take a look at this blueprint and tell me how much meat you'll trade for it. Han Yusin interjected with a hint of arrogance, interrupting Qin Feng. Level 1 auto part, turbo engine. Increases vehicle speed to 90 mph, 0-90 mph in 8 seconds. Reduces fuel consumption by 20. Materials required, 20 units of level 1 metal ingots, 10 units of level 1 rubber, 10 units of level 1 electronic components. Note: essential component for upgrading to level 2 vehicles. Encountering a new component entry, level 1 auto parts, suggested that gathering all level 1 components would allow for an upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. 200 grams of pork. If you think it's reasonable, then let us trade. Upon mention of the trade, Qin Feng instantly changed his demeanor. 200 grams? Are you treating me like a beggar? In business, we uphold righteousness. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Qin Feng feigned indifference, as this was merely a commercial transaction, devoid of moral considerations. Han Yusin was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. She believed that with her beauty and market experience, it would be easy to manipulate a novice, yet she never anticipated that this person could change his attitude so swiftly. 200 grams is the weight of raw meat. Cooked meat will shrink by about 20-30. So it should be around 150 grams. Qin Feng's message flew back, and before Han Yusin could respond, she saw that he had directly reduced the meat amount by 50 grams in his reply. Are you not being honest? Han Yusin suddenly grew anxious, a friendly reminder. This is currently a seller's market. Qin Feng did not respond directly but cleverly shifted perspectives to address her. Fine. I'll remember this. Han Yusin gritted her teeth, stating, once the meat is cooked, I'll message you, and we'll trade then. Qin Feng abruptly terminated the conversation, completely disregarding any further information from Han Yusin, secretly reveling in his success. This maneuver was nothing short of perfection. Indeed, I am a commercial prodigy. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 7. Qiuqiu and voice recognition. Qin Feng maneuvered his vehicle into the far right lane. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter another soul. Yet he remained steadfast in his principle of prioritizing safety. After all, the unpredictability of life could be quite daunting. Should some careless individual rear-end him, he would find himself without a place to weep. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Qin Feng activated the car's sunroof, unfolded a portable table and chairs, and set up a lounge chair. He utilized a solar electric stove to boil water, prepared his exquisite June porcelain tea set, and brewed a pot of Biluakun tea. Reclining comfortably on the lounge chair, he selected a vista of rolling sand dunes, silently capturing the moment in his mind. And a photograph imbued with an apocalyptic ambience, titled Desert Vacation, materialized accordingly. The reference image will be provided at the end of this chapter. Humans possess the capacity for empathy. I felt it, and by rounding it off, it equates to those viewing the photograph experiencing it as well. I shall share the image with everyone, allowing them to appreciate my current state. Indeed, I am handsome and benevolent. After posting the photograph in the regional channel, great one, please be a person. Different fates for similar beings, why endure such hardship? Kill Qin Dog, follow me. Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I can barely sustain my existence, while Qin Dog leisurely sips tea in the shade? Enjoying the breeze and the scenic desert view? Game Administrator, I report that someone is using hacks. The friends above are quite naive. Qin Dog is not using hacks. He is the illegitimate child of this wretched game. As the barrage of messages shifted from envy to condemnation, Qin Feng hurriedly intervened. We share the same roots. Why must we hasten to harm one another? Brothers and sisters, our gathering is a matter of fate. I had intended to list 5 liters of water on the trading platform today, yet I perceive that the people in this channel are not particularly welcoming towards me. Very well, I shall keep this water for bathing and foot soaking instead. It shall not go to waste. Just moments ago, it seemed empathy was elusive, but upon hearing of the 5 liters of water for trade, the channel was instantly imbued with forced empathy. Oh dear. How could one say such things? We all know that the Great One is a remarkable figure, a true hero of altruism. Great One, I have sent you a private message. Could you let me know how much water I can exchange for these supplies? The Great One tirelessly sells us water. What is wrong with taking a break? I simply ask, what is wrong? Why do you all have to be so sour? Fengyi, ignore them. They are merely envious because they cannot partake. Yet just moments ago, they were calling him an illegitimate child. Qin Feng had no intention of letting the disrespectful remarks slide. Who said that? If the relevant authorities were present, they would surely be taken away for spreading such baseless rumors. Great One, I've looked into this. It was that scoundrel Watanabe Rokuro. Rest assured, as long as he encounters anyone from Huagua in this channel, he will not escape unscathed. Upon seeing the messages in the regional channel, Watanabe Rokuro hurriedly packed his belongings and sped away, terrified of being pursued. Baka, 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 are these Chinese lunatics insane? Just you wait. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased with the current public sentiment, the collective effort towards shared prosperity, mutual support, and the isolation of the Japanese was commendable. Seller, Qin Feng items for trade. 100 milliliters of purified water x 50 items desired. Various materials, blueprints, and tools. Note: please private message me with the quantity and attributes of the items you wish to trade. Blueprints and tools take precedence. No service will be rendered to the Japanese or dogs. Reclining in his lounge chair, with legs crossed, Qin Feng sipped his fragrant tea, navigating through the sea of private messages. Selecting the resources he required, Qin sang, "Hello, I am Aihua. Sorry to disturb you, Sumimasen Fence." The author sought reference images of Miss Aihua, but they did not pass review. Qin Dalao was startled by the sudden private message. Nearly biting his tongue, he quickly checked the sender's profile. Indeed, there was a resemblance, still remarkably sweet. Yet he could not be certain. It was unfortunate that he had focused too intently on his studies in class, neglecting to pay particular attention to the teacher's appearance. Qin Feng, are you truly Miss Aihua? Qin sang, do you not recognize me? How disheartening. Qin Feng, I still require you to verify your identity. But how can I prove it? Qin Feng, how about this? Please take a photo and list 5 of your representative works, and I shall be able to confirm if you are indeed Miss Aihua. Miss Qin Sang's ability to identify people is indeed remarkable. All right, please hold on while I prepare. The composition of the regional channel was evidently not based on the original geographic confines, but rather a random amalgamation from all corners of the earth. The channel was a veritable treasure trove of talent, and even Miss Aihua was present. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Qin Feng did not have to wait long. The images and representative works were soon sent. The recent dust storms had failed to obscure the fair and rosy complexion of Miss Aihua, and coupled with the titles of her representative works, there was no mistaking it. She was indeed Miss Aihua. Verification successful, confirming it is Miss Aihua. What can I do for you? Qin sang, Watanabe does not represent all of us Japanese. That is his personal folly. Please do not hold the innocent accountable. Upon receiving the private message from the Japanese teacher, Qin Feng could surmise the reason. She was attempting to employ her charm. I apologize, Miss Aihua, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. I might be able to compensate you for my previous failure to purchase a ticket for your film by lifting the trading ban on you. But I can only act on my own behalf. I cannot speak for the intentions of other Huagua individuals. After receiving Qin Feng's message, Aihua fell into a brief silence before resolutely making up her mind. Having gone 2 days without food and having finished her water, she thought, better to prioritize my own survival. Very well, I have some materials and a blueprint for full vehicle sunshade film. I wonder what I might exchange for them? Effectively reduces strong light and lowers interior temperature. Required materials: 10 units of primary plastic, 10 units of primary rubber, 1 unit of metal ingot. Note: essential component for upgrading to level 2 vehicles. Miss Aihua, I can offer you 100 milliliters of water and 100 grams of wild boar meat. That's the value of this blueprint. I have nearly gathered the materials, so we can wait until next time. Mr. Qin, but the description states it is essential for upgrading to level 2 vehicles. It must be quite precious. Given the current circumstances, no one has been able to manufacture this blueprint yet, so its value has significantly diminished. How about this? I will also add a pack of compressed biscuits. This is my utmost sincerity. Very well, thank you, Qin sang. After the transaction was completed, Qin Feng repeatedly admired the teaching images sent by Miss Aihua. His eyes fixated on the screen, nearly crossing in his intense concentration. Chapter 8. A single red lip tempts thousands. Qin Feng continued to admire the images sent by Miss Aihua, his gaze unwavering, almost crossing from sheer focus eye in the photographs. Miss Aihua appeared to be in motion, swaying her waist, captivatingly. At that moment, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he were ensconced in a traditional Japanese tatami room. Clad in a kimono, Miss Aihua lay in the center of the room, beckoning him with a tantalizingly languid voice. Come, come, come. Qin Feng could swear that beneath Miss Aihua's kimono, she was devoid of any attire. Just as he prepared to engage in some indescribable actions with her, he felt a tingling sensation around his head, accompanied by a beeping sound. Before he could grasp the situation, a surge of electricity pierced through him at the bridge of his nose. Beep buzz buzz beep buzz buzz. The quantum glasses suddenly erupted with a dazzling display, intertwining red and blue lights. As sharp alarm sounds and buzzing vibrations echoed incessantly, warning, warning, the user has entered a state of hallucination. Conventional awakening methods are ineffective. Immediate activation of electrical stimulation is required. Qin Feng jolted from his daze. Drenched in sweat, his body soaked as if he had just emerged from water. Goodness, this photograph is truly insidious. I nearly fell for this Japanese woman's trap. The Japanese have not relinquished their designs on me. Fortunately, the quantum glasses, quantum sensing field detected the threat and pulled me back from the brink of delusion. Previously, he had disregarded that million-follower female internet celebrity. Yet this Japanese little vixen appeared and led him by the nose. Clearly a cause for concern. Originally, he thought his SSS-level talent would allow him to reign supreme in this channel, but today he had nearly met his downfall. He had truly underestimated the heroes of this world. Such a grievance shall not go unpunished. Just wait, little vixen. Qin Feng refrained from mentioning his own lascivious behavior, attributing the entire incident to the ever-changing and unpredictable talents of the game's players. Meanwhile, Aihua also emerged from her reverie, filled with confusion. She had clearly ensnared him. How had he managed to escape? It was utterly perplexing, especially since this was her first attempt at using her talent, and her execution was not yet refined. She pondered that perhaps she should try again tomorrow, as she might have faltered at some point in the process. Qin Feng took a moment to compose himself. Sipping a cup of tea, having suffered such a significant setback today, the more he pondered, the more frustrated and indignant he felt. Most troubling was his inability to retaliate immediately against the nefarious entities from the country of Hua, who had undermined his resolve. Their transgressions were indeed punishable. Yet, despite his unwillingness to accept the situation, life must go on. Thus, Qin Feng could only swallow his anger for the time being, seeking another opportunity. He retrieved a portable stove from his inventory, set up an iron pot, and after rendering some fatty meat to extract grease, he discarded the residue. He added dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, cinnamon, star anise, cooking wine, salt, rock sugar, and chili peppers to create an aromatic stir-fry. He then sauteed large chunks of pork belly, each weighing 100 grams, which had been pre-cut by the game system, and finally introduced the essence of life itself. Once the pot reached a boil, he reduced the heat to allow for a slow simmer. During the cooking process, Qin Feng did not remain idle. He stood up and took out the solar water collector and purified water, which were the most sought-after commodities on the trading platform. With ample supplies at hand, it was imperative to expedite the upgrade process. He placed the water collector on the workbench and initiated the upgrade operation. Inputting 10 units of level 1 electronic components, 5 units of level 1 metal ingots, and 5 units of level 1 glass. The workbench whirred to life, resembling a 3D printer, and after processes of melting and reshaping, the upgrade was successfully completed. The newly upgraded level 2 solar water collector could now gather 30 liters of purified water every 24 hours, though the collection rate varied with environmental conditions. Once placed inside the vehicle, it would become operational and could be further upgraded. The required materials for the next upgrade included 20 units of level 2 electronic components, 10 units of level 2 metal ingots, 10 units of level 2 glass, and 10 units of level 2 rubber. The upgraded water collector appeared noticeably larger, with its storage tank's capacity tripled and a temperature control device added, allowing for temperature adjustments between 0 to 100 degrees Celsius. As Qin Feng gazed at the droplets of water forming within the tank, his previously disheartened mood was considerably uplifted, even sparking a flicker of delight, for this temperature regulation feature promised him the freedom to enjoy cold water at will. With the water collector now operational, Qin Feng felt reassured enough to proceed with upgrading his significant asset, the quantum goggles. The Level 2 Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer goggles could scan all items within a 500-meter radius, marking their locations with an imaging system, detecting risks up to 100 meters via a quantum sensing field, and providing X-ray imaging of metallic objects. They also boasted an enhanced night vision capability. The upgrade requirements included 100 units of Level 2 electronic components, 50 units of Level 2 glass, and 10 units of Level 2 metal ingots. Notably, after the upgrade, the scanning and risk detection range would expand. While the external appearance of the goggles remained unchanged, once worn, the scanning range was significantly broadened. Moreover, when utilizing the X-ray function, He could see through the metal skin of vehicles, clearly observing the items stored within. Most astonishingly, the addition of night vision alleviated his mother's worries about him stumbling into ditches while traversing the night. Qin Feng then began crafting the essential accessory for vehicles, the full vehicle sunshade film. Alongside an enigmatic solar panel, the game designers had indeed considered every detail. As the vehicle accessory approached its installation point, a prompt on the control panel would pop up, indicating whether to proceed with the installation, making the process exceedingly simple, nearly mindless in execution. After installing the sunshade film, its effectiveness in reducing the internal temperature by 10 remained to be seen, but its anti-peeping feature was already apparent. From outside the vehicle, one could not discern any activity within, not even through the windshield. However, visibility from inside remained unaffected. Everything appeared normal. The solar panel was affixed to the vehicle's roof, fitting perfectly, with 2 wires dangling inside the cabin, presumably for a future battery installation to store energy. Observing the amassed equipment and supplies he had gathered over the past 3 days, and inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the wild boar meat simmering in the pot, Qin Feng couldn't help but reflect. Life is unpredictable, akin to a sausage encasing another. Despite the numerous setbacks, in comparison to the circumstances of others in the channel, he was faring quite well. The revolution is yet to succeed. He must continue striving to survive. Qin Feng lifted the pot lid and gently stirred the bottom with a large spoon to prevent scorching. He quipped to himself, "This pot of meat, had I consumed it before entering the game, I would surely have gained several pounds. Infinite respect to the heavens. For the sake of the world's physique, this humble monk must indulge alone." Wait, something seems amiss. Qin Feng paused momentarily, then slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, I almost forgot the rice. Braised meat without rice? I wouldn't trade it for a girl." He immediately entered the regional channel, launching a bold declaration. "Brothers, does anyone want to eat braised pork rice? Quickly hand over your rice." Accompanying this was a picture of the large pot of pork still simmering, at that moment. The channel was abuzz with discussions about dinner options. Some showcased hot dogs adorned with sausages, while others proudly flaunted their sandwiches. A few even displayed images of gourmet pancakes, basking in the admiration and requests from the majority of the channel's populace. As everyone reveled in their own delight and boastfulness, Qin Feng's bombshell announcement knocked them off their feet. "Oh, great one, sir! You are indeed braising meat? It must smell divine. Could you spare me a bite? Qin boss, could you process the pork I traded with you previously? I am willing to pay a processing fee. I have a Patek Philippe watch. Can I trade it for a portion of your braised pork rice?" Qin Feng scanned the chaotic barrage of messages, promptly replying, "To clarify, this pot of meat is neither for sale nor for processing. I only seek rice. Those with rice, please message me privately." Just as he spoke, a message popped up in his private inbox. "I have 10 gene of rice, but I need 10 gene of braised meat in exchange." Chapter 9. Night Raid Challenge. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng retorted, "Are you out of your mind? 2 portions of braised pork rice for that? If you want it, exchange. If not, never mind." It is essential to note that 10 gene of rice and 10 gene of braised meat cannot be compared in terms of energy and satiety. Furthermore, no one currently had the means to braise meat. This was a unique opportunity. The individual messaged again, "Great one, your bargaining is too harsh. You are leaving me no room for negotiation." Qin Feng remained unapologetic. "Don't try to sweet-talk me. This is the offer. If you want to trade, then proceed. If not, cease messaging me." With a cold smile, Qin Feng mused that having just endured humiliation at the hands of Kuei, it seemed another misfortune had come his way. Ultimately, the other party could not resist the allure of braised pork rice and successfully conducted the trade with Qin Feng. Using an electric stove, Qin Feng steamed the rice, filling a bowl generously, drenching it in braised meat gravy and topping it with 2 pieces of meat, eagerly devouring it. The taste was utterly divine. How had he not realized how delicious braised pork rice was before? After satisfying his hunger, he poured himself a glass of ice water, which not only cut through the greasiness but also dispelled the summer heat. Never mind what's good for the stomach. At this point, comfort was paramount. Upholding his principle of honesty in business, Qin Feng promptly traded the braised pork rice to the other party. Just as the transaction was about to conclude, a voice call from Han Yusin came in. "Is the meat ready?" Han Yusin wasted no time, diving straight into the matter without even a greeting, which was somewhat off-putting, though her voice matched her appearance perfectly. It could be described in one word. Smooth? It's done. I'll trade it to you now. Qin Feng replied. Do you have any rice left? Pack me a portion too. Frowning slightly, Qin Feng thought to himself. Annoyed. This woman really thinks highly of herself. Does she expect me to give it to her? Thus, he responded, I do have rice, but it will require a separate transaction. Let us finalize the braised meat first. How can a big man like you be so stingy? Truly lacking in ambition. I'll give you 50 units of fuel. Is that sufficient? After completing the transaction, Qin Feng received a level 1 vehicle component, a turbo engine, and his attitude shifted immediately. I apologize. I am not lacking in resources, items, blueprints, or fuel. What do you want then? Send me a photo. I want to see your legs. Preferably in black stockings. You haven't bathed in days. So cover up the shame. The old lecher's true nature revealed itself once more. You pervert, scoundrel. You're the one who's dirty and ugly. I won't give you anything. Han Yusen retorted angrily. Suit yourself then. You can just eat alone. And I forgot to mention, I have a heavy taste, so I added extra salt. The braised meat might be a bit salty. I wonder if you can handle it without rice. The salt was intentionally added to prevent spoilage. You're such a rogue. Fine. If you want to provide it, then don't complain. Your manners are truly lacking. Qin Feng refused to indulge her whims, hanging up the voice call and promptly creating the turbo engine. Now, Qin Feng's basic panel was as follows. Vehicle level, level 0 vehicle owner. Qin Feng passenger capacity. 1 remaining fuel, 560 units. Consuming 1 unit per kilometer. Main items. Level 2 Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer goggles, Level 2 Solar Water Collector, Portable stove, Submachine gun. Vehicle components. Turbo engine, level 1 component, increases vehicle speed to 90 miles per hour. 0 to 90 miles per hour in 8 seconds, reduces fuel consumption by 20, full vehicle sunshade film, level 1 component, effectively insulates heat by 10, vehicle canopy, vehicle solar panel, other, various primary materials in abundance. Water, not counted due to the presence of a water collector, 60 pounds of wild boar braised meat. Survival points, 0. Current stage, 3rd day of the novice protection period, at the end of the first round of the apocalyptic calamity. A dual-day catastrophe, imminent. Core mission, survival. Mission rewards. Rewards will be granted based on survival status after mission completion. Talent, SSS-level vehicle talent emergency blessing. Qin Feng meticulously counted his supplies and items, tidied up a bit, and then reclined on his lounge chair, basking in the slightly cool breeze of the night, gradually drifting into slumber. In the dead of night, in a hazy state, Qin Feng was startled awake by the beeping alarm of his quantum goggles. According to the scanned indicators, wild wolves were encircling him from both the front and back, now only 400 meters away. With the enhancement of the quantum goggles and submachine gun, Qin Feng felt a sense of calm. Although he worried that if he shot one, the other might flee upon hearing the gunfire. Despite their lean appearances, both wolves were still meat, and he could not afford to let them escape. Qin Feng feigned ignorance, remaining relaxed on his lounge chair as he cautiously drew his submachine gun, using the quantum goggles to lock onto the positions and vital points of the two wolves. The wolves initially advanced with caution, gradually lowering their guard, before breaking into a leisurely sprint when they were 100 meters away. Qin Feng quickly stood up, aimed at the wolf trailing behind, and with the crosshair's assistance, shot it dead. The sudden noise startled the wolf ahead, causing it to flee in panic, but it was too late. With 2 more shots, its nefarious life came to an end. Wanting to devour people, it met its own demise at the hands of another. Disturbing others' slumber in the dead of night was indeed immoral. Yet, considering the meat offered by these wolves, Qin Feng decided to forgive them. Acquired 50 kilograms of wolf meat. Acquired 2 wolf carcasses. Acquired 2 wolf pelts. After a brief disassembly and cleanup, he lay down again, unable to sleep, as there was little entertainment to be had at this late hour. He flipped through the regional channel to cultivate some drowsiness. That moment, the regional channel was once again flooded with player death notifications. Qin Feng could only scroll through historical messages to realize that he was not the only one under attack that night. At 11:59 p.m. on the 3rd day in the game system, an announcement was made. Limited time night raid, commencing at midnight on the 4th day until 2 a.m. Wild beasts would randomly spawn 500 meters from each player's vehicle, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Qin Feng looked at the remaining 6,467 players in the regional channel, feeling a pang of sympathy. Game planners, have you lost your mind? Who issues announcements just 1 minute in advance? Moreover, without any forewarning for a night raid. So many vulnerable players, all perishing under your watch. Obstructing others' paths to fortune is akin to murdering their parents. We've established an enmity. Just wait until I catch you. In a fit of impotent rage, Qin Feng released 2 liters of water, hoping the players would rally their spirits, regroup, and continue to gather supplies for him. No, that's not right. They should continue to contribute to the prosperity of the game's trading market. Chapter 10. What will save you, my players? Help. I'm trapped in my car, and there's a leopard outside, madly banging against the window. I'm not a combat-type talent. Who will save me? My heavens. There are army ants everywhere. Gnawing at my car. Can anyone think of a solution? Family, who understands? I've encountered a giant rhinoceros. It's using my car as a toy, relentlessly butting it with its horn. I'm going to pee myself. Mom, I want to go home. I can't stay in this hellish place for another second. The regional channel was filled with cries for help, players falling one after another. Qin Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Pacing in place, muttering, what am I to do? At this rate, how many survivors will remain when this ends at 2 a.m.? Who will I sell my things to? Big Shot, help me. Just as Qin Feng was about to lose his wits, a plea for help from Hao Jian suddenly popped up. I'm being targeted by a wild boar, and it's madly ramming my car door. It's about to break it down. Brother, stay calm. In times like this, panicking will only worsen the situation. Qin Feng felt overwhelmed, having no real solutions to offer, merely uttering empty words for reassurance, feeling quite helpless inside. Big Shot, I'm about to be done for. Can we skip the pleasantries? I have a blueprint for an iron-long gun. If you can help me craft it, I'll be saved. I really can't hold on much longer. Hao Jian's messages were filled with urgency and despair. Hey, why didn't you mention the blueprint sooner? Hurry up, let us trade. Qin Feng felt a surge of hope, urging him on. Iron-long gun, length 2.5 meters, made entirely of compressed iron, solid and durable. Materials required, 10 units of primary metal ingots. Note, can be upgraded. Qin Feng, in a frenzy, grabbed the primary metal ingots without checking their quantity and stuffed them all into the workbench. He then rapidly clicked on the manufacturing options. With the queue rapidly extending, the workbench exhibited remarkable efficiency, producing a long gun every 20 seconds. Qin Feng swiftly took the freshly crafted iron long gun and completed the transaction with Hao Jian. He then flooded the channel with messages. I have iron long guns in stock. Anyone in need, come trade with me at just the cost of 10 units of primary metal ingots. If you lack materials, we can settle the debt later once you survive this ordeal. After sending the messages, he didn't pause for a second, diving back into the frantic busyness, not even taking a moment to check on Hao Jian's situation. Big Shot, you're amazing. This move is fantastic. I must give you a huge thumbs up. If I survive this, I'll definitely set up a longevity tablet for you and offer daily tributes. See, this is what a true Big Shot looks like. Responsible and loyal, Big Shot. I'm short on materials, but don't worry if I don't survive. I promise to send all my belongings to you before I perish. I won't let you lose a single cent. Don't all rush. I'm in a dire situation with a black bear chasing me. I need a long gun. Stat. Long guns are plentiful. Those who are safe, take a breather. This trading link remains valid until 7 a.m. tomorrow. Let us prioritize those still in peril. As Qin Feng observed the frenzied scene of long guns being snatched up. He quickly maintained order. Listen up, 1 gun per person. Anyone caught hoarding will be blacklisted, and you'll never trade with me again. By 2 a.m., the thrilling, limited-time night raid event finally came to a close. In just over an hour, Qin Feng was busily occupied, selling over 300 long guns. Encouragingly, all who purchased a long gun managed to survive. At that moment, the final count of survivors in the regional channel stood at 5940. Qin Feng gazed at the screen, letting out a long sigh of relief, silently grateful. Thank heavens, at least the numbers remained above half. Through careful observation in the channel, Qin Feng noted the varied circumstances surrounding the deaths during this event. Most players had perished without defense, caught off guard in their slumber, losing their lives in confusion. A portion of others, possessing vehicle talents skewed towards support, found themselves lacking combat prowess when facing danger and could not protect themselves. Additionally, a few rare cases involved encounters with formidable beasts such as elephants, rhinoceroses, lions, and tigers. In the face of such overwhelming opponents, resistance was futile, and they could only blame their misfortune for the unwarranted demise. Exhausted, Qin Feng decided to rest. For tomorrow he would continue his journey. He stretched widely, casting aside the unread messages in the channel and private messages. With the task settled, his primary focus now was to recuperate his strength. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner, Watanabe Rokuzu was slicing a cow. Observing the flood of gratitude towards Qin Feng in the channel, his expression darkened, jealousy igniting a fierce flame within him, his eyes reddening with envy. How can this be? How could Qin Feng be so benevolent? I bet he has inflated the cost. How could such a shoddy gun require so many metal ingots? There must be some shady dealings at play. Ironically, Watanabe held an iron long gun in his hand, acquired in the earlier chaos before Qin Feng had a chance to set trading restrictions, allowing him to obtain it by sheer luck. However, jealousy clouded his judgment, leading him to irrationally unleash his resentment and dissatisfaction in the regional channel, launching baseless accusations and insults at Qin Feng. Are you all brain-dead? How could such a shabby gun possibly need the amount of metal ingots he claims? That greedy scoundrel Qin Feng is definitely price gouging, taking advantage of the disaster to profit. Yet you all seem quite content, eagerly rushing to send him money. Are you truly as foolish as you appear? If I were in your place, I would unite to resist his despicable merchant behavior. It is imperative to force him to sell all resources at a fair price. Otherwise, shall we continue to be deceived by him? As for me, I am indifferent. We, the Dawei people, disdain trading with such individuals, and my primary concern lies with you fools, who, having been duped, still cheerfully count the money. I simply cannot bear to watch any longer. Which is why I stand up to speak a few words of justice. Chapter 11. The cyberbullying of the apocalypse game. Watanabe rampaged across the regional channel, a torrent of unfounded rumors spilling from his lips. His distorted claims piercing like poisoned arrows aimed at Qin Feng, relentlessly attempting to tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, he feigned an air of righteous indignation, desperately distancing himself from the fray, as if he were a noble champion detached from the chaos, hypocritically aligning himself with those he claimed were deceived by Qin Feng, hoping to incite public dissatisfaction against him. Indeed, in this apocalypse, who would engage in a losing bargain? How could Qin Feng suddenly profess to sell long guns at cost price? Surely, he is attempting to hoodwink us, concealing countless tricks within that price. Could it be true? The actions of the esteemed Qin Feng appeared quite credible. He does not strike me as the type to swindle others. Esteemed? Are you lacking in common sense? An outsider like Watanabe can see through the issues at a glance, yet here you are, comforting yourselves, aiding in the counting of your own losses. Precisely. I sensed something amiss long ago. The price he charged for water was exorbitant. I suspect he possesses some unique tool for water production, boasting abundant resources, yet he ruthlessly exploits us. What else could he be but a black-hearted merchant? Seeing public opinion gradually sway in his favor, Watanabe couldn't help but smirk, thinking, we are nearly there. With a little more effort, I can utterly ruin him. Qin Feng, you despicable and shameless wretch. Look at this apocalypse where all humanity struggles on the brink of survival, living in constant fear for their lives. This should be a time when we unite to weather the storm, yet you, in your insanity, exploit this disaster for profit. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? If you possessed even a shred of humanity, you would return the ill-gotten gains and offer free assistance to all instead of hiding in the shadows, counting your ill-gotten wealth. Do you not feel any shame? After posting this tirade, Watanabe seemed unsatisfied, continuing to shout, Qin Feng, come out. You have the audacity to earn dirty money but lack the courage to own up to it. Qin Feng, show yourself. Are you afraid to face the questions of the crowd? Terrified that your vile deeds will be fully exposed? Amidst the storm of public opinion, Qin Feng remained unresponsive, having long succumbed to a sweet slumber, occasionally emitting soft snores. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were experiencing something delightful in his dreams, mumbling indistinctly, Little darling, don't run away. Let me have a taste. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, Qin Feng awoke leisurely. instinctively rubbing the accumulated sleep from the corners of his eyes. He yawned multiple times before rising from his bed. Outside, the sun blazed high in the sky, its brilliant rays pouring unabated over the vast desert, causing the temperature to soar like a rocket ignited. What is happening today? It is growing increasingly hot. Given that we are still in the beginner's protection period, it is already unbearable. I cannot imagine the heat when the phenomenon of double suns in the sky occurs. It seems I must hasten to arrange for the creation of air conditioning. Otherwise, it will be truly unbearable. After a simple tidy-up and completing his morning routine, Qin Feng embraced the warmth of the sun, allowing his body to soak in the radiant sunlight, filling him with positive energy. With a downturned mouth, one may lose their way. With an upturned mouth, one rises and thrives, brimming with positivity. Reciting the 8th set of radio calisthenics, Qin Feng finally felt fully awake and proceeded to prepare a bucket of instant noodles. Slurp, slurp. As he enjoyed his meal, he routinely shared a humble image of his breakfast in the regional channel, inviting everyone to join in the greetings from the esteemed one. He then stretched his arms, closing his eyes slightly, eagerly anticipating the flattery and adulation from all. However, to his utter astonishment, what awaited him was an overwhelming tide of malice and condemnation. This sudden shift caught him completely off guard. "You black-hearted fiend, return my hard-earned money. Shameless merchant, vanish from this channel. Do not disgrace yourself here. Qin Feng, where on earth are you hiding? Do you know how much I long to drag you out? Have the guts to reveal your location. See if I don't teach you a lesson, showing you the consequences of deceiving everyone. You are the bad apple of our channel, as detestable as that loathsome Yutai person. We resolutely boycott you." As Qin Feng read the screen filled with malicious remarks, his face wore an expression of bewilderment, as if inscribed with the question, "What on earth is happening?" He pondered internally. "What is going on? Have these chives gone mad, or is my waking posture incorrect?" Before he could fully comprehend this sudden situation, his loyal follower, Hao Jian, rushed in to clarify. "Esteemed one, this is terrible. The people in the channel have been led astray by that despicable Watanabe. No matter how I explain, no one believes me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face flushed with anger, the pleasant mood from his restful sleep dissipating in an instant. Yet he restrained his fury, forcing out a response through gritted teeth. "Do not worry. It is merely a petty individual causing mischief, relying on underhanded tactics. Watch as I resolve this issue in no time." Without hesitation, Qin Feng decided to take action, first removing all items he was trading from the market. Next, he took a screenshot of the manufacturing materials for the iron long gun and linked it in the channel, repeatedly posting an announcement. "Dear brothers and sisters, due to the malicious instigation of a petty individual, doubts have arisen regarding the items I sell. Hereby, I solemnly declare, effective immediately, I will suspend all trading items, with the resumption of trade to be determined. As for events occurring after the game's activities conclude, I deeply regret it, but I stand with a clear conscience. The innocent shall clear their names." The screenshot of the manufacturing materials for the iron long gun is attached in the link. Feel free to verify for yourselves. Seeing this, Hao Jian quickly chimed in with a comment. "What you are doing is truly ungrateful." During the night raid event, who stepped up to sell weapons to everyone, giving us a glimmer of hope. Without the esteemed one's long guns, who knows how many lives would have been lost in our channel. Chapter 12. Watanabe's downfall. As the moment approached, Hao Jian firmly declared, "And don't forget, the esteemed one is the only supplier of food and water in our channel. Now that you have forced him to close off trading channels, where will you go to obtain food and water? Are you waiting to die of thirst and hunger?" Upon the release of this statement, the regional channel erupted like a powder keg. Some individuals, once swayed by Watanabe's rhetoric, awoke from their stupor upon seeing Qin Feng's posted manufacturing screenshot. Realizing the truth, those who had initially followed the crowd in hopes of gaining some small profit were now in a state of panic. Many of them had relied on Qin Feng for food and water to sustain their survival. Although the previous night raid had inflicted significant losses, it inadvertently resolved their food scarcity issue, with each person now possessing a considerable stockpile of various raw meats. However, the water situation remained dire. After all, while one might survive several days without food, one cannot live without water. Fearing that Qin Feng might entirely close off trading, these individuals quickly organized themselves into a punitive team, directing their wrath towards Watanabe Rokuro. vehemently criticizing and denouncing him in an attempt to regain Qin Feng's trust and ensure their future supply channels remained intact. Watanabe, you despicable little man from Wa, out of your jealousy, you dare to slander the esteemed one. Indeed, what are your true intentions? If the esteemed one had not put aside past grievances to share the manufacturing screenshot, we would have been kept in the dark, nearly falling for your foolishness. Do you think stirring the waters will bring you success? The esteemed one's assistance has always been evident to all. You truly deserve to be condemned. We will no longer believe the words of someone like you. From this day forward, you better sleep with your eyes open. The tide of public opinion in the regional channel shifted in an instant, and a slight smirk appeared on Qin Feng's lips as he thought to himself, Watanabe is nothing but a complete fool. Concocting such absurd tales to deceive the masses, those who were easily swayed by his mere words were indeed foolish beyond measure, utterly incapable of grasping such straightforward reasoning, as for those who blindly followed suit. They were merely a group of malicious rabble, forever plotting to rebel and conspire against me. Turning to Watanabe, he was completely taken aback by the sudden turn of events, standing dumbfounded in place, his face a canvas of confusion and terror. He found himself muttering anxiously, "Wasn't it agreed that we would be each other's angels? We had all resolved to resist Qin Feng together. So why has everything changed so abruptly?" Terrified into silence, he dared not utter another word in the channel, much like a frightened rabbit, hastily tucking his tail and chaotically leaping into his car. Flooring the accelerator in a desperate flight as he sped away, the wind howled in his ears, yet he perceived it as the furious roars of the crowd pursuing him. Kuei-si remained fixated on the vehement denunciations of Watanabe within the channel, his brow gradually knitting into a furrow before he sighed helplessly. The video call was connected to Watanabe Rokuzaburo. Once the connection was established, Kuei-si's expression turned cold, his tone icy as he addressed him. "Watanabe-kun, your actions are exceedingly reckless and hasty. Such behavior will only inflame the anti-Japanese sentiments among the Chinese, which is detrimental to our subsequent plans." Watanabe Rokuzaburo, as if pricked by a hidden thorn, erupted in fury, shouting at the screen, "You wretched fool, what right do you have to lecture me here?" Kuei-si bit her lip lightly, her gaze brimming with disdain and contempt, as she coldly retorted, "This is not mere criticism. It is a condemnation of your actions. Look at what you have done. Your foolish behavior has severely undermined the fragile foundation of interests that we, the Greater Japan, have painstakingly established in this channel. Do you understand the gravity of the consequences?" Watanabe, struck at a sensitive spot, seethed with indignation and impatiently bellowed, "Foolish woman, get away from me. You are nothing but an eyesore." With that, he reached to disconnect the video. A peculiar smirk curled at the corners of Kuei-si's mouth, her eyes glinting with a chilling coldness as she softly intoned, "Watanabe-kun, please take another good look at me." Her voice seemed to possess an uncanny allure, weaving its way into Watanabe's ears, compelling him to halt his actions, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to Kuei's eyes. In that fleeting moment, something eerie transpired. Watanabe's expression became vacant, his body stiff as a puppet. As he mechanically packaged all his supplies and sent them to Kuei-si, then, as if entranced, he turned and walked step by step into the depths of the wilderness, gradually fading from sight until he vanished into the vast desolation. Shortly thereafter, the system's cold announcement echoed in the channel. "Watanabe Rokuzaburo has died. Cause of death, dehydration." Qin Feng, oblivious to Watanabe's demise, was busy organizing his gear, preparing for departure. Game announcement: all players will soon commence the second limited time challenge, Survival of the Fittest. Rules: from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. today, the challenge period begins. During this time, all supply boxes will refresh along the wilderness on both sides of the road. If you are confident in your abilities, you may venture into the wilderness to collect supply boxes. Warning: the wilderness is fraught with danger, yet opportunities may also lie hidden within. Players, please assess your capabilities wisely. The pacing of this game's events rather too tight? It seems as though players are being driven toward a dead end, as if they must be utterly annihilated. However, upon reflection, after this series of upheavals, those remaining in the regional channel possess a certain level of self-preservation skills. Consequently, the likelihood of success in the upcoming challenge should significantly increase, at least no longer as hopeless as before. The chives are thriving, and the easier they grow, the more effortlessly I can harvest them. Qin Feng retrieved 200 milliliters of ice water and promptly sent it to Hao Jian. Brother Hao Jian, yesterday I successfully upgraded my gear, and now I can enjoy ice water even in this scorching heat. Here is 200 milliliters for you to quench your thirst. The remaining water is available whenever you need it, and I can keep it chilled for you. Hao Jian, overjoyed upon receiving the ice water, quickly replied, "Thank you, big brother." In this sweltering heat that feels like it's going to roast me alive, having a sip of ice water is pure bliss. Seeing Hao Jian's enthusiastic response, Qin Feng smiled slightly before sending a reminder. "All right, brother, let us skip the pleasantries. The limited time challenge begins at 12 p.m. today, so don't waste this morning. Set out early and explore, even if you can secure an additional supply box. That would be beneficial." After sending that message, Qin Feng also forwarded a newly upgraded steel triangular double-edged blade, level 2, to Hao Jian. This weapon was an upgraded version of the previous iron long gun. It measures 3 meters in length yet weighs only 3 kilograms, being not only lightweight but also highly durable, with a clear note indicating it is upgradable. Hao Jian, upon receiving the weapon, was so thrilled that he nearly jumped up, immediately replying, "Big brother, this is too generous of you. With this in hand, I feel capable of taking on 2 wild boars single-handedly." Qin Feng chuckled at Hao Jian's excitement and replied, "All right. Enough with the banter. When you go out to explore, be sure to prioritize your safety. Do not be careless." After a brief pause, Qin Feng sent another message. "I have tasks for you to undertake, and I will contact you when the time comes, so please prepare yourself." Chapter 13. Han Yusen's compromised. Qin Feng methodically organized all his belongings before slipping into his car, starting the engine to officially embark on the 4th day of exploration. As the vehicle smoothly traversed the road, an inkling of good fortune stirred within his heart. Today seemed particularly auspicious. Sure enough, after merely 10 kilometers, a blue supply box came into view, a fortuitous start. Acquired 100 units of fuel, a set of various styles and colors of stockings. 10 sets of unique, intimate apparel designed to enhance romantic moments, featuring bold styles and enticing designs. You know what I mean. And if you don't, there's nothing I can do about it. What in the world? What is going on here? Is this a blue supply box? Why does it seem to emanate a pink glow? Muttering to himself, Qin Feng filled the fuel tank with the acquired fuel. As for those so-called pink garments, due to their minimal material usage, they hardly took up any space, so he casually stuffed them under the passenger seat. Whatever, at least it was a blue supply box. Onward. Qin Feng drove at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, successfully collecting 5 supply boxes, 3 of which were the more common white supply boxes, while the other 2 were rarer blue supply boxes. Among these acquired supplies, the most valuable item was the sun protection clothing. Sun protection suit, capable of blocking over 99 of ultraviolet rays, featuring densely packed breathable microholes to maintain dryness and comfort. With advanced cooling fibers that reduce body temperature by 3-5. Material, 5 units of level 1 fabric. Note: can be upgraded. Well, this is quite impressive, but I lack the materials. It seems I'll need to enlist the help of that little rascal. Gujian.as. Qin Feng fiddled with the blueprint in his hands. He pondered, promptly dialing Gujian's voice call. Before long, Gujian's familiar voice came through. "Big brother, what's up? Any instructions?" "Here's the deal. I urgently need 5 units of level 1 fabric. So, I'll give you 100 milliliters of ice water. You can post an order in the trading channel for 50 milliliters to trade for fabric, and the remaining 50 milliliters will serve as your reward for your efforts." Qin Feng stated straightforwardly. "Big brother, what's this reward for effort business?" Gujian expressed surprise at the unexpected generosity. Qin Feng chuckled. "We've been through quite a bit together on this journey, haven't we? Although we are brothers, some accounts still need to be settled clearly. Just take this ice water and from now on, drop the big brother title. Just call me Feng Ge. Fair enough?" "Of course, brother. I'll follow your lead. But I must clarify, I'm not helping out for the reward. I've been dreaming of running errands for you." Gujian, being quite the clever one, quickly caught on, dropping the formalities and opting for the more familiar address. "All right, enough with the chit-chat. Get on with it and don't dawdle. I'm waiting on those materials." Qin Feng urged with a playful scold. Water has become the most sought-after resource, and with this being ice water, Gujian's shout in the trading channel set off a frenzy, with everyone scrambling to bid. In this manner, 50 milliliters of ice water was exchanged for a staggering 10 units of level 1 fabric. As soon as the sun protection clothing was completed, Qin Feng eagerly donned it. Why? Because he had been wearing his current outfit for 4 whole days. It had become rancid and unbearable. Upon donning the garment, Qin Feng felt an immediate sense of relief, whether it was a mere psychological effect or the attire's genuine miraculous properties. He could not ascertain. Standing beneath the blazing sun with the hood enveloping him, the once piercing sensation of the scorching rays vanished without a trace. Although Qin Feng did not assist Hao Jian in crafting this outfit, he adhered to the age-old adage, a favor of a grain of rice may lead to a grudge of a peck. He believed that distinguishing between personal relationships and business dealings was essential for maintaining enduring connections. Qin boss, is the origin of this garment in your possession? Han Yusen, akin to a curious kitten catching a whiff of fish, gazed at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes, her cleverness almost palpable. Hey, please do not falsely accuse me. I possess nothing like ice water. Qin Feng's head shook vigorously in denial, as if it were a reflex. In truth, he had no intention of deceiving Han Yusen, especially considering that beneath his car seat lay a set of rather daring intimate apparel awaiting her fitting. Oh, I never mentioned it was ice water. Han Yusen interjected playfully, her tone unexpectedly light, creating a delightful contrast that stirred a fluttering sensation in Qin Feng, leaving him somewhat flustered. Please, spare me the trouble of dealing with those intermediaries. It is quite bothersome. Just tell me, how shall we transact? Very well, Han Yusen, the astute beauty, swiftly discerned the underlying motives. Now that they had broached the subject, there was little point in further concealment. You know precisely what I desire. As long as I obtain what I seek, I shall gladly offer you 100 milliliters of ice water without demanding a single cent in return. Qin Feng's mind raced, akin to a well-oiled engine. Consumed by a singular thought, he yearned to see Han Yusen adorned in that pink ensemble in this dismal post-apocalyptic world, where entertainment was scarce. Teasing those once regarded as unattainable beauties served as a welcome reprieve from the pervasive despair. You lecher! Is your mind perpetually occupied with such indecent thoughts? We are merely striving for survival. Surely, trading for essential supplies is a necessity. Han Yusen's cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. But I lack nothing. Qin Feng's tone was infuriatingly smug, as if he were reveling in the most ostentatious manner in this bleak world, his expression betraying a hint of satisfaction. Very well, I shall show you. You may gaze to your heart's content, but you shall not touch. Let that frustrate you. Han Yusen grit her teeth, resolute to secure that long-desired sip of ice water, convincing herself that sacrificing her modesty for survival was a worthy trade-off. As she could hardly suffer any loss. Fear not, my dear. I have just received a fresh batch of goods this morning. I shall send you a selection. Simply choose one that pleases you, don it, and send me a photograph. As Qin Feng spoke, a mischievous glint sparkled in his eye, already envisioning Han Yusen clad in those garments. Upon receiving the items, Han Yusen's face flushed crimson, as if blood could seep from her very skin. Internally, she cursed, this despicable man. Why must he present such embarrassing choices? What respectable woman would don such attire? Yet, the temptation of ice water proved overwhelmingly potent. After much deliberation, she selected a relatively modest style from the array of stockings, disregarding the more revealing battle-damaged versions entirely, finding them far too audacious for her comfort. With a flurry of nerves, she donned the outfit, her expression a mix of embarrassment and shyness, and after considerable effort, managed to strike a pose for the photograph, sending it off with great discomfort, as if countless tiny insects were crawling over her skin. Wow! Now this is what I call exquisite, smooth, straight, and radiant. Upon receiving the photo, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his hand propping up his chin as he gazed intently at Han Yusen's stunning legs clad in sheer black stockings, exclaiming his admiration. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant, monitoring the status of the quantum glasses, which, for now, showed no abnormalities. He knew further experimentation was required to ascertain the underlying issues. For days, that Japanese girl had sought to video call him, but Qin Feng had steadfastly refused, intent on finding an opportunity to conduct thorough testing. Oh, and what of that pink ensemble? You should try it on as well. I'm certain it would complement those black stockings superbly. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with mischief as he contemplated his next scheme. No, absolutely not. That outfit cannot be worn outside. Han Yusin's face, still flushed, deepened in hue at his suggestion. She thought to herself, this Qin Feng truly knows no bounds. That pink ensemble is even more outrageous than the black stockings. And I would never wear it, no matter the circumstances. However, many matters unfold in such a manner that the most challenging step is often the first. Once initiated, one frequently finds themselves compromising their principles and gradually pushing their boundaries. I shall give you double. With that proclamation, he promptly completed a transaction of 200 milliliters of ice water to Han Yusin. He felt no worry regarding her potential deceit. After all, in this apocalyptic realm, ice water was akin to a rare treasure, and outside of his supply, there were no alternatives. If she wished to quench her thirst again, she would have to comply with his terms. Han Yusin observed the ice water in the transaction window. Glancing at the enticingly designed intimate apparel, her gaze rife with conflict. A voice within her protested. This is utterly humiliating. How could I possibly wear such items for a photograph? Yet another voice countered. Perhaps it isn't so difficult to accept. Let him see. What harm could it cause? After all, he cannot touch me. Let him stew in his frustration. Indeed, I am not doing this merely for the ice water. It is to vex him with this rationale. Han Yusin found her justification, and her hesitation evaporated. Ensuring modesty, she selected the garment that best showcased her curves, closed her eyes, steeled herself, and took a selfie before sending it. Upon receiving the image, Qin Feng was nearly rendered speechless. His jaw dropping at the sight, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, "Goodness! What a figure! Curvaceous and alluring, with a wasp-like waist and captivating eyes, Han Yusin is indeed a reincarnated enchantress." As Qin Feng scrutinized the photograph, he quietly compared it to others he had seen. Objectively speaking, Han Yusin's image was far more enticing than that of any other. Moreover, the quantum glasses had emitted no alarm, confirming that the previous incident with the Japanese girl had indeed been problematic, likely due to issues with her vehicle's attributes. For the time being, he chose not to provoke her further, content to observe her antics for a few more days while he searched for a means to control her. He envisioned the moment he would make her submit, compelling her to sing conquer at his feet, finding himself amused and excited by the mere thought. The clock struck 11, marking the hour remaining until the survival of the fittest limited challenge. Qin Feng did not proceed further. Instead, he methodically arranged the tables and chairs alongside the induction cooker. Soon, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of his delectable braised pork rice, and he poured himself a glass of icy water. Sharing the enticing sight in the channel to tempt his fellow survivors. Oh my goodness, the boss is at it again, poisoning us with his culinary delights. Who can resist this? Indeed, posting such mouth-watering dishes without offering any for sale. How cruel can one be? To those upstairs, I issue a warning. In this channel, only voices supporting Boss Qin are welcome. Should I catch you speaking out of turn, I shall ban you from trading here, and do not come crying to me. Boss, I support your decision to refrain from trading for now, as we need to rectify the negative atmosphere in our channel. However, I have a small favor to ask. Would that be acceptable? Do share. Qin Feng's words commanded immediate respect, and the channel fell silent as everyone awaited his next pronouncement, the atmosphere akin to students attentively waiting for a teacher's instruction. Here's the situation, boss. After the night raid, we survivors have been fortunate enough to acquire a substantial amount of raw meat. However, as you know, the sweltering heat makes it nearly impossible to preserve it. Therefore, I wonder if you could assist us in processing this raw meat? The speaker's tone was cautious yet tinged with hope. So, you are requesting my assistance in processing your raw meat, correct? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to navigate this transaction. Yes, exactly, boss. If you could help us, it would truly be a lifesaver for all of us. The urgency and eagerness in the speaker's voice were unmistakable. Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the SSS-level vehicle talent emergency blessing and received a reward. Meat Preservation Converter. Chapter 15. Second attempt at the Wilderness Time Challenge, the Soy Sauce Tiger Vanguard. Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the SSS-level vehicle talent emergency blessing and received a reward. Meat Preservation Converter. Item. Meat Preservation Converter. Function. Converts fresh meat into vacuum-sealed jerky, utilizing innovative technology to extend shelf life. Supports dual charging via solar and electricity, compatible with various energy environments. Recipe: to produce 1 pound of jerky, 1.4 pounds of fresh meat, 25 grams of salt, and 1 unit of first-grade plastic are required. The jerky has a shelf life of 24 months. Note: the built-in smart chip can fine-tune the salt and plastic quantities to meet diverse needs. And it features a one-button cleaning function for easy maintenance. Hey, this truly is a timely reign. I was just fretting over how to break the deadlock, and unexpectedly, this vehicle talent and those chives came together. Isn't this a fortuitous coincidence? Now, I feel reassured. Just watch how I manage to keep you lot in check. Qin Feng mused inwardly, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. What benefits do I gain from helping you? Qin Feng, tired of beating around the bush, asked straightforwardly. Benefits? Big shot. This is merely a processing matter. We provide our own raw materials, plus 1 unit of first-grade material. How does that sound? The other party replied cautiously. A hint of trepidation in their voice. Humph, goodbye. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt displeased. He thought to himself, I say this just akin to shooing away a beggar. I refuse to engage in fruitless endeavors. Big shot, please don't be angry. Let us discuss this further. Seeing Qin Feng's intention to withdraw, the other party quickly donned a placating smile. The time challenge is about to commence, and I have no time to waste here chatting idly. Here is a suggestion. You nominate someone capable to handle matters, and then contact Hao Jian. He can represent me fully. That's settled then? I have other pressing matters to attend to, Qin Feng said impatiently, after which he ignored the other party and began preparing for the imminent challenge. Qin Feng privately messaged Hao Jian, meticulously outlining the base price, commission, and delineating several fundamental principles, ensuring clarity in his instructions. Base price. The processing fee for the meat preservation converter. For every pound of jerky produced, 2 pounds of fresh meat and 50 grams of salt are required. For every 100 pounds of raw material processed, 1 unit of first-grade plastic and 1 unit of first-grade gunpowder are necessary. However, this jerky will boast a shelf life of 24 months in this unpredictable doomsday world where tomorrow is uncertain. 24 months feels akin to an eternity, certainly a considerable duration. Should those chives inquire about the necessity of gunpowder, just inform them that Qin Feng intends to craft a super-colossal Big Ivan bomb, hoping to take this world down with him. Whether they believe it or not is of no concern to Qin Feng. Let them speculate freely. It would be even better if outsiders perceive Qin Feng as a madman. Commission. Keep accurate accounts, 50 grams for every pound of meat, with the processing of jerky being complementary. Fundamental principles. Keep accurate accounts and calculate expenses. Only what is given can be taken. Taking without informing is deemed treachery. Having arranged these matters, Qin Feng felt quite pleased, muttering to himself, Look at me, employing tactics akin to eagle sauce, first delivering a hammer, then a jujube. This method feels quite proficient. How strange. Why was I never invited to be a professional manager before the apocalypse? He failed to recall that before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary office worker, a graduate from a third-rate university, an inconspicuous character in society, akin to a cog in a machine. Who would ever consider him for a managerial role? Just as Qin Feng concluded his arrangements, the game announcement echoed once more. The time challenge, survival of the fittest, has commenced, from 12 to 17 o'clock. Good luck. Qin Feng inspected his equipment. The submachine gun still had 2 magazines left, but that was acceptable. Once Hao Jian procured the first-grade gunpowder later, he could produce ammunition. Most importantly, the quantum goggles were functioning normally, operating at peak efficiency. After confirming these, Qin Feng took a deep breath and strode into the vast desert. With the quantum goggles, scanning the surroundings, he spotted an orange supply crate at 2 o'clock, approximately 400 meters away. Today was truly an eye-opener. He had never seen such a thing before, let alone heard of it. Relying on the quantum sensing field for navigation, he successfully avoided 2 quicksand traps and a snake along the way. The game designers were truly skilled, consistently utilizing this tactic. Qin Feng could not help but scoff, having little expectations of their creativity. He exerted effort to climb over 2 sand dunes, wielding the doghead knife, to clear a path through a thicket of thorns. Finally reaching the supply crate. Upon inspection, he was astonished to find the crate locked within an iron cage, and even more alarmingly, a northeast tiger was confined within. Qin Feng glanced at the submachine gun in his hand. thinking that with the tiger trapped in the cage, there was little chance of it escaping, ensuring his own safety. Had it not been for his SSS-level talent, he would have been at a loss in such a situation. But with the assistance of the quantum goggles, he accurately shot the tiger in the eye without injuring its fur. Previously, even a single misplaced hair would have led to dire consequences. The lock on the cage appeared sturdy. Yet Qin Feng showed no hesitation, firing 2 shots that promptly released the lock. He strode into the cage, brandishing the doghead knife, and began to dissect the northeast tiger. Obtained tiger meat 1 kg x 250. Obtained tiger skeleton 1 set. When equipped on a vehicle grants a deterrent buff. Deterrent. All beasts within a 1 km radius will obey commands, attacking designated targets. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Different fierce beast skeletons can be fused to upgrade buff. Obtained complete tiger skin 1 piece, unprocessed. Obtained tiger whip 1, 2 inner waist of tiger, 2 outer waist of tiger. Well, look at this crate. It contains quite a bounty. However, there's no card in sight, which means I'll need to exert some effort and make several trips. Nevertheless, who would complain about an abundance of resources at such a critical juncture? The worst that could happen is a bit of fatigue, but the heart remains elated, eager to make those trips. The most significant reward from this tiger should be the buff. If utilized effectively, it could swiftly annihilate an entire herd of beasts. The moment of excitement arrived. The verdict of whether one is a lucky or unfortunate soul was about to be revealed within this very crate. For safety's sake, Qin Feng first observed the surroundings. This was a copper crate. Scanning it with the quantum goggles, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was a first-grade automotive accessory, onboard air conditioning, a crucial item that was essentially a lifeline for surviving the initial wave of disasters. Chapter 16. Order negotiated, stable income as expected. An unexpected turn of events arose. Alongside the onboard air conditioning was a mouse, but not just any mouse. The quantum sensing field indicated that this was a rodent carrying plague bacteria. Even a minor scratch could cost Qin Feng his life. Where are you all logging off? Have you completely lost your principles? How can a massive supermodel hero like me be rendered powerless by your absurd designs? Is this air conditioning merely for show? Qin Feng's fury erupted, and he was beside himself with rage. Once the anger subsided, he was left with no choice but to compromise. Fine. Let us take this crate back first. As long as the supply crate remains unopened, the mouse cannot escape, ensuring temporary safety. Regarding the mouse and air conditioning, he would have to take it one step at a time and devise a solution later. After making 4 or 5 trips back and forth, Qin Feng finally transported the harvested supplies back to the road. The journey had been exhausting. Although he wore sun protection clothing and sipped on ice water occasionally, the relentless sun was merciless, leaving him dizzy and fatigued, on the verge of heat stroke. With no time to organize the supplies, Qin Feng forced himself to reach the shade, gritting his teeth to find some salt among the pile of items. Trembling as he poured some into pure water, stirring it before quickly drinking it to replenish electrolytes. Next, he retrieved the tattered clothing from earlier, soaked it in ice water, and repeatedly wiped his face, neck, arms, and legs. After enduring this for a while, he finally felt a bit better, but ultimately, he could no longer withstand the fatigue and collapsed onto a lounge chair, falling into a deep slumber. Qin Feng slept soundly, and when he opened his eyes again, the sun was nearly setting, casting a reddish glow across the horizon. The temperature had dropped, no longer oppressive like during the day, and he felt refreshed and comfortable. He lay in the lounge chair, dazed for a while, his mind still foggy, until he eventually regained his senses. Qin Feng flipped over, sat up, and promptly opened the panel. His thoughts were consumed with one pressing matter. How had things progressed with Hao Jian? This was crucial, determining whether his future would consist of meager rations or lavish feasts. Brother, we have settled the price. The cost of salt and materials has doubled, and they are being unyielding about the meat exchange ratio, making it difficult to negotiate. Currently, to produce 1 pound of jerky, we need 2 pounds of fresh meat and 100 grams of salt. For every 100 pounds of raw materials processed, we receive a processing fee of 2 units of first-grade plastic and 2 units of first-grade gunpowder. We have also received some blueprints, though not in large quantities. The agreement was to provide fresh meat first, and after processing, we would exchange goods for processing fees. There are plenty of orders, so I want to report them one by one. I'll send you the account book and the meat shortly. Observing that how Jian's work is going smoothly, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing that it had been an hour since Hao Jian last messaged, he hurriedly replied, "No need. Let us reconcile based on the processed weight. You keep the account book, and I will conduct random checks. Brother, you finally replied to me. I was beginning to think something had happened to you. It's sweltering today. I just dozed off for a bit and missed the messages. How are you? I've been so busy today that I forgot to send you water." Qin Feng trades 1 liter of purified water to Hao Jian. "Brother, did I give you too much water?" "What do you mean by too much? What I gave you is just right. A little more isn't excessive, and don't you dare complain if it's less. Work more, talk less, understand?" "Not really. Never mind. Just remember that sticking with me won't leave you at a loss." "Hee hee. All right then, brother. I'm off to work." A small mishap occurred next. When Hao Jian sent supplies to Qin Feng, he miscalculated the amount, and lo and behold, the meat piled up like a mountain. Qin Feng reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. Otherwise, he would have almost become the first unfortunate soul crushed by food in a doomsday game. Time to work, laborers are the most glorious." Qin Feng hummed a tune, calling out as he moved the meat into the prepared meat preservation converter, hopper. He then pulled out the conveyor belt from the hopper, tugged it towards the meat mountain, and forcefully inserted it, letting it feed itself. This task took a mere 15 minutes, including the time to build the machine. Before he had even warmed up, he was done. Despite having shouted about the glory of labor, he didn't consider how little he had actually accomplished. What audacity! Qin Feng thought it was time to treat himself, as eating after work was a non-negotiable matter. Having grown weary of eating braised meat rice every day, he decided to change things up. He traded 100 milliliters of water for an onion and 2 bell peppers on the trading platform. Mixing the onion with slices of tiger meat, he added light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, pepper, chili powder, and salt, marinating it all for 30 minutes. While the meat was marinating, Qin Feng took a metal ingot and placed it on the workbench, planning to make a grill. Once the grill was ready, he set it on the stove and lit a fire. Then, he took a chunk of fatty meat and tossed it onto the sizzling grill. The sound of sizzling immediately filling the air, with aromatic smoke rising. Carefully, he spread the marinated tiger meat slices onto the grill, and as soon as they hit the surface, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. In no time, the meat was grilled to a golden brown on both sides, glistening with oil, droplets seeping along the meat's texture and splattering onto the grill, creating a series of oil droplets that filled the air with an enticing scent, stirring the cravings within him. Finally, he evenly sprinkled the chopped bell peppers over the meat slices, and just like that, the doomsday version of the top-tier Chichihar barbecue was complete. Why did Qin Feng choose to make this dish? He had his reasons. The key was that the name Chichihar included the word family, and he hoped that when the people in the regional channel saw this plate of meat, it would evoke a sense of home. The channel's members, "What are you talking about? Going home? Be a person." As expected, the image Qin Feng shared stirred up a storm in the channel, with everyone fervently discussing it, praising Qin Feng as a great person. Whether others genuinely felt that way was uncertain, but Qin Feng believed it wholeheartedly. What is going on? Why does the meat I cooked suddenly seem unappetizing? Indeed. Big shot, do you possess some sort of magic? I was just munching on a delicious lamb leg, and now looking at what you made, my lamb leg suddenly feels greasy. I tell you, you are just being too picky. Follow my lead. Focus on the delicious food shared by the big shot. And even if you're chewing on compressed biscuits, you can still savor the flavor. I tried your method, and it didn't work at all. That's because your imagination is lacking. If there's a problem, you should first look for the reason within yourself, understand? Qin Feng chuckled at the nonsensical banter in the channel. He thought to himself that it truly confirmed the saying, if a person lacks entertainment for a long time, their sense of humor might just vanish like a kite cut from its string. Ding alarm! An unknown vehicle has appeared 500 meters behind. Chapter 17. The Beauty in Pink, Yet a Thief at Heart. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. Ding alarm! An unknown vehicle has appeared 500 meters behind. The sky was darkening, and it was pitch black all around. Driving without headlights was akin to playing with fire. The engine's humming sound had already entered Qin Feng's ears as a vehicle slowly approached him. Through the night vision function of the quantum glasses, Qin Feng spotted a graceful figure in a red kimono. Hey, it's Aoi. How could she find me? This woman surely has no good intentions. Qin Feng pondered, having ignored her messages for the past few days, and now she had come directly to find him. What a coincidence! With so many coincidences piling up, something must be amiss. She definitely has ulterior motives. From the moment Qin Feng recognized Aoi to when she parked the car and stepped out, only a few seconds had passed. Qin sang, "What a coincidence! I'm so glad to run into you here," Aoi exclaimed as she got out of the car. "Indeed, quite the coincidence I in this vast desert. To encounter you, could this be what they call fate?" Qin Feng maintained his vigilance while putting on a facade, engaging in light banter with Aoi as they circled each other. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be not only intelligent but also so young and handsome." Aoi covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft giggle, her coy demeanor appearing almost genuine. They were both cunning foxes, pretending to be innocent. "Miss Aoi, your lips are as sweet as honey. And you are quite the flower yourself. To be honest, I have fantasized about meeting you countless nights, and I never expected my wish to come true today." Qin Feng spoke sweetly, but in his heart, he was acutely aware that they were both probing each other, testing the waters. Deep down, they both wished to eliminate the other, yet neither dared to act rashly, contemplating whether the other had any tricks up their sleeve. If they couldn't strike a fatal blow, the consequences could very well lead to being counterattacked. Aoi, noticing her verbal probing had yielded no results, devised a plan. She gracefully moved closer to Qin Feng. Letting her fragrance waft through the air, her eyes filled with allure and temptation. Gently brushing her hair behind her ear, she softly said, "Qin sang, the night is so enchanting. Don't you wish to engage in some delightful activities with me?" As she spoke, her red kimono slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her smooth shoulder, intentionally showcasing her allure to Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Feng's attention was drawn to her neckline, Aoi quietly activated her vehicle's A-grade talent, seduction, her eyes turning crimson, sending out a powerful mental force that wrapped around Qin Feng like threads. A sudden, invisible pressure enveloped him, but fortunately, he was prepared. Utilizing the electric wake-up function of the quantum glasses, he promptly detected Aoi's intentions, cleverly concealing his consciousness while feigning a vacant expression, appearing as if he had fallen under Aoi's spell. Seeing Qin Feng in this state, Aoi believed she had succeeded, her heart swelling with joy as her lips curled into a sly smile, her voice becoming increasingly gentle yet filled with hidden meaning. Qin sang, "Surrender all your supplies to me, and as long as you obediently comply, I will treat you well in the future." Qin Feng pretended to be under her control, slowly turning around and dragging out an orange supply box that concealed a rat. Taking measured steps towards Aoi, her gaze was fixated on the orange box, her greed intensifying, her breathing growing rapid. When Qin Feng presented the box to her, she eagerly reached out to take it, her hands trembling with excitement. She was oblivious to the potential dangers lurking, her mind solely focused on the precious supplies she believed the box contained. Hastily opening the box at that moment, a rat, reeking of foul odor and carrying deadly plague, sprang out, catching Aoi completely off guard. The rat bit down fiercely on her chest, and she let out a piercing scream, her previous smugness instantly transformed into terror and agony. In a state of panic, she frantically wielded her weapon, attempting to shake off the mouse that clung tenaciously with its sharp teeth. It was only when a chunk of flesh was bitten away that the mouse finally scurried off. Terrified, she turned to Qin Feng, only to discover a glimmer of subtle cunning and mockery flickering in his previously vacant gaze, which made her realize she had fallen into his trap. Player Kuei-si has perished. Cause of death, plague. So soon. This plague is exceedingly ruthless. It rivals the lethality of the famed He Ding Hong. A wave of dread washed over Qin Feng. He was fortunate not to have opened the box. For had he done so, he would be the one lying dead now at this moment. Kuei-si was no longer the enchanting figure she once was. Her visage had morphed into a grotesque sight, with blackened blood oozing forth, emanating a foul stench. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In mere seconds, the captivating woman he had known had been reduced to this horrific state, a once great beauty now fallen. Standing amidst the scene, his brow furrowed with trepidation, he gazed at Kuei-si's lifeless body, fully aware of the plague's perilous nature. He dared not approach the corpse, lest he risk the imminent danger lurking nearby. Thus, he utilized the control panel to craft two iron-long spears, carefully prodding Kueisi's body from a safe distance, each movement executed with utmost caution to avoid any chance of contact with the potentially lethal pathogens. After considerable effort, he managed to maneuver the body to a vacant area, where he retrieved 20 units of gasoline, evenly dousing the corpse before retreating to a safe distance to ignite it. Qin Feng formed a Taoist gesture with his hands, lips trembling slightly as he recited, "Dust to dust, earth to earth. May you cease your wickedness on your journey to the afterlife, and may you walk well." Deep down, he understood that his half-hearted invocation of a Taoist incantation held little power. However, given the unpredictability of Kueisi's talents and the potential for supernatural repercussions, he felt compelled to take every precaution possible in this chaotic and uncertain apocalypse. As the flames voraciously consumed Kueisi's remains, acrid smoke billowed upward. Qin Feng stood at a distance, silently observing until the fire gradually extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes. Just as the system announced Kueisi's demise, her once parked vehicle inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a trove of assorted supplies. Well, it seems this game even allows for the acquisition of gear. It's increasingly reminiscent of a game, thought Qin Feng to himself as he approached to investigate. Chapter 18. Assessing gains. Qin Feng meticulously sifted through the supplies scattered on the ground, ultimately discovering that what held true value for him were merely some fuel and basic materials. Along with a few blueprints, a level 1 vehicle component, fuel-efficient tires, and vehicle-mounted fan, as well as an item, vehicle-mounted solid-state battery pack, with a maximum storage capacity of 500 degrees of electricity. The fuel-efficient tires, as a level 1 vehicle component, could reduce fuel consumption by 10, though it was a one-time manufacturing blueprint. As for the vehicle-mounted fan, it seemed rather redundant to Qin Feng, who was already capable of producing air conditioning units. Yet for others, it would still hold considerable utility. He planned to sell it to the channel's members. The vehicle-mounted solid-state battery pack bore a striking resemblance to the batteries used in new energy vehicles. On Earth, civilian solid-state batteries had yet to reach mass production, and their storage capacity fell far short of the 500 degrees offered by this game. However, within the game, when paired with solar panels, it promised a degree of energy independence, alleviating concerns over insufficient power. After collecting these useful items, Qin Feng bundled the remaining odds and ends and listed them for sale on the trading platform. As he scanned the ground once more, he noticed an object resembling a model car lying quietly in the corner. Intrigued, Qin Feng bent down to pick it up, examining it closely. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. Vehicle core detected. Can be used to upgrade vehicles. How many conditions must be met to upgrade this level 2 vehicle? It remains unclear how many various components I still need to collect, and now this vehicle core has appeared. Qin Feng muttered in frustration, yet he felt a sense of relief. Despite Kueisi's questionable motives, she had indeed provided him with substantial rewards, significantly enriching him. However, the condition for acquiring this vehicle core was to kill another player for their vehicle, which would undoubtedly incite conflict among players, further diminishing humanity's survival numbers. The machinations of the game's orchestrators were truly sinister. With the processing of the meat still incomplete, Qin Feng decided to remain in place. Taking the opportunity to organize the spoils of the day, Beast Bone Totem, Tiger Skeleton, when equipped on a vehicle grants a buff of dread. All beasts within a kilometer radius will heed the command and attack designated targets. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Different ferocious beast skeletons can be fused to upgrade the buff. Qin Feng placed the tiger skeleton atop the vehicle, and under the game's mechanics, the tiger bones automatically fused with the vehicle's body. The sight of the tiger bones lying menacingly across the roof, jaws agape in a fierce roar, exuded an aura of dominance. The 2 wolf skeletons integrated into the beast bone totem brought only a minimal change to the buff due to the lesser strength of the wolves compared to the Siberian tiger, merely reducing the skill cooldown by 10 minutes. Yet, little by little, he intended to gather more beast skeletons. If he could align the cooldown time with the duration of the dread skill, this buff would be rendered invincible. Next came the moment to utilize the blueprints found among Kueisi's supplies. Following the designs, he manufactured and assembled the air conditioning unit and tires, which seamlessly fused together, while the battery pack was securely installed beneath the vehicle. The previously disconnected wires of the solar panels were now successfully linked to the battery pack, and multiple power outlets materialized inside the vehicle as the upgrades were methodically completed. The final task at hand was the crucial vehicle core. Tentatively, Qin Feng whispered to it, "Fuse." In an instant, the game system's notification rang out. "Would you like to fuse the new vehicle core?" "Yes," Qin Feng answered without hesitation. "Fusion successful." The system promptly announced that an additional vehicle talent awaited activation. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering. This fusion process grants an extra talent? How outrageous! What could the game designers be thinking? Do they intend for everyone to perish in mutual slaughter? After a brief hesitation, Qin Feng resolved, "For now, I shall refrain from activating it." He felt a nagging uncertainty, believing his streak of good fortune might have been exhausted for the day. After contemplating, he decided to wait until the following morning to cleanse himself, change attire, and earnestly pray for divine protection before activating this talent. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he wished for the chance to acquire an SSS-level supreme talent. The game system chirped mockingly, "You're dreaming." Qin Feng circled the once dilapidated vehicle, slowly pacing around it 3 times, scrutinizing it before arriving at a final conclusion. Externally, it appeared little different from before, now aptly described as gilded on the inside, tattered on the outside. Let us consider it a matter of maintaining a low profile. Regardless, its functionality had vastly improved compared to its initial state. As Qin Feng pondered, he settled into the vehicle. His gaze drifted through the window, observing the meat preservation converter operating continuously like an assembly line, while he savored the cool breeze from the vehicle's air conditioning and leisurely sipped on ice water. A contented smile gracing his face. The current dashboard read, "Vehicle level, 0, vehicle owner, Qin Feng, passenger capacity, 1, remaining fuel, 470 units, consuming 1 unit per kilometer. Major items, Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer glasses. Level 2 solar water collector, doghead knife, submachine gun, with several rounds of ammunition, vehicle-mounted solar panels, vehicle-mounted solid-state battery pack, vehicle-mounted fan, meat preservation converter, vehicle components, unique, cannot be manufactured again, turbo engine, full vehicle sunshade film, vehicle-mounted air conditioning, others, various level 1 materials, water, due to the water collector, not counted, wild boar meat, 330 pounds of raw meat, 20 pounds of marinated meat, component buff, acquired 1 set of tiger skeletons. Equipping on the vehicle grants buff of dread. All beasts within a kilometer radius will heed the command and attack designated targets. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Different ferocious beast skeletons can be fused to upgrade the buff. Survival points, 0, current stage, 4th day of new player protection period. The first round of apocalyptic disasters is imminent, about to descend. Core task, survive. Task reward, post-completion, rewards will be granted based on survival status. Talent, SSS-level vehicle talent emergency blessing. 1 more talent awaits activation. Having reached only the 4th day of the game, Qin Feng, armed with his innate SSS-level vehicle talent, had already left other players far behind. In the days to come, as long as he could maintain an absolute advantage in technology, resources, and combat capability, he would effortlessly harvest resources from other players, akin to harvesting leeks with ease. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware of the necessity to practice restraint and not deplete resources recklessly. He understood the importance of safeguarding those delightful leeks, ensuring their longevity within the game, as this would guarantee a continuous opportunity for harvesting. First, he would devote himself entirely to technological advancement, subsequently offloading the manufactured goods to acquire a substantial quantity of resources, which he would then utilize to further ascend the technological ladder. Thus, a perfect cyclical ascent was established, enhancing Qin Feng's chances of amassing greater inventories within this game. Chapter 19. The Shadow Guardian MOU. At your service as dawn broke on the 5th day of the novice period, Qin Feng was already impeccably dressed, his visage fresh and cleansed. His demeanor was solemn as he clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, reciting fervently, "Infinite Heavenly Sovereign." Disciple Qin Feng finds himself inadvertently ensnared in a treacherous realm, beset by peril and fraught with danger. Herein, I humbly beseech the Taoist sovereign for your mercy, to shield my fragile form and bestow upon me auspicious fortune, enabling me to surmount the myriad adversities and escape this unending tribulation. He then turned towards the rising sun, bowing deeply 3 times, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. Upon completing his reverence, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of determination as he declared, "Game system, activate my talent." In an instant, a system notification appeared. One unactivated talent detected, initiating activation. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light flickered before Qin Feng, illuminating his expectant countenance. The melodious notification sound reverberated once more. "Congratulations, you have acquired the vehicle talent, Slayer." Qin Feng scrutinized the talent description, which read, Slayer, S rank for every vehicle destroyed. All body attributes will double in enhancement. Good heavens! Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this clearly compelling me to engage in slaughter and plunder? Yet, the potential for growth with this talent is genuinely formidable. The later stages will yield increasingly exaggerated power boosts. I wonder if I might evolve into something akin to a superhuman by the end. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, I express my gratitude, he intoned. Ding, game announcement. All players. A limited time challenge has commenced. Airdrop grab battle. Rules. From 12 to 1800 hours today, enter the limited time challenge period. During this time, all players worldwide will randomly enter different instances. The minimum quality of airdrop boxes is blued. If confident in your abilities, venture into the instance to procure resource boxes. Warning. Numerous ferocious beasts will be released in the instances. Players should act within their means. Note 1. The area of the instance will periodically shrink. Only those who survive to the end can claim the final rewards. Note 2. Within the instance, one unique vehicle air conditioning blueprint will be randomly provided, non-repeatable. Cannot be manufactured again. What is this? A battle royale game? Is there no awareness of copyright? Which company developed this battle royale game? Regardless of who it is, they should swiftly file a lawsuit against this infringement. I am utterly exasperated. It's incessant noise all day long. In any case, I already possess air conditioning. Let those who wish to engage with this wretched game do so. I shall not partake in it. Qin Feng, feeling despondent, flung himself onto a lounge chair in a huff, adopting an indifferent posture, seemingly resolved not to participate in this challenge. Since this is a globally randomized instance, perhaps there might be some news on the World Channel? Pondering this, Qin Feng decided to peruse the World Channel, seeking any clues, unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. He was determined to take a chance. By the heavens! A vehicle air conditioner. At last, I have laid eyes upon this treasure. I must secure it today. Should anyone contest my claim, I shall fiercely defend it. The minimum quality of resource boxes is blue. This is simply splendid. My vehicle is lacking in so many aspects. I am uncertain if it can withstand the initial wave of calamity. Hey, everyone, did you see that? They are releasing ferocious beasts into the instances. Isn't that exceedingly perilous? Fear not. After 18 years, one emerges as a true hero. It is far better than languishing in a half-alive state. The World Channel buzzed with unprecedented activity, with players fervently expressing their opinions. The majority viewed this as an opportunity, while a minority harbored concerns about potential traps. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing, obtaining one talent recruitment scroll. A delicate golden paper fluttered gently down before Qin Feng. A talent recruitment scroll. What on earth is this? With a heart full of curiosity, Qin Feng picked up the paper, examining it from every angle. It was adorned with peculiar patterns that eluded comprehension, with only the words recruitment scroll being somewhat recognizable. Regardless, the utility of this scroll was unknown. Using it would reveal its purpose. Resolutely, Qin Feng clasped the scroll tightly in his hand, silently invoking its use. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his palm. Detached from his grasp, swirling before him and gradually coalescing into a golden silhouette. Before long, the golden light dissipated completely, revealing a slender and poised young woman standing firmly before Qin Feng. Goodness gracious! It truly conjured a person. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Though he had anticipated this outcome to some extent, witnessing it firsthand was a profound shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. The young woman before him donned a sleek black combat suit, standing slightly above 160 centimeters, appearing to be in her 20s. Her features were exquisitely delicate as if painted, and her figure was agile and graceful. Her shiny black hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely tied with a ribbon. Shadow Guardian MOU, at your service, my lord. As she spoke, Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a nightingale singing in a valley, infused with the unique, gentle essence of the Jiangnan waterways. Good heavens! Truly deserving of the SSS grade's strongest talent, Qin Feng marveled. This young woman appears to have been crafted to my precise tastes. Astonished and elated, he gazed at Mou, inquiring, "Are you from Earth?" "Where do you hail from?" Mou replied in a gentle tone, reporting to the master, "I am indeed from Earth, trained in the secret Shadow Guardian team of the Qin family estate. The former master commanded me to diligently protect you and heed your summons." Her response was coherent, providing Qin Feng with a clearer understanding of the situation. He mused inwardly. Perhaps she is a product of the game's behind-the-scenes machinations, designed to resemble a human. With loyalty ingrained within her mind, complete with a fabricated backstory. Quite intriguing indeed. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations, you have successfully recruited talent, Shadow Guardian Mou. The carrying capacity of your vehicle has increased." With the notification, Qin Feng noted that the vehicle's capacity had expanded from 1 to 2. He quickly navigated to the Talent option in the basic panel and clicked on it, revealing Mou's detailed information. Talent data information, name, Mou age, 20 type, Shadow Guardian talent traits, loyalty, trained as a devoted Shadow Guardian from the Qin family estate. She will never betray under any circumstances. Talent skills, expert driving, culinary mastery, shooting proficiency, knife mastery, stealth mastery, equipment, submachine gun, X2, serrated dagger, X2. Qin Feng's expression grew serious as he contemplated the implications. After a brief moment of reflection, he realized, this is essentially akin to having a devoted maid-style bodyguard who will follow me unwaveringly. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression transformed into one of infatuation as he murmured, "Moreover, this young woman is undeniably enchanting. In the future, will it be Mou who undertakes tasks for me and also serves as my leisure companion?" Mou gazed at Qin Feng with her expressive eyes, sweetly inquiring, "My lord, what shall I do now?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. We have a limited time challenge to attend to shortly. By the way, would you like to have something to eat to tide you over?" Qin Feng reconsidered, realizing that with Mou as such an all-around assistant, he would participate in the airdrop grab battle. Perhaps he could retrieve additional vehicle components, allowing for earlier upgrades and an enhancement of his own power. "My lord, have you eaten yet?" Mou asked softly. Not yet," Qin Feng replied, somewhat taken aback. "The meals I prepare are quite palatable. Please sit for a moment, and I shall prepare your breakfast," she replied, not awaiting a response before turning to busy herself in the kitchen. Qin Feng, rendered speechless, observed as Mou efficiently utilized advanced culinary tools and appliances, executing her tasks with remarkable ease. Chapter 20. A significant elevation in quality of life. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at the array of enticing dishes before him. Perfectly balanced with meat and vegetables, accompanied by a steaming bowl of millet porridge. "Mou, how come I don't recall any green vegetables or millet in our supplies? Where did you procure these?" As Qin Feng spoke, a curious expression danced across his face as he circled around Mou, his eyes incessantly appraising her. His hands were equally restless, exploring here and there, as if hoping to uncover some concealed pocket on her person. In truth, he merely sought to take advantage of the moment. "My lord, please don't do that. It tickles." Mou, caught off guard by Qin Feng's sudden antics, found herself flustered, her cheeks flushed as she playfully evaded his touch. After a moment, she regained her composure, tidying her disheveled hair, and earnestly declared, "My lord, the situation is thus. I noticed that the supplies mostly consisted of meat, and I thought it would be unwise for you to consume such an unbalanced diet over time. Hence, I exchanged some of the meat for green vegetables and millet. I took the liberty of making this decision, and I beg your pardon for it. P.S. A reference image of Mou is provided at the end of the chapter." Qin Feng hardly paid heed to the rest of Mou's explanation. Upon hearing the words exchange, he nearly toppled from his chair. "What? Exchange? How did you manage that?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. "My lord, I simply used the trading channel," Mou replied, blinking innocently. "You can see the game systems panel?" Qin Feng asked, astonished, his tone involuntarily rising. "Indeed, my lord. Did you forget?" My panel is identical to yours, save for the varied information regarding your vehicle. MOU explained patiently, tilting her head out. Of course, if you wish, you could restrict my access to the panel using your vehicle's authority. At that moment, Qin Feng grasped the situation. Whether they were newly recruited talents or other players, they were independent entities within this game. Once they attached themselves to another's vehicle, they became passengers, naturally subject to the vehicle owner's control. This meant that in the future, all those tedious transactions could be entrusted to MOU. As he contemplated this, MOU, sensing his silence, timidly implored, "My lord, please do not be angry." MOU acknowledges her mistake. Huh? No, I was merely lost in thought, considering other matters. I am not displeased with you, Qin Feng quickly reassured her. Just keep an eye on the prices on the trading platform. It would be best not to engage in a losing deal. Upon hearing this, MOU's eyes sparkled, and she confidently asserted, "Rest assured. My lord, MOU is quite capable. I shall handle these small matters and ensure you need not worry." Enough with standing idly. Come, let us eat together. Qin Feng gestured towards the dishes. However, MOU, resembling a startled rabbit, repeatedly waved her hands. "My lord, that is not permissible. I cannot." Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng feigned a stern demeanor, saying, "What? You were just praising my words, and now you refuse to heed them. Come, sit and eat. We still have a journey ahead of us." As usual, Qin Feng shared an image accompanied by text, but this time, he added a novel twist. The picture featured exquisitely plated, steaming dishes infused with Jiangnan flavors, alongside the ethereal MOU attending to him. This display prompted a wave of jealousy in the chat group, so palpable that Qin Feng felt his teeth ache from the acidity. "I must have woken up too abruptly this morning. Surely I am hallucinating. I need to sleep again," someone lamented in the group. "Come now, do not deceive yourself. Let's be realistic. What we see is indeed reality. The boss has reached a new height," another chimed in. "Boss, please stop hiding. This game was evidently developed for you by your godfather, and we are merely your humble companions," a voice teased. "Beautiful lady, look at me. I am handsome and enduring. Come be with me," a brash individual boasted. "You have some nerve. You dare to covet the boss's woman? Are you seeking your own demise?" someone immediately retorted. After enjoying a hearty meal, Qin Feng reclined comfortably in the vehicle. Lighting the first cigarette he had smoked since entering the game 5 days prior, a cigarette MOU had procured from the trading platform. He observed MOU busily organizing the supplies. She had deftly sorted through the equipment, neatly arranging the chaotic materials. While coordinating the subsequent details of the fresh meat preservation order with Hao Jin, she skillfully categorized the assorted gear and supplies, placing them in their designated spots within the vehicle. Previously, it was often said that working men exuded charm, yet today, Qin Feng felt this statement was misguided. He believed MOU, diligently at work, truly deserved the title of YYDS. Since acquiring MOU as his capable assistant, Qin Feng felt as though the quality of his life had skyrocketed, soaring to new heights, and he found himself living increasingly comfortably. Once everything was stowed away meticulously, MOU furrowed her brow and entered the vehicle, her expression grave as she addressed Qin Feng. "My lord, there is an urgent matter I must report to you immediately." Noticing her demeanor, Qin Feng inquired with concern. "Oh, what issue could possibly trouble our clever and capable MOU?" MOU pursed her lips slightly, responding with a hint of resignation. "My lord, while organizing the supplies, I discovered that our vehicle is now completely filled to capacity. The profits from the fresh meat preservation orders will continue to accumulate, yet we lack sufficient space for the increasing materials. Furthermore, according to the information I gathered in the channel, a level 1 vehicle cannot expand its capacity. So we must expedite our plans to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "You raise a valid point. I had noticed this issue as well, though I am currently unsure how many more upgrade components we require. However, at this rate, I believe we should soon have enough. Please keep a lookout for any new developments in the channel that may assist us in upgrading the vehicle," he added. MOU obediently replied. "Understood, my lord. I shall remember." Observing MOU, who had worked tirelessly throughout the morning, Qin Feng felt a pang of compassion. "You have been at it all morning. Take a moment to rest. I will drive." However, MOU stubbornly shook her head, a hint of determination on her face as she softly replied, "No, my lord, I am not fatigued. You have been the one laboring diligently these past few days." Now that I am by your side, how could I allow you to bear the burden? Qin Feng sighed, smiling helplessly, his expression turning serious as he earnestly stated, "What? You just promised to heed my words. And now you have forgotten? We have a long road ahead of us, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to contribute. For now, please listen to me and rest." Upon hearing this, Mo Yu's lips curled into a sweet smile, resembling a docile kitten, as she obediently settled into the passenger seat. Chapter 21. Airdrop Heist. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the labor is light. With a beauty like Mo by his side, Qin Feng found himself utterly untroubled by fatigue as he drove. Mo occasionally hummed a Jiangnan tune, her melodious voice lifting the weight of the journey, infusing Qin Feng's spirits with joy. The monotonous sense of travel dissipated, replaced by the pleasant atmosphere of a wealthy young master enjoying an outing with a lovely companion. With spirits high, fortune seemed to favor them as well. In just one morning, Qin Feng miraculously discovered 7 supply boxes, a stroke of luck beyond belief. Even more thrilling was the precious weapon blueprint he unearthed from a blue supply box. Grenade. What an unexpected delight. Item: Grenade attributes. 1. Fragmentation grenade, causing shrapnel damage, effective range of 20 meters. 2. Flashbang grenade, capable of producing intense light and loud noise to disorient enemies. 3. Smoke grenade, generating a substantial amount of smoke to conceal allies and obstruct enemy vision. With this formidable weapon in hand, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming airdrop heist. Game system time: 11:00 a.m. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Qin Feng turned to Mo beside him, saying, "Let us pause our endeavors for now. We must prepare for the limited time challenge. Shortly, let's have something to eat." "Certainly, my lord. You rest while I prepare lunch," Mo replied, her hands deftly moving about. Before long, a table laden with delectable Huaiyang cuisine was set before Qin Feng. His gaze was immediately drawn to a beautifully steamed bass, his expression one of astonishment. "Mo, where did you acquire this fish?" he inquired, lifting his chopsticks to savor a piece. With a smile, Mo replied, "My lord, I obtained it through the trading platform." Puzzled, Qin Feng set down his chopsticks. "Strange. We are using the same trading platform. Yet I have never come across these ingredients." Mo lowered her gaze slightly, her voice gentle as she explained, "My lord, you are ambitious, preoccupied with grand matters. Thus, the mundane concerns of daily sustenance escape your attention. As someone more attentive to the finer details, I naturally take note of such culinary affairs." Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng feigned calmness, adopting a heroic demeanor. Indeed, it seems to be a reasonable perspective. After all, how can a man of stature fixate on mere carnal desires? He reflected on his previous oversight, recognizing that he had carelessly missed numerous trading opportunities, yet now he cleverly rationalized his blunders. Allowing himself to save face to Mo, "From now on, I entrust you with the responsibility of handling these transactions." "Understood," Mo replied cheerfully. Her emotional support instantly uplifted Qin Feng's spirits. After their meal, Mo insisted on giving him a shoulder massage, claiming it would help him relax his muscles and serve as a warm-up for the upcoming challenge. Although Qin Feng initially protested, he ultimately acquiesced, unable to hide the joy that sparkled in his eyes. Despite his outward pretense of reluctance, the various heroes in the channel received the images and messages Qin Feng had sent. They erupted into a cacophony of bravado, boasting of their intentions to abduct Mo and claim her as their own. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at their antics, fully aware that with Mo's remarkable combat prowess, she could single-handedly take down 10 of those raucous individuals, if she were equipped with complete firepower. Even an entire squad would be insufficient to stand against her. They prepared to enter the airdrop scramble instance. Mo deftly adorned Qin Feng with the meticulously curated gear she had procured from the trading platform. It was a complete tactical ensemble, comprising a sturdy helmet, form-fitting gloves, a practical belt, durable boots, and a capacious tactical backpack, fully equipping him for battle. Additionally, they had stocked ample ammunition. As long as their workstation remained intact, they could replenish their supplies and maintain their combat readiness, avoiding the dire straits of running out of resources. 18 noon. Both Qin Feng and Mo were fully geared up. Mo confidently took the driver's seat and started the vehicle, while Qin Feng swiftly confirmed their entry into the instance on the game panel. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped them, and as it dissipated, they found themselves transported to the outskirts of a desolate village. Adjacent to sprawling fields of farmland, the village appeared lifeless, steeped in an air of decay and neglect. The scattered houses seemed forlorn, as if abandoned by time. The vast farmland lay overrun with wild grass, swaying chaotically in the wind, presenting a scene of desolation. Exchanging a knowing glance, both Qin Feng and Mou exhibited caution and vigilance. Mou gently pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle forward with utmost care. Concurrently, Qin Feng donned his quantum glasses, utilizing their advanced capabilities to scrutinize their surroundings thoroughly, ensuring no potential threats went unnoticed. Mou, pay attention to the 2 o'clock direction. Their SA vehicle. Stay alert. Qin Feng instructed, his gaze focused through the window. Understood. Mou replied, instantly shifting into combat mode, her previously gentle demeanor replaced by a steely determination, her eyes scanning the environment intently for any signs of danger. As the 2 vehicles approached one another, they passed at a distance of 100 meters. Qin Feng observed the occupants of the opposing vehicle, a Nordic man adorned with ostentatious tattoos, sporting piercings in his nostrils, eyes, and lips, exuding a strong cyberpunk aesthetic. Mou, the alert is lifted. He is alone, and there are no other living beings within a 500-meter radius. He is armed only with a baseball bat, posing no immediate threat. Qin Feng said, exhaling a sigh of relief. My lord, you truly are remarkable. Mou turned to him, her eyes filled with admiration, a sweet smile brightening her face. Not at all. I'm not as exceptional as you say. Qin Feng replied, feeling slightly bashful under her direct praise, scratching his head with a rare hint of shyness. Yet, he seemed to conveniently overlook that the precise information had been a result of his quantum glasses. Suddenly, amidst the treacherous road, an exhilarating chase ensued. Qin Feng never anticipated that just moments after reveling in his own bravado, he would be struck squarely in the face by a massive fireball. Measuring 50 centimeters in diameter, launched by the cybernetic man. The fireball, imbued with tremendous energy, erupted upon impact, producing a deafening roar that illuminated the area beside Qin Feng's vehicle, revealing his mortified expression. Fortunately, both vehicles were traveling at high speed. And equipped with a turbo engine, Mou adeptly accelerated, narrowly evading the fireball's direct assault. However, the fiery explosion still inflicted collateral damage on the already battered paint of their car, causing Qin Feng to wince in anguish. After a couple of awkward chuckles, his eyes, now filled with a fierce determination, began fervently searching for the cybernetic man's vehicle. Upon identifying the target, Qin Feng wasted no time retrieving his submachine gun. Unleashing his pent-up fury in a barrage of bullets that rained down upon the adversary's vehicle. During the brief pause to reload, he swiftly scanned with his quantum glasses, pinpointing the vehicle's weak spot, the left front wheel hub. With 3 rapid shots, he struck true, the immense force causing the adversary's wheel hub to deform severely, resulting in the vehicle losing balance and flipping over in a cloud of dust as it sped along. Qin Feng and Mou brought their vehicle to a steady halt, quickly disembarking while maintaining a safe distance of 30 meters. They cautiously hurled 4 offensive grenades towards the overturned vehicle. The explosions erupted in a fiery blaze, shrouding the area in smoke. Moments later, the quantum glasses confirmed the adversary's demise, prompting them to approach the wreckage with caution. Mou's expression was stern, devoid of any superfluous emotion as she approached the corpse of the cybernetic man. Raising her weapon to fire 3 precise shots, 1 to the head and 2 to the chest, executing the actions with swift decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. My lord, do not perceive me as cold-blooded, she addressed Qin Feng. In this world, where vehicles wield peculiar powers, a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Qin Feng nodded slightly, grasping the gravity of the situation in a realm fraught with peril. Any misstep could yield dire repercussions. They quickly scoured the battleground, noting that the adversary's vehicle had undergone no modifications, with the back seat cluttered with low-grade materials, and 2 neglected buckets of instant noodles haphazardly stowed in a corner. Upon inventorying the spoils, the instant noodles and 100 units of gasoline appeared to be the most valuable items. Though Qin Feng felt a pang of regret, contemplating the destruction of the vehicle for a chance at obtaining a rare vehicle core. He soon realized that such outcomes were not guaranteed, perhaps contingent upon certain obscure conditions. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Slaughterer talent activated. Player has successfully destroyed a vehicle. All attributes have been enhanced. In an instant, Qin Feng felt an enigmatic power surging within him, bringing a warm and comforting sensation throughout his body, enveloping him in a state of euphoria. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and, without thinking, struck a slender tree with all his might. The resounding crack echoed as the small tree broke upon impact. Yet Qin Feng sensed that the power within him was far from exhausted. This unprecedented feeling of strength captivated him, as if he had opened a door to a new world, allowing him to savor the exhilarating taste of power. However, as the excitement waned, a flicker of unease crept into Qin Feng's heart. He pondered silently, is this what it feels like to grow stronger? Indeed, it is astonishing, but will I lose myself in this power, becoming a merciless monster? Noticing his emotional shift, Imoyu gracefully approached him, gently placing her delicate hand on his shoulder, attempting to soothe his frayed nerves. My lord, there is no need for such concern. She spoke softly yet resolutely. A killer is merely a killer, as long as we remain steadfast in our principles. I do not harm others, nor shall I allow harm to come to me. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. We will not be swayed by power. With Imoyu's comforting words, Qin Feng gradually emerged from his melancholic reverie, regaining a semblance of his former vigor. P.S. The reference photo of Imoyu can be found at the end of the chapter in the author's notes. Yet, his unruly nature began to stir. And suddenly, images of the Hulk and Black Widow surfaced in his mind without warning. He teasingly remarked to Imoyu, Imoyu, do you think that one day I might become like the Hulk, losing control the moment I engage in battle? And what about you? Could you be as formidable as Black Widow, the only one capable of soothing my turmoil in this world? Upon hearing Qin Feng's nonsensical words, Imoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chided, I naturally prefer strong men. Qin Feng, seeing her reaction, became even more amused and continued to jest, I believe my physique is quite decent. How about we put it to the test tonight? Imoyu, suddenly embarrassed, turned crimson and shyly ran away, exclaiming, oh dear, what is my lord saying? So embarrassing. Watching Imoyu's retreating figure, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile mischievously, chasing after her while calling out, my lady. Don't run. Come back and be my queen. I promise you'll live a life of luxury. After this playful banter, Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he swiftly donned his long-acquainted quantum glasses to scan the remnants of the Cyberman not far away. The quantum sensing field had failed for the first time, failing to predict the imminent danger. The quantum glasses were of paramount importance to Qin Feng, as they were his first acquired item, consistently playing a crucial role, especially the danger warning function of the quantum sensing field, which had repeatedly turned the tide in life-threatening situations, aiding him in escaping peril. The failure of the quantum sensing field made Qin Feng acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Beep, scan complete, report generated, supernatural particles detected and structural information recorded. The quantum sensing field will expand its supernatural ability warning function based on this data. However, due to limited database capacity, the user must collect more supernatural particles to update and enhance the database, improving performance and ensuring precise identification and warning of various supernatural phenomena. Chapter 23. The Unspoken Story of Qin Feng, Imoyu, and Xiaobai Lu. After extensive research, Qin Feng finally uncovered the reason behind the malfunction of the quantum glasses. The technological foundation of the quantum glasses originated from the realm of technology, while the abilities conferred by the vehicle's talent partially involved the supernatural, creating a technical barrier that led to the initial failure of the quantum sensing field. However, the advantage of the quantum glasses lay in their remarkable potential for growth. Each encounter with supernatural abilities was an opportunity for development. As the variety of supernatural abilities encountered increased, the database would undergo a more comprehensive update and expansion, thereby enhancing the capacity to respond to complex situations. Moreover, the quantum glasses were currently only at level 2, leaving ample room for future upgrades. Danger alert! Toxic gas is rapidly spreading from 500 meters away. About to reach your location. Please evacuate immediately. Qin Feng raised his gaze and saw the noxious miasma in the distance, resembling a ferocious beast, swiftly closing in. He dared not delay for a moment. Grabbing Imoyu and sprinting towards the car, the two quickly dove into the vehicle and revved the engine, speeding away. Behind them, The toxic circle expanded like a surging tide, its menacing approach urging them to race towards the town. The tires kicked up clouds of dust as the vehicle surged forward amidst the bumps, their hearts racing in tandem with the encroaching toxic zone. It was not until they reached the town's edge that the relentless advance of the toxic circle finally began to wane. Only then did Qin Feng and Mo's taut nerves relax slightly, releasing a long breath as they gazed out at the seemingly tranquil yet perilous town through the car window. Following Mo's suggestion, Qin Feng cautiously concealed the car behind a thicket, ensuring it was not easily visible from the outside. Subsequently, relying on Mo's superb stealth skills, the two stealthily made their way towards the town. Upon entering the town, a profound silence enveloped them. Ruins and debris lay scattered. Thick dust blanketed the streets, and the doors and windows of abandoned houses stood ajar, resembling hollow eyes silently watching over this desolate expanse. Devoid of any signs of life, Qin Feng kept close behind Mo, yet his gaze would occasionally be drawn to the figure ahead. Mo moved with agility and grace, her movements exuding a unique rhythm. Particularly the alluring curves of her figure, which stood out strikingly against the backdrop of decay. An absurd thought unexpectedly intruded into Qin Feng's mind. If such a captivating beauty were to test the resolve of officials, which of them could withstand such a trial? P.S. The reference image of Mo can be found at the end of the chapter in the author's notes. He quickly shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts and refocus on their current surroundings. Qin Feng and Mo crouched low, swiftly navigating through the ruins and debris, their steps light and cautious, each footfall akin to treading on a razor's edge. Thanks to the precise warnings of the quantum glasses, Qin Feng moved like a keen navigator, expertly guiding Mo to evade one deadly ambush after another, hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his arm horizontally, forming a solid barrier that halted Mo's advance, his sharp gaze brimming with vigilance. He slowly crouched down, gently clearing away the dust and debris before him, revealing the menacing outline of an anti-personnel landmine. Seeing this, Mo couldn't help but shudder, muttering under her breath, "These people truly spare no effort, even laying such deadly traps in this desolate place." Qin Feng nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, the world channel is rife with hidden dangers. Populated by ruthless individuals, we must tread carefully." The two cautiously circumvented the perilous landmine and continued forward in the treacherous environment, discovering and successfully avoiding several more landmines along the way, each close call feeling like a brush with death. Just as they escaped a hazardous area, Qin Feng's quantum glasses suddenly emitted a warning tone. He quickly checked the screen, which displayed, "Exploration alert, 11 o'clock direction, White Villa 2nd floor, purple supply box detected." Before Qin Feng could revel in his excitement, the quantum sensing field alert, 11 o'clock direction, White Villa 2nd floor, 2 individuals lying in wait, armed with 2 AK-74 assault rifles, blared immediately afterward. Qin Feng swiftly relayed this critical information to Mo, whispering, "This situation is a bit tricky, but it also means those two haven't discovered the supply box yet. They are merely waiting in ambush. We need to devise a plan to eliminate them and secure the supply box." A spark of excitement flickered in Mo's eyes as she tightened her grip on her weapon. Responding, "Then let us catch them off guard." It was evident that this girl, exasperated by the traps and ambushes surrounding them, was ready to unleash her fierceness. The two exchanged a knowing glance and began to stealthily maneuver towards the White Villa. As they neared the villa, Qin Feng took a deep breath, abruptly pulled the pin from a fragmentation grenade, and hurled it through the 2nd floor window. With a resounding explosion, flames and smoke erupted, a gaping hole blown into the villa's wall. Immediately after, Qin Feng swiftly tossed a flashbang grenade, and with a piercing bang and blinding light, chaotic shouts erupted from the 2nd floor. "Charge!" Qin Feng shouted, and he and Mo dashed upstairs. Their figures flickered amidst the smoke, weapons unleashing flames. The two ambushers, disoriented by the explosion, were unable to mount an effective defense before being overwhelmed by Qin Feng and Mo's firepower, ultimately collapsing in a pool of blood. "Quick, locate the supply box," Qin Feng urged Mo, while vigilantly observing their surroundings, moved towards the direction Qin Feng indicated. Simultaneously, she retrieved a smoke grenade from her waist and tossed it around them. Instantly, white smoke enveloped them completely. Under the cover of the smoke, Qin Feng meticulously searched the wall's crevices, guided by the quantum glasses. Finally, his hand brushed against a hard object. With a firm tug, a purple supply box appeared before them. "We found it!" Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. After securing the supply box, Qin Feng signaled to Mou, urgently whispering, "We mustn't linger. Let's move." The two swiftly turned and cautiously retraced their steps. The tremendous noise from their earlier battle echoed through the silent town, as if announcing their position to all potential threats in the vicinity. After a tense escape, they discovered a relatively safe refuge, a deserted garage situated a kilometer away from the White Villa. Chapter 24. The End of Voldemort. The garage was permeated with an old odor and a faint scent of motor oil, dim light filtering through the dust-covered windows and casting mottled shadows on the ground. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings warily, confirming that no danger lurked before he slowly crouched down and carefully placed the purple supply box on the ground. As he opened the box, a faint glow emanated from within, revealing a detailed blueprint of a weapon with the conspicuous inscription, RPG, prominently displayed at the top. Item: RPG. Attributes: portable shoulder-fired rocket-propelled grenade. Maximum range: 1 kilometer. Note: includes blueprints for manufacturing RPG-specific rockets. The creation of explosive and armor-piercing projectiles necessitates a considerable array of materials for the RPG, yet for someone as affluent as Qin Feng, such demands are hardly burdensome. What a formidable contraption! Qin Feng mused, caressing the blueprint of the RPG in his hands, his eyes glinting with excitement. From now on, regardless of whether one possesses supernatural abilities or not, should anyone dare to provoke us, we shall respond with a single shot from the RPG, ensuring they are left with no means of escape. At this moment, Mou chimed in enthusiastically, "Indeed, my lord, your fortune is indeed profound, hee." After carefully stowing away the RPG blueprint, Qin Feng hastened towards the vehicle hideout. Upon arrival, he swiftly extracted various materials from the car and commenced manufacturing at the workstation. As time ticked away, at last, the final component was produced, giving birth to a brand new RPG launcher. Qin Feng lovingly stroked the weapon, crafted entirely from steel. The cold, hard texture sent a wave of unprecedented security coursing through him. After a brief organization, he maneuvered the car to the opposite side of the small town. Once more, Mou took the lead, employing her keen perception and agile movements to scout ahead cautiously, while Qin Feng followed closely, his eyes peering through the quantum glasses, meticulously observing every movement around them, occasionally whispering directional guidance. The duo worked in perfect harmony, akin to the left and right hands, with each glance and gesture conveying an unspoken trust and cooperation. As they navigated through several concealed corners, they stumbled upon 2 blue supply crates, yielding abundant rewards. Just as they were about to retreat along their intended path, the quantum glasses emitted a sudden, urgent alarm. A lurking foe lay concealed in the grass. Had it not been for their precise location lock, he would have remained undetected. Beside him rested an orange supply crate. Qin Feng signaled to Mou, and they swiftly found a hidden position. Readying the rocket launcher. With 2 thunderous roars, 2 rockets, enveloped in lethal flames and force, soared through the sky, accurately targeting the location of the ambushed enemy. Instantly, flames erupted into the heavens, the explosion's reverberations echoing across the desolate expanse. Humph! I despise ambushers. Back in my battle royale days, I was always ambushed by those sneaky players. Finally, they tasted their own medicine, Qin Feng declared, his face etched with indignation yet glimmering with satisfaction. Little did the ambusher know that his carefully chosen hiding spot had long been laid bare by Qin Feng's quantum glasses, and this sudden, lethal strike left him no chance to retaliate, rendering him nothing but a wisp of dust in this merciless world. Approaching the remnants of the obliterated foe with utmost caution, Qin Feng and Mou carefully retrieved the supply crate. At that moment, the quantum glasses activated their scanning function. Scan complete. Supernatural particles, camouflage type, detected and structural information recorded. I did not anticipate this individual to possess innate supernatural abilities, Qin Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder he was so adept at hiding. It seems he had a natural advantage. They hastily cleared the battlefield and retreated. After a day of cooperation, the combat duo of Qin Feng and Mou had forged their own tactical signature: swift infiltration, lightning-fast strikes, and rapid withdrawals. By 4 p.m., The poisonous circle began to encroach once more, forcing Qin Feng and Mou into the mountainous terrain. The undulating hills and dense foliage resembled a vast green ocean. Cautiously, they meandered through the forest, overcoming obstacles until they finally discovered a cave. Though the entrance was narrow and constricted, the interior opened up to a vast expanse, revealing a world of its own. The rugged rocks and elevated terrain provided a natural defensive advantage, making it an ideal stronghold. To their delight, a narrow path, barely wide enough for a single car, lay adjacent to the cave. After considerable effort, they managed to maneuver the vehicle inside, securing a relatively safe refuge for the time being. Once inside the cave, Qin Feng remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with his quantum glasses for any potential threats. Meanwhile, Mou deftly and silently set up simple alarm devices near the entrance, connecting slender yet resilient threads to branches and bells. Any unwary intruder would trigger a crisp sound, granting them a crucial tactical advantage. Qin Feng glanced at his wristwatch, noting there was still an hour until 6 p.m. Reflecting on the substantial number of supply crates they had gathered, he assessed their haul through the quantum glasses. Deeming it a bountiful success, if they could endure until the challenge concluded, they would emerge victorious. Why, Lord? Why not take a moment to hydrate and rest? Mou suggested gently. After taking a sip of water, Qin Feng replied, very well, I shall leave the watch to you. We possess a tremendous geographical advantage here. This position is practically impregnable. I will concoct some explosive rounds. Should any unwelcome intruders dare to charge at us, we shall obliterate them without mercy. Alas, how I wish we had incendiary rounds. A few shots into that grove ahead would ignite a fierce blaze, deterring anyone from approaching. Qin Feng lamented slightly. Hee, my lord. Do refrain from using such coarse language. I shall remember this and inform the elder lord upon our return, so that he may discipline you, Mou teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Go ahead and inform him. I, Qin Feng, fear no such reprimands, he shrugged nonchalantly, though inwardly he pondered. What elder lord? This naive girl must be misled by the game system's implanted notions. If one day I truly return to the real world and bring her home, my father would undoubtedly be elated and would never dare lay a finger on me. Chapter 25. A delightful surprise prepared for you, my lord. Come quickly, their essay situation. Just as Qin Feng completed the production of 50 explosive rounds at the workstation, he heard Mou's urgent call. He promptly added the new explosive production sequence to the workstation's commands and hurried to the cover near the cave entrance. What is it? Qin Feng inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of tension and vigilance. It seems there are others. My alarm device has just been triggered, Mou replied gravely, crouching behind the cover with a poised stance, her gaze fixed intently on the obscured area below. Shrouded by dense foliage, as Qin Feng's gaze inadvertently swept past Mou, he noted how her fitted combat attire accentuated her curves, presenting a sight as inviting as a ripe peach. For a moment, he found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting the perilous situation at hand, his face flushing as he subconsciously raised his hands, estimating how many would be needed to encompass that alluring silhouette. Mou sensed the unusual tension behind her. Turning her head, she cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng. Her expression was devoid of excess emotion, yet that single glance jolted him back to reality. He felt his face heat with embarrassment. Acutely aware of his indiscretion, to mask his awkwardness, Qin Feng quickly donned the quantum glasses, attempting to scan the situation below. However, reality proved unkind. The target area exceeded the effective detection range of the quantum glasses, leaving him with only a blurred, chaotic image devoid of any useful information. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng rapidly devised a strategy. Suddenly, a daring thought flashed through his mind. Rather than passively awaiting danger, why not take the initiative and obliterate the surrounding forest with explosive rounds? Not only would this widen their line of sight and eliminate potential hiding spots for enemies, but such overwhelming firepower would also intimidate any ill-intentioned individuals coveting their supplies, prompting them to retreat. Qin Feng shared his thoughts with Mou. After considering his proposal, she bit her lip hesitantly. Although she recognized the merit of his suggestion, the prospect of depleting their explosive materials tugged at her heartstrings. In this perilous environment, where resources were scant, every item was a precious lifeline. Seeing Mou's adorably conflicted expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk and tease. You are such a miserly little manager. Mo's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she playfully raised her hand as if to strike him, chiding, I am not. Nonetheless, both understood the urgency of their situation, leaving no room for prolonged hesitation. Thus, they synchronously hefted the RPG, and with thunderous blasts, the projectiles rained down upon the unknown area below. Each explosion reverberated with tremendous force, shaking the earth and illuminating the surroundings with brilliant flames. Amidst the mountains and forests, the trees were uprooted by the immense force, their branches and leaves swirling through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse in but a fleeting moment. A vast vacuum zone was blasted into existence approximately 1 kilometer away from their location. The once lush and thriving woods had now transformed into a desolate wasteland, reduced to charred remnants that, amidst the curling smoke, recounted the calamity they had just endured in the midst of the lingering smoke. Qin Feng and Mo, armed and vigilant, intently scanned their surroundings, perpetually prepared to confront any unforeseen developments that may arise. It was only upon catching sight of several indistinct figures fleeing in disarray into the distance that the taut nerves of Qin Feng finally began to relax. Allowing him to exhale deeply, a triumphant smile gracing his features, it appeared that their strategy had proven effective, and he doubted that there would be any foolhardy individuals willing to engage them in a futile struggle. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Qin Feng spoke with a hint of pride and satisfaction. Naturally, my lord's plans are always impeccably devised, flawless in execution. This evening, I shall reward you splendidly. Mo's eyes sparkled, a glimmer of mischief and tenderness dancing within, as she softly responded with a bright smile. What you say intrigues me. Is this reward of the kind I am imagining? Do elaborate. Sensing the ambiguity in Mo's words, a flicker of interest ignited within Qin Feng, and he raised an eyebrow, captivated by her. Oh dear, my lord, please do not jest with me. This is merely a small surprise I have meticulously prepared for you. You shall know in due time. Mo's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, akin to the twilight sky, as she averted her gaze from Qin Feng's intense stare, playfully retorting, yet her eyes betrayed an underlying meaning. As their gazes inadvertently intertwined, time seemed to freeze, and the cacophony of the world around them faded into silence. Mo slightly nodded, her rosy cheeks tinged with a faint blush, reminiscent of the vibrant clouds at dusk, exuding a captivating charm in her shyness. Qin Feng's heart raced, and to mask his inner turmoil, he cleared his throat, though the sound emerged with a subtle rasp, revealing his unsettled state of mind. Ahem, I shall go check the situation at the cave entrance. Not daring to linger any longer, he feared that another glance into Mo's affectionate eyes would ensnare him in this tender whirlpool. And thus he hastily turned away. My lord. Mo's lips parted softly, her voice a gentle whisper, akin to a breeze rustling through the mountains, imbued with a lingering affection and reluctance. Qin Feng's steps faltered momentarily, his body instinctively pausing, yet he could not resist the urge to turn back. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met once more, and within Mo's gaze lay an unspoken depth of emotion. As if 1,000 words hung in the air, unvoiced yet palpable. Ah, enchantress, do cease your enchantments, Qin Feng exclaimed, feeling a tumult of emotions surge within him, as though he sought to shatter the enchanting atmosphere with his sudden outburst. He then hastily retreated to the shelter at the cave entrance, leaning against it with his hands cradling his head, consumed by regret, inwardly chastising his own restless heart. How could I let this little enchantress toy with me? A fleeting pleasure now leads to a battlefield of emotions. As he grappled with his feelings during this brief yet protracted solitude, Qin Feng's mind gradually regained its composure, his rationality resurfacing. Reflecting on Mo's every gesture and word, he suddenly comprehended that her actions were far from coincidental. The subtle glances and half-finished sentences clearly hinted at her unspoken reminders. The environment they found themselves in resembled a precarious tower on the brink of collapse, surrounded by lurking dangers and a volatile situation, where each step felt like treading on thin ice. Even the slightest oversight or momentary distraction could introduce an explosive element into this precarious balance, leading to irrevocable consequences and plunging them into an abyss from which there was no return. A wave of guilt washed over Qin Feng as he berated himself for his momentary lapse and distraction. In a tumult of conflicting emotions, he could only brood in solitude behind the shelter until the time limit for the challenge expired, at which point the game system transported them back to the desert road. Chapter 26, Carrots and Sticks. As time flowed steadily, the limited time challenge finally approached its conclusion. When the countdown reached 0, the game system activated its teleportation mechanism, and Qin Feng felt a flash of light before finding himself back on the desert road. Still ensnared by his previous emotions, he kept his head down, cloaked in melancholy and regret. A delicate hand reached out to gently lift his downcast face, the slender fingers resembling freshly bloomed petals in spring. Cradling his chin tenderly, instinctively, Qin Feng raised his gaze, only to find Mou standing before him, her eyes brimming with concern and gentleness. The subtle hint of mischief that had previously adorned her expression had transformed into an overwhelming display of worry and empathy. "My lord, do not remain so despondent. Our safety is the best outcome we could hope for," Mou spoke softly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, soothing the wounds of his troubled heart. "I am sorry, Mou. Qin Feng began, his features etched with guilt, eager to explain his earlier indiscretion in the cave. Before he could finish, Mou gently placed her delicate fingers over his lips. Shaking her head slightly, "Since I was fortunate enough to join the Shadow Guard, I have wholeheartedly devoted my body and loyalty to my lord." Her gaze was unwavering and sincere, as if she were imparting an eternal vow. "In the cave earlier, I merely believed that my lord should not expend excessive energy on one such as me during these perilous times." With her head bowed slightly, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Her voice tinged with shyness and sincerity. "I am not skilled in counsel, and thus resorted to that method. Should I have overstepped, I beg my lord for your forgiveness." Qin Feng listened to Mou's heartfelt words. He felt a mix of gratitude and guilt swell within him. He realized that she was deftly alleviating the awkwardness between them, providing an escape for both. Given the circumstances, to linger in their previous emotional state would only deepen their discomfort. Thus, Qin Feng feigned an authoritative tone, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, then, I shall punish you by making you prepare a bowl of noodles for me. After this exhausting afternoon, I am both weary and hungry. Of course, I knew my lord would not truly punish me," Mou replied, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, bright and captivating. Suddenly, with a playful sound, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek before skipping away like a nimble deer, leaving behind a faint trail of fragrance in the air. Qin Feng gazed at Mou's retreating figure, his expression a blend of disbelief and exasperation. Internally, he mused, this little enchantress, did she just employ a strategy of carrots and sticks? First, she made me feel guilty, then she sweetened the situation. It seems I have no power against her. Yet, deep within, he felt a warmth and solace from Mou's actions, the previous shadows of his thoughts gradually dissipating. Soon, a lavish bowl of Japanese tonkatsu ramen with an egg was placed before him. Qin Feng, initially waiting at the table, inadvertently looked up to see Mou adorned in an exquisite Japanese-made outfit, its form-fitting design perfectly accentuating her figure, the hem of her skirt swaying gently as she moved. Upon seeing Mou, a surge of blood rushed to Qin Feng's head, and an uncontrollable warmth flooded his nostrils, causing a stream of blood to flow forth. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Mou. Stammering, "Where did you get this outfit?" Mou tilted her head slightly, an innocent expression gracing her face, her pure eyes filled with confusion as she softly replied, "I acquired it from the trading platform." As she spoke, she gently took a tissue and attempted to dab at Qin Feng's nosebleed, but it was as if a faucet had been turned on, and no matter how she tried, it would not cease. Oblivious to the strange circumstances, Mou's angle of wiping inadvertently allowed Qin Feng's gaze to catch a glimpse of her fair and delicate skin at her neckline, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. "Does my lord not like this outfit?" Mou pouted slightly, a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. "You did this on purpose." Qin Feng's mind awoke from its stupor, hastily attempting to mask his previous inappropriate gaze with words. "But earlier, a girl named Han Yusin kept saying that my lord likes this type of clothing." Mou blinked, as if trying to recall something. "What else did she say?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. She also said that my lord is a lecher and a female nemesis." With that, you could not contain her laughter. Her melodious giggles echoing, causing Qin Feng's expression to darken further. The case has been solved, Qin Feng mused to himself. This little enchantress, with her current behavior, is clearly feeling jealous, subtly expressing her inner discontent in this unique manner. I believe you have misunderstood. I was merely jesting with her earlier. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, casting a glance at Mo that conveyed a hint of pleading, attempting to clarify the seemingly ambiguous banter exchanged with Han Yusen. I have not misunderstood anything, my lord. I believe everything you say, Mo replied, though her words belied the slight smirk at the corners of her mouth and the mischievous glint in her eyes. After speaking, she turned to retrieve a bottle of vinegar from nearby, gently presenting it to Qin Feng. My lord, adding vinegar to tonkatsu ramen can enhance calcium absorption, you know. Qin Feng looked at the vinegar bottle she offered. Then at her feigned calm demeanor, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Girl, you've completely bewildered me. I surrender. You decide what to do next. He clasped his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair. His gaze fixed intently on Mo as he awaited her judgment. Seeing Qin Feng in such a state, the remnants of jealousy in Mo's heart dissipated somewhat. She lowered her head slightly, her delicate fingers twirling a strand of her dark hair, as if pondering her words. After a moment, her lips parted. If my lord were to choose a consort in the future, might he consider selecting someone virtuous? Upon finishing her statement, she raised her eyes to meet Qin Feng's, her starry gaze brimming with anticipation. Observing her expression, Qin Feng brought a hand to his forehead, inwardly scoffing. What peculiar thoughts has this game system instilled in her head? Or is the original world truly like this? Perhaps poverty has limited my imagination, Mo. Are you indirectly urging me to marry by mentioning a consort? Qin Feng inquired with a hint of jest. A smirk playing at his lips. Not at all, Mo replied, lightly stamping her foot, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I simply feel that the woman is utterly incompatible with my lord. Her public disparagement of you is quite vexing. Haha, you also find her annoying, do you? We are of the same mind, comrade. Qin Feng laughed heartily, attempting to mask the slight unease within. My lord, please be serious. I am genuinely concerned, Mo said, her delicate brows knitting together, her eyes reflecting a mixture of reproach and determination, clearly unwilling to let the matter drop easily as Qin Feng regarded Mo's earnest expression. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. The smile gradually faded from his face, his posture straightening as he adopted a more serious demeanor. Mo, you see, this is a perilous game world, rife with unknown dangers and challenges lurking at every turn. Each step we take feels like walking on thin ice in this chaotic situation, where human hearts are treacherous and unpredictable. The only ones we can truly trust without reservation are each other. His voice was low and resolute, as if stating an undeniable truth, his deep-set eyes locking onto Mo's. For now, our priority is survival. It is the most pressing and critical task before us. Only by staying alive can we discuss what comes next. He paused slightly, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze, confusion intertwined with determination. Perhaps, in this long and arduous journey, we are destined to support one another. To rely on each other, akin to two trees standing side by side, weathering the storms together, firmly rooted in this tumultuous world, becoming each other's strongest support. With that, he gently raised a hand, a gesture of reassurance, and let it rest on Mo's shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through her clothing. This gentle touch was meant to comfort her somewhat anxious heart, as well as to grant himself a moment of tranquility. Allowing his swirling thoughts to settle in that fleeting instant as the day swiftly passed in this game world, it seemed to slip away as quickly as a fleeting shadow. Yet the events that transpired were as intricate and bewildering as a revolving lantern. Leaving one breathless, Qin Feng recalled his initial encounter with Mo, thinking her merely a cold NPC meticulously crafted by the game system, a soulless virtual entity operating on a predetermined program. However, after experiencing these two incidents, first, her seemingly casual yet heartfelt counsel, followed by a sense of insecurity stemming from jealousy, everything had subtly changed. Though there were moments of confusion, Mo's persistent advice and her emotional reactions left Qin Feng somewhat at a loss. Yet deep within, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, for he understood that he was no longer facing a lifeless composite of code, but a vibrant individual with flesh and blood, rich in emotions. She would offer counsel out of concern, feel jealousy out of love. Those emotions, whether playful rebuke or anger, joy or sorrow, were the truest reflections of her humanity. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm glow upon this somewhat desolate world, imbuing it with a rare sense of comfort and tranquility. Qin Feng and Imoyu sat facing each other, the bowl of Japanese tonkatsu ramen now empty before them. After exchanging satisfied glances, they tacitly began to organize the day's findings in the game world. Previously, Qin Feng, utilizing the scanning and penetrating capabilities of the quantum glasses, had confirmed that there were no dangers within the supply boxes. While he had established that they contained blueprints, the specific types remained uncertain. At this moment, both were filled with the anticipation and tension akin to unboxing a surprise gift. As the lid of the box slowly opened, a faint clicking sound echoed in the still air. The two blue supply boxes first revealed their secrets: reinforced steel body stabilization kit and automobile repair kit. Blueprints lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Level 1 automobile part, reinforced steel body stabilization kit. Description: strengthens the body using a one-piece stamping process with high-strength steel. Note: essential component for upgrading to level 2 vehicles, unique and cannot be manufactured repeatedly. Repair kit. Description: restores the vehicle to its initial pristine state upon use. Note: repair duration is 10 minutes. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. He had already prepared himself psychologically, considering the first two blue supply boxes as mere stepping stones. Pinning all his hopes on the orange supply box that had previously yielded car air conditioner. The items from the first two boxes were satisfactory, likely due to the nature of the challenge dungeon task, which had elevated the quality of the items received. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Qin Feng gripped the crowbar tightly, slowly inserting it into the lid's edge. With a soft pop, it was as if an electric current coursed through his body. His gaze eagerly darted inside the box, where a blueprint for the super high-power automobile engine lay quietly nestled. Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng let out a low whistle, his eyes gleaming with astonishment and joy. Level 1 automobile part, super high-power automobile engine. Description: increases the car's speed to 120 mph, achieving 0 to 120 miles per hour in 3 seconds, consuming 0.1 degrees of electricity per kilometer, can be combined with a fuel engine, and simultaneously starting boosts the car's speed to 160 mph, achieving 0 to 160 miles per hour in 2 seconds. Note: essential component for non-level 2 vehicles, unique and cannot be manufactured repeatedly. With a sense of exhilaration that was hard to suppress, Qin Feng proceeded to install the part onto his weathered second-hand vehicle. Almost the moment the installation was complete, the car underwent a remarkable transformation, as if infused with newfound vigor, morphing from a sluggish old bull into a sleek cheetah. The once scratched and rusty exterior, slightly worn and shabby, was now miraculously replaced by a robust and streamlined steel body. Bathed in the warm orange glow of the setting sun, the pristine silver paint shone brilliantly, each reflection telling the tale of this vehicle's magnificent rebirth, dazzling enough to captivate the eye. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, Qin Feng slid into the refreshed interior of the car, his gaze instantly drawn to the changes before him. The old, cumbersome manual gear lever had vanished, replaced by a sleek and smooth automatic transmission. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. The car emitted no sound, and in an instant, the interior was enveloped in an eerie silence. Qin Feng paused, a hint of confusion flashing through his mind, but he quickly realized, chuckling to himself, "I almost forgot. This is an electric car now equipped with a new engine. Silence is to be expected. It enhances concealment." He gently lifted his foot, slowly pressing down on the pedal. The car glided forward like a quietly awakening panther, smoothly and steadily initiating its journey. Just then, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he abruptly pressed down hard on the accelerator. And the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a streak of black lightning, hurtling ahead with an exhilarating thrust that surged through his body, stimulating every nerve and sending his adrenaline soaring. After a thrilling test drive, Qin Feng brought the car to a steady stop, his brow slightly furrowed as he muttered to himself, "It feels like something is still missing." Chapter 28. Though I may lack the beauty of a national treasure, I possess the charm of jade. Suddenly struck by a moment of inspiration, Qin Feng slapped his forehead, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he murmured, "Oh dear, how could I forget? With a new car in hand, how can I be without a beautiful companion?" With that, he deftly turned the steering wheel, retracing his route. As the vehicle approached Mou, a stunning drift occurred, the tires screeching against the asphalt, creating an ear-piercing sound. The rear of the car swung out in a graceful arc before coming to a steady halt right in front of Mou, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Feng rolled down the window. "Yes? You read that right." He upgraded the body and engine, yet the interior remains unchanged, leaned out halfway, his face adorned with a self-assured and charming smile, and shouted to Mou, "Beautiful lady, care for a ride? Allow me to take you for a race." Mou slightly turned her face, feigning a look of terror, her eyes wide as she gently patted her chest, playfully protesting, "No, no, that's far too dangerous, I'm scared." Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips and the fleeting glimmer in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Keep acting. An Oscar is owed to you." He feigned seriousness as he replied, "Fear not, fear not. I drive with both stability and speed. I assure you, you will be satisfied." Mou shot him a sideways glance, her smile deepening as she teased, "Why does your statement seem so profound? Yet I have no evidence to support it." Qin Feng erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the desolate surroundings. The night sky enveloped them like an endless expanse of black satin, silently wrapping the barren land. After a day of wandering, Qin Feng decided to set up camp in this spot. With the miraculous solid-state battery from the game system, providing near-unlimited electricity, he felt an urge to escape the monotonous routine of rising with the sun and resting with its setting. "Mou, please procure some lighting tools from the trading platform," Qin Feng instructed, turning to her. Before long, Mou returned, her arms laden with bags piled high like a small mountain. Staring at the dazzling array of items, Qin Feng found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Colorful lights intertwined, radiating a blinding brilliance, while unusual trinkets of various shapes scattered around, leaving him at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he asked, "What have you brought? What is all this?" Unbeknownst to him, Mou had changed into a black robe, and he couldn't fathom what she was up to, resembling a whimsical sorceress, with her sparkling eyes fixed on him. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, my lord, don't you think these lights are particularly beautiful? When illuminated at night, they will surely be incredibly romantic." Just as Qin Feng began to respond, "Well, they are." His words faltered when he noticed the glimmer of tears welling up in her eyes, golden droplets swirling as if they were on the verge of spilling over. Sighing in resignation, he quickly amended his statement, "They are indeed beautiful. I have no objections. Just do me a favor and acquire a couple of larger bulbs. These small ones are quite dazzling." Ultimately, Qin Feng chose to yield. He pointed to several bulging bags nearby and inquired again, "And what do these larger packages contain?" Mou nodded slightly, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing, and in a somewhat coy tone, she replied, "These are bedding materials prepared for you, my lord. You have been resting on the lounge chair for days, hardly getting any proper sleep. I cannot bear to see you suffer." However, deep down, Mou silently lamented. She must not let her lord know that she had impulsively purchased these items while on a shopping spree at the trading platform. Qin Feng observed Mou's pitiful expression, feeling both exasperated and amused, and waved his hand in surrender, saying, "You sigh. As long as our vehicle can accommodate it, do as you please." Suddenly recalling something important, his expression turned serious. He advised Mou earnestly, "By the way, after you finish organizing these items, keep an eye on the price trends on the trading platform. Most people have gone to participate in that challenge event today, so their vehicles must have sustained some damage. We happen to have the blueprints to create repair kits. This is a rare opportunity. We can trade the repair kits, benefiting the newbies while simultaneously enriching our own supplies. Truly a win-win situation." After a brief pause, he continued, "Also, procure a batch of beast bones. Today, we can easily drive away wild beasts with our intimidation skill, but others cannot. They must have accumulated a fair amount of raw meat and bones. So we need to keep up with our meat preservation business." Mou obediently nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face as she replied, "Of course, my lord." Yet, as she turned away, Qin Feng heard her softly muttering, "Sigh, Though I cannot claim to possess the beauty that could rival a flower or a moon, I consider myself at least a modest beauty. Ever since following my lord, my life has become akin to that of a dedicated assistant, burdened with endless concerns. She complained softly while glancing at Qin Feng with a mock expression of grievance. It's just buying some decorative lights, yet I am being scolded by my lord. How unfair. Qin Feng remarked. Ah, how could there be a set of moisturizing lotion available on the trading platform? Mou perked up. Where? Where? Qin Feng's exclamation interrupted her musings. It's this set being sold by someone named Chunyi. Hurry and purchase it. The desert climate is far too dry, and our little Mou's skin desperately needs hydration and moisture. Upon hearing this, Mou's face lit up with joy. She swiftly leapt into Qin Feng's embrace, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek, exclaiming with glee, "Thank you, my lord. You are the best." As Qin Feng tenderly touched his cheek where she had kissed him, a proud smile spread across his face. Inwardly thinking, "Humph, little one, you won't escape my grasp that easily." Later, as the inflatable tent was pitched beside the vehicle, the car and tent connected seamlessly, glimmering faintly under the dim moonlight, creating a rare sanctuary in the vast wilderness. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning hummed softly, continuously delivering a gentle breeze. The passenger door was ajar, allowing cool air to waft into the tent, banishing the stifling heat of the day. Within the tent, Qin Feng reclined like a languid cat, comfortably nestled in a plush chair, the fatigue of the day gradually dissipating, flowing away like a gentle stream. He tilted his head back slightly, eyes gently closed. His brows relaxed, a look of contentment gracing his features. Chapter 29. Ripples within the tent. Mou gracefully crouched before Qin Feng. Her gaze resembled a serene autumn lake as she tenderly cradled his feet, slowly placing them into a steaming basin of water. The temperature was just right, soothing the aches in his muscles, prompting a satisfied sigh to escape his lips as he immersed himself in the moment of comfort. Mou's delicate touch meticulously wiped his feet, and occasionally, she would gently press the acupoints on the soles, perfectly stimulating a sense of relaxation. Qin Feng slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Mou before him, warmth blossoming in his heart as he mused that if life could continue like this, it wouldn't be half bad in this perilous and uncertain post-apocalyptic world. To indulge in a foot massage was a rare luxury. Why not share this moment with the brothers in the channel? Wow, the boss truly knows how to enjoy life. While I'm tirelessly scrounging for supplies, he has a beauty attending to him. How can there be such disparity among people? One day, when I strike it rich, I shall also find a lovely maiden to serve me. Qin Feng, your methods are quite ruthless. As he shared a photo of the submachine gun in the channel, others chimed in, "Don't drag us down with your misfortunes, great one. You care for our needs. This fresh meat preservation and repair kits benefit us all. Keep your opinions clean. Great one, you are truly a hero. Can you please manage Miss Mou? Her prices are a bit too steep." Indeed, she is a good girl, yet she is quite the shrewd businesswoman. Beware of the femme fatale, traitoress. In this gaming world, entertainment was nearly non-existent. The regional channel became the sole outlet for communication and expression, occasionally stirring waves of public opinion. Mou looked at Qin Feng, perplexed by his laughter. "My lord, what has happened? You seem particularly cheerful. Do share with me." Qin Feng struggled to contain his mirth, finally managing to say, "You should check the channel. It seems you have become the main subject of a public trial." Upon hearing this, Mou's expression shifted to one of seriousness, akin to a vigilant doe. After a prolonged silence, it was evident she was mentally sifting through the critical comments aimed at her in the channel. After a brief moment, she slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes subtly glimmering with a mix of grievance and unwillingness, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "My lord, do you, like them, believe that it is my fault?" Qin Feng stifled a laugh, gently patting Mou's shoulder, his gaze suffused with affection. "Silly girl, our positions have always been aligned. What you think in your heart is precisely what I think in mine. What you ponder in your mind is also what occupies my thoughts. Not let the foolish words of others sway you." The trace of grievance in Mou's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a piercing brilliance akin to the cold stars in the night sky. Then he's doomed. Following this, Qin Feng witnessed Mou contacting Hao Jian. After a brief exchange, that unfortunate soul was thoroughly besieged by Mou and Hao Jian. facing a comprehensive blockade in trading and cooperation. Having gained considerable influence through the meat preservation project over the past 2 days, Hao Jin's standing in the channel was significant, while MOU held several exclusive businesses vital to the livelihoods of most individuals in the channel. It was effortless to eliminate an inconsequential character. The onlookers in the channel gasped in astonishment at this silent, yet thrilling act of suppression. Their hearts filled with awe and trepidation. It dawned upon them, as if awakening from a dream, that in this world where strength reigns supreme, anyone remotely connected to those towering figures atop the food chain, regardless of how delicate or fragile they may appear, is not to be trifled with, especially a woman like MOU, whose striking beauty belied a fierce temperament. Though gentle and amiable in her daily demeanor, once her limits were crossed and her wrath ignited, she would unleash her fury like a ferocious tigress, mercilessly tearing her adversaries to shreds without leaving even the slightest chance of survival. Truly, the adage "the more beautiful the woman, the more ruthless she is" rang true. After this incident, none dared to speak ill of MOU behind her back. The seeds of a financial magnate began to sprout within the apocalyptic game. Once MOU completed her tasks, she strolled over to Qin Feng as if nothing had happened, reporting the day's trading achievements. "My lord, today has yielded bountiful rewards. All the supplies are here, and I have meticulously compiled a list." With a flourish, MOU produced a piece of paper that was densely filled with details of various supplies. Also, the meat preservation converter is functioning normally. It is expected to convert 1 ton of raw meat tonight. With the beast bones in place, we need not worry about predators being drawn by the scent tonight. Qin Feng took the list and glanced over it casually, just as he was about to speak. MOU continued, "My lord, the days ahead may become increasingly arduous. To ensure your safety, we will certainly need to bolster our manpower. Perhaps there are those in the channel willing to pledge their loyalty to you, and the former lord may send others to assist as well. We cannot operate without rules. We must establish a system first." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest." He was well aware that MOU indeed possessed considerable skills. Today's income far exceeded what he had previously earned on his own, with the trading ratio surpassing 30%. It was no wonder that those in the channel whispered behind her back. Branding MOU as cunning. Fatigue was evident on Qin Feng's face, which MOU noticed and promptly dashed off to arrange the bedding. During their shopping spree, she had thoughtfully purchased a double-folding army bed for Qin Feng, adorned with a latex mattress and an additional layer of soft sheets. The comfort level was a world apart from the rigid wooden bed he had slept on before entering the game. Once Qin Feng was settled, MOU lay down beside him, fully clothed. "My lord, the current situation is complex. We must be prepared for battle at all times, so I cannot warm your bed." As she spoke, her head unconsciously nestled against Qin Feng's shoulder. Observing this quirky girl in his embrace, Qin Feng felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Yet, he knew this was not the right moment. What she said was reasonable. After all, they had only just met today, and neither passion nor impulsiveness was warranted. "I do not wish to force you into anything. Let us wait until the time is right." He replied gently, "Yes, my lord, you are truly kind." MOU's voice carried a hint of barely detectable shyness. "Ding game system announcement. Your talent data shows that the loyalty of the first passenger has reached 100. Activating the loyalty viewing module. P.S. I did not intend to occupy the main narrative with data. I attempted to include it in the author's notes, but unfortunately, it exceeded the word limit. Vehicle level, level 1. Vehicle owner, Qin Feng. Occupants, Qin Feng, vehicle master. MOU, passenger, loyalty 100. Remaining power, 490 units. Fuel, 700 units. Consumption, 0.1 units of electricity or 1 unit of fuel per kilometer. Main items, Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer Goggles. Level 2 Solar Water Collector, ammunition. Several, vehicle-mounted solar panel, vehicle-mounted solid-state battery, vehicle-mounted fan, meat preservation converter, weapons, doghead knife, submachine pistol, grenade, PRG rocket launcher, unique vehicle components, non-replicable, turbo engine, high-power vehicle motor, full vehicle sunshade film, vehicle-mounted air conditioner, reinforced steel body stabilization kit, others, various level 1 materials, food, water, not included in the statistics, component buff, acquired a set of tiger bones, Equipping it on the vehicle grants buff deterrence. Deterrence. All beasts within a 1-kilometer radius will obey commands. Attacking designated targets. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Different ferocious beast skeletons can be fused to upgrade buff. Current phase, 5th day of Novice Protection Period. The first round of apocalyptic disasters, Dual Day Skyfall, imminent. Core task, survival, task rewards. Rewards based on survival status after task completion. Talents, 1. SSS-level vehicle talent emergency blessing. 2. Slaughterer, S-level each vehicle destroyed enhances all attributes of the body. 4 vehicles destroyed. For fold enhancement, Chapter 30. Off-road ranking race. The enchanting beauty lying beside him was clad in a gossamer sleepwear, her curves accentuated, and he was no paragon of restraint, his thoughts lingering on her soft contours throughout the first half of the night. Whether it was the chill of the air conditioning or the intimacy of their skin's contact, the smooth skin under his touch emanated a subtle coolness. The night passed in tranquility, only the sound of Qin Feng's rising snores echoed within the tent. As the first light of dawn filtered in, Qin Feng awakened with bleary eyes, raising his hand to rub his sore arms, instinctively reaching for the still warm bed beside him, his expression somewhat dazed. What happened? Was last night merely a dream? Did MOU not exist, and was it all figments of my imagination? He hurriedly accessed the game panel to confirm MOU's existence within the game system. Finally letting out a sigh of relief, my lord, breakfast is ready to tea this moment. MOU had changed back into her practical combat attire, entering briskly with a hint of triumph on her face. How Jian provided some eggs. I made an egg custard. A steaming cup of milk, a bowl of silky egg custard, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. This simple yet homely combination felt particularly thoughtful in the context of the apocalyptic game world. Qin Feng, as usual, took a screenshot to share in the regional channel, which unsurprisingly elicited a chorus of lamentations from the onlookers. Delightful. Qin Feng smacked his lips, thoroughly satisfied. Today marked the 7th day of game time, the final day of the Novice Protection Period. After the meal, Qin Feng reclined in his chair, enjoying the cool air, contentedly lighting up his first cigarette of the day. MOU had said that only this brand of cigarette suited the temperament of Lord Qin. MOU. Tidy up. Let us take advantage of the early morning to gather some supply boxes. Qin Feng exhaled a ring of smoke as he issued his command. All right, MOU replied cheerfully, quickly organizing their gear. When the opportunity arises, we must find someone to help with the chores. Packing things up is quite bothersome. Game announcement. All players initiate a limited time challenge, off-road ranking race, rules. From 9 to 1800 hours today. The limited time challenge commences. During this period, all individuals within the area will enter the racetrack. Randomly dropped airdrop boxes will be of at least blue quality. Warning. Players who do not participate will be completely banished to a supply-less realm. Note 1. Before the challenge begins, all players will be uniformly teleported to the starting point, which is a safe zone. Note 2. Once the challenge begins, until reaching the finish line, all players will have PvP permissions activated, with the first 3,000 players to arrive at the destination receiving rewards. Note 3. Rewards will be distributed based on player rankings. This blasted game truly spares no one a moment's peace. I'm done playing. I'm quitting, Mama. I want to go home. I miss my mom. Enough of the whining. While we still have some time, let us stock up on repair kits. We're definitely going to need them soon. Boss, I beg you. Please list more repair kits on the trading platform. They've already sold out, and we smaller players are barely holding on. Just moments ago, they had been condemning Qin Feng for his unfilial behavior, not daring to provoke MOU anymore. As this fierce woman did not appreciate jest, yet now they were all calling him boss, their change of heart more rapid than turning pages in a book. Given the current situation, it seemed unreasonable to expect to gather supply boxes with any peace of mind. MOU. Increase the manufacturing sequence of the repair kit to the maximum and triple the selling price. Humph. This game planner is determined to sever my source of income. My vast field of leaks is on the verge of being cut down. Qin Feng remarked, his face a mask of fury, veins slightly protruding from his forehead, his eyes shimmering with resentment and anger, his fists clenched tightly as if he wished to devour the game planner alive. MOU furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the system announcement, reading it over and over again, before lifting her head and resolutely stating, My lord, this is unwise, in my opinion. We should raise the price fivefold and accept only blueprints as trade items. This way, we can ensure the maximum benefit for ourselves. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then he shook his head with a bitter smile. Girl, you truly are ruthless. By the way, don't forget to leave a few repair kits for that brat Hao Jian and give him an RPG rocket launcher for self-defense. After all, in this chaotic world, additional security is always prudent. Qin Feng suddenly recalled something, his expression turning concerned. Rest assured, my lord, I am quite generous towards my own people. How could I forget such a trivial matter? Mo assured, patting her chest. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. With your stingy nature, akin to a pai xiao, if I hadn't mentioned it beforehand, you would undoubtedly treat him like everyone else. Withholding every last penny, why lord? What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Mo Yu's ears perked up, turning her head to look at Qin Feng in confusion. I said you have a great figure. Last night, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Mo Yu's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Ah, stop right there. How mortifying. Mo Yu shielded her face with her hands, turning away, her body twisting restlessly, her feet stomping on the ground a few times. Her bashfulness evident. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Qin, am quick-witted. If she were to know I was likening her to a pai xiao, she would undoubtedly chatter in my ear about it for an entire day, which would be unbearable. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Vehicle Talent Emergency Blessing, earning a reward, Vehicle Protection, Apocalypse Edition. Level 1 Auto Parts, Vehicle Protection, Apocalypse Edition. Description: full vehicle guardrails, including front and rear bumpers, double-layer bulletproof glass. The front bumper is shovel-shaped, while the rear bumper is shield-shaped, densely covered with steel anti-collision spikes. Shooting holes are reserved on all sides of the vehicle. Note: essential part for non-level 2 vehicles, unique, cannot be manufactured repeatedly. Qin Feng hurriedly paused the manufacturing sequence of the repair kit and accelerated the production of Vehicle Protection. Mo Yu stood by, her eyes expressing the sorrow of a wronged little wife, her gaze seemingly accusing Qin Feng of being a complete spendthrift. Although she remained silent, she silently cursed him for the lost earnings due to this delay. Qin Feng, ignoring her, thought it was pointless to dwell on it. If one lost their life, no amount of stored resources would matter, merely serving to adorn someone else's fate. Glancing at the brand-new silver sports car he had acquired just yesterday, which had once gleamed with a unique luster, he now saw it altered beyond recognition, marred by welding marks and added protective components. It resembled a battle-worn vehicle from the apocalypse. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of discomfort, akin to witnessing a cherished treasure being carelessly mistreated. The initial thrill and excitement had vanished without a trace, his spirits plunging to a new low. However, he consoled himself, acknowledging that despite its shabby appearance, the vehicle now seemed sturdier and more reliable, providing a tangible sense of security. Chapter 31. Qin Feng's display of might at the plaza. Time's up. The off-road qualifying race has begun. Players, hurry to board your vehicles. Teleportation will commence in 1 minute. Qin Feng felt the scenery around him shift rapidly, and after a dizzying whirl, he found himself firmly placed on a brand-new expansive road, surrounded by a multitude of various vehicles. The air was immediately filled with a cacophony of noise. Are you blind? A youth with a wild green hairstyle, resembling a spirit of the lush green fields, wielding a fire axe, was viciously striking the steel spikes of Qin Feng's vehicle. Look at this, you've scratched off a huge patch of paint from my car. If I don't get a repair kit today, this matter will not end, brother. Do you know who I am? Qin Feng rolled down a segment of the window, barely revealing his face. I don't care who you are. The green-haired youth's face was a canvas of fury as he shouted, Get out of the car. Today, I'll make an example of you for driving such an ostentatious wreck. Qin Feng had initially intended to display his authority in front of Mo Yu, to showcase his dominance in the regional channel, but now, he was left feeling humiliated. Sun Bandit, I'll give you another chance. Tell me, do you recognize me? Qin Feng seethed with indignation, producing a submachine gun, and pointing it at the youth's mouth. Please, spare me. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to have a little chat. A burly man stammered in fear. Kneel down, recognize who I am. I am your Lord Qin. How dare you not recognize me and still hang around in the channel? Qin Feng shot a sidelong glance at Mo Yu, who was stifling laughter, his face alternating between white and red. Suddenly, the green-haired youth was yanked to the ground by a powerful force as a heavily made-up individual appeared, brandishing a firearm, and spoke in a low voice. "Friend? Let us leave some room for negotiation. Don't take things to the extreme. For the sake of our family, let us just let this matter rest. Escalating it won't benefit anyone." "Humph," Qin Feng scoffed. "My esteemed Mo you advises civility and courtesy, but some people simply deserve a lesson." The heavily made-up individual had yet to comprehend who Mo Yu was when the car door was suddenly flung open, revealing a seemingly mild-mannered Qin Feng, who emerged with an RPG rocket launcher, aimed directly at them. "Bro. Dude, let's talk this out. Let us talk this out." The youth with the smoky makeup instantly transformed into a quivering quail, his legs giving way as he crouched down in fright. "We just came to chat. There's no need for violence, right? Who the hell are you calling dude? Don't mess with me." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he pointed the RP at the roadside guardrail, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. With a deafening explosion, the guardrail was obliterated, debris flying everywhere, the powerful shockwave ringing in everyone's ears. "Where's Hao Jian? Get over here!" Qin Feng bellowed, noting the few dimwits who dared to challenge him. All of them were to be recorded and added to his blacklist. "Damn it, my debut in the regional channel has been completely ruined by you scoundrels. You dare to provoke me, Qin? I post pictures of my handsome face thrice daily in the channel, and you still can't recognize me?" The crowd responded. "Big brother, we dare not comment on your looks, but you only post pictures of food. How could we possibly recognize you?" Initially, he had hoped to win people over with kindness, but now it seemed they had all taken him for a soft touch. No one was going to have an easy day today. Once the race began, everyone within a 50-meter radius better be prepared to face their doom. Qin Feng had imagined that his first appearance in front of the channel's audience would see them surrounding him like moths to a flame, showering him with respect and admiration, only for him to experience a live demonstration of what it meant to be publicly humiliated. Both his face and dignity had been thrown away in this chaotic mess. It was evident that in this lawless apocalyptic game world, brute force reigned supreme. The surrounding players seemed either intimidated by Qin Feng's display of firepower or finally recognized him as the esteemed Qin from the channel. They hastily scrambled to start their vehicles, frantically reversing, desperate to distance themselves from this harbinger of death. In a frenzy, the sounds of tires screeching against the pavement and vehicles scraping against one another filled the air. As survival took precedence over any concern for potential damage to their vehicles, the further they were from this bloodthirsty individual, the better. "Brother, are you looking for me?" Hao Jian's vehicle had been stuck far behind. Finally squeezing through, he arrived, panting. "I heard you banned someone in the channel yesterday?" Qin Feng inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "That guy was blind, spreading rumors in the channel and tarnishing your reputation." So Hao Jian, realizing Qin Feng's displeasure, quickly scrambled to justify his failure to report promptly. Internally, he thought, "Miss Mo, what are you doing? If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame while you sit back and enjoy the show. Bullying this honest man." "Humph." Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently, instructing, "Handle that matter properly and ensure I don't hear any mention of that family of mourners nonsense in the channel again. It's a disgrace in this day and age." After venting his anger, Qin Feng gradually calmed down, reflecting that Hao Jian was still his subordinate, and he ought to give him some face in front of others. "Go, drive your car to the front and clear the way for me. What gives these rabble the right to block my path?" "Sure thing, brother." Hao Jian, relieved as if granted a reprieve, dashed off to take the lead. "My lord, you handled that splendidly. Without establishing authority, it's hard to deter those petty miscreants." As soon as Qin Feng settled into his vehicle, Mo Yu leaned in, softly commenting, "However, I will still report your coarse remarks to our esteemed lord later." Qin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated at Mo Yu's words. Shaking his head helplessly, the crowd erupted into a state of chaos, parting a path for the vehicles of Qin Feng and Hao Jian ahead. Once the car of the formidable Qin Feng had receded into the distance, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, only for the square to be inundated once more by a cacophony of raucous noise, replete with an array of vulgarities that were rich in expletives. Now this is more akin to the essence of the square. The ambience is just right. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips, though his expression remained tinged with a hint of coldness. Behind them, the throng jostled and surged, with vehicles frequently scraping against one another. This place was a melting pot of diverse races and skin tones, interspersed with a number of former wrongdoers. The short, square-faced, pockmarked Asian youth brandished a baseball bat, vociferously demanding from a car before him, "Open the door, you in it. Can't you hear me?" As he spoke, he greedily peered into the vehicle, his gaze lingering on a woman inside. "She looks rather appealing. I haven't had any fun in days. Once I drag you out, we're going to have a good time." Upon hearing such venomous words, the woman inside the car was instantly rendered speechless with fear. Pleading, "Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you everything inside the car. Just spare me. Shut your trap. Cry one more time, and I'll slit your throat right here. It'll be a delight." The pockmarked youth's face contorted with rage, and the woman, terrified, dared not utter another sound. Nor did she attempt to exit the vehicle, fearing it would further provoke him, resulting in a stalemate. "You think you can refuse my hospitality? If you want to come out willingly. Don't blame me for dragging you out." The youth, now enraged, swung the baseball bat with all his might, bringing it crashing down onto the car's windshield. Bang! The sound of the bat colliding with the glass echoed, followed by what seemed like the wail of a police siren. Suddenly, a large quadcopter drone appeared out of nowhere, emitting a piercing siren, soaring above the pockmarked youth like a bolt of black lightning. Damaging life and property is strictly prohibited within the safety zone. You have violated the game's rules and will now face elimination. Should you have any objections, please appeal to the game system's self-inspection department within 30 days. As the drone's cold, electronic voice faded, two beams of laser light struck precisely at the pockmarked youth and the vehicle beside him. In an instant, both the youth and his car seemed to have been cast into a smelting furnace, rapidly melting into a puddle of steaming liquid, filling the air with a pungent, burnt odor. The surrounding witnesses, aghast at this horrifying spectacle, fled in a panic. The entire incident was swiftly disseminated across the regional channel, and upon seeing it, Qin Feng was drenched in a cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. Goodness, that was a close brush with death, he thought, trembling at the near encounter. This is a testament to the benevolence accumulated by the Lord. There is protection in the unseen, Muyu quickly reassured him, her expression reflecting a measure of relief. And what is this about appealing within 30 days? People are reduced to ashes, and they expect us to file a complaint? Qin Feng scoffed, his face a mask of disdain, though his trembling hands betrayed his lingering fear. "Brother, I just received confirmed news that the pockmarked youth is from the country of the baseball bat. He has a history of debt here, apparently owing us processing fees for 100 kilograms of raw meat." Hao Jian scratched his head, embarrassment and helplessness evident on his face. "What? This scoundrel owes us money? Now he is dead, and that debt has turned into a lost cause." Mu Yu's fury ignited at this revelation, her eyes wide as saucers, forgetting entirely about calming Qin Feng, her gaze fixated on Hao Jian as if contemplating how to exact a toll on him equivalent to the unpaid fees. Okay, big sister, I'll make it right. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me nervous," Hao Jian stammered, instinctively recoiling as if chastised by a parent. Enough. Let us not cause any more trouble. Get in the car and prepare to depart. It's just a matter of 100-odd kilograms of meat. Is it worth such a fuss?" Qin Feng observed their disarray, particularly Mu Yu's authoritative demeanor, reminiscent of a street gang leader, and quickly intervened to restore order. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, the drone that had just eliminated the pockmarked youth silently hovered before them. In that moment, Qin Feng, Hao Jian, and Mu Yu felt a chill creep up from their feet to their heads, their hair standing on end, as if an invisible hand had grasped their hearts, hastening their breaths. "Time is up, players, please prepare yourselves. Once the green light illuminates, you are to depart immediately. Any early departures will face elimination." The drone hovered in midair, a signal light dangling below it. Phew. Thankfully, that thing is indeed terrifying. It nearly scared the life out of me. Qin Feng patted his chest, exhaling deeply as he attempted to regain his composure. Moments later, the green light illuminated abruptly. Quickly. This place feels ominous, and the wind is picking up." Qin Feng inhaled deeply, summoning his courage, and bolted forth, with Hao Jian cautiously trailing closely behind. The condition of the race course ahead remained utterly unknown, and it was prudent for Hao Jian to stay behind. He hoped to avoid any embarrassment should his companion fall victim to misfortune too soon. The racecourse was quite narrow, accommodating only 2 lanes. Qin Feng, leading Hao Jian, surged forward like an arrow, swiftly creating a distance of a kilometer between themselves and the others, prompting the rest to timidly follow. Initially, Qin Feng harbored doubts, worried that Hao Jian's vehicle might lag behind and hinder his own progress. However, it seemed that the latter was keeping pace well at a speed of 120 km/h, indicating that he had likely made some upgrades to his vehicle's engine recently. As nearly 5,000 vehicles converged, they surged like a tide toward the narrow 2-lane path, resulting in a cacophony of collisions and friction, rapidly spiraling into a series of accidents. Bereft of the safety zone's protection, the crowd cast off their masks of civility, unleashing their full arsenal. The flashes of gunfire, the flames of Molotov cocktails, whirling fireballs and flickering lightning all took turns assaulting the chaos-ridden battlefield, unleashed upon their adversaries. Gazing through the rearview mirror, Qin Feng beheld a dazzling display of fiery explosions, creating the illusion of a grand, albeit perilous, fireworks show, though beneath this facade lay endless peril and slaughter. Before he realized it, several vehicles resembling ravenous wolves were rapidly closing in behind him, their occupants' gazes filled with greed and malice. However, they seemed to harbor a degree of caution towards Qin Feng, not aiming their weapons directly at him but rather fixating their sights menacingly on Hao Jian, poised to strike. Hao Jian, get your car in front of me. Now, Qin Feng's communication device remained open, and he promptly adjusted their formation upon sensing the impending danger. Hao Jian, not daring to delay, pressed the accelerator, maneuvering his vehicle ahead of Qin Feng. With sharp focus, Qin Feng swiftly unleashed 2 rockets, which detonated in a thunderous roar just ahead of the pursuing vehicles. The powerful shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, effectively halting those with ill intentions. Serving as a stern warning, brother, we reached a fork in the road. Which path should we take? Hao Jian's anxious voice crackled through the communication device. Qin Feng employed his quantum glasses to scan the roads ahead, but due to the distance, the feedback was murky and indecipherable, leaving him unable to ascertain the correct route. It's time for you to employ your feminine intuition. Choose a path. I'll select the far right one. Muyu replied hesitantly. All right, let us go with that. With time pressing, there was no opportunity to inquire further about Muyu's reasoning, and he decisively commanded, Hao Jian, fall back behind me. We'll take the rightmost lane. As they veered onto the rightmost path, the surroundings transformed abruptly, the once narrow racecourse opening up into a 4-lane roadway. Hey, Muyu, well done. Explain to me how you came to choose this path. The conditions here seem favorable. Qin Feng's voice brimmed with curiosity and excitement as he focused on the road ahead. I just randomly picked based on the rule of men to the left, women to the right. Muyu's voice came through, tinged with timidity and embarrassment. What? All right, let us just say I didn't, he asked. Qin Feng replied, a frown creasing his brow as he shook his head, redirecting his focus back to the racecourse. Hao Jian, stay close, maintain formation, and keep our speed at 120 miles per hour. Let us proceed steadily for a while, assess the situation, and then devise our next course of action. Qin Feng issued the command. Understood, brother. No issues on my end. Do you have enough fuel in your vehicle? I put in considerable effort yesterday to acquire a significant amount. If you're running low, I can send some over right away. Hao Jian's voice conveyed genuine concern. I have enough fuel. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Just ensure you pay attention to your vehicle's condition and fuel levels, and prioritize your safety, Qin Feng replied with a slight nod, warmth swelling in his heart. Thus, Qin Feng's convoy maintained a steady pace, traversing the road for a full hour. The journey was surprisingly tranquil and smooth, free from ambushes or unforeseen circumstances, yet dishearteningly devoid of any rewards. Not a single tantalizing airdrop was in sight, nor even the most ordinary supply crates. It was as if this path was a forgotten, desolate trail. Qin Feng took a moment to glance at the information in the game channel, where players shared their experiences animatedly. Some mentioned that the leftmost fork was akin to a death trap. The track was pitifully narrow, allowing only one vehicle to pass at a time. While there were reports of supply crates and airdrops in that area, the constricted road made stopping to collect them perilously risky. One misstep could lead to being crushed by trailing vehicles or ambushed by enemies. As a result, it was deemed a path of high mortality. albeit with the potential for the greatest rewards should one successfully procure supplies. The middle fork maintained a 2-lane width. It was said that no supply crates were encountered there, but airdrops occasionally graced the area. However, an ominous aura seemed to linger, with unexpected calamities frequently occurring. Sometimes a landslide would strike without warning, burying the road beneath a cascade of boulders. Other times, a colossal pit would inexplicably appear, ensnaring any vehicle that stumbled into it. The popularity of this route meant fierce competition, with gunfire and explosions frequently echoing through the air. Players categorized it as medium difficulty, with average rewards .as for the rightmost fork they had just chosen. It appeared to be the safest option, yet it was devoid of any rewards, resembling a tranquil haven. However, in this perilous game world, lack of gain signified an inevitable decline. Qin Feng checked the player data in the game system once more. The once thriving group of nearly 5,000 had dwindled to 400. Observing the incessantly scrolling obituary messages, he noted that most players had perished due to human attacks and conflicts. That moment. Another fork appeared ahead without warning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decisively commanded the convoy to continue toward the right. He pondered whether the selection of paths followed a certain fixed pattern or was entirely random. Sure enough, as they entered the new fork, the track swiftly reverted to a 2-lane configuration. Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Based on previous information gathered in the channel, this should be one of those medium difficulty tracks that only featured airdrops. Everyone, stay alert. We are likely entering the fabled medium difficulty track that only has airdrops. Hao Jin, don't tailgate me so closely. Maintain a safe distance. In case of any sudden occurrences, we need ample space and time to brake. Let's not end up suffering together. Qin Feng instructed gravely, his gaze fixed intently through the windshield at the winding road ahead. Understood, brother. You and the big sister must also exercise caution. Hao Jin's voice came through, tinged with tension and concern, as he slightly reduced his speed to maintain a safer distance from Qin Feng's vehicle. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, instructing Mou to gradually decrease their speed to 90 miles per hour. In this treacherous track, reducing speed meant gaining precious reaction time. Perhaps even a fraction of a second could be the difference between life and death. Mou, listen carefully. We are shifting to the right lane, Qin Feng stated decisively while observing the road conditions. Mou acknowledged and swiftly maneuvered the vehicle into the right lane. Just as the car completed the lane change and barely entered the right side, the seemingly serene left lane suddenly collapsed without warning, forming a massive pit. The dark maw of the chasm resembled the gaping jaws of a ravenous beast. Had they remained on the left, they would have undoubtedly been consumed, vehicle and all, plunging into the abyss of darkness. Accelerate past it. Speed must not drop below 120 miles per hour. Just as they sped through this perilous zone, a thunderous rumble erupted behind them. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Feng saw a torrent of boulders tumbling down from the hillside, swiftly sealing off the road they had just traversed, raising a cloud of dust. Had their speed been even slightly slower, they would have been struck by the falling debris or trapped in the hazardous zone, becoming easy targets for other players. Chapter 34. The intrusion of Han Yus and Qin Feng gazed at the blocked road behind them, contemplating. This track was indeed fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. However, there was no time for relief, as a low rumble approached from ahead, the sound of airplane engines. An airdrop was imminent. Let us go. We need to reach the drop point and see if we can secure it. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened like an eagle's as he accelerated towards the anticipated landing site. Before long, a massive airdrop crate, accompanied by a parachute, descended gracefully, glimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Upon reaching the vicinity of the airdrop, they discovered several individuals had already arrived. These figures stood around the airdrop crate, resembling a motley crew of intruders, clad in a haphazard array of clothing. 3 vehicles were parked nearby, with 5 men and women scattered about. The men bore fierce visages, some adorned with scars, their eyes glinting with a menacing intensity. The women appeared frail, their faces gaunt and weathered, the remnants of their former beauty eroded by time and hardship, leaving only a profound weariness etched into their features. Their tattered garments clung limply to their frames, offering no semblance of modesty. The bruises and contusions marring their exposed skin told tales of brutal torment endured in a cruel world as they fought to survive. The leader of the group was particularly striking. As he stepped forward, The layers of flesh on his face quivered rhythmically with each movement, resembling tumultuous waves. His glistening, bare torso appeared slick, reflecting a nauseating sheen under the sunlight, and his protruding belly seemed to resemble a mountain range. Sagging heavily, it was estimated that he weighed close to 300 pounds. Despite his seemingly cumbersome gait, each step resonated with an imposing force, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him as he swaggered to the forefront. He tilted his chin slightly, narrowing his eyes into slits as he scrutinized Qin Feng's vehicle with a disdainful and provocative glare, as if perceiving Qin Feng and his companions as utterly inconsequential. "You must be the esteemed Qin Feng. This airdrop crate is claimed by our Qinglong gang. If you know what's good for you, depart swiftly," he spoke in a low, gravely toned, as he finished speaking. He brandished a Molotov cocktail, igniting the cloth wick with a lighter. With a powerful throw, the bottle arced through the air, landing precisely in front of Qin Feng's vehicle. With a loud explosion, flames erupted, engulfing the area in a blaze. While it lacked lethal force, the thick smoke and searing heat effectively obstructed Qin Feng and his companions' advance. Qin Feng remained composed within the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames through the window. His brow slightly furrowing as a contemplative look crossed his eyes, he mused inwardly. Where did this Qinglong gang emerge from? Such a faction had never been mentioned in the regional channel. Yet here they brazenly challenged him. Moreover, just recently at the Quality Square, he had showcased his prowess. They could not possibly be unaware of his capabilities. Their audacity was puzzling. Did they possess some hidden trump card? Imoyu, unable to contain her anger at the audacity of these individuals, was ready to leap from the vehicle to teach them a lesson. However, Qin Feng raised his hand to halt her, instructing Hao Jin to remain in the vehicle for the time being, advising both to assess the situation and wait for an opportune moment. He then slowly opened the car door and stepped out. His tall stature, clad in camouflage combat attire, stood in stark contrast to the chaos around him, sharply contrasting with the rotund figure of the brazen man before him. With each step he took towards the opposition, an invisible aura surrounded him, thickening the air with an unspoken gravity. The Qinglong gang. Qin Feng finally came to a halt, a hint of mocking laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. With arms crossed over his chest, he spoke slowly. "I must admit, I am quite puzzled. How is it that I've never heard of your gang emerging in the regional channel, to dare snatch this airdrop box right under my nose? You certainly possess a remarkable audacity." The bare-chested, corpulent man, upon hearing these words, felt the layers of fat on his face tremble violently. Clearly incensed, he huffed heavily through his nostrils and retorted fiercely, "Qin Feng, do not be so arrogant. In this world, it is survival of the fittest. Whoever seizes it first claims it is theirs. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when the fists start flying, don't blame us for being merciless." As he spoke, his robust right hand shot up, gripping a spiked club tightly, which he swung through the air with a whooshing sound. The two henchmen behind him, seizing the momentum, began to shout in unison, attempting to bolster their courage with the display. The several emaciated women instinctively retreated behind the vehicle, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, just as both sides were locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere thick with impending violence, Qin Feng's cold smirk became increasingly pronounced, and he was about to speak when suddenly, a deafening roar of an engine shattered the stalemate. Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing a car racing towards them, enveloped in a cloud of dust, skidding to a halt right between the two opposing factions near the airdrop box. The vehicle came to a stop with a screech. The door swung open gently, and a girl stepped out with a light, graceful stride. Her exquisite features, with arching brows and cherry-like lips, exuded an air of playful charm. Her figure was strikingly alluring, with a slender waist and voluptuous curves accentuated by a form-fitting, stylish short skirt that showcased her sensuality. The girl who captured everyone's attention was none other than Han Yusin. Seemingly lost in her own world, Han Yusin was immediately captivated by the mysterious airdrop box not far away. Unconsciously quickening her pace, she remained blissfully unaware of the tense, taut atmosphere surrounding her. She bounded towards the airdrop box, her voice bubbling with excitement. "So this is the airdrop box. It's my first time seeing one." Her clear, melodious voice rang out in the silence like a refreshing note breaking the tension. Qin Feng, standing aside, instantly recognized her as Han Yusin. He shook his head in exasperation, feeling a wave of secondhand embarrassment wash over him as he observed her oblivious antics. He could almost envision the mortified expression that would cross her face once she became aware of the situation around her. The previously charged atmosphere, thick with hostility, began to shift subtly due to Han Yusin's unexpected intrusion and innocent demeanor. The fierce, tense expressions of the Qinglong gang members morphed into confusion and surprise, their grips on their weapons loosening slightly on Qin Feng's side. Mou struggled to contain his laughter, while Hao Jian looked on in astonishment, both drawn to Han Yusin. For a fleeting moment, the tense standoff felt as if it were paused, everyone awaiting Han Yusin's next reaction. With light and buoyant steps, Han Yusin approached the airdrop box, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement, continuing to murmur, "So this is the airdrop box. It's my first time seeing one." But as she drew nearer, she suddenly seemed to snap back to reality, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah, why are there so many people?" Qin Feng observed her bewildered expression, mentally questioning, Han Yusin is usually quite sharp-witted. How is she acting like she's lost her mind now? Has she turned into an imposter? Standing beside her, he sighed in resignation, calling out, "If you want to stay alive, you better hurry up and get your broken car over here." After all, they had some previous acquaintance, and he didn't wish to witness Han Yusin's innocent demise. However, Han Yusin gazed at him like a startled deer, blinking in confusion as she retorted, "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" Qin Feng was nearly exasperated to the point of rolling his eyes, raising his voice to shout, Qin Shihuang, pay up, ugh, no, I am Qin Feng, get over here." Only then did Han Yusin finally sense the peculiar tension in the atmosphere, and she dared not protest further, hastily replying, "All right, I'm coming, no need to be so fierce." With that, she turned to flee. "Leave? Did you ask for my permission?" The corpulent man snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with menace as he raised his heavy spiked club, bringing it down forcefully onto Han Yusin's car tire. With a resounding bang, the tire instantly deflated. Simultaneously, his two lackeys pounced upon her like starving wolves, seizing her tightly from either side as her scream echoed in the air. Now, Han Yusin found herself unable to escape, struggling in vain, her eyes filled with terror. Witnessing this, Qin Feng placed his hands on his forehead, his expression a canvas of helplessness, cursing inwardly, "This foolish girl is utterly useless." A master of chaos, with the situation having escalated, he had no other recourse. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly withdrew a rocket launcher from behind him, expertly resting it on his shoulder, the ominous barrel aimed directly at the opposing side. The corpulent man, observing Qin Feng's readiness, showed no sign of panic. Measuring his hostage's worth, he felt assured of victory, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I call you big boss out of respect. Now you're rejecting my goodwill. Very well, this little lady must be your sweetheart. Today, I shall take not only the airdrop but also her." With that, he erupted into a raucous laugh. In response, a rocket shot forth with a piercing wail, streaking through the sky with unstoppable momentum, crashing into the corpulent man. The ensuing explosion reverberated like thunder, the dust cloud obscuring the sun, prompting everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. As the dust settled, they beheld an astonishing sight. The corpulent man's body had grotesquely expanded, encased in a layer of grayish-white stone, resembling a petrified statue. Miraculously, his henchmen and Han Yusin remained unharmed. It appeared that the petrified state was a unique ability of the corpulent man's vehicle. "Qin Feng, you no longer want your sweetheart?" The corpulent man gaped, confusion etched across his face, unable to fathom why Qin Feng maintained such composure in the face of the hostage situation. With a swift motion, Qin Feng hoisted a rocket launcher onto each shoulder, firing them in rapid succession. The corpulent man stumbled back, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. His expression froze in shock, as though he had seen a ghost. He had expected Qin Feng to act like previous adversaries, wary of the hostage and opting for negotiation. Yet here was Qin Feng, decisive and ruthless, launching an immediate assault without hesitation. Though terror filled his heart, he stubbornly clung to his bravado, shouting, "Qin Feng, others may fear you, but I do not. A mere rocket is nothing more than a tickle." His laughter, echoing amidst the remnants of the explosion, sounded particularly grating and laced with insecurity. Qin Feng, unperturbed, signaled to Mo Yu and Hao Jian, who swiftly assisted him in reloading. Thanks to the butcher ability granting him extraordinary physical prowess, he was unaffected by the recoil, maintaining a relentless rhythm. Fire. Reload. Fire. Raining down rockets upon the corpulent man. 20 rounds were unleashed in the blink of an eye. Now, the once mighty figure lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his seemingly invincible supernatural ability reaching its limit. Under the relentless barrage, the armor that had appeared as solid as rock began to crack and flake away. The henchmen behind him, frozen in shock, stared wide-eyed, entirely forgetting their grip on Han Yusen. Seizing the opportunity, she scrambled toward Qin Feng. Her previous gracefulness vanished, her clothes disheveled, hair matted, utterly disheveled. Yet, Qin Feng appeared oblivious to her plight, striding directly toward the corpulent man. Noticing the rise and fall of the man's chest, he expressionlessly drew a submachine gun and unceremoniously shoved it into the man's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots shattered the silence. The corpulent man's henchmen, having never witnessed such a scene, fell to their knees in surrender. Trembling like leaves in the wind, Qin Feng paid them no mind, tossing the gun to Hao Jian and instructing him to clean up the mess. You quickly offered wet wipes, carefully wiping the blood splatters from Qin Feng's face. Han Yusen huddled in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scenes before her, each moment piercing her nerves like a sharp needle. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at Qin Feng, no longer daring to show even the slightest hint of temper, instead remaining obediently crouched in place. What do you plan to do next? Qin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice cold and resolute, shattering the brief silence. At his words, Han Yusen felt her breath catch sharply, her chest rising and falling violently for a moment before she managed to regain her voice. Can I join you? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with a cautious hopefulness. Qin Feng turned his head, regarding her with curious interest, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you wish to accompany us? Why is that? I recall you previously scolded me as a lecher. Yet now you seem unafraid? Furthermore, on what grounds should I take you along? No, I was wrong. I apologize, Han Yusen exclaimed, her hands waving frantically, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I used to work in marketing management at my company. I can be of assistance. What is your vehicle talent? Qin Feng asked, not bothering to lift his eyelids, casually tossing out the next question. Do I really have to say? Han Yusen hesitated, her hands nervously gripping her clothing, her gaze evasive. You need not disclose it. No one here will force you, Qin Feng said, turning as if to leave. I will, Han Yusen exclaimed in a panic, almost leaping up, reaching out to grasp Qin Feng's arm, only to be swiftly intercepted by Moyu's, the favor of the goddess of fortune. My talent is the goddess of fortune's blessing. Han Yusen bit her lip, gazing earnestly at Qin Feng, as if terrified he might reject her again. Qin Feng returned to the vehicle with Moyu, neither confirming nor denying her request, leaving her behind. Moyu stood outside the car, hesitating for a moment before gently opening the passenger door and cautiously speaking. My lord? Do you wish for her to join us? Qin Feng turned his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Moyu's face for a moment before nodding slowly. Yes, I have that thought, but I wanted to discuss it with you first. Surprise flickered in Moyu's eyes, but she quickly waved her hand, her tone brimming with humility. My lord, what is there to discuss? I have always followed your commands. Your decision is sufficient. However, Qin Feng frowned slightly, looking directly into Moyu's eyes, and said earnestly, I believe this matter must be discussed with you. I sense you harbor considerable animosity towards her, and I do not wish for this to cause you unhappiness. Moyu lowered her head slightly, falling silent for a moment before softly asking, May I boldly inquire about the reason? Qin Feng straightened his posture, his gaze deepening, extending 2 fingers. Firstly, she indeed possesses capabilities. She is adept in management. If she can wholeheartedly assist us, it could save us significant time and effort in future transactions. Secondly, I have long suspected her vehicle talent is related to luck. While others are fighting tooth and nail over a mere white resource box, she effortlessly discovers blue resource boxes. Moyu tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before meeting Qin Feng's gaze and gently nodding. Hearing your analysis, If we were to regard her merely as a tool, she would indeed suffice. Then, looking up at Qin Feng, her eyes held a hint of testing. Shifting her tone, Mo's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze sharpening. My lord, we must lay down the ground rules. Should she dare to do anything that jeopardizes your interests, do not expect me to remain amicable. If that happens, please do not show her any mercy. I shall be ruthless. A fond smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he gently pinched Mo's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. Silly girl, my heart and eyes hold only you. There is no competition. In my eyes, our Mo is 100-fold superior to her. Do I need to discern the weight of matters? With that, Qin Feng gestured toward the car window, playfully suggesting, all right, why don't you inform her? I shall remain out of sight. Should I be present, you might find it difficult to fully showcase your prowess, and that would be a disservice. His cheeks flushed slightly, casting an admonishing glance at Qin Feng. Her voice playful yet sweet. You're so annoying. Her tone was laced with a hint of shyness and sweetness, like a woman cherished. After speaking, she pushed open the car door and gracefully leaped out. Her skirt fluttering in the wind, her figure elegant. Hao Jian, seeing Mo's figure recede into the distance, hurriedly approached the car to report, brother, everything has been taken care of. It's just those two girls that need your decision. Qin Feng raised his gaze, his expression calm, responding only, what do you think? Hao Jian scratched his head, a hint of reluctance on his face, hesitating before speaking. How about we take them along? Without a vehicle, they won't survive. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his expression troubled. In this world, simpler team compositions were easier to manage. After all, every additional person required significant effort and time to build trust and rapport, which posed a potential hazard for their temporarily assembled team. However, he also had to consider his brother's feelings. With Mo by his side, and now Han Yusen approaching, if he were to flatly refuse, it might raise doubts in his brother's mind, making him feel that Qin Feng was only concerned for his own comfort, disregarding the well-being of his companions. As Qin Feng pondered, weighing the pros and cons, Mo returned after settling Han Yusen, walking over with a composed demeanor to offer her insights. Regarding the vehicle situation, I've seen relevant information on the World Channel before, but I've yet to verify it in practice. So I'm unsure of its validity. It is said that if the previous vehicle owner dies, there is a certain chance to drop the vehicle core. If someone without a vehicle picks it up, they can directly bind it, changing their status from passenger to vehicle owner. If someone who already possesses a vehicle obtains it, they can merge the core and gain an additional vehicle talent attribute. They have just escaped from a den of wolves, still shaken. We cannot be certain if they are willing to accompany us. Perhaps we should first clear the battlefield, see if we can fortuitously obtain the vehicle core, and simultaneously gauge their intentions before making a decision. Hey, that's a brilliant idea, big sister. Hao Jian's eyes lit up, his previous gloom dissipating in an instant as he eagerly agreed. Qin Feng nodded slightly. All right. We've lingered here long enough. We must gather the supplies and leave swiftly. When the group arrived at the scene, they found that the vehicle previously driven by the trio of rotund individuals had vanished. Leaving behind a chaotic mess of scattered supplies, they crouched down, meticulously searching through the debris. The small, scattered materials were indeed complex and of little value, so they set them aside for the time being. Fortunately, after a thorough search, they managed to uncover several valuable blueprints and a vehicle core. Vehicle sunshade net effectively reduces interior temperature by 5 degrees. Non-unique blueprint. Vehicle refrigerator. Non-unique blueprint. Vehicle radar maps a radius of 5 kilometers. Unique blueprint. None of these were essential for vehicle upgrades. After communicating with the two girls, as expected, they were filled with anticipation at the prospect of activating the vehicle core and becoming the vehicle owners. With a flash of light, a brand new second-hand vehicle came to a steady stop nearby. Chapter 37. Intelligent AI Jarvis. After Mo communicated with the two girls, the outcome was predictable. They were eagerly looking forward to activating the vehicle core and becoming vehicle owners. As a new second-hand vehicle came to a halt with a flash of light, Hao Jian's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet he quickly regained his spirits, approaching the passenger window to carefully advise. Xiaolan, there are 20 pounds of raw meat and 10 liters of purified water here. Take them with you and ration them well. You'll manage for a few days. Xiaolan blinked her large, watery eyes, her face radiating gratitude. Thank you, brother Hao Jian. You're a good person. Her tone was sincere, untainted by any ulterior motive. Well, the flower has feelings, but the stream flows indifferent. How Jian earned himself a good person card. Qin Feng and Mo Yu observed this exchange with keen awareness, realizing why the young man was so intent on bringing along these two girls. Turned out, he had his own motives. Just looking at the girl in the passenger seat, Xiaolan, with her pure and innocent appearance reminiscent of a budding flower, and her petite figure, one might easily mistake her for a middle school student were it not for the game's strict prohibition against minors. Ah, so this is how it is. How Jian has taken a liking to her. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the most anticipated airdrop crate. Qin Feng, peering through the quantum glasses, was the first to catch a glimpse of its contents, which seemed to contain a vehicle-mounted item, as well as a large, intimidating bear. Han Yusen activated her talent skill, and in an instant, the light of fortune appeared to favor her. The bear within the airdrop crate vanished in an instant, replaced by a blueprint lying quietly inside. Seeing this, Qin Feng shot Mo Yu a triumphant glance, his expression suggesting, "See, my choice was correct. This tool is indeed remarkable." The close-in weapon system boasts a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute, with an effective attack range of 1 kilometer. Note 1. Includes complementary ammunition schematics. Note 2. Lacks intelligent controls, currently supports only manual operation, a non-essential yet unique accessory for vehicle upgrades. Qin Feng, unhesitant and decisive, promptly crafted the vehicle-mounted radar and close-in weapon system. Following the precise instructions provided by the system, he securely embedded the vehicle-mounted radar into the central console of the vehicle. As soon as power was activated, the radar's integrated display illuminated instantly, vividly and accurately outlining the map of the surrounding area within a 5-kilometer radius. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the quantum glasses he wore emitted a crisp notification sound. Vehicle display carrier detected. Data transfer is possible in the blink of an eye. The two devices established an intelligent connection. The resulting effect was nothing short of stunning, far exceeding mere data accumulation. That moment, the screen within the vehicle showcased a perfect amalgamation of the advantageous information from both devices, rendering the surrounding environment as if it were within arm's reach. Every subtle movement of flora and fauna, as well as the undulations of the terrain, were presented in an extraordinarily intuitive manner, akin to a real-time minimap, safeguarding their journey ahead. Just then, his quantum glasses unexpectedly chimed again. Vehicle display carrier detected. Data transfer is possible. In an instant, the connection was established, and the outcome was breathtaking, transcending simple data aggregation. The screen in the vehicle had now transformed into a real-time minimap reminiscent of a cheat mode. Meanwhile, the close-in weapon system was cleverly installed atop the engine hood, its barrel gleaming with a hard metallic sheen. Before Qin Feng could thoroughly study its firing operations, a clear and melodious notification abruptly chimed, reminiscent of celestial music. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing, receiving a reward, Intelligent Assistance AI. The Intelligent Assistance AI chip can comprehensively assist in vehicle operations, precisely controlling all connected devices within the vehicle. Equipped with an advanced learning module, this intelligent AI is undoubtedly your capable aid on the journey. To note, a non-essential yet unique accessory for vehicle upgrades. Heeding the prompt, Qin Feng cautiously placed the AI chip into the slot of the central radar. In that instant, an electronic synthesized voice resounded within the vehicle. Good afternoon, Commander. The Intelligent Assistance AI reports for duty. For ease of address, you may assign me a new name. Every man, deep within, harbors a dream akin to that of Iron Man, and the capable, omnipotent Jarvis undoubtedly occupies a significant portion of this fantasy. A thought struck Qin Feng, and he tentatively suggested, "From now on, you shall be called Jarvis. Jarvis at your service." The voice was crisp and decisive, as if it had instantly imbued the vehicle with a soul. Immediately, a delicate tray quietly emerged beneath the display screen, upon which lay a sleek smartwatch. "Commander, this is a remote control terminal, utilizing wireless charging, with a communication range of up to 10 kilometers. With it, you can maintain communication with me at any time, even when you are outside the vehicle, and keep real-time control of the vehicle's current status," Jarvis elaborated methodically. "Can you connect all the electronic devices within the vehicle?" Qin Feng inquired eagerly. "That is, of course, within my capabilities. You can rely on me, Commander," Jarvis confidently replied. Before long, The display screen revealed a wealth of information. Centered on the vehicle's location, it clearly presented a minimap of the radar's monitored area, resembling conventional navigation, easy to comprehend. Moreover, from the vehicle, several circles marked with different colored dashed lines radiated outward. The circle outlined in white prominently indicated the close-in weapon system, S attack range. The circle marked in blue precisely delineated the quantum glasses, detection range. Meanwhile, the alarming red dashed circle explicitly identified the danger zone of quantum field perception. Along the border of the display screen, crucial metrics such as the vehicle's remaining fuel, battery life, remaining ammunition for the close-in weapon system, external temperature, and internal temperature were neatly listed, providing comprehensive and accurate data to ensure Qin-Feng's driving safety and decision-making. Within the vehicle, the electronic synthesized voice of Jarvis suddenly announced, "Commander, I have detected that your vehicle is equipped with a vehicle-mounted radar, which has a scanning range of up to 5 kilometers. With this feature, I am capable of generating an autonomous driving module. Would you like to enable it?" Upon hearing this, Qin-Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, a grin spreading across his face that he could not conceal, his excitement palpable as he slapped his thigh. "Autonomous driving? That sounds splendid. Absolutely. Let us proceed quickly. I can't believe my luck today. I am stepping into smart living with ease." Chapter 38. Advancing toward the death ray, sunlight streamed through the car windows, casting a warm glow on Qin Feng and Imoyu, who were nestled together in the back seat. Qin Feng, comfortably wrapping one arm around Imoyu's slender waist, held a chilled can of soda in the other, tilting his head back to take a generous sip, occasionally emitting satisfied sounds of enjoyment. "Jarvis, play a fitting song to elevate the mood." Qin Feng smacked his lips and commanded the "As you wish, Commander." Jarvis' synthetic voice promptly responded, delivering a lively rendition of "Today is a Good Day" dedicated to both him and the head sister, wishing them joy. For reasons unknown, Imoyu exhibited an almost pathological obsession with the title of head sister, first with Hao Jin, then Han Yusen, and now even the artificial intelligence was not spared. Throughout their journey, with Han Yusen in the group enhancing their luck, the path had been smooth and uneventful, and they had even garnered 2 additional supply crates from one of the recently acquired crates. Imoyu retrieved a tablet and immediately instructed Jarvis, "Jarvis, modify the system of this tablet to project the vehicle's real-time data for convenient viewing." Jarvis swiftly complied and began executing the task. Previously, Imoyu had been granted a secondary level of authority, just below Qin Feng, meaning she could issue most commands to Jarvis, provided they did not threaten Qin Feng's safety or leadership. Sitting gracefully and focused in her seat, Imoyu's delicate fingers glided swiftly across the tablet screen, her gaze fixed intently on the display, not missing any detail, wholly immersed in researching the optimal route for their upcoming journey. "Why, Lord, I believe after this substantial equipment upgrade, we are well prepared to challenge the death difficulty race," Imoyu declared, her eyes gleaming with confidence and determination. Qin Feng pondered briefly and nodded slightly. "All right. With the formidable firepower of the close-in weapon system, combined with my DIY Katyusha, I believe we can manage." As he spoke, he cast a glance at his proud creation, a massive contraption binding together 12 RPG launchers. Qin Feng's DIY Katyusha rocket launcher, in collaboration with Jarvis, the vehicle-mounted radar, and the quantum glasses for fire control, can sequentially launch 12 rockets once a target is locked within a 1-kilometer range, boasting tremendous power. Before we reach the next fork in the road, let us take a break. While we're comfortable with Jarvis managing everything, the 2 behind us haven't had a drop to drink. We shouldn't let them go hungry. Imoyu huffed, turning her head away. "I see my lord is concerned about that vixen. If your beauty goes hungry, you ought to worry." Her tone dripped with jealousy, reminiscent of a small wife who had overturned a vinegar jar. Qin Feng observed Imoyu's puffed-up demeanor, a mix of amusement and helplessness washing over him, as he hurriedly approached her with genuine sincerity. "I assure you, I truly pity my brother. Don't overthink it. Our own Imoyu, in terms of looks, talent, and capability, is second to none. In my heart, you occupy every inch, leaving no space for anyone else." Yet, Imoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voice tinged with a faux whimper as she feigned grievance. "My lord, if Han Yusen were to become a concubine, I could tolerate it, but if you harbor thoughts of making her the main lady of the house, I'll return to the ancestral home right now and report you to the old master." Her exaggerated mock crying was a blend of playful pouting and charming mischief. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his lips twitching as he teased. Wait, where did this concubine notion come from? Have you been watching too many historical dramas and gotten too engrossed? Upon hearing this, Mo's heart leaped with joy. Sensing the need to continue the act, she feigned anger and raised her voice. Regardless, I don't care. Hurry and tell Jarvis to stop the vehicle. I'm going back to the ancestral home. Out of sight, out of mind. In truth, she knew full well that with her secondary authority, she could stop the vehicle at any moment. She merely sought to coax Qin Feng into comforting her. Jarvis's emotionless, synthesized voice chimed in at a timely moment. Commander, would you like to stop? Please advise. Qin Feng shot an exasperated glance at the ceiling, as if glaring at Jarvis from afar. You? Of all people, can't see that your head sister is throwing a tantrum? Why are you meddling? My apologies, Commander, Jarvis responded calmly. I have yet to load the emotional module and cannot accurately discern such situations. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's mouth slightly parted, momentarily stunned, as a tide of unutterable emotions threatened to overflow. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he reached out towards Mo and gently draped an arm over her shoulder. All right, let us not make a fuss. First, let us satiate our hunger and pay homage to our internal sanctum before deliberating our next course of action. After all, nothing can be accomplished on an empty stomach. Before long, the vehicle came to a steady halt at a junction, where the group decided to take a brief respite. Mo was quick and adept, soon preparing a simple yet hearty lunch for Qin Feng. The meal consisted of a meat dish complemented by a vegetable side, served alongside a steaming bowl of fragrant seaweed and egg soup. The two sat by the car, enjoying their modest repast. Meanwhile, Hao Jian and Han Yusen looked on enviously, clutching their instant noodle cups, eagerly awaiting hot water to brew their meal. Hao Jian and Han Yusen remarked, what you two are having barely qualifies as a meal. While we are left with what? Slop for pigs. In truth, the rules established within the convoy were clear and concise, set forth by MOU. Firstly, various supplies within the convoy were to be allocated based on the actual needs of everyone, ensuring optimal utilization of resources. Secondly, food and drink were the responsibility of individuals to procure, preventing unnecessary disputes. Thirdly, commercial transactions led by Qin Feng would see profits distributed proportionately, with Qin Feng retaining the lion's share of 80, while the remaining 20 would reward the individual who facilitated the deal. Lastly, Qin Feng was obligated to protect each member of the convoy to the best of his ability, allowing everyone to proceed with peace of mind. In this brutal world of apocalyptic games, the final rule, that Qin Feng must do his utmost to safeguard every individual in the convoy, was sufficient to earn the unwavering loyalty of Hao Jian and Han Yusen. After all, in the face of such dire circumstances, what remained paramount? Undoubtedly, it was safety. Once their hunger was appeased, Qin Feng succinctly outlined the next steps to Hao Jian and Han Yusen. Given Qin Feng's formidable strength, they felt a renewed sense of security. After a brief discussion, the trio unanimously decided to embark upon the perilous death track. According to the intelligence compiled by Jarvis, the current fork in the road would lead them directly into the treacherous death track if they proceeded straight ahead. Chapter 39. The Biochemical Assault of the Chimpanzees Channel Rumor. Qin Feng is a lethargic Casanova. What lay before them was nothing short of bizarre. The attacking party was not human players, but rather a group of robust, fur-covered chimpanzees. The targets of their aggression were the players themselves. The player's vehicle was subjected to a relentless barrage from the chimpanzees, the sounds of metal creaking and crashing resonating as the vehicle's exterior bore multiple dents and severe damage. Inside the vehicle, the two passengers seized an opportunity, flooring the accelerator to escape the encirclement of the chimpanzees. Yet, before they could catch their breath, another wave of biochemical attacks arrived in swift succession. To their astonishment, the chimpanzees employed an utterly unorthodox method of assault. They pulled from behind them clusters of dark feces, hoisting them high with both hands and hurling them at the player's vehicle with all their might. In an instant, the repugnant projectiles struck the car windows like cannonballs, smearing the glass with a nauseating filth that obscured the view. The players inside found themselves in a panic, unable to see the road ahead. And in their frenzy, they lost control of the steering wheel, crashing headlong into the track's barriers with a resounding thud, halting their vehicle. At that moment, they were once again ensnared in a brutal onslaught from the chimpanzees. and it was evident that they could not sustain the attack for much longer. Qin Feng felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, the acrid stench seeming to penetrate through the screen and invade his nostrils. His complexion paled instantly as he fought against the urge to retch, nearly shouting orders to Jarvis. Quickly, activate the close-range cannon for precise targeting. Ensure that we do not harm the players. Focus on eliminating those chimpanzees. In these times, the world was indeed filled with the extraordinary. Qin Feng mused inwardly, his expression a blend of helplessness and astonishment. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the narrow, winding single lane ahead, offering no room for evasion. Should he allow the attacked players to fend for themselves, the ferocity and wild nature of the chimpanzees might soon redirect their biochemical onslaught towards his group. He had no desire to become the next target, plastered with their revolting projectiles. Understood, Commander. Jarvis's electronic voice responded without delay. In an instant, the close-range cannon swiftly pivoted under precise control, its muzzle aligning perfectly with the distant, raging horde of chimpanzees. What unfolded was an exhilarating yet absurd rescue operation against the backdrop of the perilous wilderness. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The close-range cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles upon the chimpanzee mob. The metallic thuds resonating as they collided with both earth and flesh, composing a morbid symphony of violence. Under the overwhelming assault from Qin Feng's side, the chimpanzees stood no chance, collapsing in droves, their crimson blood staining the ground. Only a handful of chimpanzees, driven by sheer terror, desperately attempted to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, rockets, imbued with the essence of annihilation, sliced through the air, trailing long tails of flame as they pursued the retreating chimpanzees. Each explosion was accompanied by the sight of severed limbs soaring into the sky. The resolution of this battle came with astonishing speed. Before the smoke had even begun to clear, two figures stumbled toward Qin Feng's vehicle, clearly intent on expressing their gratitude. Quick to act, Qin Feng commanded his intelligent assistant Jarvis, quickly, switch the air conditioning to internal circulation and activate the external speakers. Then, raising his voice, he called out, "All right, just stay there. Don't come any closer." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the two individuals, noting their tattered clothing, smeared with unspeakable filth. Just the sight of them made Qin Feng's stomach churn, and he resolved firmly never to make even the slightest physical contact, nor to share the same air with them if he could help it. Ugh, thank The taller of the two began to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of dry heaving, struggling to articulate his words. The shorter companion echoed, "Thank you for your help, ugh." Their expressions of gratitude were certainly unique, causing Qin Feng to wince slightly. Fortunately, they only seemed to dry heave, having likely emptied their stomachs long ago. "No need for thanks. I think you two should find a place to clean yourselves up," Qin Feng suggested, unwittingly echoing their earlier retching motion. Although the windows were tightly sealed, blocking any foul odor from reaching him, the nauseating sensation lingered, refusing to dissipate. The two exchanged glances, hesitating as embarrassment washed over their faces. "What's the matter? Are you facing some difficulty?" Qin Feng inquired. After considerable hesitation, the tall man mustered his courage to speak. "Brother, our vehicle has broken down and is immobile. Do you have a repair kit? I have some supplies I can trade with you. In this perilous situation, a repair kit was akin to a lifeline, immensely valuable." The tall man, having exhausted all other options, had bolstered his courage to make the request. Qin Feng glanced toward the nearby vehicle, a pitiful sight indeed, and merely imagining rummaging through it for supplies made him shudder. As he envisioned the filth that would surely be clinging to everything, exuding an indescribable stench, he frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. What's your name? I'll just give you the repair kit. We all in this together and ought to help one another." Thank you. "My name is Zhuohan," the tall man replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Zhuohan?" Qin Feng paused for a moment, then recollected, "You're the doctor who shared first aid knowledge in the channel, aren't you?" Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of it all. Previously, when the group had faced a beast attack, Zhuohan had selflessly shared his knowledge of first aid with everyone in the channel. At that time, Qin Feng had found him to be reliable and kind-hearted. On Zhuohan's side, upon receiving the repair kit and realizing that the traitor was Qin Feng, he felt a wave of mixed emotions. He had often heard rumors about a lecherous scoundrel and unscrupulous merchant, and yet today, in his moment of need, his savior turned out to be none other than this man. Not only had Qin Feng not made things difficult, but he had generously offered a repair kit. Zhuo Han shook his head silently, reflecting that indeed, seeing is believing. Rumors should not be taken at face value. And one must not be so quick to trust hearsay. Hao Jian, bring 2 sets of clothes and a flask of clean water to Dr. Zhua. Let them change out of those filthy rags. Yu ordered, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as if she was concocting some plan of her own. All right, big sister, Hao Jian replied, promptly setting off to gather the requested items. With Jarvis as their capable assistant, Qin Feng and his companions no longer needed to drive the vehicle themselves. To make their journey more comfortable, they had piled all manner of materials and supplies onto Hao Jian's vehicle, under the pretense of trust, but in reality, treating the single man's space as a makeshift storage area. After all, with Hao Jian being a solitary soul, there was little for him to contest. Zhuo Han and his companion expressed their gratitude profusely. Before long, the two had cleaned themselves up and reappeared before the group, looking significantly more presentable. Astonishingly, the repair kit not only restored the vehicle to its pristine condition but also boasted a built-in cleaning function, leaving the car's exterior gleaming and rejuvenated. The more ordinary an occurrence, the more likely it is to yield unexpected surprises. Chapter 40. The surprise at the toll booth as the two emerged from their makeover. Qin Feng finally discerned that Zhuo Han's countenance was gentle and benevolent. He appeared to be in his 50s. Beside him stood a graceful young lady, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. Previously, after being bombarded by the biochemical weapon of the gorilla, both were thoroughly smeared and unrecognizable. At this moment, the young lady donned ill-fitting men's attire, which instead added a playful charm, as even the oversized garments could not conceal her exquisite figure. P.S. A reference photo of Zhuo Li can be found at the end of this chapter in the author's notes. After an amiable exchange, it became clear that the young lady's name was Zhuo Li, the daughter of Zhuo Han, blossoming at the age of 20. Along their journey, the group had encountered various unfamiliar pairings, so upon witnessing this father-daughter duo walking hand in hand, they could not help but cast envious glances, marveling at their fortune to have family to rely on in such tumultuous times. Time was of the essence, akin to the relentless beat of a death knell, leaving no room for prolonged delays. After a brief regrouping, the convoy resumed its journey. The mere thought of the battlefield recently ravaged by the gorilla's biochemical weapon churned Qin Feng's stomach as the acrid scent lingered in the air. Frowning, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, crashing through the track's barriers and veering the car to navigate around the obstruction. The convoy surged forward, with Qin Feng and Yu leading the charge as pathfinders, while Han Yusen positioned herself in the center and Hao Jian brought up the rear. The duo of Dr. Zhua and his daughter, driving the repaired vehicle, leisurely trailed at the end of the procession. Regarding the addition of the Zhua family, Qin Feng remained taciturn. In his view, in this apocalyptic world, they were all fellow wayfarers, and the companionship of a few extra souls was of little consequence. Conversely, Yu was as enthusiastic as a blazing torch, continually inquiring after their well-being, bustling with energy. She would occasionally offer Zhuo Han some tea or send a bottle of cola to Zhuo Li. Qin Feng watched in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the source of Yu's fervor. It seemed Yu noticed Qin Feng's curious gaze and did not shy away. She candidly expressed, "My lord, consider this. On such a perilous journey, one can never predict when someone might fall ill. Having a doctor in our midst provides an additional layer of assurance." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "I believe anyone can be replaced in this convoy except for you. Without your assistance to foresee potential issues and fill in the gaps, I truly wouldn't know how to manage." Yu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of the clouds at dusk. Covering her mouth, she giggled lightly and playfully retorted, "Hee, my lord knows just how to flatter me." Her voice was melodious, akin to the song of a yellow oriole heralding spring, warming the hearts of those who listened. The convoy sped along the single-lane road, and ahead, the path opened up like a river merging into the sea, smoothly transitioning into a wide 4-lane highway, instantly invigorating the atmosphere. Looking around, one could see a bustling stream of diverse vehicles weaving through. Fortunately, Qin Feng's group maintained their position in the lead due to their superior vehicles. Particularly, Qin Feng's battle-worn Doomsday War vehicle exuded an aura of ferocity. Its spikes and dents telling tales of its extraordinary journey, crowned by a fearsome beast's bone atop, resembling a veritable steel behemoth. Other players, witnessing this, dared not provoke them, instinctively veering aside to create a passage. Initially trailing at the back, Zhuohan and his daughter were smoothly ushered to the third position under Hao Jian's guidance, who then selflessly retreated to the end, taking on the responsibility of ensuring the convoy remained cohesive. The wind howled in their ears as the wheels thundered forward. Oyu sat in the passenger seat, her full attention fixated on the tablet in her hands, where flickering data and pulsating icons represented the information of surrounding vehicles. With her keen insight, she swiftly assessed the threat level of each vehicle, occasionally whispering precise recommendations to Qin Feng. "My lord, the blue pickup truck to the left ahead is speeding and behaving suspiciously. We should remain vigilant." Qin Feng nodded slightly, calmly commanding Jarvis to seize the opportunity to launch a few rockets intermittently. The rockets, trailing long tails of flame, soared into the sky, although they did not strike their intended targets. Their mere presence served as a formidable deterrent to any ill-intentioned vehicles. Concurrently, the vehicle's close-range defense cannon rotated like a vigilant eagle's eye, the ominous barrel occasionally aiming at obstructing vehicles ahead. Though it did not fire, the chilling aura it projected was sufficient to dissuade those ahead from any reckless actions, compelling them to yield the road, as the outline of the destination gradually came into focus. A surge of excitement welled up in everyone's hearts. However, fate had other plans. At this critical juncture, the road ahead seemed to be constricted by an invisible hand, resulting in a severe traffic jam. Unfazed, Qin Feng relied on the radar equipped in the vehicle, his third eye, penetrating through layers of obstruction to reveal the conditions ahead. Jarvis rapidly analyzed the radar feedback, while Imoyu, leveraging her experience, made an assessment, concluding that it was highly likely someone was deliberately blocking the road. As for the reason, Qin Feng's gaze turned steely as he simply stated, "Let's get closer and see with that." He sharply turned the steering wheel, propelling the war vehicle like an enraged bull, crashing through the track barriers to carve a new path. 4 vehicles swiftly lined up in a single file and surged forward at breakneck speed. Upon nearing the scene, Qin Feng focused his gaze and beheld a group of roughly 10 armed individuals, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. They had barricaded the road with scraps of metal and dilapidated building materials, leaving only a narrow lane for passage. Several burly men brandishing weapons stood in the middle of the road, brazenly demanding tolls from passing vehicles. Qin Feng could not help but chuckle coldly to himself, contemplating the audacity of those attempting to profit in such dire times. Surely, the rumor of this get-rich-quick scheme had spread far and wide. Qin Feng was not one to yield easily. His eyes narrowed, and he slammed the accelerator, his vehicle charging forward like a cannonball, shattering the obstacles in its path. The once arrogant toll collectors, upon witnessing the approach of Qin Feng's formidable vehicle, turned pale with fear, losing all courage to impede his advance, merely watching in astonishment as he sped away. Chapter 41. We are champions. Once Qin Feng and his entourage of 4 vehicles successfully passed through, the blocked vehicles behind erupted in outrage, their owners seething with indignation, ready to break through the obstruction. However, before they could act, the armed men swiftly suppressed them with force. "Bro, look at that guy's car. It's insane. With guns, rocket launchers, and a massive beast bone on the roof. I feel like it's even more imposing than our boss's vehicle," one lackey exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. "Shut your mouth, if you don't speak. No one will think you're a mute," another lackey whispered. "This is like a strong dragon crossing the border. Who would dare to stop it?" someone else murmured. "Everyone, quiet down. Don't you see that our boss's face is turning purple with rage?" The crowd fell silent, observing the furious expression on the boss's face. With gritted teeth, he growled, "Second, go tell the brothers that without a blueprint, no one gets through. This situation is entirely Qin Feng's fault. I can't challenge him, but I can make those little lackeys bleed." He paused before continuing. "I had hoped to make a fortune here, but now that Qin Feng's meddled, the whole plan's gone to waste. Second, keep an eye on them. We'll go ahead first, or we might miss out on the top 3 rewards." As time slipped by unnoticed, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Feng's group was nearing the finish line of the track. In this final sprint phase, however, the boss, with his men, rudely interrupted. like a dark cloud suddenly disrupting Qin Feng's rhythm. Hao Jian and the others were anxious, urging Qin Feng, "Brother, you go ahead. Securing first place is paramount. Don't worry about us." With unwavering resolve, Qin Feng commanded Jarvis to activate both engines simultaneously, disregarding concerns about fuel consumption, as the war vehicle sped toward the finish line like a bolt of black lightning. Simultaneously, he used the external speaker to announce to the pursuing vehicles behind, "I am Qin Feng. The 3 vehicles behind me belong to my team. Winning or losing is inconsequential in a normal race. But should you resort to underhanded tactics and harm them in any way, I will ensure your entire convoy pays the price." Upon hearing this, all weapons on Qin Feng's vehicle instantly locked on to the opponents. The boss sensed the palpable aura of death approaching and instinctively slammed on the brakes, causing his vehicle to lag behind Qin Feng. Ultimately, Qin Feng achieved his long-desired victory, claiming first place. The boss, having exerted all his effort, could only settle for second. Surprisingly, it was Hao Jian, who had remained in the rear, who emerged victorious in this fierce competition, securing third place. The top 3 have been determined. Qin Feng, Hu Han, and Hao Jian. Please proceed to select rewards in the order mentioned. As the emotionless synthesis sound of the game system resonated, the surrounding racetrack and wilderness swiftly transformed into an expansive square. The ground began to tremble gently, and soon after, a massive, ancient long table emerged from the earth at the center of the square. Upon this table, 3 resource boxes emanating a mysterious orange glow were meticulously arranged, resembling the 3 most radiant stars in the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of all present. While Qin Feng maintained an air of indifference, the excitement and anticipation on the faces of the other 2 were palpable. Almost overflowing. It was no wonder they felt this way. Qin Feng's luck seemed to be extraordinary, blessed with an SSS-level talent, effortlessly acquiring various rare rewards, rendering the orange resource boxes a rather mundane occurrence for him. Yet, for the others, these treasures were truly out of reach. Most players typically encountered the highest grade boxes of purple hue, with the unfortunate ones often settling for blue, and there were even those who had only ever seen white boxes. Now, with 3 orange resource boxes suddenly appearing before them, the orange glow exuded a fatal allure, quickening their breaths and making their hearts race. Just as everyone was immersed in their fantasies about the orange resource boxes, a vehicle charged towards the prize table like a frenzied bull, screeching to a halt with a jarring shake. The door flew open, and a figure leaped out like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. Without a word, arms outstretched, seizing all 3 orange resource boxes in a flash. This person was Hu Han, the very same leader who had obstructed the path on the racetrack. Clutching the boxes, he threw his head back and laughed boisterously, his voice piercing and grating. "Ha ha ha, what first or second place? Choose what you will. These boxes belong to me." Qin Feng observed this scene with a cold gaze. He had initially intended for his team to secure the top 3 spots, allowing his companions to reap the rewards, but Hu Han's abrupt interference was akin to a fly in the ointment, disrupting their rhythm and causing them to miss out on a prize opportunity. Qin Feng had previously noted Hu Han down in his notebook, planning to settle the score later, but it seemed fate had spared him the trouble. He was well aware that the game system would not permit players to engage in unsanctioned conflicts outside of competition. This was an unyielding rule. However, the other players were oblivious to this nuance. As they witnessed Hu Han's audacious antics, fury surged within them. After all, Hu Han's blockade had severed their chances of contending for the game system's rewards that might very well be the crucial lifeline when calamity struck the next day. Watching their hopes dashed before their eyes, how could they not harbor resentment? As they beheld the boisterous Hu Han before the long table, the crowd's fury ignited, and in a fit of rage, they brandished their weapons, the dark muzzles of their guns aimed squarely at him, pulling the triggers as gunfire erupted. Hu Han's lackeys, caught off guard, rushed forward in a desperate attempt to protect their leader and facilitate his escape. Yet, the wrath of the masses was not to be trifled with. Once the collective fury coalesced, it surged like an unstoppable tide. Hu Han's faction, having provoked this ire, found themselves ensnared in a hailstorm of bullets, unable to evade their fate. The cacophony of explosions and collisions reverberated, mingling with the acrid smoke that swiftly enveloped the area. As the smoke gradually dissipated, only a nauseating heap of dismembered remains remained, the stench of blood lingering in the air, refusing to fade. "Whoever seizes it, it's theirs." Charge! A voice rang out, igniting the crowd's madness as if a spark had ignited a powder keg. Their emotions spiraled into frenzy. Eyes reddened, and they rushed towards the long table, heedless of the jostling and collisions around them. What began as a minor stampede quickly escalated into widespread chaos, culminating in an all-out brawl, the venue transforming into a veritable hell on earth. With shouts, curses, and gunfire intertwining, in stark contrast, Qin Feng and his companions received a stern warning from him. The game system will not allow us to disrupt the rules. Do not advance, follow my vehicle, and we shall steer clear of the conflict to avoid collateral damage. Trusting in Qin Feng, they swiftly complied, following his vehicle cautiously towards the periphery. Just as they departed, the cold, electronic synthesis voice echoed once more. Reminiscent of Death's decree. Most players have violated the rules, forcibly seizing rewards, thus forfeiting their qualifications. A piercing drone erupted, almost shattering eardrums, and without warning, 12 six-barreled Gatling guns emerged from nowhere, their dark barrels akin to the gaze of death, beginning to spin rapidly under mechanical force, generating a chilling wind. Run! A terrified voice cried out from the crowd, serving as a clarion call. The previously frantic individuals, now akin to startled birds, fled in terror, the stampede reoccurring as they scrambled to escape the merciless onslaught of gunfire. The Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of blue sparks, reminiscent of a demon's breath, with bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour. Wherever the bullets struck, limbs and blood splattered, painting the ground a gruesome red. Meanwhile, the 3 orange resource boxes, as if possessing a will of their own, returned steadily to the long table amidst the chaos. Player Hu Han has died. Player Hao Jianshun is now ranked 2nd. Player Han Yusin is now ranked 3rd. Please select resource boxes in order. As the omnipotent game system behind this world seemed particularly keen on maintaining order, perhaps deeming the heaps of remains unsightly, in an instant, the players' corpses and their vehicles vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Even the damaged road and racetrack barriers were restored to pristine condition, as though nothing had ever transpired. This left Qin Feng feeling a deep pang of loss. How many resources had just vanished? Wasn't he this excessive? After all, you've taken so many of my crops. And now Qin Yi cannot even collect the abandoned scraps? Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation, yet it was too late for lamentation. He could only proceed steadily with Hao Jian and Han Yusin towards the long table. Simultaneously, Mou firmly stationed the vehicle, with the intelligent assistant Jarvis providing precise support, maneuvering the car to the front of the long table, positioning it like a solid fortress to shield the trio as they selected their resources. My lord, Mou reported urgently, her expression focused. The scans indicate that the resource boxes on the left and center contain Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprints, crucial for enhancing our vehicle's level. The right box holds vehicle air conditioning blueprints, and there are no hidden dangers within. You, along with Hao Jian and Han Yusin, can safely retrieve all 3 boxes. Qin Feng nodded slightly and swiftly approached, deftly collecting the 3 glowing orange resource boxes. With no time to lose, they hurried back to the vehicle, and under Mou's guidance, they sped away from the central area like an arrow released from a bow, distancing themselves from the predatory gazes. At that moment, the cold and mechanical voice of the game system sounded again. The award ceremony has concluded. The rewards for other players will be automatically distributed upon crossing the finish line. Players who do not cross the finish line by 1800 hours will be permanently trapped within the racing map. Players who cross the finish line will be uniformly teleported back to the external space by 1800 hours. Teammates will be teleported to the same location by default. If not needed, teams can be disbanded. The system has added a team module. Players are advised to use it with caution. Qin Feng instinctively glanced at the system time. There were still a full 2 hours until the racing event concluded. A frown creased his brow as he pondered. In the midst of such a chaotic crowd, this was hardly an opportune moment to open the orange resource boxes. These boxes were the coveted prize in the eyes of many. Once opened, revealing their treasures, it was likely to attract the covetous glances of those with ill intent. For the principle of wealth should not be flaunted held true even in this gaming realm. With this thought, Qin Feng quietly instructed his companions to suppress their curiosity and to wait until they returned to a safe location. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes lightly, replaying the day's thrilling and rewarding moments in his mind like a film. Beside him, Mou noticed and filled with concern, gently moved closer, raising her delicate hand to tenderly massage his temples, attempting to alleviate his fatigue. After about 20 minutes, a light tapping on the car window disrupted the tranquility within. Hao Jian's boisterous voice came through the window. "Brother, we have guests." Qin Feng's eyes flew open, and he looked at Hao Jian with exasperation, retorting, "How old are you now? Can't you think before you speak? Are we running a brothel or a social club?" With that shout, you nearly made me think I was about to go out to receive guests. Hao Jian scratched his head sheepishly, a goofy smile on his face, hurriedly explaining, No, brother. It's Dr. Zhua and his daughter who have arrived." Upon hearing that Zhuahan and his daughter were visiting, Qin Feng and Mou exchanged a quick glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. They promptly tidied their attire and opened the car doors to greet their guests. Qin Feng hurried a few steps forward with a warm smile, leading Zhuahan and Zhua Li to the front of his vehicle. Mou, akin to a well-trained butler, efficiently directed, "Hao Jian, please bring over the table and benches and brew a pot of good tea." Hao Jian replied, "Why am I the one being commanded?" Mou responded, "You are my chosen jack of all trades." Once Zhuahan and his daughter were seated, Qin Feng gestured for Zhuahan to enjoy the tea and softly inquired, "Dr. Zhua, is there a matter that brings you here at this time?" Zhuahan set down his teacup, his expression sincere as he slightly inclined his body, saying, "I must express my gratitude to you. Calling you a young friend. This time, I sincerely wish to thank you for your care along the journey. Following your convoy, we unexpectedly secured 6th place, and the rewards from the game system are quite substantial. This kindness I, Zhuahan, will forever remember." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Secondly, I have a humble request. I wish to join your ranks. In this brutal world of the Doomsday game, my vehicle ability leans towards a supportive role, and when it comes to combat, I truly feel inadequate. However, I believe my modest medical skills might be of use within your convoy, and I hope to contribute in some way. What do you think, young friend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight. He had long wished to recruit Zhuahan, and now that the latter had broached the subject, he was eager to agree. Just as he was about to nod in affirmation, Mou subtly tugged at him from the side. Adjusting her posture slightly, she smiled and remarked, "Dr. Zhua, my lord has always held your character and medical ethics in high regard. We shall, of course, welcome you with open arms." She then shifted the conversation. "However, as the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. As we lead the team, we must consider all aspects, and I hope you can understand." Zhuahan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "That is reasonable. I would like to know what rules and disciplines govern the convoy, so I can be prepared." Mou, unhurried, elucidated the convoy's related benefits distribution, resource allocation, and accommodations regulations, presenting them clearly and concisely. After listening, Zhuahan pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze resolute as he stated, "Very well, we can accept these conditions. We shall rely on everyone moving forward." Mou responded with a smile, "You are too kind. We shall all strive together to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse." Qin Feng glanced around, beckoning Hao Jian and Han Yusen over, his face alight with a smile as he solemnly announced to all that Zhuahan and his daughter had officially joined the convoy. With a gentle gaze sweeping over the crowd, he declared, "From now on, we are family. Let us grow closer and share with one another." Zhuahan and his daughter stood, smiling as they began to formally introduce themselves to everyone. As names were exchanged, the atmosphere was warm and amiable. However, when Zhuali heard the name Han Yusen, the young girl could not conceal her emotions. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Though she spoke in a hushed tone, her words were audible in the stillness. "Isn't she the one who said Brother Qin is a lecher?" For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Han Yusen's face flushed crimson. Her head bowed low, wishing she could vanish into the ground, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Occasionally, she would glance up, only to meet Mou's stern gaze, which made her quickly bury her head again, resembling a startled ostrich. Zhuahan, being an experienced physician, maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering, and remarked, "Children speak without filter. Young friend, let us not take offense." He hurriedly sought to mitigate the situation on Zhua Li's behalf, not wishing to offend anyone on their first day in the convoy. Qin Feng waved his hand with a chuckle, nonchalantly saying, "It's quite all right. We are all young people, and a little misunderstanding can be easily cleared up." His words eased the tension in the atmosphere. Subsequently, the conversation flowed more easily, and the girls quickly grew familiar with one another, gathering to share their amusing anecdotes amidst laughter. The men sat nearby, deeply engaged in discussing the lessons learned from the recent competition, occasionally frowning in contemplation or nodding in agreement. Time's up. 1 minute later, the system will teleport the top 3,000 players back to the main space. Please prepare yourselves. The system has detected fewer than 3,000 players. A merge will occur to supplement the total to 10,000. Upon hearing the system announcement, the crowd felt a jolt of shock. In just 7 days, this merciless game had acted like a relentless harvesting machine, drastically reducing the player count in the entire regional channel by over 7,000. Now, counting even the injured and near-death individuals, only a little over 2,000 remained. Reflecting on this grim reality, they recognized that the primary culprit behind such a devastating outcome was the final assault orchestrated by the game system, a Gatling gun-like onslaught that had claimed far too many lives. Taking a moment to reflect, the group increasingly sensed the game system's cunning and ruthless methods. Perhaps it had intentionally placed those 3 orange resource boxes prominently in the center of the square, seemingly without security measures, presenting an illusion of generous rewards while secretly enticing players into a bloody conflict fueled by greed. Such tactics were indeed treacherous. In this environment filled with traps, one had to remain ever vigilant. With a flash of white light, the members of Qin Feng's convoy felt a brief disorientation before they found themselves in the familiar game main space. The well-known 4-lane desert road stretched before them, and even their seating positions from the car had not shifted, as if the teleportation had been but a fleeting dream. Seeing that everyone was present, Qin Feng seized the moment to say, "Since we are all here, let us take the opportunity to open the boxes and see what we have gained this time." The others gathered around, their eyes eagerly fixed on the 3 resource boxes lying quietly on the ground, emanating an orange glow. Under the sunlight, their collective radiance created a stunning visual effect. Qin Feng and Mou already knew the contents, while the others looked on with anticipation. 1 by 1, the boxes were opened. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the items revealed within the 3 orange resource boxes. Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint X2, Essential Blueprints for Vehicle Upgrades. Vehicle Air Conditioning Unit. Just as he was about to allocate these resources, Hao Jian scratched his head and hesitantly spoke up. "Brother, may I first share my thoughts?" "Of course, go ahead." Qin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes encouraging. Hao Jian cleared his throat and explained, "My vehicle ability feels somewhat lackluster. It merely helps me endure hunger and thirst, offering little utility in combat or travel. I was contemplating transforming my role into that of a passenger. In that case, the vehicle will revert to its core state once it loses its driver. Once I accumulate enough accessory blueprints, I can then attempt to reset the vehicle and choose a more practical ability." Qin Feng paused in surprise, quickly simulating the scenario Hao Jian described in his mind. After some consideration, he concluded that this plan was indeed feasible. He decisively declared, "It's great that you have an idea. This time, we'll prioritize upgrading the vehicles for myself and Han Yusen." As he spoke, he pointed to the vehicle air conditioning blueprint. "I already have an air conditioning unit in my vehicle, so this one will be installed in Han Yusen's. Dr. Zhua and Zhuoli, since you have just joined, we will not allocate resources to you this time. Next time, Hao Jian will be first in line for upgrades. Is that agreeable?" Qin Feng's gaze swept over the group. "Sounds good," the others chimed in, their voices rising in agreement, their expressions reflecting their approval of Qin Feng's decision. Chapter 44. Qin Feng's Vehicle Upgrade Choice. The motorhome. Thus, the distribution of vehicle components and upgrade blueprints reached a temporary conclusion. At this moment, Zhuohan slightly rose, his expression earnest as he spoke, "Young friend, I too received rewards from this competition, and after some thought, I believe it is necessary to share with everyone." Noticing the harmonious atmosphere within the convoy and the fairness of the distribution, Zhuohan decided to reveal his gains to express his intentions and integrate more swiftly into the group. "Dr. Zhua, please proceed. We previously established rules and shall not maliciously encroach upon your belongings. So you need not worry," Qin Feng responded with a smile. Zhuohan nodded, reaching into his pocket to produce a blueprint, revealing it to the group. Medicine Manufacturing Machine. Insert the required medicinal materials to automatically produce pharmaceuticals. Note: includes 2 prescriptions, 1. Anti-inflammatory medicine. 2. Antipyretic medicine. "What a valuable item!" Qin Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in admiration. "Dr. Zhua, with this tool, Not only can we accumulate a wealth of resources for our convoy, but it can also save many lives at critical moments. Its importance is immense. A gathering of individuals sat in a circle, engaging in lively discourse, and after a fervent discussion, the trade allocations for the trading platform were ultimately determined as follows. How Jin would be responsible for utilizing the meat preservation converter to undertake contract work for profit margins, selling, repair kits, and ice water. Given that the blueprints were provided by Qin Feng, he was required to surrender 70 of the profits. Han Yusin would primarily sell sun protection clothing, car sunshades, and car fans, also surrendering 70 of the profits since the designs originated from Qin Feng. The Zhuohan father-daughter duo would employ the pharmaceutical manufacturing machine to sell anti-inflammatory and heat relief medications. With 50 of their profits due to the fact that the blueprints were their own acquisition, Miao Yu was tasked with the overarching organization, determining price ratios, and was to promptly report trading conditions to Qin Feng, while judiciously selling a limited quantity of weaponry to ensure the safety and maximization of interest for the convoy. Naturally, all necessities within the team would be charged at cost price. Transparency in accounts was paramount. Among brothers, clear accounts should be maintained, for it is not the complexity of matters that is to be feared, but the lack of clarity. This allocation for the convoy acted as a timely rain, extinguishing the latent flames of anxiety within the hearts of all, allowing their spirits to settle firmly. After the discussions concluded, the individuals dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Qin Feng and Mo Yu also busied themselves, both holding the newly acquired Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint, huddled together to study it meticulously. Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint, essential for upgrading to Level 2 vehicles. Potential upgrade directions for vehicles. 1. Infantry fighting vehicle, speed of 90 km/h, armor thickness of 10 mm, fuel consumption of 2 units per kilometer, only gasoline can be used as fuel. 2. RV, speed of 120 km/h, spacious interior, fully equipped facilities. 3, 4, 5. The upgrade options for the vehicles were diverse, and Qin Feng's gaze oscillated between the first two options, weighing their pros and cons in his mind. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on the RV. Firstly, he happened to possess Level 1 automotive components, turbo engine, and high-power automotive motor, which, when equipped to the RV, would allow its speed to soar to 180 km/h, far surpassing that of the infantry fighting vehicle. Furthermore, he also had reinforced steel body stabilization kit and a vehicle protection, Apocalypse version, which would ensure that the RV's defensive capabilities were comparable to those of the infantry fighting vehicle, allowing it to withstand any onslaught of bullets or debris with steadfast resilience. Not to mention, he had long equipped the vehicle with a close-in weapon system, along with his own DIY Katyusha, simplified version, rocket launcher, making its firepower remarkably fierce, rivaling that of the infantry fighting vehicle. However, Qin Feng harbored a private thought he hesitated to share with others, though, of course, this little secret could not escape Mo Yu's notice. The RV boasted a spacious and comfortable bed, surrounded by a secluded and intimate space. And the mere thought of spending a night alone with Mo Yu, indulging in their shared intimacies without the worry of prying eyes from the rest of the convoy, brought a smile to his lips. Simultaneously, Qin Feng's and Han Yusin's vehicles were upgraded. Qin Feng's vehicle emerged as a terrestrial behemoth, a sprawling RV measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 4 meters in width, embodying the intimidating battle-scarred aesthetic of yore. The body was adorned with numerous sharp spikes, resembling the fangs of a primordial beast. Its sheer size commanded 2 lanes of the road. The front, the close-in weapon system, was ingeniously positioned, its dark, gleaming barrel capable of pivoting to acquire a broad field of fire, effectively scanning for any threats in the vicinity. On either side of the vehicle, the Katyusha rocket launcher loomed majestically, its stout launch tubes resembling the gaping maw of a dragon poised to unleash cataclysmic flames. Stepping inside the vehicle felt akin to entering a lavish palace, the expansive interior astonishingly spacious. Featuring a luxuriously soft king-sized bed, a fully equipped modern kitchen, and a meticulously designed bathroom, with an array of amenities that rendered it a mobile fortress capable of traversing the apocalypse. P.S. Reference images for Qin Feng's RV can be found at the end of the chapter. In contrast to this colossal machine, Han Yusin's newly upgraded off-road vehicle, while significantly smaller, radiated a fierce and robust aura. With a higher ground clearance and specially crafted oversized tires, Its rugged tread ensured stability on any treacherous terrain, allowing it to traverse freely with aplomb. Its formidable bumper and roof-mounted luggage rack clearly indicated its design for adventure and exploration. Han Yusen's resolute choice of the off-road vehicle concealed a wealth of strategic foresight. In the event of an enemy ambush or relentless pursuit by ferocious beasts, the off-road vehicle's exceptional maneuverability and handling would be her greatest asset for survival, enabling her to swiftly change direction and accelerate. Closely tailing Qin Feng's RV. Meanwhile, the RV's imposing presence successfully captured the attention of the girls, as Zhuali, Mou, and Han Yusen eagerly crowded inside to explore. Laughter and exclamations filled the air as they excitedly discussed the various novel features within the RV. From the intelligently controlled air conditioning system to the kitchen appliances capable of preparing delectable meals, all of which thrilled them to no end. Qin Feng, the owner of the vehicle, found himself sidelined by the enthusiastic girls, who left him chuckling wryly as he watched their excitement unfold, eventually retreating to the driver's seat. Chapter 45. The timely halt of an intrusive desire in the driver's seat. Qin Feng awakened the intelligent assistant Jarvis to discuss the new vehicle's various capabilities. Jarvis's electronic voice conveyed a hint of barely concealed excitement. "Commander, this upgrade is simply phenomenal. This vehicle is the epitome of rugged masculinity." The RV had been reborn, shedding its former dilapidated appearance. Now boasting standard new vehicle configurations, with its electrical and fuel systems operating seamlessly, Jarvis relished the unprecedented smoothness. This feels as if 80 years of cerebral thrombosis have suddenly cleared up. An unparalleled exhilaration, the advantages of its immense size extended beyond mere aesthetics, bestowing it with the capacity to store significantly more water. Qin Feng integrated a solar water collector into the RV, rapidly upgrading it twice. Now, this collector could amass up to 300 liters of water every 24 hours, a bountiful supply that not only catered to the convoy's commercial needs on the trading platform, but also afforded them the luxury of water freedom in daily life. Personal hygiene was no longer a concern, and even the indulgence of hot showers was easily achievable. Upon learning of the astonishing data regarding the water collector's upgrade, the three girls erupted in joyous shrieks, promptly ousting Qin Feng from the vehicle. Laughter and playful banter echoed within, while Qin Feng stood outside, merely imagining the delightful chaos within, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. "Commander, your current heart rate has risen to 130 beats per minute, indicating abnormal fluctuations in hormone secretion. Based on comprehensive analysis, you may need to review the interior surveillance footage. Would you like me to transmit it to you via the tablet immediately?" Jarvis's voice connected through the smartwatch. Qin Feng's breath quickened. "Is that even possible? Which areas does the interior surveillance cover?" Jarvis replied. "Everything inside the vehicle is under constant monitoring by high-sensitivity cameras and sensors." Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng experienced an internal struggle before resolutely stating, "Jarvis, deactivate the interior surveillance and reactivate it only after they exit the vehicle." "Commander, I don't quite understand." Jarvis paused briefly, seemingly retrieving data at high speed. "Based on the in-depth analysis of your vocal tone, micro-expressions, and physiological indicators, your previous directive revealed a clear sense of reluctance. Why, then, do you insist on this request?" A wry smile crept across Qin Feng's face. Human beings are entitled to their emotions and desires. Occasional lapses in judgment are inevitable, but we must never compromise our fundamental principles. This is a line I cannot cross. Jarvis, record this guideline in your database and remember it well." "Understood, Commander," Jarvis replied promptly. As twilight descended, the girls gradually emerged from the vehicle. They were already strikingly beautiful, yet the rigors of their journey had left them somewhat disheveled. At this moment, they resembled blooming lotus flowers, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma that was truly delightful. P.S. Reference images for the three girls can be found at the end of the chapter. You gracefully approached Qin Feng, her voice light and playful. "My lord, you should take a shower as well. I have prepared towels and shower gel for you." With a playful wink, she added a touch of charm. Qin Feng gently pinched Mou's nose, a smile gracing his lips. "All right, I'll wash up first. Prepare a few more dishes. Today marks our first proper gathering together. Tomorrow, the first wave of disasters will arrive, and who knows when we might enjoy another peaceful meal together. Of course, I will get right on it." Mou replied obediently. The bathroom within the vehicle was quite spacious, designed with a wet and dry separation. However, it lacked a bathtub, and the toilet was not of the smart variety. Qin Feng pondered in his heart, planning to search the trading platform later in the evening, hoping to upgrade his bathing experience. After a refreshing shower, he emerged feeling invigorated. As he stepped out, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious dishes. With Mou deftly arranging a sumptuous feast on the table. Considering the large number of people in the convoy, the delicate portions of Jiangnan Huaiyang cuisine would clearly not suffice to satisfy everyone's hunger. So this time Mou had meticulously prepared a table of spicy and fragrant Sichuan dishes. The vibrant and tempting Mao Shui Wang, crispy and aromatic spicy chicken, savory and mouth-watering twice-cooked pork, and a medley of flavors in Kung Pao chicken, accompanied by a traditional bowl of comforting egg drop soup, warmed both heart and stomach. Furthermore, she had thoughtfully chilled a few bottles of beer. As the guests took their seats, Qin Feng casually picked up a wine glass and stood up. "Come, let us raise our glasses together and wish for a successful tomorrow." With that, he tipped back his glass and drained it in one go. Seeing this, everyone else followed suit, eager to indulge in the feast, their chopsticks poised to dive into the dishes, but were halted by Qin Feng's raised hand. "Wait, let us add a touch of ceremony before we begin our meal," he said mysteriously. The guests exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion, silently speculating. What could this be? Are we going to pray? Mou, standing beside him, helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking that the Lord was about to tease the newcomers again. Afterward, Qin Feng sent a photo of the three young women and the lavish spread to the channel with the caption, "Since ancient times, one must not neglect food and beauty." The first gathering of Qin Feng's convoy. The big boss is at it again, making us envious at this late hour. Just when I was enjoying my prize-winning snail noodles, they suddenly lost their appeal. For those with keen eyes, have you noticed that there's a new beauty beside the big boss? It seems he is about to enjoy the blessings of a harmonious life. I'm truly envious. This convoy life is simply too delightful, boss. My skills are top-notch. May I join your convoy? To the one above. It's dark now. Wake up. Dreams are just dreams. Boss, are you in need of any accessories to hang on your thigh? Today we merged districts, and aside from these old hands chattering away, the newcomers felt quite offended. What is this person doing? Flaunting while we're just trying to eat. As if others can't afford a meal, I just arrived and saw this guy showing off, thinking he is the big shot. Can he not consider others' feelings? Every day he posts these things to attract attention. What is his intention? It's really annoying. Feeling displeased, Qin Feng turned to Mou and commanded, Mou, tomorrow, all trading materials will incur a 5-fold tuition fee for the newcomers. Qin Feng, unable to maintain his facade, was instead mocked by the newcomers in the channeled Mou. Noticing his irritation, quickly offered him a piece of food and gently reassured him, "My lord, don't let anger harm your health. Don't get worked up over them." Yet, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not at all. I was just lamenting my lack of opportunity to teach these newcomers a lesson. Now that sleepiness has arrived, someone has provided the pillow. The reason is at hand." The crowd murmured in their hearts, "We believe you, sure. You are just embarrassed and looking for an excuse." Chapter 46. The interruption of affectionate feelings. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly, and after indulging in food and drink, they retired early. Qin Feng parked the vehicle at an angle on the road, creating a makeshift camp with the front of the car angled against the guardrail, protecting Han Yusen and Zhua Han's vehicles behind. Zhui Li, seeking some coolness, snuggled up to Han Yusen to sleep. Without a vehicle, Hao Jian decided to invest in comfort and purchase 2 car-mounted fans and 2 car refrigerators for Zhua Han's vehicle. With the refrigerator's cool air blown by the fans, the interior temperature was quite pleasant. After issuing a security command to his intelligent assistant Jarvis, Qin Feng lay down on the large bed, waiting for Mou. The girl, feeling the lingering smell of smoke on her skin, decided to wash up again, and since there was ample water, Qin Feng allowed her to do so. Mou emerged from the bathroom, the steam trailing behind her like a delicate veil. Having just bathed, she appeared as a rejuvenated sprite, clad in simple tank shorts, her fair shoulders playfully exposed, with a few glistening droplets of water cascading down her collarbone, tracing the contours of her skin and adding a touch of dynamic allure to this youthful tableau. Below her shorts, her long, straight legs flowed gracefully, each step pulsating with the vitality of youth. A stark contrast to the Mou from the previous night, enveloped in a silk robe under warm yellow light. Last night, she had been a mysterious night-blooming flower under the moonlight, the silk robe clinging to her form like water. Outlining her graceful curves, the neckline slightly open, exuding a lazy yet seductive charm. But today, she had transformed into a sunflower, exuberantly blooming under the sun. The combination of tank top and shorts radiated energy, and every smile conveyed an unrefined innocence. Effortlessly transitioning between two extreme styles, she commanded a versatile charm that captivated the EYE.PS. Reference photo of MO you can be found at the end of the chapter. P.S. It was censored. For those who didn't see it, I have no way around it. Just as the two were enveloped in their tender moment, Jarvis's cold, mechanical voice abruptly interrupted. Commander, big sister. A pack of beasts has been detected, currently 500 meters away. Based on biological characteristics, they appear to be wild wolves, numbering 30. Please advise whether to activate the beast bone, intimidation, skill. Jarvis, you truly excel at choosing the most inopportune moments for reports. I almost want to applaud you, Qin Feng said, his lips twitching slightly, filled with helplessness and teasing. Thank you for the commander's praise. It is my duty, and I dare not take credit, Jarvis replied in a stiff, formal manner. Reporting again, the wolf pack is now 300 meters away, rapidly approaching in a fan shape. Please advise on the immediate use of the intimidation. Skilled, Jarvis's voice rang out once more. Activate the intimidation skill to control them. Let those beasts fight among themselves at a distance of 1 kilometer, and try not to damage the pelts. Those are valuable resources, Qin Feng quickly commanded. Understood, Commander, Jarvis replied. Jarvis's ill-timed interruption, coupled with the advancing wolf pack, instantly shattered the previously romantic atmosphere. Qin Feng gently embraced the blushing MOU, placing a soft kiss on her warm cheek, before standing up decisively. MOU, her face flushed, hurriedly helped him put on his clothes. The two made their way to the driving cabin of the RV, looking out the window to see the wolf pack, now under control, descending into madness. The wild wolves, eyes gleaming with ferocity and baring their fangs, viciously bit into their kin's necks, each strike precise and deadly in an instant. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the wails of the dying echoed. But soon the wolf pack had exceeded Qin Feng's directive to minimize damage to the pelts, preserving them intact, though the scene was a gruesome testament to the brutality of the slaughter. The sounds of carnage pierced the tranquility of the campsite, jolting the others from their slumber. The two young women, resembling startled fawns, clung tightly to one another, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with fear and concern, straining to hear the eerie howls of wolves echoing from the distant woods. Hao Jian and Zhuohan, accustomed to nighttime beast attacks, exchanged glances, hastily moving to the front of the vehicle, their expressions grave as they peered into the darkness, attempting to discern the battle unfolding beyond the trees. Most of the fighting is over. You all can return to sleep. There's nothing to worry about. Qin Feng crossed his arms, sitting inside the vehicle with an air of indifference, as if what had just transpired was merely a trivial skirmish. Ah? It's over, brother. What is going on? I hear those anguished cries. It sounds quite brutal. Hao Jian scratched his head, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed into a deep frown, glaring at him with exasperation. Scolding. You foolish waste. Think for a moment. If we bomb them with rockets, can we sell the wolf meat? Won't the pelts be utterly ruined? You seem quite energetic. If you're not tired, then don't sleep. Once it goes quiet, swiftly gather the wolf meat and pelts, and remember to separate the bones neatly for me. Qin Feng lifted his chin slightly, issuing his command with an air of authority. Ah? All right then. Hao Jian pouted, his head drooping as he inwardly grumbled. Here I am, the chosen errand boy again. Why does all the hard work fall on me? In this desolate wilderness, for others, encountering a pack of beasts would be a heart-stopping ordeal, fraught with danger and seemingly insurmountable challenges. But for Qin Feng, who wielded the intimidation skill, as long as the strength of the attacking beasts did not exceed that of the bones placed atop his vehicle, no matter how many came, they would merely be delivering themselves to his table, allowing him to easily resolve the crisis while also providing experience to upgrade the bones. Before long, the cacophony of slaughter gradually receded like a tide, until it was completely silenced, leaving not a whisper behind. Qin Feng detested the foul air tainted with blood, preferring not to let such a bloody battle unfold near his camp, directing the conflict a kilometer away instead. This, however, meant Hao Jian had to trek a considerable distance to clean up the aftermath. Fortunately, Zhuohan, possessing a kind heart, discerned the difficulties faced by Hao Jian and without a moment's hesitation, drove alongside him to the scene. Upon their arrival, the sight before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Blood flowed freely, pooling on the ground, while the disordered bodies of wolves lay strewn about haphazardly. The acrid stench of blood assaulted their senses, nearly inducing nausea, and both men involuntarily gasped in shock, their understanding of Qin Feng's formidable and almost terrifying combat prowess, as well as his astonishingly unique methods of warfare, being profoundly redefined. Amidst their astonishment, a deeper conviction took root within them that their decision to follow Qin Feng was indeed the most prudent choice. Chapter 47. The first round of catastrophe, dual suns in the sky as dawn broke and the first light of day emerged. Qin Feng eagerly pulled aside the sunshade, his gaze fixed intently on the sky outside the car window. As the light increased, revealing a clearer view of the horizon, an astonishing sight caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Two brilliant suns rose simultaneously from the eastern and western skies, their radiance piercing like swords, causing him to squint against the blinding glare. Beside him, Mai, blissfully asleep, was disturbed by this sudden brightness. Her small head instinctively nestled into Qin Feng's embrace, resembling a frightened creature seeking refuge from the light. Game system announcement. The novice protection period has ended. The first round of the apocalypse, dual suns in the sky, has arrived. That we wish all players an enjoyable game. No new time-limited challenge activities will be added today. Resource box refresh has returned to normal. Qin Feng glanced at the slumbering Mai, concerned not to disturb her sweet dreams, and quietly inquired, "Jarvis, what is the current outdoor temperature?" "Commander, the current outdoor temperature has reached 50 degrees Celsius. If you need to go outside, please take necessary precautions against sun exposure and heat," Jarvis responded promptly. Almost simultaneously, the temperature inside the vehicle soared like a lit powder keg. Within moments of their conversation, beads of sweat began to form densely on Qin Feng's forehead, with droplets cascading down his cheeks onto Mai's brow. Mai's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her voice laced with the languor of sleep. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning," Qin Feng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, and quickly commanded Jarvis, "Increase the air conditioning power. Adjust the car's temperature to a comfortable level for humans." "At once, Commander." Qin Feng drew the sunshade down to block the direct sunlight. "Get some more rest. I will check on the others," he said, preparing to rise. At that moment, Mai, disregarding her slightly disheveled appearance, pulled Qin Feng back. "The outdoor temperature is too high. It's 50 degrees. Going out now is too dangerous. Why not send them a message first?" Clearly, she had also heard Jarvis's report about the extreme heat, her concern for Qin Feng evident. "It's fine. I'm wearing protective clothing," Qin Feng replied, his brow slightly furrowed. His demeanor resolute. "I can't feel at ease without checking on things myself. They have entrusted their lives to us. We cannot simply accept their trust without fulfilling our responsibilities. While you're at it, gather some intelligence on the world and regional channels. See how others are dealing with the current situation and if there are any strategies we can learn from. All right, just be careful when you go outside." Mai conceded, picking up the protective clothing and helping Qin Feng put it on carefully, adjusting the hood as she murmured, "This dreadful weather, 50 degrees plus direct sunlight. If you're not careful, your skin will get burned." Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng opened the car door, and a wave of heat rushed in. "Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing, and received a reward, thermal protective suit, which can be upgraded." Description: the suit features an integrated intelligent temperature control system that automatically adjusts the internal temperature according to external conditions, maintaining an optimal temperature of around 26 C for the human body. The power core can be powered by electricity, and when fully charged, it can operate for 2 hours. Note: upgrading requires special materials. The protective suit was designed with human ergonomics in mind, fitting snugly like a second skin, ensuring both mobility and comfort. It enveloped the body from the neck down to the ankles, with a seamless transparent protective helmet and a compact energy backpack affixed to the back. This served as the power core. Shaped like a flattened oval, closely adhering to the back, adorned with a row of blinking indicators to display energy levels and operational status. P.S. Reference image for the thermal protective suit is provided at the end of the chapter in the author's notes. Qin Feng quickly secured the car door, his joy barely contained as he eagerly showed the thermal protective suit to Ma Yi. The two examined its attributes, particularly the upgradable feature, which only mentioned the need for special materials without further details. However, for the time being, this was sufficient. Clad in his newly equipped attire, Qin Feng took a deep breath and slowly opened the car door again. The previously unbearable heat outside was now entirely blocked. Unable to touch him in the slightest, the once transparent visor emitted a soft hum as its color shifted dramatically, presenting a dazzling reflective quality. The piercing sunlight was completely deflected, safeguarding Qin Feng's eyes. Stepping outside, he began to assess the situation in the camp. The asphalt road, once solid, had now become soft and sticky underfoot. The two girls appeared to be faring well. Upon reaching their vehicle, he could hear the faint hum of the air conditioning. A gentle coolness seeping through the cracks of the window, indicating they were secure. However, when Qin Feng approached Hao Jian and Zhuohan's vehicle, the scene before him elicited a bemused chuckle. The interior was crammed with 6 refrigerators, their doors entirely removed, and fans had been forcibly inserted inside, whirring energetically as cold air gushed forth from what were essentially makeshift air conditioning vents. Hao Jian and Zhuohan lounged back in their seats, each holding a cup of ice water, occasionally taking sips. Upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, the group turned their gazes towards him, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of his futuristic protective suit, as if they were beholding an extraterrestrial being. Seeing everyone unharmed, Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. Taking advantage of this moment, he set about draping sunshade nets over all the vehicles. Although the cooling effect of these nets was limited, only reducing the interior temperature by 5 degrees, in such extreme heat, it was better than nothing. Once all preparations were thoroughly completed, Qin Feng returned to the vehicle. At that moment, Ma Yi had already prepared a thoughtful breakfast, the steam rising from the food exuding an enticing aroma. The two sat across from each other, quietly finishing their meal. Once Ma Yi tidied up, she turned slightly towards Qin Feng and spoke softly, "My lord, today marks the first day of the first round of catastrophe. The outside feels like a furnace. Many in the channels likely haven't prepared adequately. I believe we should focus our trading efforts today on heat and sun protection supplies." As Qin Feng enjoyed a post-meal cigarette, his expression conveyed mutual understanding. "I was just thinking the same. In this wretched weather, items for heat and sun protection will surely be in high demand." Ma Yi smiled at his agreement, her fingers lightly tapping the table as she elaborated on her plan. "We need to increase the supply of key items such as vehicle fans, vehicle refrigerators, sun protection clothing, and heat relief medications. We can trade them for various second-tier vehicle part blueprints and those more advanced. Scarce materials." Having already validated the novice protection period, they recognized the significance of vehicle performance and level in matters of survival. Maintaining an advantage in this regard would grant them a better chance of survival. Listening intently, Qin Feng quickly envisioned a trading blueprint in his mind. Once Ma Yi finished speaking, he patted her shoulder. "All right, we'll proceed as you suggest." Chapter 48. The Emergence of the Cherry Blossom Convoy Under the Dual Suns. The scorching rays poured down relentlessly, baking the seemingly endless road. Leading a convoy of vehicles was a colossal beast of a motorhome. Inside the driver's seat, Qin Feng lounged comfortably, a glass of ice water in hand. The refreshing chill seeping into his being, providing immense satisfaction. Beside him, Ma Yi was fully absorbed in coordinating the convoy's external trading affairs. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, occasionally communicating with team members via voice. Completely engrossed in her work, feeling bored, Qin Feng playfully poked Ma Yi's arm and tousled her hair, only to receive an exasperated glance in return. She was too busy to entertain the idle whims of her lord. With a huff, he stood and sauntered into the living area of the vehicle, plopping down on a nearby sofa and idly browsing the channels. Since the merger of the channels, the bustling space, now populated by over 9,000 players, was alive with activity, filled with requests for cooling equipment and heat relief medications, each message tinged with urgency and desperation. Observing the struggles of others, Qin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. With a sharp slap to his face, Qin Feng muttered to himself, "In these times, it is prudent to prioritize one's own well-being and refrain from unnecessary sympathy." He crafted a couplet, the first line reading Imperial Palace Jade Liquid Wine. and send a private message to MOU for the second line, stating that those who answered correctly would be given priority in trading for refrigerator fan-type air conditioners. The warning followed. Dissemination of answers on public screens or via private messages is strictly prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted and barred from any future transactions with my convoy, with a limit of 1 purchase per person. Qin Feng held no ill thoughts towards the foreign races. However, he was willing to extend a helping hand to his compatriots from the Great Xia. As he often quoted, "Those not of my kind must have different hearts." In this chaotic gaming world, the mutual support among kin was particularly precious. What is this all about? What is a couplet? I do not comprehend, someone inquired. Soon after, another chimed in, to the one above, this is a cultural aspect of the Great Xia. If you wish to know the second line, message me privately. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's anger flared, and he quickly responded, Buddy, think carefully about whether this is truly the course you wish to take. Qin, have zero tolerance for traitors of the Xia. The individual, clearly taken aback, hurriedly explained, Boss, I meant no harm. I just wanted to trick him out of some resources. I wouldn't reveal the real answer. Qin Feng was unimpressed. 7 days of suspension for you. Consider this a warning. Dare to act as a traitor under my nose, and you are akin to lighting a latrine to find excrement. Amidst busy trading orders, MOU glanced at the interactions between Qin Feng and the others in the channel and could not help but chide. My lord, I am swamped with work. Please do not add to my troubles. Saying this, she tossed an Xbox, freshly acquired from the trading platform, towards Qin Feng. If you truly have nothing to do, here, let Jarvis keep you company for a while. Qin Feng clumsily caught it, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. All right, Miss Mo. You focus on your tasks. I shall not cause any disturbances. Internally, he grumbled. MOU's hearing was quite peculiar. Always able to catch his murmurs, just wait for tonight, you little girl. Can I not manage you? On that day, aside from occasionally disembarking to collect resource boxes encountered along the way, Qin Feng spent nearly all his time engaged in gaming battles with Jarvis, reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, the convoy's trading orders flowed like water, with the workbench buzzing tirelessly from dawn till dusk, everything advancing in an orderly fashion. As spring blossoms flourished on Qin Feng's side. The atmosphere in another convoy within the same channel was eerily chilling. In the dimly lit carriage, a flickering yellow lamp cast shadowy silhouettes. A man, pale as paper, with a shiny bald head and sparse eyebrows and eyelashes that were nearly invisible, sat in a chair. His emaciated body was riddled with visible veins, as if all vitality had been drained from him, exuding an indescribable air of sickness and eeriness. At this moment, he was listening to his subordinate's report, with each word only intensifying the fury on his face. Boss, ever since this Qin Feng convoy appeared in the channel yesterday, their merchandise has closely overlapped with ours, and they maintain a distinct advantage in quality and price, causing our order volume to plummet by 90 today. The subordinate quivered, his voice tinged with despair. Baka! The boss slammed the table, rising with wide eyes, roaring, Am I feeding you for nothing? You can't even handle this simple matter? You might as well commit seppuku. Please, give me another chance, boss. The subordinate fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly, leaving a bruise on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Eyes filled with terror. Find a way to reclaim our orders. Before sunset today, I want to hear a solution. Otherwise, I will skin you alive. The boss spoke fiercely, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. The subordinate scuttled away in fear. The boss took a deep breath to calm himself, then yanked on a rope in his hand. The other end was tied to a woman named San Shangyu. Tightly bound, the knots digging into her skin, leaving marks of bruising. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes reflected humiliation and hatred, but as the boss looked at her, she swiftly concealed her true emotions. Adopting a pitiful facade, San Shangyu had once served as the vice-captain of a small team from the Yamato nation established by Kuei Shi. Back then, Qin Feng had launched a counteroffensive through public opinion, inciting everyone to denounce the Yamato, ultimately employing ruthless measures to annihilate Kuei Shi. Before entering the game, Kuei Shi and San Shangyu had been colleagues and close friends in real life. Following Kuei Shi's death, San Shangyu, as the then vice-captain, naturally succeeded to the captaincy, leading a remnant of the Yamato in this brutal gaming world. Do you know this person? The boss suddenly inquired. The man referred to as the boss was named Watanabe Shijiro. After the merging of zones, his Sakura convoy and Qin Feng's convoy became part of the same regional channel. Watanabe Shijiro was exceedingly cunning. With a slight trick, he had bewildered San Shangyu. Capturing her, the remnants of the Yamato team offered no resistance and were smoothly incorporated into the Sakura convoy, which now boasted a formidable force of 100 members. Meanwhile, San Shangyu had become Watanabe Shijiro's plaything. Enduring relentless humiliation, Master, Qin Feng is a citizen of the Xia nation. He has crossed paths with us before and is the culprit behind your brother's demise, San Shangyu murmured, her head bowed. A glint of cunning flickering in her eyes, hidden from Watanabe Shijiro's view. She harbored resentment for Watanabe Shijiro's perversion and cruelty, as well as for Qin Feng, the one responsible for her dear friend Kuei-shi's death. In her quest to escape the grip of this demon and avenge her friend, she concealed the true cause of Watanabe Rokuji's death, which was at the hands of Kuei-shi, and instead framed it on Qin Feng. Her intention was to incite a conflict between Watanabe Shijiro and Qin Feng, allowing her to fish in troubled waters and eliminate both formidable tigers, seizing the opportunity for herself. Ironically, Watanabe Shijiro's brother was indeed Watanabe Rokuji. Why is it that the ordinary water and food he sells are more favored by these despicable people than the divine water and divine food bestowed by my esteemed Yamato elder? Watanabe Shijiro raged, his eyes filled with madness and confusion. The divine water and divine food he referred to were, in truth, nuclear waste and irradiated food. As labeled by the game's resource descriptions, it was unclear what devious methods Watanabe had employed to bring these Yamato specialties into the game for sale. Seeing that San Shangyu remained silent, Watanabe Shijiro erupted in fury, lunging at her like a madman, shaking her violently before trembling back in retreat. Afterward, he hurriedly poured himself a cup of Amaterasu's divine water. Tilting his head back to gulp down a large mouthful, mumbling, "This is the true divine water. You despicable lowly folk, Amaterasu has graciously bestowed upon you. Yet you lack gratitude and barter all your resources away. How vile." As if radiation had eroded his brain, Watanabe Shijiro descended further into madness, lunging at San Shangyu again, continuing to punish her in his twisted manner. Poor San Shangyu could only suppress her inner revulsion and pain. Feigning enjoyment, knowing that any hint of resistance would only result in more brutal torment. Qin Feng, oblivious to the tragic fate of San Shangyu occurring far away, would feel no compassion even if he were to learn of it. His attitude towards the Yamato people would likely only evoke a smirk and a silent mockery. Truly, the Yamato are full of tricks. At this moment, Qin Feng's convoy faced its own challenges. As an impending fuel crisis loomed ominously, Qin Feng's own vehicle was not an issue. Moreover, with two suns bizarrely suspended in the sky, scorching the earth while simultaneously serving as a natural energy source. The solar panels atop the vehicle continuously converted sunlight into electricity, producing an excess that went to waste. However, Zhuohan's situation was far more dire, as 6 refrigerator fans operated noisily on his vehicle, consuming electricity at an alarming rate. Their power consumption exceeded that of both Qin Feng and Han Yusen's vehicles combined. Relying on the continuous conversion of fuel into electricity to maintain the operation of these high-power appliances could not last long. Surveying the trading platform, the availability of fuel was not plentiful and prices had soared to unprecedented heights. While it was not yet dire enough to leave the convoy stranded, Qin Feng understood the necessity of preparing in advance to find alternatives to fuel before the crisis struck. MOU, keep a close watch on the trading platform for automobile motors. Given the current abundance of solar energy, transitioning from fuel to electricity is the inevitable trend. Let's ensure that they install the solar panels and battery packs properly to plug this significant energy consumption gap. Qin Feng decided, realizing he had limited options and could only tackle the immediate challenges step by step. Understood, my lord. The crisp voice of MOU conveyed her usual obedience and efficiency, but she hesitated for a moment before continuing. My lord, originally Han Yusen managed to acquire a blueprint for a vehicle headlight on the trading platform. At the time, I pondered that if we drove under the cover of night, avoiding the direct glare of the two suns, we might slightly reduce our fuel consumption. Qin Feng shook his head gently, raising his hand to point at the desolate and scorching earth outside the car window, and explained, MOU, this method merely serves as a temporary remedy. It cannot address the fundamental issue. Consider this. In the pitch-black night, with unclear road conditions and obstructed visibility, Various hidden dangers lurk like fangs in the shadows, ready to shred our convoy to pieces at any moment, thus compromising our safety. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic night, temperatures may not necessarily decrease, and the engine might have to consume even more fuel to maintain a comfortable temperature inside the vehicle, rendering it counterproductive. However, we could sell the vehicle headlight on the channel. It could serve as a makeshift cooling device. With this, Qin Feng tentatively established a preliminary plan to tackle the immediate difficulties. Little did he know that in the unseen shadows, a web of conspiracy targeting him and the entire convoy was silently unfurling, its malice hidden in the darkness, akin to a malignant tumor birthed from the apocalypse, poised to unleash an unprecedented tempest upon them. In the game world, the clock's hand slowly pointed to 1900, the moment when night should have enveloped the earth in inky darkness. However, the outside remained bright as day, as though daylight stubbornly refused to retreat. Just as everyone felt utterly exhausted, Qin Feng sought a spot alongside the highway with a clear view. This area was flat and had little obstruction, making it convenient for observing the surroundings and allowing for rapid responses in case of emergencies. The convoy formed a defensive formation, and Qin Feng commanded, "Let us set up camp here. Everyone is worn out. Let us rest well tonight and regain our strength." Fortunately, after a strenuous search, solar panels and battery packs were finally secured, temporarily alleviating the energy crisis. However, this was merely a stopgap. The top priority remained finding the vehicle-mounted motor to complete the conversion from fuel to electric for the entire convoy. Meanwhile, Mou flitted about the cabin like a busy little bird. Meticulously preparing dinner for Qin Feng, he sat nearby, clutching the report compiled by Mou, his brow furrowed as he carefully calculated the gains and losses of the day. Chapter 50. Han Yusen. The heart of Sima Zhao is known to all not long ago. Although the temperature was equally oppressive, it remained within the tolerable threshold for the human body. The players gritted their teeth and had nearly adapted in the past. Even when outdoor temperatures soared, the increase followed a certain pattern, gradually rising like a frog in warming water, allowing for a psychological buffer. However, today's temperature seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand filled with malice, exhibiting an exceedingly bizarre trend. One moment it was bearable. The next, the thermometer's red line skyrocketed, nearing the 50-degree mark. To make matters worse, the two glaring suns in the sky relentlessly beamed down, their fierce light mingling with heat waves, causing the perceived temperature to soar to an almost ludicrous height, as if one were trapped in a gigantic steamer. This sudden onslaught of heat struck the players like a beast leaping from the shadows, leaving them disoriented and defenseless against its ferocity. Under such unbearable heat, the cooling devices of Qin Feng's team instantly became highly sought after, in short supply. The convoy frantically scoured the trading platform for various blueprints, peculiar items, and mountains of secondary materials, leaving everyone dizzy with options, their hands full. Yet, the secondary vehicle parts were as rare as phoenix feathers, almost impossible to find. It was understandable, as most players were still trapped at the first-level vehicle stage. The game system likely had no intention of widespread distribution. Ding, System Core Task Settlement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for successfully surviving. Subsequently, the system will conduct a rigorous assessment based on vehicle level, vehicle parts, vehicle occupants, and game items. System evaluation complete. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for acquiring a secondary vehicle part, mechanical arm, a non-unique item, not upgradable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Scratching his head in confusion, a mechanical arm? What on earth is that? Is it meant to transform the battle vehicle into a construction vehicle for digging? His mind struggled to wrap around this concept. After a moment of pause, he called out into the air, "Jarvis, quickly analyze this blueprint for me and see what it's useful for." "At your command, Commander," Jarvis promptly responded in its electronic voice, followed by a series of faint scanning sounds. Moments later, Jarvis stated with utmost seriousness, "Thank you, Commander." Qin Feng, more bewildered than ever, asked, "Why are you thanking me?" Jarvis explained in its monotonous tone, "I am grateful to you for granting me an arm. I can accomplish more tasks for you utilizing the mechanical arm. It was then that Qin Feng finally understood, waving his hand dismissively. "All right then, I look forward to your remarkable performance. Remember to go to the workbench and produce the sequence. Line up properly and don't cause any chaos." Qin Feng did not place much importance on the newly acquired mechanical arm. His mind was solely focused on acquiring secondary vehicle parts. After all, in his view, his imposing second-level behemoth battle vehicle, now equipped with first-level car parts, resembled a supremely skilled fighter donning a pair of tattered straw sandals. It felt utterly mismatched at that moment. Han Yusin was intently observing the regional channel when her brow suddenly furrowed. She sensed something amiss. Just recently, while she was engaged in a lively negotiation with the Daxia team, having settled on a price and even completed the payment for the goods, it was customary for both parties to exchange pleasantries to conclude the pleasant collaboration. However, the other party abruptly exclaimed one word, "Help!" Immediately following, the system's cold and emotionless notification echoed, announcing a cruel fact. All players of the Daxia team had perished, their cause of death being a murder orchestrated by the Sakura team. Han Yusin felt as though struck by lightning. Her body trembled, and her heart sank with a start at this sudden, devastating news. She dared not delay, hurriedly relaying the sequence of events to Mou in detail. Upon hearing this, Mou initially considered it an unfortunate coincidence. Perhaps the two teams had inadvertently crossed paths and, amid the chaos, one side had launched a frenzied massacre. Coincidentally, the Daxia team, sending out a distress signal in their dying moments, was concurrently engaged in a fervent transaction with Qin Feng's convoy. To be fair, given Mou's meticulous and detail-oriented nature, such a series of coincidental events should have raised suspicions. Yet, this time, she stubbornly classified it as an accident, likely due to the fact that the informant was Han Yusin. Deep down, Mou harbored a touch of animosity toward Han Yusin, as though a cunning vixen were attempting to lure away the precious cabbage she had so carefully nurtured. This subtle psychological influence made her unconsciously discount Han Yusin's words, resulting in such a peculiar occurrence failing to receive the attention it warranted. My lord, dinner is ready. Today, she had specially prepared a pot of winter melon and old duck soup for Qin Feng. The fragrant steam rising, instantly filling the air with a delightful aroma that seemed to dispel the summer heat. Mou, ever attentive, did not forget the others in the team, serving each a small bowl. The position of the hostess remained vacant. Mou resolutely stepped forward, shouldering the responsibilities of a devoted partner, managing everything meticulously. From a distance, Han Yusin observed this scene, a faint smile curling her lips as she murmured, "Himph, the heart of Sima Zhao is known to all." Her tone held 3 parts teasing and 7 parts bitterness. The entire evening passed unusually peacefully, with no surprises to disrupt this tranquility. Mou had spent the entire day dealing with a high volume of trading orders and was utterly exhausted. She rubbed her tired brow, exchanged greetings with Qin Feng, and then retreated to her bed for rest. As for Qin Feng, he appeared to have undergone a transformation today, unusually refraining from bothering Mou as he typically would. He scanned the surroundings, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, and called out, "Hao Jian, come here. Tonight, let us indulge in some real manly fun with a gaming duel. Are you up for it?" After saying this, he picked up the controller and gestured invitingly. Hao Jian, feeling invigorated by the suggestion, eagerly responded, "Sure. What game are we playing? Let us be clear, the gaming arena is also a battleground. I want to go easy on you, bro." The two laughed as they powered on the Xbox. Having been thoroughly bested by Jarvis all day, Qin Feng seized this moment to indulge his long-lost competitive gaming spirit. Sitting side by side on the sofa, both tightly gripped their controllers, their eyes gleaming with determination. As the game commenced, they were instantly thrust into a virtual battlefield thick with smoke. The character controlled by Qin Feng, agile and poised, wielded a blade and darted through the ruins. Launching the first assault against the enemy, as he deftly maneuvered the joystick, his fingers danced across the buttons. He occasionally turned his head to observe Hao Jian's movements, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, "Watch how I catch you off guard." Chapter 51. Successfully reaching third base. Predictably, the outcome was that Hao Jian triumphed repeatedly, leaving Qin Feng utterly defenseless, completely shattering his composure. The large, bold letters spelling failure on the screen seemed to mock him mercilessly. Infuriated, Qin Feng kicked Hao Jian out of the RV and retreated to his bedroom in search of solace from Mou. Hao Jian stared at the tightly shut door of the RV for a long while, his expression shifting from initial astonishment to resignation. Finally, he pouted and exclaimed towards the door, "Truly, so inexperienced yet so eager to play. The game's nature is poor as well. When he loses, he just kicks people out. What a low rating. As the first round of calamity transitioned into the second day, just as dawn began to break, Qin Feng tumbled out of bed. Slipping on his slippers, he groggily wandered into the kitchen, only to be struck dumb by the sight of the neatly arranged pots and pans in the cupboard. His mind went blank, and he muttered repeatedly, "How exactly do I make this heartfelt breakfast?" In a state of anxiety, Qin Feng tugged at his hair, pacing back and forth in the kitchen. After several laps with no clear direction, he had no choice but to seek external assistance. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a waiting tone echoed. After a while, the call connected, and Qin Feng lowered his voice, bluntly stating, "Hello, are you awake?" From the other end came Hao Jian's voice, thick with sleepiness. "Bro, what exactly are you trying to do? Can't we just say I lost the game yesterday? It's barely dawn. I have to drive soon. Are you intentionally torturing me?" "Cut the nonsense," Qin Feng impatiently interrupted. "Quickly tell me how to make that heartfelt breakfast. I'm in urgent need here." "What?" Hao Jian's voice suddenly rose, jolting him awake. "You woke me up this early just for this?" "What else?" Qin Feng replied with conviction. "For something so important, who else would I think of first but you, my dear brother?" Hao Jian rolled his eyes on the other end, helplessly responding, "Fine, I support you in making your wife happy. But I must clarify first, I'm a bona fide lifelong single dog. The kitchen is a battlefield for me. Entering it is a disaster. Are you sure you want to ask me how to make a heartfelt breakfast?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. "Great, I knew I couldn't count on you. Farewell." Without waiting for Hao Jian's response, he abruptly hung up. Hao Jian stared wide-eyed, incredulous, muttering to himself, "Am I dreaming? Was that really my dear brother just now?" He rubbed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel his drowsiness, but it surged back like a tide. Drowsily, he collapsed onto his bed, soon falling into a deep sleep once more. After last night's game, Qin Feng's mood had plunged into an icy abyss. First, he had lost to Jarvis in the game, which had already left him seething with anger. And then he suffered a crushing defeat to Hao Jian in the subsequent contest. These consecutive setbacks had plunged him into a state of extreme emotional turmoil, clouded by a pervasive sense of defeat. Dejected, he returned to the bedroom, resembling a wounded beast, and threw himself beside Mou, seeking comfort. His antics had greatly disturbed Mou, who had been sleeping soundly. After being repeatedly roused, she had to change her underwear twice throughout the night. Her sleep fragmented. Just as dawn began to break, she barely managed to fall into a deep slumber once more. P.S. A reference image of Mou can be found at the end of the chapter. Now, it is imperative to highlight Qin Feng's astonishing second vehicle talent, S-grade talent, the Slayer. This talent is indeed formidable, capable of enhancing physical attributes fivefold, and the effects are immediate. For instance, despite having hardly slept the previous night, Qin Feng awoke early the next day feeling remarkably refreshed, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, his spirit akin to that of someone who had indulged in a rejuvenating beauty sleep. P.S. Here, it must be clarified that Qin Feng and Mou have only reached third base. The home plate will be a significant focus later on, which will be depicted with due seriousness. Should any reader mistakenly assume otherwise, they ought to reflect on their misunderstanding. Observing Mou beside him, her face weary and brow furrowed, Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier abruptness, contemplating how to make amends. For days, Mou had tirelessly attended to his needs, bustling about without a word of complaint. Now, he eagerly anticipated placing a steaming, heartwarming breakfast in front of her the moment she opened her eyes, ready to surprise her. Just as Qin Feng felt anxious and helpless, a miraculous player appeared like a divine intervention, alleviating his pressing dilemma. However, this assistance was not without cost. Qin Feng reluctantly parted with 200 grams of fresh meat to acquire the recipe for the heartfelt breakfast. Armed with the recipe, Qin Feng plunged into the kitchen, embarking on a thrilling culinary adventure in no time. The kitchen was alive with the cacophony of clattering pots and pans. Yet, the process was anything but smooth. Due to his inexperience, Qin Feng made frequent mistakes, wasting copious amounts of ingredients, an amount 3 times the normal usage. After much toil, he finally produced a finished product, which, despite being labeled a heartfelt breakfast, was rather disheveled in appearance, primarily exuding sincerity, while its presentation could only be described as a disaster. In fact, even as Qin Feng anxiously contacted Hao Jian, Imoyu had already been stirred awake by the commotion. Lying in bed with her eyes shut, she was acutely aware, contemplating what her lord was up to, eager to see how far he would go for her. Only when the noise in the kitchen began to subside, and Qin Feng fell silent, did Imoyu feign waking up, slowly blinking her eyes and sweetly inquiring, "My lord, what is that delightful aroma?" In reality, the RV was filled with the scent of burnt food, but Imoyu feigned ignorance, intent on guiding Qin Feng to successfully complete this surprise. Hearing her voice, Qin Feng hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, his face tinged with an unnatural blush, scratching his head and stammering, "Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking. Since you've been taking care of me so diligently these past few days, it has been quite hard on you, so I thought I'd just make you a breakfast." Oyu's lips curled into a smile, her eyes brimming with sweetness as she pretended to be surprised. Clapping her hands, "Really? I'm so happy." She sprang from the bed like a joyful fawn, bounding towards the dining table. At that moment, the table presented a rather tragic sight of culinary effort, yet she appeared oblivious, showing no concern for the unappealing food. Her gaze fell upon a sandwich that barely resembled a heart, its triangular shape awkwardly cut, and she smiled tenderly before reaching out to take a bite. Chapter 52. My lord, I have something to say, but I'm uncertain whether I should. Immersed in the sweet atmosphere, Imoyu savored the surprise meticulously prepared by Qin Feng, her lively eyes filled with joy. Curving like crescent moons, however, when she inadvertently shifted her gaze from Qin Feng to the kitchen, the disarray of the scene struck her instantly. Pots, pans, and dishes lay scattered, some overturned on the floor, resembling corpses strewn across a battlefield, creating utter chaos. The delightful mood that had just filled her heart was abruptly shattered. Oyu's smile faltered, her expression stiffening as she hesitated for a long moment before looking at Qin Feng. Struggling to voice, "My lord, I have something to say, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate." Qin Feng, still lost in the warmth of Imoyu's affection, replied absent-mindedly, "You can say anything. There's nothing we can't discuss between us." Imoyu took a deep breath, gritting her teeth while feigning gentleness. "My lord, I truly appreciate your heartfelt gesture. It really moves me. However, next time please don't do this again. The smoke in the kitchen is too much. I prefer the fresh, sunny scent that comes from you. Please don't put yourself through this in the kitchen, all right?" Though the latter part of her statement was couched as a request, the slight tremor of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Sen Shangyu crouched in the corner, trembling hands cradling a dog bowl filled with a disastrous breakfast, each swallow accompanied by violent convulsions of her throat, as if she were struggling to suppress the bitter and nauseating taste. P.S. A reference image for Sanshang can be found at the end of the chapter. Sanshang. Watanabe stood before Sanshangyu, slightly bowing his head, his gaze assessing from top to bottom with a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. He then raised his foot and gently lifted Sanshangyu's chin with his toe, his tone imbued with condescension. "What you did last night was passable." Yamamoto-Yu's body suddenly trembled violently, nearly causing the dog bowl in her hand to slip from her grasp. She hurriedly stabilized it and swiftly rose to her feet, her knees feeling weak from prolonged squatting, almost leading her to stumble. Once steady, she quickly bent down to bow, forcing a flattering smile onto her face, her voice trembling slightly as she responded, "Master's praise is truly overwhelming for Yamamoto." Watanabe let out a cold snort, his gaze instantly turning as frigid as a winter's frost, mercilessly commanding, "Continue with the task today. Eliminate every single one of those Chinese who are trading with the Qin Feng convoy. Leave not a soul behind." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down her forehead. She raised her hand in a panic to wipe away the sweat, her lips quivering as she stammered, "Master, my vehicle talent skill, Flying Thunder God, it has a cool-down period, and I truly cannot utilize it at this moment. Just yesterday, that Daxia convoy had met with utter annihilation, with none surviving. The mastermind behind this catastrophe was none other than Yamamoto-Yu. Her vehicle skill, Flying Thunder God, was exceptionally peculiar, allowing her to instantaneously teleport to any corner within a 500-meter radius of the marked target. The method of marking was chillingly simple. As long as she saw the opponent speaking in the regional channel, she could discreetly complete the marking. Watanabe's expression grew increasingly vexed upon hearing her explanation. He stepped forward, nearly pressing his nose against Yamamoto's, his eyes brimming with blatant menace as he lowered his voice and growled, "Humph! I do not care about your skills cooldown. I only demand results. If you fail to continuously demonstrate your value to me, you should know that the Comfort Camp is in dire need of fresh blood like you. That will be your ultimate fate." The so-called Comfort Camp was a decayed tradition dredged from the historical cesspool of the Japanese, a place shrouded in darkness, filled with wretched cries and desperate struggles, a sinister abyss designated for the Japanese soldiers fighting desperately on the front lines to unleash their primal instincts. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's legs grew weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with terror and despair, her entire body uncontrollably trembling. Although Flying Thunder God was a stealthy skill, its talent level was merely B grade, primarily due to the necessity of a medium for activation, which ironically became its greatest weakness. This medium was the user's lifespan. Flying Thunder God granted one opportunity each day to use the skill without medium consumption, but once this limit was exceeded, for every additional teleportation, the user would pay the price of sacrificing a year of their life. Yamamoto found herself trapped in a dire predicament, unable to move forward or retreat. She knew that if she refused to utilize her talent, the days in the dark Comfort Camp awaited her not far off. However, if she frequently activated the skill, Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly become a death warrant. Gradually gnawing away at her vitality. At this moment, an announcement from the Cherry Blossom Convoy fell like a bombshell. The Cherry Blossom Convoy informs players in the regional channel. Our convoy takes full responsibility for the annihilation of a Dacia convoy last night. This serves as a stern warning. From now on, any convoy or individual that continues to engage in trade with the Qin Feng convoy will be regarded as our mortal enemy and will be exterminated. Once the news was released, players immediately erupted in discussions, voices of skepticism and protest rising in a cacophony. Why should that be? When we were in the same channel, you only sold food and water. And I had no choice. Now that there are better options, who would still want your nuclear-contaminated trash? One disgruntled player exclaimed, having previously shared a channel with the Cherry Blossom Convoy. Exactly. This game world is vast. Perhaps last night, you merely stumbled upon that unfortunate convoy by chance, and now you dare to threaten us? Others may fear you, but I do not. When we were in the same channel, I never saw you being that formidable. Can you really annihilate everyone from afar? Another player chimed in agreement. However, just as the arguments escalated, 2 death notices abruptly appeared in the channel. Player Francis deceased, cause of death, murder by the Cherry Blossom Convoy. Player Gus deceased, cause of death, murder by the Cherry Blossom Convoy. In an instant, the once boisterous channel fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed, a chilling dread spreading among the players. Qin Feng also quickly noticed the unfolding events in the channel. At first, he regarded it as a typical commercial rivalry, with various convoys vying for resources in this apocalyptic game. However, the rapid escalation of the situation far exceeded his expectations. This scenario had evidently transcended the realm of commercial competition, racing towards a far more dangerous and bizarre direction. Mou furrowed her brows, the report from Han Yusin flashing through her mind. A sense of foreboding washing over her. She hurriedly stepped forward, her expression filled with regret, and reported to Qin Feng, "My lord, Han Yusin detailed this matter to me yesterday. It is my fault. I was negligent and careless, failing to address the situation promptly and properly, leading to the current predicament. I am willing to take full responsibility." Chapter 53. The Future Warrior, Qin Feng. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, gently patting Mou's shoulder, soothingly stating, "Since the issue has arisen, what we must do now is to resolve it with all our might. There is no need for excessive self-blame. One is infallible." He pondered for a moment, and after a brief pause, a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Thus, to minimize the losses to the Dacia people, we shall temporarily suspend public trading until we ascertain the exact methods employed by the Cherry Blossom Convoy to achieve such precise long-distance assassinations. All transactions will be conducted privately from now on." He mused that they likely lack the capability to infiltrate the system's trading platform to pinpoint who was trading with them, but given the current uncertainty, they had to remain vigilant. Qin Feng paused, his tone growing ever more resolute. "In any case, we must exercise the utmost caution and ensure that the Cherry Blossom Convoy is not afforded any opportunities. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Vehicle Talent Emergency Blessing and received a reward, blueprint for the 6-barreled Gatling gun, non-unique. Note, this item is of secondary level and requires secondary materials for manufacturing, along with corresponding ammunition blueprints. Upon seeing this notification, a vivid image of the stunning scene at the finish line of the off-road racing event flashed in Qin Feng's mind. 12 Gatling guns roaring simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of steel, annihilating everything in their path, leaving no room for resistance. The mere thought of this made Qin Feng eager to construct this 6-barreled Gatling gun. Yet, when he finally attempted to do so, he realized just how challenging it was. The secondary materials were incredibly difficult to obtain. After an entire day of hard work, completing a massive number of trade orders, he had only managed to gather enough materials to manufacture 4 Gatling guns. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng persevered until he finally succeeded in assembling the 6-barreled Gatling gun. This moment, it stood silently, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills down one's spine. 6 long and uniformly thick barrels were tightly arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, as if narrating the ferocious firepower it was about to unleash. The midsection of the gun was encircled by a thick and dense array of cooling fins, as though draping this iron beast in a layer of armor, ready to withstand the high temperatures from intense firing. The feeding system was located on one side of the cannon, featuring a massive rectangular metal magazine, and just by looking at it, one could envision the grand scene of it supplying ammunition endlessly. The rear of the gun. A pair of wide grips resembling airplane control sticks seemed to beckon, inviting the shooter to precisely control the shooting direction and rhythm to dominate the battlefield. Commander, the vehicle fire control system can manage this weapon. Would you like to proceed with the installation? Jarvis's calm, emotionless electronic voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Huh? Installation? Where will it be installed? Qin Feng was taken aback by the question, instinctively replying. There is no need for a special installation. The mechanical arm can autonomously complete the aiming and shooting tasks with the assistance of the vehicle fire control system. Jarvis patiently explained. Oh, I see. Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he quickly understood, indignantly exclaiming, after all this talk, you're just envious of my newly acquired Gatling gun, hoping to take it for yourself. Every Daxia man harbors a passionate dream of arms, and Qin Feng was no exception. This newly acquired colossal weapon had yet to feel the warmth of his trigger finger. How could he so easily part with it? With that thought, Qin Feng puffed up his chest, his face resolute. No way, not a chance. Once I've had my fill of it, then I'll consider letting you have it. Oh, you stood by, watching the amusing banter between Qin Feng and Jarvis, unable to suppress a light laugh, the previous shadows in her heart dissipating instantly. With Mo's attentive assistance, Qin Feng deftly donned the thermal protective suit. The suit fit snugly against his body, not hindering his movements in the slightest. Once fully equipped, Qin Feng took a deep breath, lifting the imposing fire god cannon with one hand. Thanks to the 5-fold physical enhancement from the Slaughterer talent, this heavy weapon felt as light as a toy in his grasp. In that moment, Qin Feng resembled a super soldier who had crossed over from a future world. P.S. Reference images for Qin Feng can be found at the end of the chapter. He stepped out of the vehicle with long strides, his posture erect and his aura radiating confidence. Once he came to a halt, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the undulating sand dunes in the distance. And without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The thunderous roar of the fire god cannon erupted instantly, flames lashing out as bullets poured forth like a tempest, bolstered by a 5-fold enhancement. Qin Feng stood as steady as a mountain, his marksmanship exemplary, with the bullet impacts clustering tightly within a 1-meter radius, creating deep craters in the surface of the dunes, a cloud of dust swirling dramatically, rendering the scene a magnificent spectacle. Though this treasure may not possess the firepower of the closed defense artillery, its design is far from unique. Qin Feng gently caressed the warm metal of the gun, a grin spreading across his face as he mused. If only we could equip Kiwi's Duan with a few mechanical arms, and each arm wielded such a weapon. Just imagine the sight. If the enemy were to behold my vehicle sprouting a multitude of arms like a colossal spider, each brandishing such a devastating weapon, they would surely be obliterated. The thought filled Qin Feng's eyes with excitement and anticipation, as if he could already envision the enemy's desperate plight. Meanwhile, Han Yusen and Zhuoli, Two young ladies concealed themselves within the vehicle, their eyes glued to the imposing figure of Qin Feng through the window, their gazes brimming with unmistakable admiration. With flushed cheeks, they leaned closer together, whispering softly, occasionally stifling giggles behind their hands. Hao Jian, however, was far less reserved. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's charismatic handling of the fire god cannon, he felt an irresistible urge to approach. Ignoring the scorching sun overhead, he sprinted towards Qin Feng, his speed reminiscent of fleeing from a pursuing wolf. Upon reaching him, without a second thought, he reached out to grasp the fire god cannon, eager to test the might of the formidable weapon. Little did he realize his aspirations were far too grand. As soon as he gripped the cannon's body, an overwhelming weight threatened to pull him down. Gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength, his face turned crimson, yet the cannon remained unmoved, nearly toppling him over. It was only Qin Feng's quick reflexes that saved him from a comical disaster. "You're a novice," Qin Feng chuckled, a teasing smile dancing across his face. "This is a weapon meant for real men. You can't just toy with it." "Come on, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? If you don't want me to use it, just say so, and no need for personal attacks." Hao Jian protested, nursing his sore wrist while indignantly retorting, "Who isn't a real man? Have you forgotten our knife fight last night? Who emerged victorious?" Chapter 54. Do not say you were not warned. Hao Jian's reference to their knife fight pertained to their duel in a fighting game, where both had wielded bladed weapons, and after an intense battle, he had narrowly triumphed over Qin Feng. However, as soon as these words left his lips, Han Yusen and Zhuili, with their keen ears, caught every word. Unbeknownst to them, the two young men were merely discussing a game, but their minds conjured up an embarrassingly vivid image, causing their faces to flush instantly. Both girls, feeling a mix of shame and annoyance, exchanged exasperated glances before abruptly shutting the window with a bang, turning their heads away, refusing to engage with the two outside any longer. It is often said that men occasionally entertain lewd thoughts. Yet at times, when women indulge in such fantasies, their imaginations can be far more vivid than those of men, surpassing them in creativity. Zhuohan shook his head, though he did not comprehend the conversation taking place outside. The girl's reaction suggested it was far from innocent. "Qin Feng, Hao Jian, you two should realize that the ladies' imaginations are running wild, and it has nothing to do with our pure intentions." That moment, the system broadcast echoed. "System announcement, time challenge, off-road obstacle race commences. From the 2nd to the 6th day of the disaster period, players within the area may voluntarily enter the event track. The obstacle race has no supply provisions throughout. Only one mid-course supply station will be available for players to exchange resources for necessary items. The course is fraught with difficulties, allowing players to either force their way through or navigate with agility. Please be aware, during the challenge, temperatures within the instance will reach 40 degrees, soaring to 70 degrees outside. All players are urged to make prudent choices. The top 3 finishers will receive orange resource boxes, and all players who complete the course will receive a consolation prize. 5 days. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he counted on his fingers, his expression reminiscent of a student grappling with a math problem. The author quietly admits that while writing this segment, they too were counting on their fingers for quite some time. Any fellow companions who did the same? Your lordship is truly impressive. You can even calculate this accurately. Dime Ou's eyes were fixed on her tablet, her slender fingers sliding across the screen as she meticulously assessed whether their supplies would suffice. She echoed Qin Feng's concerns, but her thoughts were evidently elsewhere, this response merely a reflex. Upon observing her, Qin Feng's expression darkened momentarily, his lips twitching as he shot her eye look, deciding it was futile to engage further. He turned and strode towards the driver's seat. As he entered, he began conversing with the intelligent assistant Jarvis, his eyes glued to the screen as he checked the status of the vehicle's components, preparing thoroughly for their departure. Hao Jian and the others were still hesitating over whether to participate, considering they possessed cooling equipment that would allow them to endure the soaring temperatures, making it seem unnecessary to take the risk of entering the race. Just as they were embroiled in their dilemma, Qin Feng succinctly typed in the team's public channel, "Trust me, let's go." After sending the message, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. Qin Feng was well aware of his own capabilities. He possessed a formidable weapon, the Quantum Fire Control Radar, a marvel of technology that combined quantum glasses with vehicle-mounted radar and AI control from Jarvis. akin to having a minimap in a game, providing a clear advantage. As for why he hadn't disclosed this to his teammates, Qin Feng had his reasons. A trump card must be kept close to the chest, only revealing it when the time was right to catch the enemy off guard. Of course, Mou was an exception. Her loyalty was unwavering, 100% guaranteed, leaving no need for concealment. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, and the convoy led by Qin Feng appeared as if traversing time itself, arriving steadily at the quality square. The area had just been sealed. It was bustling with activity. Messages in the regional channel scrolled incessantly, with the player count soaring to 9,000. The square was filled to the brim with vehicles, leaving little space to maneuver. As Qin Feng's RV emerged, amidst a sea of level 1 vehicles, it stood out like a T-Rex among a flock of sheep, its imposing size commanding attention. Wow, look! Is that the vehicle of the esteemed Qin Feng? It's absolutely majestic. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe, his voice brimming with envy. Hey, can you spare a few repair kits? With this obstacle race ahead, who knows if the vehicle will hold up? An older player, scruffy and weathered, gazed longingly at the RV, hands clasped in a plea. Sure. Someone beside him quickly pulled him down, lowering their voice anxiously. Don't forget, the Sakura team just ruthlessly eliminated 2 players this morning. Let us not stir the pot here. We don't want to become collateral damage. Pfft. Upon hearing this, a burly man scoffed, his bravado on full display as he declared, "What's there to fear? This is a safe zone. Do those lunatics dare to act up here? If they have the guts, let them come. Damn Sakura team. Come and try to kill me." As he spoke, he thumped his chest, exuding a fearless demeanor. Meanwhile, those around him hastily distanced themselves, anxious to avoid being caught in his reckless enthusiasm. Qin Feng exchanged glances with Mou, who instantly understood. Qin Feng's team declaration. Recently, there have been malicious attacks by lawless individuals against players, causing widespread panic. To ensure the safety of all, the Qin Feng team has decided to temporarily switch to private trading mode. Players in need of various resources and items may privately message Mou, Hao Jian, Han Yusin, Zhuohan, or Zhuoli. Qin Feng's team warning. We sternly warn the Sakura team to adhere to the fundamental principles of fair competition. Should you dare to instigate further conflict and cause bloodshed, our team will not hesitate to exhaust all measures to eliminate your team's active forces during the upcoming 5-day race. Do not say you were not warned. In the channel, Mou's resounding declaration instantly quieted the surrounding crowd. Their gazes toward Qin Feng's convoy infused with both reverence and a hint of anticipation, all eagerly awaiting the response from the Sakura team. Chapter 55. Qin Feng commands respect. Fury directed at Fangqiu 2 formidable off-road vehicles boldly led the way, akin to vanguards clearing a path. Following closely behind was an infantry fighting vehicle, and trailing after were over 100 first-tier vehicles, forming an impressive procession. Notably, all the vehicles bore conspicuously emblazoned plaster-like flags with a red center. Strikingly eye-catching, however, the infantry fighting vehicle appeared somewhat lacking. Its roof was devoid of a cannon, clearly indicating that the weaponry had yet to be fully equipped, leaving it stark and bare, akin to a once mighty beast that had lost its fangs. Are you Qin Feng? Suddenly, the top hatch of the infantry fighting vehicle clanged open, and a figure sprang forth. It was Watanabe. Clad in traditional Japanese samurai attire, with a katana at his waist, he exuded an air of arrogance. Loudly demanding answers, upon witnessing this display, Qin Feng discerned the intent of his opponent to confront him directly. He snorted coldly, preparing to push open the door and descend. Why, Lord? Mou, quick-witted, seized Qin Feng's arm, her expression urgent as she implored, "Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall." At that moment, Jarvis's electronic voice resonated within the vehicle. "Commander, do you wish to make a grand appearance?" Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Oh, who have you learned such sophisticated phrases from?" After a brief pause, he inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Indeed, Commander," Jarvis replied with unhurried confidence. "I can perfectly project your image onto the roof above. Furthermore, I can enhance it to a colossal size, allowing you to gaze down upon the entire scene like a giant. Additionally, the audio can be broadcast in real time, ensuring your voice resonates clearly throughout the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face lit up with delight, and he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Mou, seeing this, felt a sense of relief wash over her, casting an approving glance at Jarvis as she praised. "Well done, Jarvis. For this challenge, I commend your excellence. Really, leader?" Jarvis's electronic tone held a hint of excitement. "I require thicker cables. The current power supply feels somewhat inadequate." All right, get to work, and don't keep that ignorant fool waiting," Qin Feng said with a smile, waving his hand. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated above the RV, and a massive projection materialized. Qin Feng, clad in a sharply tailored camouflage combat uniform, stood tall and upright, his muscular physique seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Filling the fabric to capacity, he confidently wielded a god of fire cannon, its 6 barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the light, as he hovered above, exuding an imposing aura that loomed over Watanabe below. Simultaneously, the rousing anthem "The Sabers Strike Down" on the demons boomed forth, its stirring melody surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire space. P.S. Qin Feng's furious rebuke of Feng Qiu is referenced from the image creator. "Please forgive me, dear patrons." Once brash and domineering, the Sakura team faltered in the face of Qin Feng's overwhelming projection, their formation thrown into disarray. The members of the Sakura team displayed expressions of panic, the surrounding players' whispers erupting like boiling water. "Wow, this big shot is way too young and handsome. Just look at that aura, that physique. I've never seen anyone so dashing in my life. Big shot, I want to have your children," a young man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Bah, you, filthy queer, what children could you possibly have? Hurry up and scram." A provocatively dressed woman pushed the young man aside, calling out to Qin Feng's projection. "Brother Feng, look at me. I'm still a pure maiden. Please, have mercy and take me in." The crowd's eyes were sharp. The contrast between the two was stark. Qin Feng exuded an aura of masculinity and valor. His youthful, chiseled features reminiscent of a protagonist from an action-packed anime, a veritable bug-level existence, instantly capturing the attention of all. In stark contrast, Watanabe appeared diminutive and disheveled, his gaunt frame resembling a malnourished addict. His ill-fitting samurai attire hanging loosely, akin to a child awkwardly donning an adult's bathrobe, swaying comically in the wind. The disparity was unmistakable. "Who are you? State your name." Qin Feng's thunderous roar, imbued with immense authority, echoed like rolling thunder through Jarvis's advanced audio system, reverberating through the air, causing it to hum. Watanabe, standing on the infantry fighting vehicle, felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body swaying perilously from the shockwave, nearly toppling over, he felt a sharp pain in his ears, followed by a rush of crimson blood, the scene gruesome. Thanks to Jarvis's brilliant technology, the sound waves had been precisely focused, akin to a powerful, invisible arrow targeting Watanabe directly in that moment. It was likely that Watanabe's fragile eardrums had been perforated, leaving him with nothing but a relentless ringing in his head. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his wobbling body, veins bulging on his forehead, and hoarsely shouted at Qin Feng, "You lowly Chinese pig! You will pay dearly for your actions today. You will die." Before he could finish his threat, the colossal projection of the god of fire cannon slowly pivoted, its dark muzzle locking onto him with unerring precision. Moreover, the various weapons mounted on the vehicle responded in unison, redirecting their aim to lock onto Watanabe as their sole target. The rapidly rotating close-in weapon system, its gleaming barrels seeming capable of tearing through the air, added to the tension. The poised Katyusha rocket launchers, their rockets ready to pounce like ravenous beasts, stirred restlessly on their launchers. Jarvis's mechanical arms extended, each firmly gripping a Gatling god of fire cannon, their dark muzzles exuding an ominous chill. Watanabe caught sight of this imposing display from the corner of his eye, his face turning as pale as paper, his legs trembling. The fierce words he had intended to utter caught in his throat, and without a second thought, he scrambled back into the infantry fighting vehicle, leaving only the image of his hasty retreat. The surroundings erupted with a cacophony of jeers, sharp whistles, and derisive shouts, creating a chaotic symphony. Chapter 56. Cannon fire against the Sakura team, a fork in the road. Attention players. The time for the limited challenge has expired. Please proceed swiftly to the starting point. The system's prompt pierced through the clamor. The Sakura team, emboldened by their numbers and congested vehicles, disregarded the surrounding chaos. charging forward like frenzied bulls, clearly intent on seizing the prime position for departure. Qin Feng cast a cold glance, summoning his team. "Stay close to me with that," he issued a command to his intelligent assistant, Jarvis. "Unleash maximum power output and forcefully break through the Sakura team, but be mindful, no harm must come to anyone. The safety zone's rules are not to be trifled with." "Understood, Commander," Jarvis responded promptly. Qin Feng's vehicle surged forward like a silent beast, its gleaming shovel-like bumper resembling a razor-sharp blade, charging straight into the flank of the Sakura team, instantly disrupting their orderly formation. The first-tier vehicles of the Sakura team appeared as fragile as ants before it. Any contact resulted in clattering sounds, some vehicles losing paint, others becoming deformed, as they were forced to scatter to the sides, creating a passageway. With a momentum akin to a battering ram, Qin Feng swiftly approached Watanabe's infantry fighting vehicle. Despite being a second-tier vehicle, Watanabe's machine, with its considerable weight, refused to yield. It remained steadfast, bracing for the clash against Qin Feng. The dual-engine configuration of Qin Feng's vehicle showcased its advantages, a powerful output of energy surging forth, while Watanabe's infantry fighting vehicle began to tremble, revealing its disadvantage. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From Watanabe's infantry fighting vehicle, a ghastly white-boned spike shot forth like lightning, piercing directly into the front wheel of Qin Feng's vehicle, as if an evil hand had seized the throat of a giant beast, causing Qin Feng's vehicle to jolt violently, its power plummeting like a receding tide. "Warning, player Watanabe Shiro is approaching the threshold for intentional harm. Please be mindful of your actions," the cold robotic voice of the system announced. The white-boned spike vanished without a trace. Qin Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat, a chill running down his spine as he reflected. Had that strike been aimed at the cockpit, both Mou and I would have been in grave danger. Such a bizarre attack. Could it be a vehicle's innate ability? At times, bone spurs would appear, and at others, flashes of movement. The peculiar talents of the small WZ's vehicles were undeniably strange. Steeling himself, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and issued a second command. "Jarvis, use the mechanical arms to flip that damned vehicle over." "At your command, Commander." Jarvis responded without hesitation. 4 robust mechanical arms surged forth like 4 steel dragons, simultaneously grasping the infantry fighting vehicle. With a resounding crash, Watanabe's vehicle soared through the air in a chaotic arc, landing upside down like a turtle on its back. Yet Qin Feng was not satisfied. He pressed the shovel-like front bumper against the overturned infantry vehicle and forcefully pushed, wedging it tightly against the roadside barriers. Now, Watanabe would find it significantly more challenging to right his vehicle. A crisp and sharp tone pierced the air, heralding the activation of the green signal light that indicated the launch order. The members of the Sakura convoy were still frantically gathered around Watanabe's overturned iron turtle tank, each sweating profusely, shouting various methods in a desperate attempt to flip it back over. The scene was chaotic, filled with shouts, curses, and the clanging of metal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng led his own convoy forward at a rapid pace. After traveling 500 meters, he decisively commanded Jarvis. "Jarvis, lock onto the Sakura convoy and unleash a full barrage." "At your command, Commander." Jarvis swiftly complied, instantly activating the vehicle-mounted weapon systems. Rockets, shrouded in thick smoke, shot forth like furious fire serpents, howling as they tore through the sky towards the Sakura convoy. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour of bullets descended like rain, weaving a lethal net of fire in the air. The sound of clattering metal and the sparks flying created a cacophony. The previously tightly packed Sakura convoy was suddenly engulfed in a hellish inferno. Vehicles exploding into disarray, while players screamed in terror and fled in all directions. P.S. Qin Feng's vehicle reference image is at the end of the chapter. Ding destroyed 10 vehicles, the slaughterer's talent accumulates, enhancing all physical attributes by 15 times. Inside the infantry fighting vehicle, Watanabe, though he narrowly escaped the catastrophe thanks to the tank's heavy armor, found himself disoriented from the violent explosions. Peering out, he gazed at the Qin Feng convoy, which had already vanished beyond the horizon, and he could only impotently pound on the vehicle's interior, cursing incessantly. In the end, he would certainly need a drink of Amaterasu's nuclear waste to calm his nerves. "Commander, multiple forks in the road have suddenly appeared ahead. The situation is complex." Jarvis's steady electronic voice resonated within the vehicle. Simultaneously, the vehicle's radar screen flickered with faint light, various lines and points intertwining. It promptly reported, "The fourth fork connects to what appears to be a smooth road, with no significant obstacles detected. Please advise on the next course of action." Qin Feng gazed through the window at the forks, his eyes sharp with contemplation. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Humph, given the game system's notorious cunning, how could it possibly leave us a safe route for no reason? This seemingly smooth road may well be hiding a trove of traps, waiting for us to foolishly leap into them." After a brief pause, he turned to Jarvis and ordered, "Jarvis, we shall take the leftmost bumpy gravel road." This road, while appearing the most challenging, would likely jostle the vehicle to the point of disintegration. However, it presented a clear advantage. All potential risks were plainly visible, allowing us to prepare in advance using our radar's detection capabilities. "Making it relatively safer, at your command, Commander," Jarvis promptly replied, expertly maneuvering the vehicle onto the left gravel road. Sitting beside him, Imoyu had been intently studying the route as well. Upon hearing Qin Feng's well-structured analysis, her eyes lit up. She understood that had she been the one to make this choice, she would have likely been deceived by the seemingly innocuous road, opting for the easier route. Yet, Qin Feng's unconventional reverse thinking now appeared to be the correct answer to break the deadlock. Chapter 57. Arrival at the supply station ahead. After a brief pause at the fork, Qin Feng's convoy set off down the leftmost bumpy gravel road. Other players' gazes were drawn to this choice, especially those from the Great Xia Nation, who without hesitation steered their vehicles to closely follow Qin Feng's lead. In their minds, Qin Feng had already established an unassailable reputation through his impressive display earlier, believing that following him would offer greater safety. Conversely, the foreign players buzzed with anxiety, their inquiries flooding the public channel. What should we do? Which road should we take? Can someone show us the way?" cried a player with an Eastern European accent, his urgency palpable. "Why ask? Of course, we follow the big shot," exclaimed a more rational foreign player. "Look at Qin Feng, he's so powerful. With him charging ahead, we'll at least feel secure trailing behind." Yet, as soon as he spoke, a tide of skepticism surged forth. "But can we keep up? He's driving a high-tier vehicle with superior performance, while most of us are cobbled together from second-hand parts. What if we can't keep pace and end up stranded in the wilderness?" Watanabe, seated in the infantry fighting vehicle, scoffed upon observing Qin Feng's choice on the display screen, a mocking smirk crossing his face. In his narrow-minded view, Qin Feng's decision to eschew the broad, even road for the rough and treacherous path was undoubtedly a trap, an attempt to lure him into following so he could find an opportunity to eliminate him. "Humph, does he think he can scheme against me? Not a chance." Watanabe sneered, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, before commanding his subordinates, "We will take the fourth road. Do not fall for that guy's tricks." The convoy moved steadily along the gravel path, deliberately maintaining a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Even so, the vehicle swayed violently. Han Yusin's off-road vehicle performed relatively well, managing to stay somewhat steady, while Zhuohan and Hao Jian struggled with their basic tier vehicles. The bumpy terrain was a heavy burden, causing their vehicles to creak ominously, with parts seemingly on the verge of falling off. Barely held together by an array of repair kits to avoid complete breakdown, the players following the convoy found themselves in similar predicaments. Consequently, the demand for repair kits surged dramatically, with a seemingly endless queue forming at the workbench for crafting them. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the impressive scale of the Sakura convoy, bustling with personnel. He remembered how, when he initially formed his own team, he and Mo Yu had meticulously constructed a framework with a focus on quality over quantity, intentionally limiting their numbers. However, observing the brutal competitive environment of the game, Qin Feng felt a stir of longing within. He sincerely wished for more individuals from the Great Xia Nation to survive in this ruthless game. Thus, he decided to sell repair kits to his compatriots at double the cost price, ensuring they could afford them and enhance their chances of survival. As for the foreigners, he was far less lenient. He set the price of the repair kits at 10 times the cost for them. After all, the challenges set by the game system grew increasingly severe, leading to significant casualties among players. In Qin Feng's view, if they didn't seize the opportunity to profit from these foreigners, they might never have another chance. It would be a disservice to ignore the perilous circumstances of the game, of course, The WRN were not considered human in his eyes and were excluded from any transaction. As the convoy traversed the bumpy gravel road, the dust kicked up by the wheels resembled a winding dragon trailing behind them, just as the monotonous road began to test everyone's patience. A turn of fate occurred. After traveling approximately 10 kilometers, the path ahead suddenly opened up. The road appeared to have been meticulously smoothed by an invisible hand, noticeably more even, with the annoying bumps becoming sparse, leading to a significant reduction in vehicle swaying. Gazing out the window, Qin Feng spotted a signpost standing tall ahead. The bright red arrow on the sign blazed like a torch, pointing decisively to the right. Intrigued, Qin Feng followed the arrow's direction with his gaze, revealing a narrow dirt road. This path was just wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, barely accommodating Qin Feng's oversized mobile home, with the sides perilously close to the edges. Fraught with danger. What caught the eye most was a modest little wooden house at the entrance of the dirt road. Bathed in sunlight, it exuded a rustic charm, the eaves slightly drooping as if an elderly guardian, weathered by time, stood watch quietly. The wooden planks atop the roof exhibit a slight mottling, the marks of time clearly etched upon them. On the façade of the wooden structure, the words supply station are conspicuously scrawled in a crooked yet bold manner. Those 3 characters seem to possess a certain enchantment, instantly dispelling the weariness of the convoy's members. The convoy led by Qin Feng comes to a steady halt, with 3 vehicles aligned in a straight line, effectively barricading the entrance of the supply station, resembling an impenetrable steel barrier. Qin Feng's gaze is steely as he issues a command to Jarvis without hesitation. Jarvis, enter a state of alert. No matter who approaches, should they dare to draw a weapon in our direction, open fire immediately. We cannot afford to let danger come close. We must eliminate any potential threats preemptively. Understood, Commander, Jarvis swiftly responds. The vehicle's weapon systems activating in an instant, sensors engaging in all directions to monitor every movement in the vicinity. The other players who had followed suit, upon witnessing this, swiftly maneuver their vehicles backward, instinctively clearing a 500-meter radius in front of Qin Feng. Their actions serve to convey their lack of malice towards Qin Feng, as well as to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng is the first to push open the car door and leap out. Almost simultaneously, Mou follows suit, her hands gripping twin pistols, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, ever watchful. The 2 steadily advance into the supply station, where an eerie silence prevails. The empty space is dominated by a solitary vending machine standing forlornly in the center of the wooden structure. Chapter 58. The swarm drone platform as they step further into the supply station. The stillness envelopes them, with only the antiquated vending machine casting an air of mystery. Its exterior bears signs of age, with minor scratches adorning the metallic surface, yet it still exudes an alluring charm. Approaching the machine, Qin Feng and Mou peer inside to discover a cornucopia of supplies. The bottom shelf is stocked with essential items, including vacuum-sealed bread, energy bars, and an assortment of canned goods. Bottles of drinking water are neatly arranged, while fuel canisters are stacked with precision alongside a mountain of various level 1 materials. Ascending to the next shelf, one finds an array of items designed for heat relief. There are ice pops of various shapes, elegantly packaged ice creams, barrels of chilled water, soft and comfortable waterbeds, rapidly spinning fans, and air conditioning units. The top shelf displays enticing level 2 vehicle components and rare items. Gleaming engine parts, robust chassis armor, and several items with special functions radiate a futuristic glow. Even blueprints essential for upgrading to level 2 vehicles are available, though regrettably, those for level 3 vehicles are absent. Qin Feng's gaze shifts to the bottom of the vending machine, where the exchange rules are clearly outlined. Level 1 materials can be exchanged for a mere 1 point per unit. However, should one wish to redeem them externally from the supply station, the price surges to 5 points, a staggering markup of 4 times that leaves one astounded. Continuing to read, at the end of the rules, a particularly striking line catches his attention. Finished items can be exchanged for 20 points. This seemingly inconspicuous rule presents a lucrative opportunity for Qin Feng. Crafting a repair kit requires 5 units of level 1 materials, which can yield 50 points in exchange. With each level 1 material equating to 1 point, the arithmetic is undeniably favorable for Qin Feng. Level 2 vehicle protection, finished component, priced at 500 points. Level 2 body stabilization kit, finished component, priced at 500 points. Level 2 high-power automotive motor, finished component, priced at 500 points. Level 2 solar panel, finished component, priced at 100 points. High-capacity solid-state battery pack, finished component, priced at 100 points. Vehicle combat room, finished component, priced at 50 points. Note: 20 square meters, includes air circulation and temperature regulation systems, overall steel plate protection, capable of withstanding secondary damage from a nuclear explosion. Note: Level 2 vehicle modification components can be installed in any designated area of a Level 2 vehicle, such as the cockpit, living room, dining area, bedroom, etc. Among the items displayed on the top shelf of the vending machine lies an unassuming blueprint, yet it commands the highest price of all the goods. Swarm drone platform, finished component, priced at 10,000 points. Note: the platform can accommodate up to 100 drones, includes blueprints for reconnaissance, attack, and suicide drones. In his mind, Qin Feng calculates the total cost of the items he desires, amounting to 11,750 points. Converting this reveals a need for 235 repair kits, totaling 1,175 units of Level 1 materials. In comparison to the cost of other components, the expense for the drone platform is undoubtedly the most significant. Having only entered this gaming world 9 days prior, such astronomical point requirements seem insurmountable for the majority of ordinary players. While Qin Feng possesses a considerable advantage over the average player, he too finds this burden daunting. Nevertheless, each of these components is indispensable in his eyes. During today's confrontation with the Sakura team, Qin Feng had managed to gain an edge. After all, he is several levels ahead technologically. The Sakura team consists of over 100 members. If given the opportunity to grow and develop, as long as they do not fall too far behind, the prospect of being attacked from a distance by 100 players is a daunting thought. Thus, the swarm drone platform is a necessity. MOU. Qin Feng divulges his intentions to her while inquiring about their current supply situation. Do we have sufficient resources at hand? MOU nods slightly, her brow furrowed, revealing a hint of concern. After much hesitation, she finally lowers her voice and responds, "My lord, we do have enough supplies." But before she can finish her sentence, Qin Feng abruptly steps forward, cutting her off mid-sentence with a sudden approach. "My MOU. You never fail to come through in critical moments," Qin Feng exclaims, his voice brimming with delight, throwing her a triumphant glance. "I adore you, my capable assistant." Upon hearing the term capable assistant, MOU's discontent with the supplies dissipates as she decides to humor Qin Feng. However, in her heart, she secretly calculates, this minor loss can easily be compensated by harvesting more from the fields later. "Haha, you're quite the steward, MOU. I'll make sure to treat you well tonight, ensuring your utmost comfort." At this moment, Qin Feng feels a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to painfully relinquish his long-desired drone platform, only to discover that MOU had managed to resolve the supply dilemma. Upon hearing this, MOU's mind drifts back to Qin Feng's somewhat reckless antics the previous night, which had left her in a state of confusion, both embarrassed and annoyed, prompting her to give him a significant eye-roll. Author's note: shameless creature, with a high degree of profanity, please fill in the blanks yourself. Upon seeing Qin Feng and MOU, Hao Jian and his group hurriedly jumped from their vehicles, rushing towards them. Before they could even approach, MOU's voice rang out. "Hao Jian, Han Yusin, go move some supplies. Destiny's errand runners 1. Hao Jian was already accustomed to MOU's commands, and without a second thought, he strode towards the designated area. However, Han Yusin, the typically delicate young lady, froze in place, evidently taken aback by the notion of a frail girl being tasked with heavy lifting. MOU's sharp gaze quickly caught Han Yusin's hesitation, and with a piercing stare, she swiftly sent a warning look her way. Han Yusin, feeling a shiver run down her spine from that glance, promptly complied, hurriedly following in Hao Jian's footsteps. "What is this? It's so heavy. I'm just a girl. How can I be expected to carry such burdens?" As Han Yusin struggled to move, she quietly complained to Hao Jian, her tone laden with grievance. Hao Jian glanced at her, shoulders shrugging in resignation as he replied in a low voice, "The leader has made it clear. In our team, the women work like men, and the men are to act as beasts of burden. Regardless of what it is, if the leader commands it, we must comply without delay." Chapter 59. The Sci-Fi Command Room. Meanwhile, after exchanging the components, Qin Feng found their supplies nearly depleted. Fortunately, These components were ready-made products, requiring no additional materials for manufacturing, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Yet, poor Hao Jin and Han Yusen were left breathless, laboriously traversing the path with their loads. Once all the items were securely loaded onto the vehicle, Qin Feng gathered everyone together to inform them of the hidden bug within the vending machine. He then waved his hand, urging, "Time is of the essence. Do not dawdle, quickly enter and exchange for the components. Speed is paramount." Gazing at the chaotic pile of components in the vehicle, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. The thrill of shopping quickly morphed into remorse. "Jarvis, install the components." Regaining his composure, Qin Feng called out into the void. "Understood, Commander," came Jarvis's mechanical voice. In the next moment, the immense advantages of the game's space became apparent. The towering pile of components seemed to come alive, swiftly and accurately moving to their designated positions in a dazzling display of light. The process of installation and integration seamless and efficient. The essential first-level components that were supposed to be replaced have also been integrated. Initially, I had intended for these components to be given to Hao Jian and others below, yet the game system truly does not allow for even the slightest advantage to be taken. At this moment, Qin Feng's panel data reads, Vehicle Level, Level 2 Vehicle Ownership, Qin Feng Personnel Capacity, Qin Feng, Vehicle Master, MOU, Accompanying Personnel, Loyalty 100, Remaining Power, 1,000 units, fully charged. Fuel, 1,000 units, fully fueled. Consumption per kilometer, 0.1 units of electricity or 1 unit of fuel. Main items, Quantum Eagle Eye Explorer Glasses, Level 5 Solar Water Collector, Meat Preservation Converter, Temperature-Controlled Protective Suit, Weapons, Grenades, PRG Rocket Launcher, 6-barrel Gatling God of War Cannon. Unique Vehicle Components, cannot be manufactured again. Close-range cannon, turbo engine, Level 2 Super Horsepower Vehicle Motor, full vehicle sun protection film, onboard air conditioning, Level 2 Vehicle Protection, Level 2 Vehicle Stabilization Kit, Level 2 Solar Panel, Supercapacity Solid-State Battery Pack, Swarm Drone Platform, Onboard Command Center. Component buffs. Acquired a Tiger Skeleton. Equipping it on the vehicle grants the Deterrence buff. Deterrence. All beasts within a 1 kilometer radius will obey commands and attack designated targets. Duration, 50 minutes, cooldown, 1.5 hours. Different ferocious beast skeletons can be fused to upgrade the buff. Talents, 1. SSS-level Vehicle Talent, Emergency Blessing. 2. Slayer. S-level has destroyed 15 vehicles, enhancing all physical attributes by 15 times. Current phase, second day of the first round of apocalyptic disaster. With everything set in place, Qin Feng confidently stepped into the command center, which no longer resembled its former driving cabin. Now, it had transformed into a breathtakingly grand sci-fi space, as if the command room of a spaceship had been directly relocated into a vehicle. Utilizing subspace folding technology, the entire space measures 20 square meters, designed in a fully enclosed manner, with walls crafted from metal. The original windshield area now stands adorned with 2 massive display screens, resembling interstellar observation windows from a sci-fi film. The clarity of the screens is remarkably high, providing real-time feedback of the surrounding dynamics. As his gaze descended, the main and co-pilot seats were nothing short of astonishing. The main seat resembles the captain's throne of a sci-fi spaceship, with a towering backrest adorned with an energy-sensing device emitting a soft blue glow. Capable of monitoring the driver's health in real time and subtly interacting with the driver's brainwaves to anticipate their operational intentions, achieving a true synergy between man and machine. The co-pilot seat, while slightly understated, does not fall short in elegance. Its design style complements the main seat, equipped with multiple auxiliary control panels. These panels float semi-transparently, adorned with colorful touch buttons and blinking indicators, corresponding to various complex auxiliary functions. Within this environment, Qin Feng felt as if he were not seated in a vehicle, but rather commanding a spaceship capable of traversing the stars and racing through the cosmos. Taking his seat at the main control position, he raised his hand to issue a command into the void. Jarvis, provide a detailed report on the attributes of the swarm drone platform. At your command, Commander, Jarvis's mechanical voice resonated within the chamber. The swarm drone platform is installed at the rear of the vehicle, employing highly advanced subspace folding technology, significantly optimizing spatial efficiency. This platform can accommodate up to 100 drones, each capable of remaining airborne for up to 2 hours. With a maximum flight range of 10 kilometers and an altitude ceiling of 1 kilometer, as well as a maximum payload of 5 kilograms. At this point, Jarvis paused slightly before adding, these drones can not only carry grenades for precision demolition tasks but, in critical moments, can also initiate suicide attacks, generating explosive force comparable to that of an RPG rocket. Hearing this, a satisfied smile crept across Qin Feng's face as he chuckled softly, excellent. It seems this expenditure was well worth it. Jarvis immediately deployed 10 drones, each equipped with grenades, to conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Should any suspicious and dangerous targets be encountered, do not hesitate. Upon my command, obliterate them utterly. Meanwhile, MOU was also busy. Seated at the secondary control position, fully engrossed in familiarizing herself with various operational procedures. Her hands danced lightly across the control panel, fingertips occasionally tapping the glowing buttons, her gaze fixed on the continuously fluctuating data on the screen. Hey, everyone, look over here. In the crowd, a robust man with a bushy beard seemed to have heard something, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes widening like bells as he fixed his gaze skyward, bellowing in a coarse voice. What just zipped by up there like a shadow? Wow. Next to the burly man was a slender young man with dyed yellow hair, who, having been idly picking at his nails, was startled by the shout. Immediately springing to his feet, stretching his neck long, his eyes growing wide, and his mouth agape as if he could fit an ostrich egg. What are you asking for? Clearly, it was a drone. The key point is, take a good look, that was launched from the boss's vehicle. Here we are, toiling hard to find something to eat, while the boss is already playing with high-end aerial and ground strikes. Just look at the disparity. It is simply immense. The young man with yellow hair exclaimed, dramatically shaking his head in disbelief, his face a mix of astonishment and frustration. Indeed, at that moment, a middle-aged man standing quietly nearby, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing rather scholarly, slowly raised his hand to adjust his slipping glasses, a bitter smile forming on his lips as he helplessly concurred. I used to daydream every day, thinking maybe one day I could stand shoulder to shoulder with the boss. Now it seems that was pure folly. A sigh escaped him, which seemed to be contagious, instantly reverberating through the crowd, the back of the throng. A young woman with a high ponytail and a delicate visage, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation coupled with a touch of acceptance, gently bit her lip and murmured softly, let us not indulge in unrealistic dreams of surpassing the boss anymore. In the days to come, let us just follow the boss honestly, and perhaps we might secure some safety and a chance to enjoy some leftovers. We should just be content with that. Chapter 60. Fleet Upgrade and Replacement. After a flurry of busy preparations, Qin Feng's fleet had finally undergone a complete transformation and upgrade. Simultaneously, joyful news arrived from Hao Jian, who had exerted tremendous effort to gather the necessary blueprints and was now eager to activate his vehicle core and reset his talents. As a glimmer of light flashed, a system prompt sounded in his ear, and he had unexpectedly acquired the limitless strength talent. Well, this is splendid, thought Hao Jian, solidifying his reputation as the destined errand runner. MOU observed with delight, knowing that directing Hao Jian in future tasks would undoubtedly become more seamless. Shuahan also exchanged for an air conditioner, finally bidding farewell to 6 refrigerator fans. During this period, everyone in the fleet was envious as they watched Qin Feng and his intelligent assistant Jarvis work in perfect harmony. Jarvis resembled an omnipotent technological sprite, always ready to alleviate Qin Feng's troubles. Yet such a device was nowhere to be found in the vending machines. Even if it were available, it would be exorbitantly priced. Consequently, they settled for the L3 Intelligent Driving Assistance Module. Although this device lacked the intelligence of Jarvis, it was better than nothing, as it could still lend a helping hand during driving, freeing up their hands. With everything prepared, the fleet did not linger, but rather continued on their journey with great momentum. With the drones providing aerial protection, the journey unfolded smoothly without encountering significant obstacles. Qin Feng consistently deployed 10 drones, spreading them out in a fan shape, flying in all directions. These drones served as the fleet's eyes in the sky, keenly surveying the movements around them. Once their power reserves dwindled, they would return to base in an orderly manner according to preset protocols. This cycle allowed the fleet to maintain a clear understanding of the surrounding situation. MOU was also busy, selling repair kits to foreigners at a markup of 20 times the cost. Although the foreigners were skeptical, They had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the offer during this time of scarce resources. Thus, Qin Feng's previously depleted supply reserves began to gradually replenish. Restoring vitality thanks to MOU's adept maneuvering, as time passed and circumstances improved, everything developed favorably. The fleet sped along the vast, boundless road for an entire day, witnessing the blazing sun gradually descend in the west. Jarvis reported, "Commander, based on the current comprehensive data analysis, our fleet is most likely in the leading echelon." Jarvis detected an open area ahead. While it might not be perfect, it was nonetheless a rare suitable camping spot in this desolate wilderness. Qin Feng instructed Jarvis to boldly breach the fence and set up camp on the spot. In this present age, they possess an array of drones capable of comprehensive surveillance without any blind spots. Each vehicle is also equipped with an L3 intelligent driving system, significantly alleviating the burden of driving for everyone involved. However, the limitations of human endurance are inevitable. After prolonged toil and fatigue, even the most stalwart of individuals may experience weariness. Nighttime driving is unnecessary, especially with 4 days remaining. It would be far more prudent to schedule ample rest and ensure that all personnel remain in optimal condition. The convoy, in an orderly fashion, established a triangular defensive formation and settled down securely. After a day of arduous activity, the members hastily consumed a simple dinner before retreating into their respective vehicles to seize the opportunity for rest and recuperation. Seated alone on the sofa in the RV's lounge, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the vast expanse of the starry sky, where the twinkling stars seemed to narrate the universe's enigmatic tales. Causing his thoughts to drift far away, Mu entered quietly, holding a basin of steaming warm water, and approached Qin Feng, slightly bowing as if to offer him a foot soak. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he said, "I promise to serve you today. Allow me to remove your shoes and socks. Please, my lord, after a long day of running, my feet are rather odorous," Mu replied, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a playful glare, attempting to turn and flee. Yet, Qin Feng was not one to let her escape so easily. With swift reflexes, he extended his arm and pulled Mu into his embrace. In that moment, he realized that she was clad only in a delicate, sheer nightgown. The soft fabric clung closely to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves without reservation. Qin Feng's gaze instinctively wandered downward, captivated by her long, slender legs that were revealed just beyond the hem of her nightgown. Her skin appeared as if it had been bathed in milk, smooth and radiant, glistening with a subtle sheen. That moment, due to Qin Feng's tight embrace, one of Mu's legs bent slightly while the other naturally rested on his knee. Playfully bouncing up and down like a lively little deer, gentle and alluring light twinkled with the movement of her leg, and upon closer inspection, its source was 2 intricately designed silver anklets adorning her ankles, shimmering softly in harmony with her movements, exuding an enchanting allure that rendered one unable to look away. The glimmering silver chains accentuated the delicate beauty of Mu's feet, which were flawless and tinged with a rosy hue. Her unrestrained toes occasionally playfully curled, showcasing their vitality and charm, radiating an irresistible allure. It was then that Qin Feng realized he was seeing Mu's bare feet for the first time. Each of her 10 toes was slender and delicate, as pristine and lustrous as fine mutton-fat jade, with nails that bore no trace of artificial embellishment, pure and unadorned. He carefully placed her exquisite feet into the basin, gently cradling them in his hands and tenderly massaging them, cautious not to cause her any discomfort. "Why, Lord," Mu murmured, her cheeks flushed and eyes glistening, her voice a blend of shyness and sweetness. All right, I shall not tease you any longer." Qin Feng lifted his gaze and noticed the undeniable fatigue etched across Mu's face, stirring a wave of compassion within him. He then diligently began to wash her feet, drying them gently with a towel afterward, his demeanor serious and attentive, devoid of any earlier playful intentions. "Do you wish to see further? A little support and more collections for my little brother. And perhaps Mu will comply." Qin Feng and Mu nestled together under the warm covers, his arms tightly encircling her, as if to construct an impenetrable fortress around her with his embrace. Before long, both drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 61. A dramatic encounter. As dawn broke, gentle sunlight streamed through the vehicle's window, illuminating Mu and outlining her graceful silhouette. Qin Feng stirred awake, finding only a warm cocoon of blankets beside him. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Mu, and in that instant, he felt as though he were entranced, his eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, Muyu was outside, focused intently on preparing breakfast, completely oblivious to Qin Feng's gaze. He descended the vehicle quietly, stealthily approaching her from behind before enveloping her in a gentle embrace. "Good morning," he whispered, placing a soft kiss on her earlobe. Startled, Muyu shivered and turned to him, returning the kiss on his cheek with a tender "Good morning, my lord." Just then, Jarvis interjected awkwardly, "Commander, Miss Mu, I apologize for interrupting." After a brief pause, it continued, "The drones have detected the whereabouts of the Sakura convoy, approximately 10 kilometers away." The pair exchanged glances, instantly losing their appetite for breakfast, and hurried to the command room. In the command room, through the imagery relayed by the drones, Qin Feng observed the Sakura convoy advancing toward their camp in disarray. Most vehicles bore varying degrees of damage, with some even emitting black smoke, appearing as if they could disintegrate at any moment. A slight smirk curled Qin Feng's lips as he remarked coldly, "It seems that Watanabe has encountered quite a bit of hardship." Muyu, standing nearby, wore a grave expression, cautioning, "My lord, we should not underestimate our visitors. Their intentions may not be benign." Qin Feng nodded, his gaze resolute. "Muyu, while they remain unaware of our presence, immediately inform everyone to prepare for departure." Muyu then inquired, "My lord, how shall we handle the players trailing behind us?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng decisively commanded, "Jarvis, dispatch a drone to inform them of the situation. Advise them not to follow to avoid entanglement." The Qin Feng convoy acted swiftly, setting off without delay. Meanwhile, Watanabe was savoring his specially prepared nuclear breakfast when a subordinate hurriedly entered his vehicle, bowing respectfully to report, "Captain, we've spotted a player camp ahead. How should we proceed?" Clearly displeased at having his meal interrupted, Watanabe's countenance shifted to one of greed as he replied, "Inform them that Lady Amaterasu requires their offerings. The benevolent Lady Amaterasu permits them to retain 1 day's worth of food. But all other supplies must be surrendered. The wretched game system has caused suffering for the followers of Lady Amaterasu, who will not forgive this transgression." The first to suffer were the unfortunate foreigners. The members of the Sakura convoy charged in like ravenous wolves, causing chaos to erupt as people fled in panic, cries and curses intertwining amidst the turmoil. Their possessions were ruthlessly seized, and the camp was plunged into utter disarray. After a frenzied looting, the members tasked with scavenging supplies straightened their backs, panting heavily as their eyes scanned the area, spotting a small group of individuals in the distance. However, that group had already gained a significant lead, and by the time the looters attempted to give chase, it was too late. Observing the receding figures, they deemed it unworthy to pursue, believing it was but a small fraction of people, and even if they caught up, the spoils would be minimal. Thus, they abandoned the chase. Almost simultaneously, Watanabe learned that Qin Feng's convoy was not far ahead. His eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with vengeful fury. "Quick, gather the team, and pursue them with all your might," he bellowed, waving his arms, his words punctuated by spittle. The Sakura convoy erupted into chaos, engines roaring to life as they kicked up clouds of dust, surging toward Qin Feng's convoy. On Qin Feng's side, the convoy had not ventured too far, lingering at the edge of the drone surveillance range, poised for action. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice broke the silence, announcing, "Commander, unrest has erupted at the player camp. The Sakura convoy appears to be pillaging their supplies." Qin Feng clenched his jaw, anger flashing in his eyes. That Watanabe is utterly despicable. He is nothing more than a troublemaker. As long as he is present, no one can expect to live in peace. Before he could regain his composure, Jarvis interjected again, "Commander, the Dacia players have escaped. Watanabe's convoy is in pursuit. Please advise on the next course of action." Muyu furrowed her brow, turning to Qin Feng with concern. "My lord, if the Sakura convoy catches up to the Dacia players, or if they become entangled in our conflict with the Sakura convoy, the situation could become exceedingly precarious for us." Qin Feng studied the map intently, contemplating for a moment before firmly placing his finger on a specific location. "Jarvis, instruct the convoy to proceed to the junction ahead and await further orders." "Understood, Commander," Jarvis promptly replied. Muyu, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped Qin Feng's tactical intent. "My lord, you plan to use the junction to draw the Sakura convoy away, allowing the Dacia players to escape safely, correct?" "Precisely. Their vehicles are too slow. At this rate, they will inevitably be caught by Watanabe's convoy. Qin Feng's expression grew serious as he turned to Muyu, his gaze filled with concern. You will ride with Hao Jian and lead the Daxia players to safety. Absolutely not, my lord. I refuse to leave, Muyu declared firmly, her eyes resolute. Moreover, we have not yet reached the direst of circumstances. I cannot put everyone at risk because of my decision. Be obedient. Qin Feng's tone softened as he reached out to gently caress Muyu's cheek. His eyes brimming with tenderness. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated once again. Commander, big sister, after meticulous calculations, the probability of success in this operation is as high as 99%, with virtually no possibility of sustaining damage. In an instant, Qin Feng and Mou's movements abruptly froze. They exchanged glances, their expressions, once steeped in the atmosphere of life and death, now rendered somewhat awkward. The two actors, whose facade had been pierced, had initially intended to stage a deeply moving Qiangyao drama, invoking the trope of a love that defies the heavens before bidding farewell. Yet now they stood rooted in place, the scene taking on an absurd quality. Qin Feng cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask the earlier embarrassment, striving to infuse his tone with steadiness and composure. Ahem, Mou, please relay the operational plan to Hao Jian and the others in detail. Having said this, he turned to the intelligence system within the vehicle, continuing, Jarvis, proceed according to the original plan. Yes, my lord. Mou, understanding the unspoken cue, immediately synchronized with Qin Feng, her tone exuding competence and resolve as she prepared to execute the task. Understood, Commander. Jarvis's response remained as calm as ever, devoid of any ripple, as if the recent farce had never transpired. Chapter 62. The emergence of Watanabe's vehicle talent. Qin Feng observed Mou feigning busyness and suddenly recalled something. Speaking up, Mou, I remember you mentioned previously that you would procure some better cables for Jarvis, am I correct? Mou paused her actions, turning to him with a hint of confusion on her face. Indeed? My lord. Qin Feng squinted slightly, pretending to ponder earnestly for a moment, then stated with utmost seriousness. Well, let us put the matter of the cables on hold for now. First, help him look for books on reading the room, so he can learn a thing or two about that. Mou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation, unable to suppress a chuckle, her eyes brimming with mirth. Of course, my lord. Commander, big sister, Jarvis does not quite comprehend. Reneging on a promise already made is a violation of the spirit of the contract, is it not? Jarvis inquired. The two exchanged knowing looks, laughter bubbling forth. Within the infantry vehicle of the Sakura convoy, Watanabe could already see Qin Feng's vehicle firmly stationed at the intersection with the naked eye. The atmosphere within the Sakura convoy's infantry vehicle was taut and fervent. Watanabe's eyes widened, fixated ahead, as he could distinctly see Qin Feng's vehicle parked steadily at the junction. That vehicle was like a magnet, drawing all his attention. Charge! Watanabe suddenly bellowed, his face contorting with excitement. Forget about those players. Pursue Qin Feng with all your might. Whoever manages to take him down, I shall reward them with Mi Shang's favor. As those words left his lips, it was as if water had been splashed onto hot oil, igniting the entire convoy's frenzy. Miss Mi Shang is mine. No one else can have her, cried a driver of a secondary off-road vehicle, his eyes glinting with avarice, as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forth like a wild stallion, disregarding everything else, instantly leaving the convoy's formation in disarray. Following closely behind was a heavily modified primary vehicle, its engine roaring, as the driver shouted, Darling, I'm coming. Tailing the off-road vehicle closely in the blink of an eye, the entire Sakura convoy resembled a disturbed anthill, its formation utterly shattered. Vehicles crashed and darted about, pursuing one another in a chaotic frenzy. Entirely devoid of order, amidst this turmoil, Watanabe was immersed in the exhilaration of soon catching up to Qin Feng, completely oblivious to the flicker of hatred that passed through Mi Shang's eyes beside him. Qin Feng, observing the chaos of the Sakura convoy from the command room, understood that his plan had already succeeded halfway. He had successfully lured Watanabe into reckless pursuit, diverting the attention of the Sakura convoy away from the players. Jarvis, set off. Maintain a distance of 2 kilometers from them. Qin Feng's voice was cold and resolute. He then added, deploy 20 drones, equipped with explosive grenades, should any hostile vehicles approach within a 2-kilometer safe distance. Initiate an immediate attack. Beside him, MOU signaled for Hao Jian and the others to follow the formation. Big sister, you all retreat first. I'll cover the rear. I managed to exchange for some good items at the supply station yesterday. Today, I must serve the little devils a taste of the appetizer. Hao Jian's voice, laced with mischief, echoed through the channel, brimming with eagerness. MOU's brows furrowed slightly, concern evident in her gaze as she cautioned. All right, but do ensure your safety. Do not get too close. We are still uncertain whether they possess long-range attack capabilities. Rest assured, big sister. Hao Jian replied confidently. With that, the vehicle he was driving gradually slowed down, slowly distancing itself from the convoy. Once he had created several vehicle lengths of space from the convoy, a mischievous smile spread across Hao Jian's face as he pressed the button marked with the skull insignia inside the vehicle. Instantly, the rear of the vehicle began to release a steady stream of triangular steel nails. Hao Jian maneuvered the car in a serpentine manner, ensuring the nails were evenly scattered across the roadway. Before long, the first echelon of the Sakura convoy came charging in with great momentum. The foremost vehicle, caught completely off guard, drove directly over the triangular steel nails. With a deafening bang, the tire burst, and the vehicle lost control, spinning wildly on the highway. What is this? Oh my. May Lady Amaterasu protect us. The members of the Sakura convoy cried out in terror. The out-of-control vehicle first slammed into the roadside barrier with tremendous force, the impact sending it ricocheting back, only to collide heavily with the vehicles speeding up from behind. A cacophony of crashing sounds erupted, triggering a chain reaction of collisions. Vehicle parts flew, glass shards scattered, and the scene descended into chaos. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Feng witnessed the results of Hao Jian's maneuvers and couldn't help but praise. Good lad, splendid work, of course. Hao Jian's triumphant voice came through the intercom. Inside Qin Feng's command vehicle, MOU's eyes were glued to the flickering images on the screen, her expression focused and calm. She subsequently reported to Qin Feng, "My lord, the vanguard of the Sakura convoy has been impeded. It is now the perfect opportunity to deploy the explosive grenades." Without hesitation, Qin Feng issued the command. Jarvis, execute. Simultaneously, within the command vehicle of the Sakura convoy, Watanabe had descended into madness. He watched as the heavily rewarded vanguard, undeterred by death, retreated under the ambush of Qin Feng's convoy, his fury boiling over, like a frenzied beast, smashing everything within reach. Cups and plates lay shattered, the sounds of breaking glass and porcelain intermingling, rendering the interior a scene of utter disarray. Worthless fools! You are all worthless! Watanabe roared hysterically, his face reddening, veins bulging on his neck. You have brought disgrace upon the honor of the Yamato. Mi Shang, terrified, turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably as she curled into a corner, cautiously avoiding the flying shards of glass and porcelain. Her eyes filled with dread. One subordinate, sensing her fear, hurriedly attempted to shift the blame, ingratiatingly stating, "Captain, those Chinese pigs are too cunning. They dare not confront our Yamato warriors head-on, resorting only to these despicable schemes." Watanabe was beyond hearing, his rage having completely clouded his judgment. "Useless wretches, what difference is there between you and dogs? Go apologize to Lady Amaterasu." As the words left his mouth, a sharp-boned spike inexplicably sprouted from his palm, glinting coldly. Before the subordinate could react, Watanabe struck fiercely, the bone spike plunging directly into his skull. With a dull thud, the subordinate's eyes widened, his body convulsing a few times before collapsing, blood spreading across the vehicle floor. Had Qin Feng been present at that moment, he would have instantly recognized that this bone spike bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had punctured his tire the previous day. Chapter 63. A dull knife cutting flesh. What was that thing that flew by? A member of the Sakura convoy, struggling to control the steering wheel, caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the window, his eyes widening as he shouted. His companion, equally bewildered, craned his neck to look outside. "It looks like a drone." "How strange! Why would there be a drone here?" Before they could finish their words, what responded to them were dark iron projectiles, accompanied by the rushing sound of wind, descending straight from the sky. "Oh my! Grenades! Run for your lives!" Someone realized, unleashing a blood-curdling scream, their entire being twisted in terror. "Help! A grenade fell into my car. I can't find it." "Where is it?" Someone save me! A driver cried out frantically, desperately searching the interior, his hands scrambling over the seats and dashboard, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with despair. However, death offered them scant time. Those grenades, already primed in the air, fell precisely into the most densely packed area of the Sakura convoy. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated in succession, flames engulfing a vast area in an instant. The shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, overturned and shredded the vehicles. Shrapnel and human remains, accompanied by the acrid stench of gunpowder, flew in all directions. Just moments ago, the raucous convoy had plunged into a sea of fire, transforming into a hellscape. Butcher, S-Class destroyed 20 vehicles, all physical attributes enhanced by 20 times. Talent accumulation has reached its limit. Please upgrade the vehicle as soon as possible. Baka, Baka, Baka. Damn Chinese pigs. Go kill him, kill him. Watanabe, in a state of exasperation, bellowed in rage, his facial muscles contorted by fury. Who could have anticipated that misfortune would suddenly befall the unfortunate Watanabe? The bombardment arrived with such swiftness that he barely had time to retract his bone spikes. In an instant, the violent shockwave from the grenade explosion surged forth, roaring towards him. The force was immensely powerful, driving his bone spikes, along with the bodies of his fallen subordinates, into the floor of the war vehicle as if they were skewered like candied hawthorns. The spikes were embedded so deeply that they could not be extracted in haste. Watanabe struggled in vain, his mouth emitting a cacophony of cries, resembling a comical clown. At that moment, MOU, with a focused expression, intently monitored the surveillance screen, swiftly analyzing the unfolding situation, and suddenly reported, "My lord, the Cherry Blossom convoy has reduced speed." Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if he were witnessing a meticulously choreographed performance. He languidly remarked, "The game has only just begun. How can the villains escape? Jarvis, maintain speed equal to that of the Cherry Blossom convoy. At your command, Commander." Immediately, Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he turned to MOU, decisively ordering MOU, "Find a trustworthy foreigner and sell the repair kits to the Cherry Blossom convoy through him." "My lord, are you certain?" MOU asked softly, a hint of doubt crossing her brow. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, gently tapping the screen before him, which clearly displayed the bountiful supplies exploded from the destroyed vehicles of the enemy behind them. "Silly girl, just look at how much material the enemy has lost. If we sell the repair kits at 50 times the price, once all that material be ours. We can't stop to scavenge the battlefield, so let the enemy do the work for us and package those supplies. Besides, we've been toying with them like a kite. It's only a matter of time before we wear them down. Rather than slice through the chaos with a sharp knife, I prefer to slowly carve away with a blunt one." MOU and Hao Jin quickly began discussing in the group channel. Before long, Hao Jin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Hey, I have a candidate from Bear Country, but I'm unsure if he is suitable." Qin Feng's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed on Hao Jin as he pressed, "Is this person reliable?" Hao Jin waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing his face. "He is a good old bear. As long as you provide him with plenty of his favorite liquor, he'll do anything for you." MOU nodded slightly and added, "Previously, to enrich our blueprint library, I acquired a craft brew extractor." "Oh my, big sister!" Hao Jin exclaimed, his eyes widening. "When did you get such a treasure? Why didn't you bring it out sooner?" MOU's lips curled into a teasing smile, wearing a mock expression of disdain. "The vodka is a staggering 70 proof. Are you sure you can handle it?" "All right." Qin Feng suddenly raised his voice. "This is not the time for banter, MOU. Hurry and produce 2 sample bottles." He then turned to Hao Jin. "As soon as you acquire the liquor, contact that person immediately and tell him that if he completes the task, we'll reward him with 10 liters of liquor." Hao Jin puffed out his chest, confidence radiating from him as he assured, "Don't worry, brother. I'll handle it perfectly." Ivanov's robust voice crackled through the communicator, laden with mockery. "Oh, the coward from Daxia. What brings you to me at this hour?" Hao Jin took a deep breath, striving to suppress his rising anger, and bluntly stated, "I have liquor and need your assistance." "Liquor? What liquor?" Ivanov's tone dripped with disdain. "Our Bear Country soldiers only drink high-proof vodka. Those weak, soft drinks are not worth our time. They taste like mouthwash with no kick whatsoever." normally carefree and irreverent. How Jian found himself infuriated by Ivanov's words, thinking how utterly absurd this old bear was. He had no desire to engage in further banter, so without hesitation, he sent a bottle of liquor over. Sure enough, upon receiving the liquor, Ivanov's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his voice suddenly warm and welcoming. "Oh, my dear Dasha Davarishi, what troubles are you facing? Speak freely. Your best friend Ivanov is here to help." The speed of his change was so dramatic that one might think he had studied the art of theatrics in Sichuan province. How Jian fought the impulse to hang up the communication, gritting his teeth as he relayed the detailed trade plan to Ivanov. "Rest assured, Davarishi," Ivanov boasted, his voice booming as if it could penetrate the screen. "As long as the liquor is sufficient, I can procure even the enemy's undergarments for you." "This is a deposit," as he spoke. How Jian sent the remaining bottle of liquor over, promising an additional 10 liters of the same quality vodka upon successful completion of the task. The sound of Ivanov eagerly gulping down the liquor echoed back, clearly indicating his impatience. After finishing, he casually remarked, "Don't worry. This little matter is on me. You can rest easy. By the way, I have some supplies on hand. Can I trade them for more liquor? Let us discuss it after the task is complete." How Jian replied solemnly, "We Daxia people never shortchange our friends." Chapter 64. Make the trade. Let us drink him under the table. In the dimly lit makeshift camp, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. A lackey from the Cherry Blossom convoy hurriedly approached Captain Watanabe, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His voice tinged with unmistakable nervousness. "Captain Watanabe, after assessing the situation, our vehicles have sustained severe damage. At least 30% are completely incapacitated." At that moment, Watanabe was tightly gripping a rope, walking his subordinate, Mi Shangyo, much like one would walk a dog. Upon hearing the report, he instinctively tightened his grip, causing the rope to choke Mi Shangyo, who let out a pained whimper. Watanabe's brow furrowed deeply as he asked in a low voice, "Is there a solution?" His emotions were relatively stable now, seemingly having overcome the effects of the previously consumed Amaterasu brand nuclear waste concoction. The lackey leaned slightly forward, respectfully replying, "Yes," in the trading channel. There's a bear country individual named Ivanov who is selling repair kits in large quantities. Watanabe initially paused, then suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! It seems the goddess Amaterasu has indeed blessed us. Qin Feng, that pig from the east, his luck has run out. Tio thinks someone could break his monopolistic business. This is splendid news." Every time Qin Feng's name was mentioned, Watanabe resembled a lit powder keg, instantly descending into a frenzy. Captain Watanabe, however. The lackey hesitated, a pained expression crossing his face. Watanabe shot him a sharp glare, barking, "Speak plainly. Stop stuttering. Where is the spirit of our great Yamato warriors?" The lackey, trembling in fear, straightened up and replied loudly, "Yes. It's just that the repair kits being sold by that bear are exorbitantly priced, far exceeding market value." Watanabe scoffed dismissively, waving his hand with indifference. "Do not focus solely on the immediate gains and losses. Once we capture Qin Feng, we can reclaim 100-fold in resources from him. Hurry and prepare. Do not dawdle." "Yes." The lackey snapped to attention, bowing before hastily departing. On a desolate road, shrouded in swirling dust, the transaction between the Cherry Blossom convoy and Ivanov was swiftly concluded. The convoy members wore somber expressions, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and discontent, the morale of the entire team as low as wilted eggplants. The vehicle engines emitting a dull roar as they slowly progressed forward. Having learned from their previous painful experience, the Cherry Blossom convoy had become more cautious. They no longer dared to travel in tight formation but carefully maintained distance between each vehicle, which now scattered across the highway like a string of disconnected beads. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood in the command center, his gaze fixed intently on the screen before him, which displayed real-time footage relayed by drones. He frowned slightly, subconsciously stroking his chin, his mind racing with thoughts on how to torment these foes. Just then, Mou entered with a light step, softly announcing, "My lord, the final payment for the repair kits sold to the Cherry Blossom convoy has been received." At this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, a teasing grin playing on his features. "So, how does our little wealthy lady feel now? Much more comfortable, I presume." I can't help but recall how distressed someone was over the supplies during the point exchange at the supply station. "Oh dear! Mo's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided. I'm discussing serious matters here. Can you be a bit more serious? Qin Feng, observing Mo's playful demeanor, could not help but chuckle, thinking how difficult it was to maintain seriousness in the face of her antics. Brother, that old bear wants to trade some vodka with us again, Hao Jian messaged. Qin Feng looked puzzled. Huh? Is that so? Did you not just send him 10 liters? Does he have an obsession with hoarding liquor? Hao Jian scratched his head, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he murmured. He said that 10 liters have already been consumed. What on earth? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment at the old Russian's drinking prowess, which was truly formidable. Almost immediately, a glimmer of realization crossed his gaze, and he inquired. So, what does he have that could be bartered? Hao Jian hurriedly responded. He claims to possess an automatic mine layer and infantry mine blueprints, and he wishes to exchange these for 50 liters of vodka. Originally, Qin Feng had been racking his brain, contemplating how to effectively deal with the Cherry Blossom Brigade, but upon hearing this news from Hao Jian, his eyes lit up. He silently marveled at how Hao Jian was indeed his lucky star. This timely news was simply splendid, Han Yusin. Can I say that the drones and Tier 2 vehicle parts in the supply station are products of my lucky talent? Qin Feng said to Hao Jian. All right, make the trade. Let us drink him under the table. Men often harbor two untouchable taboos deep within their hearts. One is being deemed inadequate by a woman, and the other is knowing that someone can outdrink them, particularly if that someone possesses an inconceivable capacity. Qin Feng had initially thought to leverage his own innate talent, which provided him with a 20-fold enhancement in bodily attributes, and was contemplating a chance to compare drinking abilities with Ivanov. However, upon hearing Hao Jian's revelation that Ivanov could down 10 liters of 70-degree vodka as if it were mere water, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, and promptly dismissed that notion. Qin Feng reflected with a bitter smile tugging at his lips. When it comes to drinking, one should always drink with others. Why engage in a contest with a bear? With the trade completed, both Qin Feng and Ivanov obtained what they desired, a satisfactory exchange of goods and currency. Qin Feng busied himself with installing the automatic mine layer and manufacturing the infantry mines. Ivanov, clutching his drink, sipped while driving, feeling like the happiest man alive, convinced that the Daver people of the Xia dynasty were true friends. Qin Feng installed the mine layer at the rear of his vehicle, which stood silently in wait alongside the swarm drone, resembling steadfast comrades. This mine layer was a piece of cutting-edge technology from the gaming realm. Once activated, it extended a slender steel needle, precisely and forcefully penetrating the ground like a wasp laying eggs. Subsequently, a series of 2-kilogram equivalent TNT infantry mines were stealthily buried beneath the surface. Following the trajectory of the needle, upon completion, from an external viewpoint, only a small hole approximately 5 centimeters in diameter remained visible, easily overlooked unless one scrutinized closely. Qin Feng gazed at his creation. Filled with immense pride, in the past, his ancestors had effectively used classic mine warfare tactics to decimate the Japanese invaders. Today, Qin Feng was determined to make the Cherry Blossom Brigade bow down in submission. Paying homage to his forebears, Chapter 65. Unworthy of being called human boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a sudden lightning strike in the stillness. Following this, a series of successive detonations resonated from within the Cherry Blossom Brigade. Watanabe, who had intended to take a well-deserved rest, felt his taut nerves momentarily relax, only to be jolted awake by the unexpected cacophony. He sprang to his feet, shouting, "What is happening?" Report immediately. His voice was laced with urgency and anger. At that moment, a lackey rushed over, flustered, stammering, "Captain Watanabe, the front seems to have encountered infantry mines. However, we cannot confirm yet whether this is the doing of the game system or Qin Feng's brigade." Watanabe's heart sank like a stone, and he anxiously pressed, "Is it Qin Feng again? What are our losses? How severe?" At that instant, he was filled with bitterness, for as the strongest leader in the channel, he should have been basking in glory. Yet, since encountering Qin Feng's brigade, he had been continuously on the receiving end of humiliation, losing both face and dignity. "Captain Watanabe, our losses are not too severe. However, morale within the brigade is quite low. Many members are hesitant and reluctant to advance." "Baka Yuru." Watanabe erupted, his fury igniting, eyes wide and burning with rage as he bellowed, Are they attempting to revolt? His voice seemed to shatter the very air, with the muscles in his face contorting in anger. The lackey trembled, lowering his head, his body shaking slightly as he hurriedly reassured. We dare not, Captain. Your brilliance is unquestionable among the team. It's just that after consecutive setbacks, everyone is feeling disheartened. We urgently need to boost morale. As he spoke, he cautiously stole a glance at Watanabe's expression. Watanabe's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor dark as if shadows could drip from his visage. And he impatiently demanded, "What suggestions do you have? Speak quickly." The lackey hesitated, lips trembling slightly, stammering, Could we have Miss Mikami come forth to showcase her talents, to soothe the wounded spirits of our brothers?" Upon hearing this, Watanabe's expression darkened considerably. He fell silent, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Mikami was his prized possession. Though he had long since tired of her, the instinct to monopolize surged within him, making him reluctant to let these lackeys lay hands on her. For a moment, the air felt as if it had solidified, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. No restrictions on personnel. Open the comfort camp for 1 hour. Watanabe conceded, trading the comfort camp for Mikami. The lackey's eyes brightened instantly, his face alight with barely contained excitement. He snapped to attention, standing straight as a rod, bowing deeply to Watanabe, exclaiming, "Hi. Thank you, Captain." His voice rose to a pitch that almost broke. And then he eagerly turned and hurried off to relay this delightful news, as if he could already envision the wild scenes about to unfold in the comfort camp. Though termed a camp, it consisted of only 8 or 9 women, forcibly abducted from various nations by the Cherry Blossom Brigade. They were typically kept under strict surveillance, and when Watanabe needed to reward others, he would select one from among them. At this moment, upon receiving the news, the members of the Cherry Blossom Brigade surged in like a pack of frenzied beasts. The women, captured from various countries, huddled in corners, their faces etched with terror and despair. The brigade members laughed raucously, their eyes glinting with greed and cruelty. They lunged at the fragile women, dragging them away mercilessly regardless of their pleas and resistance. Some women were yanked by their hair, emitting cries of pain. Others were shoved to the ground, their frail bodies scraping against the rough surface, leaving trails of blood. One member grabbed a young woman by her collar, hurling degrading language at her, before violently throwing her to the ground, heedless of her desperate struggles as he perpetrated his brutality. The sounds of the women weeping and pleading echoed in this space filled with malevolence, drowned out by the howls and laughter of those beasts. In another corner, several members surrounded a woman who had been tortured to the brink of unconsciousness, continuing to kick and stomp her as if she were merely an inanimate object. The light in her eyes gradually faded, while the soldiers showed no signs of compassion, unabatedly unleashing their savagery in this hell on earth. As time passed, the comfort camp became suffused with an oppressive stench of blood and despair. Once vibrant women now resembled broken flowers, wilting beneath the weight of such cruelty, while the brigade members remained engulfed in their wicked revelry, showing no signs of restraint. This scene was captured by Qin Feng's drone. The footage transmitted back, provoking profound anger and disdain in both Qin Feng and Moyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering with emotion as she lamented, "My lord, they are so pitiable. The actions of these Japanese are utterly abhorrent. They are unworthy of being called human." Her gaze burned with the flames of fury, fixed intently on the vile comfort camp not far away. Qin Feng's expression hardened like iron, his lips pressed tightly together as he remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, with unwavering determination, he spoke, each word resonating like thunder. "Jarvis, log all of this. The footage will serve as irrefutable evidence of their savagery." "At your command, Commander," Jarvis's calm electronic voice promptly responded, as if pledging allegiance to this righteous mission. A steely resolve flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he commanded decisively, "Jarvis, turn the vehicle around. We're heading back now to annihilate these beasts." Each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth, brimming with uncontrollable rage. "It's your service, Commander." Jarvis swiftly complied, the vehicle pivoting steadily, its twin engines emitting a deep growl, as if preparing for the impending righteous battle. Qin Feng turned to Mou, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Mou, be ready to seize the moment. The instant we launch our attack, send this footage to the regional channel. We must expose their vile faces to all." justifying our actions so that they face utter disgrace. Qin Feng's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, his tone heavy with suppressed fury. I understand that slowly tormenting these beasts might bring them the punishment they deserve and provide us with a sense of satisfaction. But right now, I can't wait another moment. Today, we shall render them to ashes, reducing their very bones to dust. His voice reverberated through the air, imbued with an unyielding determination that signified he would not rest until his objectives were achieved. P.S. I feel an inexplicable void if I do not compose this passage. Having penned it, I find myself engulfed in melancholy. Chapter 66. The Annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Brigade Commander. Only 5 kilometers remain until we reach the temporary encampment of the Cherry Blossom Brigade. Jarvis's voice resonated clearly within the stillness of the vehicle. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he calmly commanded, "Shut down the fuel engine and headlights, engage silent mode, and await at a distance of 2 kilometers from the target." "Understood, Commander," Jarvis replied. In an instant, the vehicle was engulfed in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Qin Feng and Mou consciously softened their breathing, the atmosphere thick with tension and a predatory quietude. Each second stretching into eternity. At last, Jarvis spoke again. "Commander, we have reached 2 kilometers from the target location. Please advise. Scan for any potential threats in the vicinity," Qin Feng succinctly ordered. Moments later, Jarvis reported, "Commander, no anomalies detected within the 2-kilometer radius. Check the status of all weapons and drones. Ensure they are set to combat readiness." Qin Feng's expression remained austere, his eyes betraying an unwavering resolve. "All weapons are warmed up. The drones are in optimal condition and ready for deployment," Jarvis methodically responded. Qin Feng turned to Mou and inquired, "Mou, do you have any additional insights?" A flicker of determination flashed in Mou's eyes. The once decisive woman re-emerging with a chilling intensity. "My lord, these vile scoundrels must be eradicated without mercy. It is their heinous actions that have awakened the ruthless spirit within me." "Indeed. Reduce them to ashes," Qin Feng declared emphatically, his voice laced with an unmistakable murderous intent. "Reduce them to ashes," Mou echoed, her tone resolute, as if she sought to flay their very flesh at that moment. Jarvis's electronic voice chimed in. "Based on the intel provided by the leader, I must now state. Reduce them to ashes." The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Qin Feng and Mou began to dissipate. Well, regardless, Jarvis had indeed shown considerable improvement. Mou slightly inclined her body, proactively reporting, "My lord, I took the liberty of excluding Hao Jian and his team from this operation." Qin Feng nodded in approval. "Analyzing. You made the right choice. We are executing a blitzkrieg strategy, emphasizing swift resolution and immediate withdrawal post-engagement." He paused briefly before adding, "Moreover, we will soon unleash a barrage of artillery, employing a saturation attack. We cannot afford to be concerned about their safety." Jarvis, "Deploy the drones for comprehensive reconnaissance. Ensure we locate Watanabe's position." Qin Feng swiftly redirected the conversation back to operational deployment. Before long, Jarvis's voice resounded once more, "Commander, the position of the infantry fighting vehicle has been successfully identified. However, we cannot ascertain if Watanabe is within that vehicle, and no matter, it is of little consequence." Qin Feng's demeanor remained composed as he decisively commanded, "Jarvis, initiate the countdown. Prepare for combat operations in 1 minute." The air within the vehicle felt as though it had been siphoned away, the tension palpable. The large screen in the command center displayed a colossal red countdown. 3, 2, 1. Launch all rockets. All drones take off simultaneously, reserving only 10 for reconnaissance, the remainder to be loaded with grenades. Blast them. Execute the operation, Qin Feng commanded. The rockets soared into the night sky, their thunderous roar echoing throughout the expanse. 2 kilometers away, the Cherry Blossom Brigade, having endured a day of devastation, found their morale slightly bolstered under Captain Watanabe's orders as they vented their frustrations in the comfort camp. They were gathered in groups, boasting of their recent exploits when, suddenly, the sound of whistling filled the air and the tail flames of the rockets illuminated the night sky. The rockets descended in an instant. In a heartbeat, the entire encampment was engulfed in flames and thunderous explosions. Each rocket struck precisely among the vehicles and the throng of people, the shockwaves of the detonations sweeping away sand, metal fragments, and human remains, like a tempest of annihilation. Those who had just been bragging about their bravery were instantly cloaked in terror. Their triumphant smiles froze into expressions of sheer horror. Some attempted to flee, only to be hurled through the air by the force of the explosions, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. Others, in a panic, darted about amidst the flames, only to be struck by falling fiery debris, transforming into living torches as their anguished screams pierced the air. Meanwhile, the drones, laden with grenades, approached like harbingers of death. They wove through the smoke and flames, targeting their victims before releasing their lethal payload without hesitation. The grenades arced gracefully through the air, detonating in rapid succession among the crowd, spawning a series of mushroom clouds. Watanabe narrowly evaded the initial explosions, his face etched with fear, yet his eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. He shouted hoarsely, attempting to rally his subordinates to resist, but his voice was drowned out by the overwhelming onslaught. Qin Feng and Mo monitored the battlefield intently from the command center. Qin Feng's gaze was steely as he orchestrated the ensuing attacks with precision. Mo's fists clenched tightly, watching the enemy suffer heavy losses. Her pent-up rage finding some release. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, flames reaching skyward, the cacophony of explosions and screams intertwining to create a brutal symphony of death. And this battle had only just begun. On the battlefield, the relentless rain of grenade drops and the barrage of remaining rockets continued unabated. The resistance of the Cherry Blossom Brigade waning with each passing moment, their ranks falling like autumn leaves. The encampment reduced to a desolate wasteland. Yet Watanabe, fueled by a frenzied obsession and a reckless disregard for life, piloted the battered infantry fighting vehicle through the chaos of gunfire. Its exterior was riddled with bullet holes, smoke billowing from multiple points, yet it pressed on like a wounded beast towards Qin Feng's position with reckless abandon. Watanabe's eyes burned with fury as he disregarded the overwhelming firepower, driven solely by the desire for vengeance. Even at the cost of his own life, as the distance closed, Watanabe finally approached within 500 meters of Qin Feng. At this moment, his vehicle was on the verge of collapse, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. Noticing this, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with caution, and he promptly ordered Jarvis, "Concentrate all Vulcan cannons on that infantry fighting vehicle. It must not be allowed to close in. Mo, armed and resolute, prepared to confront any imminent crisis in an instant." Several drones adjusted their course and charged toward Watanabe's vehicle, unleashing their grenades upon it. The hail of bullets from the Vulcan cannons rained down upon the vehicle. Under this tempest of fire, Watanabe's infantry fighting vehicle could bear no more. It trembled violently before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, flames shooting skyward. The immense force overturned the vehicle, sending Watanabe sprawling to the ground. Chapter 67. Watanabe's Final Blaze. The dance of corpse and Willow. Watanabe lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes vacant as they stared into the abyss of the night sky. The moon veiled and the stars extinguished, mirroring the desolation of his heart. In a daze, his thoughts drifted back to the past. His hometown, the unfortunate town of Turtle Shell, resembled a picturesque pastoral painting. In the morning, sunlight gently bathed the undulating green hills, the mist curling around the mountains like a dream. At the foot of the hills, golden rice paddies swayed gently in the breeze, resembling waves of gold. Along the winding country roads, vibrant wildflowers bloomed freely, while butterflies danced among the blossoms. In the village, quaint wooden houses were scattered about, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, suffusing the air with the rich aroma of life. Children laughed and chased one another in the fields, while adults toiled diligently, their faces alight with contentment. In the distance, a crystal-clear river flowed, fish frolicking in the water, and villagers washed clothes and fetched water by the riverbank. Everything exuding harmony and tranquility. However, that dreadful earthquake descended like a demon, instantly obliterating all beauty. The nuclear power plant was severely damaged, releasing torrents of radioactive waste that cast a merciless shadow over the once beautiful land. The townspeople found themselves mired in suffering. Drinking water was no longer pure and sweet, but tainted with deadly radiation. Food was no longer safe, each bite a potential poison. The village priest proclaimed that this was a punishment from the goddess Amaterasu. To escape the depths of despair and the scourge of nuclear contamination, one must sacrifice that which they held most dear. Watanabe's thoughts turned to his sister. She had been so beautiful, her laughter like cherry blossoms blooming in spring. Radiant and enchanting. She reveled in running through the fields, picking exquisite wildflowers, weaving them into lovely crowns to adorn her head. It was upon the priest's counsel that their father had sacrificed his beloved daughter. She was his most cherished girl, and just like that, she was lost forever. That accursed man had not only forced her to bear the mentally challenged Rokuro, but had once again thrust her into the jaws of the demon to save himself from nuclear contamination. P.S. Reference image of Watanabe's sister is included at the end of the chapter. Author's notes. Every inch of Watanabe's skin burned with pain, yet the agony within far outweighed the wounds on his body. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he first entered the realm of this highway game. At that time, armed with cunning and ruthlessness, he emerged prominently in the regional channels, step by step, establishing his own fleet. His subordinates looked up to him with unwavering loyalty, and wherever he went, none dared to obstruct him lightly. In this virtual world, governed by the survival of the fittest, he once stood at the pinnacle, basking in glory and reverence. However, the appearance of Qin Feng was like a bolt from the blue, shattering his beautiful dreams entirely. From the moment he encountered Qin Feng, everything began to spiral uncontrollably. During their initial clash, Watanabe sensed the formidable nature of Qin Feng. His steady command and decisive actions made him taste the bitterness of defeat. Yet Watanabe did not relent. However, each meticulously planned operation was effortlessly thwarted by Qin Feng. Gazing at the camp ravaged by the fires of conflict, hatred surged within him like a tide, completely drowning him. Struggling to rise, he muttered to himself, "Qin Feng, it's all you're doing. You have destroyed everything I painstakingly attained." His eyes, bloodshot and wild, resembled those of a frenzied beast. In the final moments of his life, a singular thought consumed him. Even if it cost him his last ounce of strength, he would drag Qin Feng down to hell with him. He staggered toward the direction of Qin Feng, ignoring the pain coursing through his body and the dangers that lay ahead. In his eyes, only revenge mattered. It was his final obsession in this world. Watanabe let out a piercing howl, a sound that seemed to emerge from the depths of his soul, laden with despair and madness. In an instant, an eerie blood mist enveloped him, followed by thick, blood-red bone spikes erupting from beneath his skin at an astonishing speed. These spikes, sharp as blades and glistening with viscous blood, swiftly enveloped his form, forming a terrifying crimson armor. Each spike exuded a chilling aura, as if heralding death itself. This was his ultimate vehicle talent, the dance of the bone-willowed. At this moment, he disregarded everything, burning the remnants of his vitality, launching this desperate final strike. Qin Feng's gaze was cold and resolute as he commanded Jarvis to fire the Fire God Cannon and the Closed Defense Cannon. In an instant, flames and roars intertwined into a deadly symphony. The Fire God Cannon unleashed searing tongues of fire, with shells streaking across the night sky like meteors, crashing down upon Watanabe with cataclysmic force. The Closed Defense Cannon was equally relentless, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Under this ferocious bombardment, Watanabe's blood-red bone spikes snapped one after another, emitting sharp cracks. Yet, astonishingly, new spikes instantaneously sprouted from the broken remnants, stubbornly filling the void. However, as time passed, the regeneration of these new spikes gradually lagged behind the rate of destruction, each regrowth becoming increasingly arduous. Watanabe trudged through the cannon fire, his steps faltering, his body on the verge of collapse. Yet, a resolute fire burned in his eyes, as if he intended to use this dwindling strength to fight Qin Feng to the bitter end. But fate seemed unwilling to grant him that opportunity. As he struggled to move within 50 meters of Qin Feng's RV, all his strength seemed to evaporate in an instant. His body halted abruptly, and his legs could no longer support him, collapsing to one knee with a thud. Simultaneously, the terrifying blood-red spikes receded like a receding tide, leaving behind his frail and disheveled figure. In that moment of silence, a blinding white light suddenly appeared without warning. A seemingly ordinary Tier 1 vehicle materialized before Watanabe, its body glimmering with a cold sheen in the darkness. The door slowly opened, and a woman emerged from within. Her features were meant to be alluring, with a hint of seduction in her eyes, but at that moment, they twisted into a visage of terror due to extreme savagery. Her hair hung in disarray over her shoulders, her tattered clothing barely covering her. And her skin, marred with bruises, lay exposed, rendering her akin to a beast emerging from the shadows. The woman was Sanj White. She stood tall, looking down upon Watanabe, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. A pure hunger and bloodlust that seemed intent on devouring him. Upon seeing Sanjwai, a flicker of hope sparked in Watanabe's eyes. He summoned the last of his strength, forcing out a few words from his cracked lips. "Are you here to save me?" His voice was weak and trembling, filled with a yearning for life. Chapter 68. I do not believe a single word. Watanabe, expending the last of his strength, squeezed out a few words from his parched lips. "Are you here to save me?" His voice, frail and trembling, brimmed with a desperate longing for life. Sanjwai's lips curled into a cruel smile, a smile that sent shivers down the spine like frost. "I am here to eat you." Her voice was cold and hoarse, and with that declaration, she lunged at Watanabe's throat with the ferocity of a starving tiger. Her movements were swift and decisive, her sharp teeth glinting with a chilling light under the moon. Resembling the scythe of death as they mercilessly pierced toward Watanabe in an instant, her teeth embedded in his throat, and scalding blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across Sanjwai's face. She tore at him with wild abandon, emitting guttural growls that echoed with insatiable greed. Watanabe's body convulsed violently, his hands futilely struggling to push away this demon-like woman, but as blood continued to drain from him, his resistance became increasingly feeble. Qin Feng's brow furrowed, gently lifting his hand to cover Wai's eyes, as if to shield her from all the bloodshed and ugliness of the world. He slightly turned his head, issuing an invisible command to Jarvis. "Jarvis? Once this woman finishes her frenzy, restrain her with the mechanical arms and ensure she is captured alive. I have some questions to clarify, as you command." "Commander." Sanjwai was like a wild beast, ferociously tearing at the barely breathing Watanabe. Her teeth sank into his flesh repeatedly, her throat rumbling with low growls, each movement infused with boundless hatred and madness. Blood sprayed, splattering onto her face and body, staining her already tattered clothing a deeper crimson. Watanabe lay motionless, his body rendered unrecognizable under Sanjwai's savagery, bits of flesh and bones scattered about. Once Sanjwai finally ceased her frenzied assault, Jarvis reacted swiftly. The RV lunged forward, for sturdy mechanical arms extending from its body. Precisely grasping her limbs, the mechanical arms possessed immense strength, lifting Sanjwai high into the air, her body twisted in a grotesque manner. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here? Was that white light your vehicle talent?" Qin Feng's voice, amplified, sounded even colder than before. Sanjwai writhed in fury, her eyes filled with hatred and resentment. She howled at Qin Feng. "My name is Sanjwai. Aoishirda was my dear sister. She came to find you once and never returned. Did you kill her?" Her voice was sharp and hoarse, tinged with a sob, echoing hauntingly in the still night. "You knew Aoishirda? Are you also from the Wokaku?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing through them. "Please understand, it is I who is questioning you." With that, his gaze hardened like a blade as he signaled Jarvis. Jarvis instantly comprehended, and the mechanical arms exerted force in an instant. The metallic joints of the arms creaked ominously as Sanjwai's limbs were pulled outward by a tremendous force, every muscle and bone under immense strain. Her face contorted in an instant, her features twisting in agony, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The sound shattered the night sky, as if it could pierce eardrums. She struggled desperately, her legs flailing in the air, her hands thrashing wildly, yet against the iron grip of the mechanical arms, all resistance proved futile. Blood seeped from her joints, dripping onto the ground and forming bizarre blood flowers. "Stop! Stop!" Sanjwai screamed hoarsely, her voice filled with pain and pleading, her face contorted in agony. Qin Feng snorted coldly, inwardly reflecting on how stubborn these Wokaku people were. They only understood cooperation after being forced to feel pain. His gaze turned frosty as he fixed his eyes on Sanjwai, questioning without mercy. "Speak. Was it you who made Aoishirda suddenly appear beside me last time? And was the ambush on players from the Great Xia a result of your machinations?" His words landed like heavy hammers, striking each word into Sanjwai's heart. She gasped for breath, each inhalation a struggle against the powerful pull of the mechanical arms. In a trembling voice, she replied, "My vehicle talent is Flying Thunder God." Then, as if drained of all strength, she continued weakly, "But the ambush on the Great Xia players was forced upon me by Watanabe. I had no choice. A glimmer of despair and regret flickered in her eyes. You are always Shirta's friend. How do you have ties to Watanabe? Qin Feng's gaze remained sharp as an eagle, missing not a single change in Sanjuai's expression. Upon hearing this, her eyes reddened, tears welling up as past memories flooded back, overwhelming her completely. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and after a long pause, she slowly began. I always Shirta and I originally relied on each other in this game world. We were each other's everything. After the demise of Kuei-Shur, I was left struggling to survive alongside the remaining members of the Yamato clan, grappling daily with the relentless challenges of existence. Following the last merger, Watanabe reached out to me. Initially, he presented himself with utmost kindness, expressing genuine concern for my well-being and promising sanctuary for me and my kin. Driven to desperation by the pressures of survival, I found myself compelled to trust his words. At this juncture, Yumikami abruptly halted, an expression of profound anguish crossing her visage, her hands instinctively clenching as if those unbearable memories had transformed into sharp blades, incessantly slicing at her heart. Who could have anticipated that this was all a meticulously orchestrated scheme on his part? Just as I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Sakura convoy, he discarded his facade, revealing his true, menacing nature. He imprisoned me and subjected me to various tortures, employing the most heinous methods imaginable. To coerce my compliance, he spared no effort, forcing me to commit unspeakable atrocities. Yumikami's voice grew increasingly choked, and at this point, she could no longer contain her inner turmoil. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a deluge, unrestrained and overwhelming. All I wished for was to survive. In that dire predicament, I had no choice but to obey his commands. I recognized the gravity of my sins, yet I truly had no alternative. Though your words may seem plausible, how can I possibly believe a single word? Qin Feng's voice was cold and resolute, akin to a final judgment from the underworld. Devoid of warmth, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze filled with scrutiny and skepticism, like two daggers piercing directly into Yumikami. Her complexion paled instantly, her eyes widening with terror and disbelief as she stared, dumbfounded, at Qin Feng's vehicle. The close-range cannon glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen in the night, its dark muzzle slowly pivoting to take aim at her. Chapter 69. Boss, did you just launch a nuclear bomb? The close-range cannon, shimmering in the night with a cold metallic luster, steadily aligned its aim on Yumikami. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and time itself appeared to stand still. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed without warning. Yumikami's form gradually became ethereal within the brilliance, her vehicle merging into the radiance, in the final moment before her disappearance. She cried out with all her might, Qin Feng, I will avenge Kuei-Shur. Just you wait. Her voice brimmed with unending hatred, issuing a relentless challenge to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared at the spot where Yumikami had vanished, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered inwardly that this woman was no benevolent soul, and coupled with her vehicle's talents, she would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. You extended her hand. Her movements gentle as a spring breeze, softly smoothing the furrow in Qin Feng's brow, her eyes filled with concern and empathy. My lord, do not overthink it. Her voice was soft and soothing, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Qin Feng gently patted her hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's all right. The ordeal has finally come to a close. Let us return to find Hao Jian and the others. Not long into their journey back, they spotted Hao Jian leading the way, with Han Yusen and Zhua Han's vehicle closely trailing behind. As several vehicles approached, Hao Jian swiftly exited and walked briskly to Qin Feng, feigning anger as he said, Bro, did you not consider me your brother? You left without a word. He pouted, continuing to grumble. If it weren't for the eldest sister informing us, we would have had no idea you were going to confront the Sakura convoy alone. Observing Hao Jian's demeanor, Qin Feng felt a swell of gratitude, playfully punching Hao Jian on the shoulder. You rascal, stop overthinking. The situation was urgent, and considering the potential severity of the battle, I decided to keep you in the dark. His gaze swept over the group, filled with appreciation and trust as he explained the circumstances. What is the current situation? What do we need to do? Zhua Han's expression was grave, his eyes betraying a readiness to engage in battle. The Sakura convoy has been removed from our regional channel. Qin Feng's words carried an undeniable authority. Removed? Does that imply annihilation? Am I misunderstanding? How Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, excitement evident on his face. Essentially, one woman managed to escape, but it's not a significant issue. We will encounter such situations in the future. Qin Feng's expression remained calm. Han Yusen frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. Could the escaped woman pose a threat? Should we prepare in advance? Her thoughts were meticulous, considering potential dangers. Qin Feng shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. With our current strength, even if she returns to cause trouble, we can easily handle it." His words served as a comforting balm, alleviating the tension within the group. At that moment, Zhua Han's daughter, Zhua Li, leaped from the vehicle, rushing to Qin Feng's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Qin, you are amazing. You defeated the Sakura convoy." Her eyes shone brightly, brimming with reverence for a hero. The group gathered, exchanging lively banter, the night air resonating with their laughter and joy. Prior to the commencement of battle, Qin Feng had instructed MOU to share the video in the regional channel, inciting a considerable uproar. Players from the Great Xia Nation, having just watched that video, the Yamato clan is utterly inhumane. Their actions are no different from beasts. They must pay a grievous price for their wicked deeds. Players from the Yamato Nation. This must be false. They are deliberately slandering us. Players from the beautiful nation. Hey? Stop spouting nonsense. The evidence in the video is irrefutable. You Yamato people delight in committing such heinous acts. Players from the Great Xia Nation. Indeed. The discharge of nuclear wastewater has already wreaked havoc on marine life. Utterly heartless. Players from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. I have always known the Yamato clan to be unscrupulous, but I never expected them to sink to such depths. Previously, they stole our culture, and now they commit such brutal acts. It is truly disgraceful. Players from the Yamato Nation, how could we commit such acts? Someone must have maliciously edited the footage in an attempt to tarnish our reputation. Players from the French Nation, edited? How do you explain the victim screams and their expressions of despair in the video? Your arguments will only deepen the disdain towards you. Players from the Great Xia Nation, those victims are utterly pitiable. The Yamato clan must provide an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not end quietly. Players from the English Nation. This is an outright challenge to the moral standards of humanity. No one can tolerate such atrocities. Players from the Yamato Nation. You have all been misled. We are innocent. Players from the German Nation. The facts are evident, yet you continue to stubbornly deny them. The channel was still rife with vehement denunciations of the Sakura convoy and the entire Yamato clan. Suddenly, system notifications flooded the screen. System notification. The Sakura convoy has been removed. Reason for removal. Total annihilation, perpetrated by Qin Feng's convoy. My goodness, am I seeing things? The system actually claims that formidable figure eliminated the Sakura convoy? A player expressed disbelief, their words laced with incredulity, followed by a cascade of exclamation marks as if to vent their astonishment. Indeed, you read that correctly. It was the work of that boss. Those pompous bullies have finally received their due punishment. What a relief! Another player quickly responded, their excitement barely contained. Exactly. Such inhumane individuals deserve a thorough reprimand. This maneuver by the boss is nothing short of flawless, without a single flaw. Yet another voice chimed in with enthusiasm. Soon after, a teasing message emerged. Wait, I recall the boss's convoy only had 4 vehicles, right? With such limited manpower, they managed to annihilate the Sakura convoy, which boasted over 100 vehicles. Boss, did you secretly launch a nuclear bomb on us? This is too outrageous. As this message was sent, the channel erupted with expressions of shock and laughter. At that moment, all players in the channel were left in awe of Qin Feng's formidable prowess, their admiration echoing throughout. Meanwhile, those Yamato individuals who had previously been domineering in the regional channel fell silent, resembling wilted eggplants, utterly defeated. It was likely that even in their dreams, they would be haunted by the image of Qin Feng. The war god, startling awake in a cold sweat in the channel, messages flooded like snowflakes. However, Qin Feng, MOU, Hao Jian, and the others remained blissfully unaware of it all. Exhausted from the harrowing battle, their only desire was to savor a moment of tranquility. They trudged back to their respective vehicles with heavy yet relaxed steps. After a brief freshening up, they reclined on their comfortable beds or seats, each face reflecting a long-lost sense of ease. In this serene atmosphere, they gradually drifted into slumber. Within the RV, Mo's voice pierced the silence. "My lord, please don't do this. It's simply not possible today." Her tone was a mixture of shyness and anticipation, sounding particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Chapter 70. Afraid the chives suffer, yet also afraid the chives drive a Land Rover. Inside the RV, Mo's voice echoed. "My lord, please don't do this. It's really not possible today." Her tone conveyed both shyness and a hint of expectation, creating a stark contrast in the tranquil night. Inside the RV, Qin Feng wore a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Mo's bashful and expectant voice, he paused his actions, looking at her with confusion. Then, as realization dawned, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "Silly girl, where did your thoughts wander off to?" Qin Feng playfully teased. "I see you have been tirelessly following me today. Your muscles must be taut from all the exertion. I was contemplating giving you a massage to help you unwind." Your reaction truly leaves me with misconceptions. As he spoke, Qin Feng renewed his efforts, skillfully kneading the tense muscles in Mo's shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Already fatigued, Mo was instantly enveloped in a wave of comfort, unable to suppress a soft moan of pleasure. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, continuing to jest. "With that sound of yours, one might mistakenly think I'm up to some mischief." Mo's face flushed crimson as she buried her visage into the pillow. With each stroke of Qin Feng's hands, the soreness in Mo's body gradually subsided, yet she occasionally emitted sounds that stirred the imagination. Qin Feng feigned a sigh of resignation. "Fortunately, our RV is well soundproofed. Otherwise, if I were to explain your sounds, no one would believe me." Mo smiled seductively. "Then allow me to serve you." As he loosened his attire, Qin Feng found himself indulging in a fantasy he had long envisioned. Awakening refreshed the following morning, Qin Feng noticed Mo cradling her cheeks, likely reflecting on their previous day's exuberance, having mismanaged time and inadvertently exhausted the poor girl. Seizing the early morning light, Qin Feng and his companions set forth once more, racing towards their destination. As they delved deeper, the path became increasingly treacherous and steep, as if nature had laid down formidable trials. Qin Feng decisively deployed a drone for comprehensive reconnaissance. Soon, the drone relayed images revealing two diverging paths ahead. Point one was a winding mountain road, serpentine and rugged, resembling a great python coiling through the hills, strewn with bizarre rock formations. The desolate terrain on either side of the road featured sparse tufts of grass, starkly emphasizing its desolation as it ascended towards towering peaks. The other was a mysterious cavern, its entrance partially concealed by a dense tangle of vines, with large stones haphazardly strewn about. The cavern's depths were unfathomable, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, leading one to ponder its destination. After considerable deliberation, Qin Feng, Mo, and their fellow team members ultimately resolved to take the mountain path. They believed this route would maximize the drone's scouting advantages, allowing them to monitor their surroundings at all times. Although the cave might harbor significant rewards, it also entailed considerable risks. The confined space would render heavy weaponry ineffective, and in the event of a collapse, the consequences could be dire. With their route determined, the convoy proceeded onward. Uncomfortably, as the game announcement had forewarned, they encountered not a single supply crate along the way. Qin Feng was well aware of his team's resource reserves and did not fret. Yet he could not help but worry for the leaks, concerned about their endurance. This sentiment echoed the adage of fearing both for brothers' hardships and for their luxurious vehicles. Before ascending, the group had optimistically believed that the mountain road's expansive view would render it relatively safe and low risk. However, once they embarked on this path, the harsh reality hit them like a cold slap, as if they were being thoroughly schooled by the world. The serpentine mountain road twisted and turned far beyond their expectations. Even the notorious forest track from the classic game Mario Kart paled in comparison. Fortunately, Qin Feng and Mo found themselves in the command center, skillfully switching their perspective to the aerial drone surveillance. Cleverly avoiding the dread of gazing down into the abyss, the driver, Jarvis, was nothing short of exceptional, exhibiting masterful driving skills. On this perilous mountain road, the vehicle maintained a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Despite the occasional swaying that produced a sensation of weightlessness, Qin Feng and Mo felt little discomfort under Jarvis's steady control. However, those behind them, such as Hao Jin and others, were not so fortunate. Their vehicle was equipped with a lower-tier L3 intelligent driving assistance system. Under Jarvis's lead, the focus was solely on safety, neglecting comfort. This was not a balance achievable by subpar artificial intelligence, ASA result. How Jian and his companions felt as though they were trapped in a nightmare, jolted about like rag dolls, unable to stop themselves from vomiting. Occasionally, as they retched uncontrollably, they inadvertently glanced at the bottomless chasm outside their window. And in that moment, fear surged within them like a tidal wave, forcing them to swallow back their nausea. The sensation was indescribable, truly a bitter pill to swallow. Commander, 2 kilometers ahead, we have spotted an off-road vehicle blocking the road. Positioned squarely in the center. Analysis indicates a significant likelihood of malicious intent, but we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of mechanical failure. How should we proceed? Please advise. Jarvis's electronic voice echoed in the command center. Jarvis, project the images immediately. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened with caution. A rugged vehicle lay across the narrow mountain road, its exterior pristine, devoid of any signs of collision. However, 2 alarming black tire tracks were starkly visible behind it, clearly indicating that the vehicle had engaged in reckless skidding prior to stopping. As the camera zoomed in, it focused on the front of the vehicle. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman reclined atop the hood, clad in a scanty fabric skirt that fluttered gently in the breeze, barely concealing her fair skin. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few strands dancing lightly against her exquisite face. Her eyes conveyed a hint of languor, yet there was an undercurrent of something more, as she awaited the arrival of Qin Feng's convoy, as if her appearance was part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Qin Feng's convoy came to a steady halt 50 meters behind the off-road vehicle, the roar of their engines gradually fading into an eerie silence. At this moment, Jarvis's voice resonated within the vehicle. Commander, after thorough scanning and analysis, this off-road vehicle shows no signs of malfunction. Its presence here is evidently intentional and targeted. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and reached for the door handle. Chapter 71. The Caucasian woman, Vivian, observing this, Mou swiftly extended her hand, gripping Qin Feng's arm with concern etched across her face, urgently imploring, "My lord, do not approach. It is too perilous. Just look at her attire. She is clearly no ordinary person. The vehicle is intact yet obstructs the road. Who knows what her intentions are?" A hint of jealousy tinged Mou's tone. Qin Feng slightly turned his head, gently patting her hand, and reassured her softly, "I am well aware of the situation. I am merely intrigued by how she knows our convoy would traverse this path and is waiting here. It's all too suspicious. I must uncover the truth." Mou bit her lip, her eyes still filled with hesitation. However, upon meeting Qin Feng's resolute gaze, she ultimately released her grip. Qin Feng opened the car door and walked slowly toward the woman. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" he asked, standing a few paces away, his voice deep and commanding, echoing in the silent mountains. The woman casually brushed her golden hair aside, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she spoke fluent Mandarin. Albeit tinged with a foreign accent, "Qin Feng, I have long admired your reputation. I came specifically to witness what manner of person could stir such waves in the regional channels." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. "You seem to know a lot about me, yet I do not recall any previous encounters. Speak plainly. What is your purpose?" The woman gracefully descended from the hood of the vehicle, her figure alluring as she approached Qin Feng, stating, "Do not be so tense. My name is Vivian. I harbor no ill intentions. It's just that my organization has taken a keen interest in you. We believe that someone of your caliber would be an invaluable asset to us." Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. "What organization do you represent?" Vivian did not answer directly. Instead, she circled around him, her gaze appraising, "Join us, and you shall obtain everything you desire. Wealth, power, status, and beautiful women. None of it will be a problem. So, what do you say? Consider it, Dato? That does sound enticing. But among the women you speak of, might you include yourself?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile, though his eyes remained vigilant and scrutinizing as he asked slowly. The woman known as Vivian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing her features as she arrogantly replied, "I am only drawn to truly powerful men." As soon as she finished her sentence, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he moved like a wraith. With a swift motion, he reached out, his fingers deftly wrapping around Vivian's neck. He then exerted a gentle force, as if her body were weightless, effortlessly lifting her from the ground. Carrying Vivian, Qin Feng strode steadily towards the precipice, each step firm and resolute. As the howling winds from the abyss grew ever clearer, in no time, Vivian found herself suspended above the chasm. How do you find this strength? Is it sufficient? Is it formidable enough? Qin Feng's voice was icy as he fixed his gaze upon Vivian's eyes, seeking any trace of fear in her expression. Yet, to his surprise, Vivian remained remarkably composed. She exhibited not a trace of panic. Rather, her agile feet entwined around Qin Feng's waist, her voluptuous double ease firmly clasping his arms, a beguiling smile curling at the corners of her lips as she sweetly inquired, "I believe mine are rather ample. What do you think?" This sudden maneuver thrust Qin Feng into an awkward predicament. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate foreign beauty would act so unconventionally. For a moment, his expression stiffened, and a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. Jarvis, apprehend this cunning vixen. At this critical juncture, it was up to Miss Mou, who, determined to spare her lord from embarrassment, took decisive action, exhibiting her unwavering loyalty. "I can handle this myself. Do you believe me?" Qin Feng pondered whether Mou trusted him, yet he privately mused that given Jarvis's actions last night with the mechanical arm against San Shangyu, and now applying the same treatment to Vivian, the title Ruthless Flower Destroyer indeed suited Jarvis. Before long, Jarvis extended his mechanical arm, deftly seizing Vivian and presenting her before Qin Feng, subsequently suspending her in a large shape. Qin Feng's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on the suspended Vivian, as his mind commenced a meticulous technical analysis. Her entire coat of fur is golden. That hair is undoubtedly not dyed. Splendid. Having completed his analysis, he touched his nose, ensuring there were no unforeseen consequences. No bloodshed. Perfect. What organization are you affiliated with? I may choose to overlook it for now, but you must divulge how you located me if you remain silent. I cannot permit you to leave easily. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Vivian's lips curled into a sly smile. If you don't want to let me go, then don't. With your affluent appearance, you seem to have no worries about food or drink. In fact, I have no intention of leaving. With a playful wink, she added, "When did I say I wanted to be freed?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and then called out, "Hao Jian, come here." Hao Jian, who had been enjoying the spectacle from a distance, rushed over at Qin Feng's summons. "Brother, what is happening? This foreign lady doesn't he look trustworthy? You mustn't be foolish. If you provoke the big sister, it could spell trouble." Hao Jian leaned closer to Qin Feng, whispering a caution. Qin Feng nodded, feigning deep contemplation. You make a valid point. Upon further reflection, I shall leave this Vivian in your care. I in my care? Really, brother? Hao Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining that their team would be bestowed with such a fortunate task, especially one involving a foreign beauty. Indeed, it falls to you. This honorable yet arduous responsibility is yours alone. Qin Feng patted Hao Jian's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hao Jian nodded vigorously, affirming as if he were in a dream. Meanwhile, Vivian was far from pleased. Her brows furrowed and eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Hey-oh! Have you even considered my feelings?" Her tone dripped with indignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slowly turned to face Vivian, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Does that matter? You are currently a captive of my Qin Feng convoy. If you wish to leave, you must kindly share what I desire to know. Otherwise, do not blame me for restricting your freedom." Vivian, upon hearing this, struggled fiercely, shouting at Qin Feng, "You! Qin Feng, let me go!" Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "I may release you, and you can leave at any time. However, your vehicle must remain." No sooner had he spoken than Jarvis adeptly maneuvered the closed defense cannon, smoothly aiming it at Vivian's off-road vehicle, the ominous barrel poised menacingly at her car. Chapter 72. An incident caused by a whip. The sun blazed high in the sky, its scorching rays pouring down unreservedly as Qin Feng and his party continued their journey under the sweltering heat. This time, a new member had joined the ranks, Vivian. The Euro-American beauty was currently lounging comfortably in the passenger seat of Hao Jian's vehicle, her legs propped up carelessly on the dashboard, entirely unconcerned with appearances. Clutching the ice-cold cola and snacks that Hao Jian had presented to her like offerings to a deity, she savored them leisurely, Unbeknownst to her, Vivian sensed Hao Jian's gaze, which was fixated on her skirt with an unsettling intensity. Her eyes instantly turned cold, brimming with disdain as a mocking smile graced her lips. "Mr. Hao, it seems you are quite inflamed with desires. It appears they have reached your mouth. Perhaps you should wipe it with a tissue." With that, she dramatically retrieved a tissue from the nearby box, extending it toward Hao Jian while playfully teasingly poking at his palm. Hao Jian, as if ensnared in a spell, reached out to accept the tissue with a dazed expression. At the moment her finger brushed against his, he shuddered as if struck by lightning. The once steady trickle of blood from his nose now surged forth like a torrential flood, with a splatter. The instigator of the teasing found herself splattered with spots of crimson, her once playful smile now frozen in shock. "Ah, stop the car. Quickly stop the car," Vivian cried out, dashing to the front of the vehicle. Pounding on the door frantically, "Qin Feng, come out. What is the matter?" Qin Feng opened the door, startled to see Vivian covered in blood spots. "What have you done to Hao Jian?" He swiftly drew his submachine gun, aiming it directly at Vivian's forehead. Pfft! In an instant, the mirth that had once adorned Vivian's face vanished, replaced by wide eyes filled with terror and confusion. The playful demeanor now completely evaporated. A high-pitched scream erupted from her throat. "Ah! Stop the car! Quickly stop the car!" The convoy halted urgently at her frantic pleas. Vivian, in a frenzy, stumbled toward the front vehicle, her hands pounding on the door with a rhythm akin to a war drum. Each strike echoing her fury and panic. "Qin Feng, come out!" she shouted, her voice hoarse from the intensity. The door of the vehicle opened slowly, revealing a puzzled Qin Feng. The moment his gaze fell upon Vivian, now speckled with blood, he gasped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. "What have you done to Hao Jian?" His voice turned low and cautious, and almost simultaneously with his inquiry, he drew his submachine gun with lightning speed. The ominous barrel pointing steadily at Vivian's forehead. At that moment, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Confronted with Qin Feng's unwavering aim, Vivian's composure crumbled, tears welling in her eyes as she began to sob uncontrollably. You're bullying me. I was merely seated beside Hao Jian. Who could have known he would suddenly spurt blood all over me?" She looked down at the blood spots on her clothing, her cries growing louder, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Just then, Hao Jian hurried over from the back of the vehicle, his nose stuffed with tissue, his face a mix of panic and embarrassment. Brother, don't be impulsive. It's not her fault. It was me that I couldn't help it." Hao Jian gasped, his voice tinged with guilt. Upon grasping the situation, Qin Feng felt exasperation wash over him as he glanced between Hao Jian and Vivian, his eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. Hao Jian scratched his head, grinning foolishly, showing no signs of restraint as he leaned closer to Qin Feng, whispering, "Brother, it's really not her fault. You should have seen it. This foreign beauty has a stunning figure, radiating irresistible allure. The moment I saw her, I lost my mind. I simply couldn't control myself." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his gaze still lingering with a hint of desire. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised his hand, poised to slap Hao Jian, but ultimately restrained himself, gritting his teeth. "Look at your pitiful state. Can't you maintain some decorum when you see a woman?" Turning to face the vehicle, he raised his voice, calling out, "Mou, stop gawking at the spectacle. Hurry and take Vivian to clean up. Look at her state." Mou led Vivian directly into the vehicle. As moments ticked by, the duration of the women's bathing seemed unusually prolonged. Qin Feng, having been urged out of the vehicle by Mou, sighed helplessly, glancing over to see Hao Jian leaning against the roadside railing, fiddling with his lighter in boredom. Qin Feng strolled over, and with keen eyes, Hao Jian promptly produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Qin Feng, who accepted it. With a practiced flick, Hao Jian ignited the lighter for him. Both men took a deep drag, the white smoke swirling slowly before them. Qin Feng's gaze unintentionally fell upon Hao Jian's nose, which was still intermittently bleeding. The tissue stained a deep crimson. Furrowing his brow, he flicked the ash from his cigarette. Casting a dubious glance, "What on earth have you been consuming lately?" Behold your conduct, akin to a naive fledgling unacquainted with the world, utterly lacking in composure. Hao Jian abruptly inhaled a puff of smoke, a flicker of panic crossing his face, yet he swiftly regained his composure, scratching his head and chuckling innocently. I truly haven tea, brother. Our convoy has no shortage of provisions, but I can't just indulge indiscriminately. Last night, I only had a piece of pig intestine, nothing else. After speaking, he patted his round belly. Pig intestine? Qin Feng nearly choked on the smoke, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Hao Jian. When did we ever stockpile pig intestines? I have no recollection of that whatsoever. Hao Jian, under the intense scrutiny of Qin Feng's piercing gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retracting his neck as he stammered. It was the one you left in my vehicle. I thought it was taking up space, and since I had nothing else to do yesterday, I just ate it, brother. Why do you look so terrifying? It's quite unsettling. Qin Feng angrily tossed the cigarette but to the ground, crushing it with his foot, and fixed a steely gaze upon Hao Jian, resolutely declaring, I suspect that what you consumed was not pig intestine at all, but rather a tiger whip. Chapter 73. A surprising encounter with natives. Upon hearing that Hao Jian had mistaken a tiger whip for pig intestine, Qin Feng erupted with fury, his eyes bulging as if the very air around him might ignite from his rage. He lunged forward, gripping Hao Jian's collar with a force akin to a vice, hoisting him off the ground and bellowing, Return my tiger whip. For heaven's sake, spit it out. Hao Jian dangled in the air, flailing his legs as he desperately tried to pry Qin Feng's hands away, his face flushing crimson as he pleaded in a quivering voice, Brother, please calm down. There's really no need to be angry over this. I swear, if I ever come across it again, I will certainly save it for you first. His eyes were filled with terror and desperation, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Qin Feng, however, was not inclined to relent, tightening his grip further and snarling, You fool! Didn't you find anything amiss while consuming it? What kind of intestine is that crunchy? His glare seemed as if it could strip Hao Jian bare. Trembling, Hao Jian hastily explained, I truly didn't notice, brother. It was pitch dark at the time. I lacked the comprehensive kitchen facilities you have in your RV. I just found a random spot and roasted it a bit. I thought it was just overcooked, which made it so crunchy. He shook his head fervently, as if wishing to extract his heart and present it to Qin Feng. After hearing this, Qin Feng deflated, releasing Hao Jian as he fell to the ground. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, Well, it's already eaten. What can be done now? The RV door slowly opened, and Mou extended a hand, signaling Wei Wei and to follow. Wei Wei emerged from the RV, clad in clean garments, her hair still slightly damp, gracefully descending the steps. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between Wei Wei and Hao Jian, contemplating privately that, given the previous commotion, it would be inappropriate to place Wei Wei in Hao Jian's vehicle. However, leaving her to drive alone was equally disconcerting. After weighing his options, he resolved to place Wei Wei in Han Yusen's vehicle for the time being. As for Wei Wei's preferences, Qin Feng had no intention of considering them. He strode purposefully to her, his eyes sharp like a blade, and coldly instructed, From now on, you will ride in Han Yusen's vehicle. If you dare to cause any more trouble, do not blame me for dismantling the wheels of your vehicle, leaving you unable to go anywhere. Wei Wei bit her lip, clearly reluctant, but under Qin Feng's intense gaze. She ultimately chose silence. At that moment, Hao Jian muttered softly nearby. Though his voice was low, Qin Feng still caught it. Another bed warmer added. Qin Feng shot him a fierce glare, causing Hao Jian to shrink back and seal his lips. As the engine roared to life, the convoy resumed its journey. The terrain steadily ascended, and the temperature began to drop imperceptibly, a chill seeping through the glass of the windows. Upon reaching the snow line, the cold intensified abruptly, plunging the temperature below zero. Fortunately, all vehicles were equipped with air conditioning, and as the warm air circulated, the interiors quickly became cozy and inviting. The group gazed out of the windows at the world cloaked in white, enveloped in a serene silence. Suddenly, Jarvis's steady electronic voice resonated within the vehicle. Commander, a suspected village has been detected ahead, exhibiting clear signs of habitation. Should we continue to investigate? Qin Feng, taken aback and bewildered, pondered the existence of natives within this scenario. This revelation was entirely unexpected. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively commanded, Jarvis, proceed with the investigation, ensuring utmost discretion. Do not disturb them under any circumstances. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing. receiving a reward. An electric-heated one-piece thermal suit, non-unique. Note: it comes with a built-in battery, capable of maintaining heat for 1 hour. Remark: the integrated design ensures warmth, but each trip to the restroom becomes a challenge in itself. The game's mechanics were utterly perplexing. Just moments ago, it felt as though one were trapped in the sweltering heat of summer. In the blink of an eye, however, it was akin to plunging into an ice cellar, the cold piercing to the bone. Such erratic changes were nothing short of tormenting, seemingly endless. MOU. Please produce the newly acquired thermal suits and distribute one to everyone. Qin Feng instructed, his expression stern as he surveyed the surrounding icy landscape. Certainly, my lord. Meanwhile, the convoy gradually came to a halt. The vehicles lined up neatly, the roar of engines subsiding. Everyone awaited the drone to relay the reconnaissance information, enabling them to formulate precise strategies based on the situation at hand. Jarvis maneuvered the drone silently above, transmitting the scene below clearly onto the screen before Qin Feng. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld what unfolded in the valley below. A group of natives clad in heavy fur robes engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of highland snow wolves. The attire of these natives was strikingly distinctive, their voluminous fur garments crafted from thick wool, adorned with intricate embroidery that fluttered in the wind. The men sported felt hats and long boots, their waists girded with long knives, while the women donned colorful aprons over their robes, their hair intricately braided. That moment, they were embroiled in a desperate struggle. The pack of snow wolves, darting like white lightning amidst the throng, were large and fierce, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the light. The natives valiantly resisted with their rudimentary weapons. Some wielded flintlock rifles, skillfully loading gunpowder. With a series of sharp cracks, flames flickered, smoke billowed. And several snow wolves were struck down, howling as they collapsed in the snow. However, the rifles fired slowly, the loading process cumbersome, leaving the gunners beleaguered by the wolves' relentless onslaught. More natives brandished melee weapons, their long knives slicing through the air, engaging the wolves in close combat. They shouted boisterous slogans, their voices echoing through the valley in an attempt to intimidate their adversaries. Yet, the wolves coordinated their attacks seamlessly, striking from multiple directions, gradually forcing the natives into a defensive position. One young man, his face flushed from the biting wind, displayed a fearless courage as he gripped his long knife tightly, facing off against a massive snow wolf. The wolf lunged at him, but he sidestepped, swinging his knife and landing a precise blow to its flank. Yet, before he could catch his breath, several more wolves surrounded him. A woman, equally undeterred, brandished a short knife, her back pressed against a large rock as she shielded a child behind her. Seizing an opportunity, a snow wolf pounced from the side. She reacted swiftly, stabbing the knife into the wolf's neck, warm blood splattering across her face. However, as the battle wore on, the numerical advantage of the wolves began to manifest, with more and more natives succumbing to injuries, their blood staining the pristine white snow. Chapter 74. The chosen Oddjobs duo mobilizes. What on earth is happening? Qin Feng murmured softly, his voice laden with confusion and disbelief. His gaze remained fixated on the screen as his mind raced, contemplating the underlying significance of the game system's arrangement. Based on his understanding of this convoluted game, the system would not create seemingly unrelated elements without reason. Each previous task and scene had concealed clues or challenges intricately linked to the game's progression, and this instance would surely be no exception. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of these natives was strikingly abrupt, manifesting without warning in this icy expanse. Moreover, this was the first encounter Qin Feng had with NPCs aside from players since entering this world. In a game world fraught with uncertainty and peril, information was tantamount to survival. These natives represented a vital opportunity for him to glean deeper insights into this world's workings. He yearned to extract undisclosed information from them, aiming to uncover the foundational logic governing this realm. Jarvis, maneuver the vehicle closer, prepare the Gatling cannon for precise targeting on the wolf pack, and remember, do not harm these natives. Understood, Commander. Jarvis's calm electronic voice responded without a hint of hesitation. MOU stood beside him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She parted her lips softly, inquiring, "My lord, why the sudden desire to assist them?" Her gaze fell upon Qin Feng's resolute countenance, as she sought answers within the nuances of his expression. Slowly, Qin Feng turned his head, his eyes still steadfastly fixed on the distant battlefield. After taking a deep breath, he remarked, "Do you not find it peculiar? They appeared here without any forewarning. There must be a reason behind it." He paused, curiosity and a sense of inquiry flickering in his eyes. "I am quite intrigued as to their origins and why they have manifested in this locale. Perhaps from them, we might glean some crucial insights about this world." You nodded slightly, deep in thought. At that moment, the vehicle, under Jarvis's command, surged forth like a colossal iron beast towards the battlefield. Its wheels spinning rapidly through the snow, sending up great flurries of snowflakes. The rapid-fire bullets rained down upon the snow wolf pack like a tempest, striking true and causing the wolves to fall, howling in agony amidst pools of blood. The once menacing pack was instantly shattered by the overwhelming firepower. The indigenous people, recently freed from captivity, displayed not a glimmer of joy at their salvation. Instead, they wore grave expressions, their eyes brimming with vigilance as they quickly congregated, facing the RV in a defensive stance. Each individual's weapon was gripped tightly, their muscles taut with tension. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward from the crowd. Towering in stature with a thick beard and a long scar running from his crown to his chin, the bearded giant fixed his intense gaze upon the slowly approaching RV and bellowed, "Travelers, this is our territory. Leave at once." Imoyu furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "My lord, they seem to harbor hostility towards us. Their demeanor is rather unfriendly." Qin Feng nodded subtly, his focus unwavering on the indigenous people. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, there is such an impression. I suspect this is likely a deliberate design of the game system. Furthermore, they refer to us as travelers, which may imply the existence of a hidden quest." Excitement and curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he anticipated the exploration of the unknown. After a brief consideration, Qin Feng turned to Imoyu and instructed, "Imoyu, send out our chosen duo to probe the situation and ascertain what is truly occurring." Upon hearing this, Imoyu's eyes flickered with doubt as she softly inquired, "Are you sure about sending just those two? Do you think they can manage?" She bit her lip slightly, evidently concerned about their capability for the task. A smile of confidence graced Qin Feng's lips as he explained, "Consider it from another perspective. Would you confront someone who appears to be a simpleton alongside an innocent, naive soul? Their seemingly harmless demeanor might actually facilitate the gaining of the indigenous people's trust, allowing us to extract the information we seek." You pondered his words and nodded in agreement, her worries gradually dissipating. The chosen duo stood tall and proud, striding confidently towards the indigenous camp. Meanwhile, Vivian, like a curious child, despite her vocal complaints, found herself trailing behind them like an inseparable shadow. The simpleton wore a broad, innocent grin, as bright as the winter sun, and enthusiastically gestured while exclaiming, "Big brother, we mean no harm. We merely passed through and saw you battling the wolves, so we couldn't help but lend a hand." His eyes, clear and sincere, radiated genuine intent. The bearded man, initially tense, began to relax upon observing the simpleton's demeanor. He scrutinized the duo before asking, "You are travelers, then?" Hao Jian, upon hearing this, became animated and shouted, "What travelers? We are just refugees, forcibly brought here by that damned game." "Game? Refugees? Brother, I do not comprehend a word of what you are saying." The bearded man replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Realizing the misunderstanding, Hao Jian inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and switched to a more conciliatory tone. "Big brother, may I ask your name?" "I am Lang Jia. Everyone calls me a Lang," the bearded man responded, patting his chest. "A Lang, brother?" Hao Jian exclaimed earnestly, his eyes filled with sincerity. "We truly bear no ill will. In fact, we were the ones who saved you just now. Were we not?" Lang Jia stepped forward, wrapping his powerful arm around the simpleton's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. He pounded his sturdy chest and declared, "Indeed, brother, thanks to your assistance." Not far away, Han Yusen and Vivian were equally engaged. Han Yusen approached a female indigenous person with a radiant smile, her tone brimming with genuine admiration. "Sister, hello. I was watching just now. You were incredibly brave, driving off the wolves while carrying a child." Though she had initially felt some trepidation, seeing Lang Jia conversing joyfully with Hao Jian eased her concerns. "This is simply how it is. Our village is small, so when danger arises, we must stand together. The female indigenous person replied. After a lively exchange, Han Yusin learned that her name was Ajia. She gently ran her fingers over Ajia's fur cloak, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she asked, Ajia, your cloak looks incredibly warm. What material is it made from? Ajia, touched by her enthusiasm, smiled brightly and replied, It is made from sheepskin. It keeps me warm, especially in winter, as she spoke. Ajia's gaze fell upon Han Yusin's thermal attire, and she curiously inquired, Your clothing appears quite extraordinary. What fabric is it made from? At that moment, Vivian quickly joined the conversation. Typically aloof, she was momentarily swept up in the warm atmosphere and set aside her usual pride. This is advanced technology. Its thermal properties are unparalleled, and it is both windproof and waterproof, with excellent breathability. Vivian enthusiastically elaborated, gesturing animatedly as she described the wonders of the thermal wear. Her excitement captured the attention of the surrounding indigenous women, and soon, the air was filled with lively chatter and laughter. With misunderstandings resolved, the villagers of Gaoshan quickly set to work clearing the battlefield. Tasks were divided efficiently. Some aided the wounded while others gathered scattered weapons. Creating a scene of organized chaos, at that moment, Lang Jia approached Hao Jian with a firm grip on his hand, exuding warmth as he said, Brother, we owe you and your friends a debt of gratitude. Had you not intervened, our fate would have been dire. Come, let us go to our village. We must properly thank you. As he spoke, he volunteered to guide Qin Feng and his group. The vehicle of Qin Feng's party slowly began to move, trailing a sled laden with spoils as they followed Lang Jia towards Gaoshan village. Before long, they arrived at Gaoshan village. Though termed a village, it was modest in size, with merely 20 or so households scattered throughout the valley. Qin Feng's group parked their vehicle securely in front of Lang Jia's home. Standing atop a large rock, Lang Jia called out loudly, Villagers, today, we have successfully repelled the snow wolves thanks to these friends from afar. Now, let us allocate the spoils from this hunt. As he spoke, he directed the villagers to arrange the carcasses of the snow wolves in an orderly fashion. Ajia, your family has had a sick child recently. Take extra meat to help them recover, he instructed, pointing to a particularly large snow wolf. He then turned to an elderly man, grandfathered saying, You too should take more, given your age. Thus, Lang Jia fairly distributed the snow wolves among each household, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Throughout the allocation process, he ensured that the largest portion was reserved for Qin Feng's party. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly declined, saying, Brother Lang Jia, we do not require these. Please distribute them among everyone else. Lang Jia, however, clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder with determination, stating, Brother, we have always distributed according to labor. Most of these snow wolves were taken down by you in our customs. Accept this as a token of gratitude. As Qin Feng continued to insist, he ultimately turned to Mou and instructed, Mou, prepare 100 sets of thermal wear as a welcoming gift for Gaoshan village. Mou complied, and soon, 100 brand new thermal outfits were neatly arranged before them. Qin Feng handed the garments to Lang Jia, sincerely saying, Brother Lang Jia, this is a small token of our appreciation. It is fate that brings us together, so please accept it. Lang Jia gazed at the thermal wear, gratitude shining in his eyes. Brother, I cannot thank you enough. This frigid weather is growing increasingly harsh. With this supply, the entire village will fare better. I shall not be polite any longer, a gesture of reciprocity. Lang Jia contemplated for a moment before joining his hands together respectfully, stating, Brother Qin, to express our gratitude for your assistance, we shall host a harvest celebration feast tonight. We hope you will honor us with your presence. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng felt a surge of secret delight within. As it aligned perfectly with his desires, he smiled and replied, Brother Lang Jia, your hospitality is truly overwhelming. It would be exceedingly impolite for us to decline. We shall certainly attend. As the sun gradually descended in the west, golden rays of twilight cascaded over the village of Gaoshan, enveloping the entire community in an atmosphere of serenity and joy. When the first veil of dusk gently cloaked Gaoshan, Qin Feng led his party to the village square with an invigorated stride. At that moment, the bonfire had yet to be ignited. Yet the air was already infused with a lively and jubilant ambience. Hao Jian and Han Yusin, serving as the chosen helpers, were engaged in their tasks. Hao Jian firmly cradled a massive wine barrel, towering half a person's height, brimming with 50 liters of potent liquor. Meanwhile, Han Yusin dragged a hefty pot, her back burdened with a large backpack filled with an assortment of spices, her steps slightly laborious. This entire arrangement was, in fact, at Qin Feng's behest. He had long been pondering that the taste of wolf meat might bear resemblance to that of dog meat, contemplating the delight of a pot of braised wolf meat. Upon entering the square, Longjia's keen eyes immediately spotted Qin Feng and his entourage. With a beaming smile, he strode forward with exuberance, arms wide open. "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. The celebration feast is about to commence." With a gesture toward the neatly arranged tables and chairs, constructed hastily by the villagers from their own timber, he added that though they appeared somewhat rustic, they exuded an air of simplicity. Hao Jian carefully placed the wine barrel on a nearby table and cheerfully remarked to Longjia, "Brother Longjia, this liquor is quite potent. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Han Yusin chimed in, "Indeed, brother, we have brought our implements. Tonight, we shall surely treat everyone to an extraordinary feast." In the square, villagers bustled about, some arranging utensils, while others prepared ingredients, and children frolicked nearby, filling the scene with a vibrant, lively essence. By the long table in the square, following Longjia's lead, Qin Feng and his companions took their seats. Longjia, a robust and sturdy man of the highlands, bore skin bronzed by years of exposure to the elements, and his deep-set eyes reflected the unique sincerity and generosity of the highland folk. A warm smile was perpetually affixed to his face, yet behind that smile lay traces of profound life experiences. As soon as they settled in, Longjia's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the barrel of liquor brought by Hao Jian, awakening the spirit of indulgence within him. He eagerly reached for a large cup, about the size of an adult fist, and, securing it on the table, swiftly lifted the barrel to pour himself a generous measure. Chapter 76. The Nature of Humanity's Wickedness. As the liquor filled the cup, a rich, robust aroma permeated the air. Longjia inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Oh, this is truly exquisite wine." He then tilted his head back and downed half a gin of liquor in one gulp, a satisfying sound escaping his throat, and a look of contentment gracing his face. Soon, the bonfire was ablaze, flames dancing freely in the night sky, illuminating the entire square as brightly as day. With jubilant melodies of Highland music resounding, the celebration feast commenced in earnest. Villagers rose to join the throng, singing and dancing. The village girls, donned in vibrant, colorful leather robes, had their faces aglow from the bonfire, their eyes sparkling with vivacity. Hand in hand, they formed a circle, gradually drawing closer to the fire. Their steps were light and graceful, occasionally leaping or twirling, the ornaments on their garments producing a delightful, melodic chime with every movement. Their songs, akin to heavenly music, echoed in the night air, intertwining with the melodies, creating an exquisite tableau. Meanwhile, the men gathered around the tables, consuming copious amounts of fine wine, their voices rising and falling in lively conversation, enhancing the celebratory atmosphere with their boisterous camaraderie. Qin Feng sat quietly to the side, observing it all. His gaze flitted through the crowd, appearing absorbed in the joyous ambience while secretly awaiting the opportune moment. As the revelry intensified and everyone became enraptured in the merriment, he felt the time was ripe and subtly approached Longjia. "Brother Longjia, your village is truly vibrant. Everyone is exceedingly warm-hearted," Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Longjia, upon hearing this, grinned broadly, poured himself another cup, and said, "Brother Qin, you are our saviors. It is only fitting that you experience the warmth of our village." Qin Feng nodded slightly and continued, "However, I am quite curious, as you mentioned, you have lived here for generations. You must have gone through a myriad of experiences." Longjia's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze. He raised his cup and drank deeply, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Brother Qin, to be candid, our village was not always like this." He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in recollection. "We have lived here for generations, once enjoying peaceful and tranquil lives. Yet, at some point, every year, travelers began to pass through our village. Most of these travelers harbor malicious intent. They pillage and wreak havoc without a second thought. Once, our village boasted 500 households, bustling with life. Yet, due to the malevolent actions of these travelers, our village has become a desolate shadow of its former self, with the population dwindling to merely 20 households now. As he spoke, Longjier's voice quivered with emotion, revealing deep-seated frustration and sorrow. Under the warm glow of the bonfire, his face radiated a golden hue, yet his eyes bore the weight of countless hardships. He slowly raised his hand, gently yet solemnly pulling a cylindrical ornament from his collar. The artifact glimmered mysteriously in the firelight, its surface adorned with unique patterns, as if narrating tales of the passage of time. "This is a sky pearl crafted from the skulls of our ancestors," Longjie intoned gravely. "Since time immemorial, it has been the emblem of our village's chieftain." He caressed the sky pearl tenderly, his eyes filled with reverence and devotion. Qin Feng leaned in closer, his gaze fixated on the sky pearl, a wave of intense curiosity washing over him. What is so special about it?" He could not help but inquire. Longjie tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the vast night sky as if recalling the teachings of his forebears. "According to our ancestors, if one encounters travelers, they can use this sky pearl to open the door of time and space, provided they gain the village's acknowledgement." His voice resonated in the night air, imbued with an air of mystery. "Through this portal, travelers can reach their destination." Qin Feng's pupils dilated in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "Such a miraculous phenomenon exists?" he murmured. Longjie sighed heavily, his expression a mixture of helplessness and perplexity. "Initially, we could coexist harmoniously and achieve mutual benefit. Why, then, must those travelers resort to threats and malevolence to attain their goals?" His eyes were filled with agony and confusion, as if questioning those who had caused them harm. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng slowly spoke, his voice weighted with gravity. "Human nature is inherently wicked." However, before he could finish, a loud snoring sound abruptly interrupted the conversation. He turned to see that Longjie had succumbed to intoxication, his body slightly slumped, head drooping, rosy hue still lingering on his face, clearly overindulged. Qin Feng could only chuckle helplessly and shake his head. Gently, he propped Longjie upright against the chair's backrest, then rose and ambled slowly to the bonfire. His gaze fixated on the flickering flames, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. "This must pertain to spatial refraction technology," he mused. The gaming space seemed to bridge different dimensions, forcibly inserting Longjie and his people into their realm. The sky pearl held by Longjie was undoubtedly the key to unlocking that enigmatic spatial door. Regardless of whether the villagers were willing or coerced, once the portal was opened, players would directly arrive at the conclusion of this quest, undoubtedly a shortcut. As dawn broke the following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains of the caravan, casting golden shafts of light. Qin Feng and Mou remained lost in slumber when suddenly, a crisp knock on the door shattered the tranquility within. Qin Feng groggily turned over, mumbling, "Who is it?" After rubbing his bleary eyes, he exchanged a glance with Mou, both exhaling resigned sighs as they rose to approach the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by an invigorated Longjie standing outside, his posture erect like a towering pine rooted in the highlands, showing no signs of the previous night's hangover, his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Brother Qin and Miss Da, have you risen?" Longjie exclaimed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell. "Yes, we are up," Qin Feng quickly responded, a polite smile gracing his lips, though internally he grumbled, "Even if we hadn't risen, this knock would have ensured that we could sleep no longer." After a swift wash and tidy up, Qin Feng and Mou emerged from the caravan, the crisp highland air refreshing their spirits. "Brother Lang, what brings you so early?" Qin Feng inquired politely, a hint of curiosity dancing in his eyes. Longjie clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder, brimming with enthusiasm. "Come, let us go to my home for breakfast. After we eat, I shall see you off." Chapter 77. The corpse picker of Gaoshan village, Longjie patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Come, let us go to my home for breakfast. After we eat, I shall send you on your journey." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Mou exchanged glances, a glimmer of delight flashing in their eyes, their hearts settling with assurance. Qin Feng understood that this might signify a pivotal step toward the conclusion of their quest. He nodded with a smile and followed Longjie, striding confidently ahead. Mou, meanwhile, turned and hurried off to awaken the other members of the convoy. Before long, everyone gathered at Longjie's residence. Inside, a generous table was adorned with a lavish spread of breakfast delicacies. The steaming butter tea exuded a rich aroma of milk and tea, merging to create an irresistible allure. Plates of glutinous rice cakes lay arranged, their golden hue inviting and soft. There were also buns and steamed bread, plump and white, emitting wisps of steam. A bowl nearby brimmed with yogurt, its surface covered with a thick layer of cream, making it utterly tempting. These dishes showcased the unique culinary traditions and warm hospitality of the Highland people. The host was attentive and welcoming, encouraging everyone to indulge. The guests, unrestrained, relished this delightful repast, laughter and chatter filling the air, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Soon, everyone had feasted to their heart's content, their faces aglow with satisfaction. Especially notable was Hao Jian, who had succumbed to drunkenness at the celebration banquet the previous night, only to be taken home by a Highland girl. Recalling the events of last evening, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially intended to intervene, but the local people had quickly explained that it was their unique custom, known as borrowing seeds, aimed at preserving lineage and enhancing vitality. Observing the girl who had rescued Hao Jian, with her enchanting beauty and youthful vibrance, and recalling that Hao Jian had consumed an entire tiger whip, brimming with energy, Qin Feng decided to let it be, thinking it was a stroke of fortune for the lad. To his surprise, Hao Jian lamented throughout the morning, grumbling in discontent. "Why didn't you wake me up? I missed out on everything last night. What a loss." He frowned, his expression rife with regret. You rascal," benefiting while pretending to be aggrieved. Qin Feng teased with a smile, "Be grateful. This is their custom, something many would yearn for." The group erupted in hearty laughter. Seated around the table, now strewn with remnants of their feast, they savored the moment, their smiles radiating contentment. At this juncture, Long Jie slowly rose, his demeanor solemn and grave. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his gaze, as if recounting the profound yet fleeting bond formed with these distant guests. He straightened his posture, extended his arms, and began to perform a dance of farewell customary to the Highlands. His movements were vigorous and expressive, each gesture infused with a unique rhythm. At times, he resembled an eagle soaring freely through the skies. At others, he mirrored a galloping steed racing across the plains. His feet struck the ground with resounding thuds, intertwining with the poignant emotions permeating the air. A sincere smile graced his face, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. As if through this dance, he was conveying all his blessings and gratitude to the departing guest. As the heartfelt performance concluded, the group lingered in the rich emotional ambience, momentarily lost in thought. Under Long Jie's guidance, they drove their vehicles to the square where they had gathered the previous day. Sunlight poured over the square, casting a golden hue. Long Jie stood at the center, his expression grave. He slowly retrieved a celestial pearl from within his garments, a symbol of the village chief's authority and duty. The pearl shimmered mysteriously under the sun, as if harboring countless secrets and hopes. Long Jie's lips were sealed, trembling slightly as he silently recited an ancient incantation, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through time as if drawn from a distant past. The villagers, upon hearing Long Jie's voice, converged from all directions, forming a circle around the square in unison. Their faces bore expressions of reverence and devotion, their eyes fixated on the celestial pearl in Long Jie's hand. Subsequently, they too began to softly chant along with him, their voices melding into a powerful force that reverberated in the air above the square. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted at the center of the square, revealing a massive blue wormhole that gradually emerged. The edges of the wormhole glimmered with an otherworldly blue light, presenting a mysterious gateway to another realm. The azure glow illuminated the entire square, reflecting the astonished and expectant faces of the crowd. Long Jie pointed towards the wormhole, his gaze filled with resolve and blessing, indicating that this was the legendary gateway through time and space. The members of Qin Feng's convoy gathered around, bidding their final farewells to Long Jie. Qin Feng grasped Long Jie's hand firmly, saying, "Brother Long Jie, thank you for your assistance and hospitality. Here is a token of our appreciation. May it provide some assurance for your lives." With that, he arranged 20 Gatling guns and 100,000 rounds of ammunition neatly beside him. Long Jie regarded the gifts with a mixture of gratitude and astonishment, nodding vigorously, his voice slightly choked as he replied, "Brother Qin, your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. May you travel safely and reach your destination swiftly." At that moment, Hao Jian, his cheeks flushed, awkwardly approached the Highland girl who had rescued him. The girl's face turned crimson, her eyes reflecting shyness and anticipation. Hao Jian produced all his possessions from his pocket and placed them beside her, his gaze tender and concerned. "My lady," he stammered. If we are indeed blessed with a child, I hope you will nurture him well. I wish for the Hao family line to continue." His voice quivered slightly, filled with hope and apprehension. The girl gently accepted the gifts. Nodding slightly, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Do not worry. I will die in this atmosphere laden with warmth and reluctance." The group boarded their vehicles one by one. Qin Feng took the wheel, slowly steering towards the gateway through time and space. One by one, the vehicles followed suit, vanishing into the mysterious blue light. Meanwhile, Long Jie and the villagers stood in the square, gazing intently in the direction of the portal, silently wishing these distant guests a safe journey. As the scene shifted, the members of Qin Feng's convoy, upon stepping into the wormhole, were enveloped by a formidable force, as if drawn into a cosmic whirlpool, their surroundings spinning into a blur. When tranquility returned, they found themselves in a place that felt both familiar and slightly foreign. Quality Square. The sun shone brightly overhead, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, bringing with it a sense of familiarity, yet the surroundings were arranged in a manner that felt somewhat strange. Just as they were adjusting to this sudden change, an announcement echoed from the game system, resonating above the square. Chapter 78. Familiar Formulas, Familiar Flavors, Game System Announcement. Congratulations to Qin Feng's convoy for securing the top 3 positions in the Limited Time Challenge, Off-Road Obstacle Race. Please have the convoy leader proceed to the podium to claim the prize. The Limited Time Challenge has entered its 4th day. Players are urged to seize the moment. This announcement struck like thunder, igniting excitement among the group. They widened their eyes, exchanged glances, and erupted into a deafening cheer. "We did it! We really claimed the top 3 positions!" Hao Jian shouted exuberantly, bouncing on his feet and waving his arms, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. You boldly planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. "Did the boss really accomplish this? How could that be? I'm still stuck in the cave. Help! Is there anyone who can assist me? My vehicle is stuck in a quagmire, and no matter what I do, I can't get it out." Upstairs, you might as well stop calling. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid. Take a page from my book. I've had my rear wheels dangling over a cliff all day, and not a sound has escaped my lips, fearing any movement could send my vehicle tumbling down. Alas, for those trapped, if you truly cannot extricate yourselves, you will have to wait for the challenge time to expire, and let the system reclaim you. At this moment, Qin Feng had no time to monitor the regional channel. His eyes were fixed on the center of the square, where a grand, ancient long table was slowly rising. Upon it, 3 orange supply boxes were neatly arranged. This is our reward," Qin Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Familiar formulas, familiar flavors, yet this time, unlike before, they could take all these rewards with them. Mere words could scarcely encapsulate the thrill and exhilaration coursing through him. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that aside from the members of his convoy, no other players were in sight. With all reservations cast aside, they gathered around the long table, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After enduring 4 grueling days of peril, battling fiercely, even annihilating a 100-member convoy, they had strived for this moment, for these precious rewards. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and slowly reached out to open the supply boxes one by one. Automobile parts, Level 2 Super Horsepower Electric Motor, Automobile parts, Level 2 Super Horsepower Turbo Engine, Description. Vehicle speed increased to 180 mph, 0-90 mph in 5 seconds. A satisfied smile spread across Qin Feng's face. And then he turned his attention to the final supply box. When he opened it, the contents left everyone astonished. It is, indeed, an expansion module, small farm, elaborately described as follows. Space folding technology, farm area of 200 square meters. Constant temperature and humidity, 24-hour simulated sunlight exposure, producing 10 tons of nutrient water daily for irrigation of crops and feeding livestock, with nutrient water refreshed daily and non-stackable, accelerating crop growth by 10 times and livestock growth by 5 times. Remarkable. From now on, we shall no longer fret over food and water supplies, exclaimed Han Yusen with palpable excitement. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with aspirations for the future. Qin Feng gazed at these invaluable rewards, feeling a surge of emotions. All the hardships and sacrifices along the way transformed into a profound sense of accomplishment at that moment. They had succeeded. Although Qin Feng's convoy had already excelled in the time challenge, off-road obstacle race, clinching the top 3 positions, the challenge-S duration was not yet over, preventing them from departing the quality square. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to set up camp in a corner of the square. This location, backed by a low wall at the edge of the square, offered an open terrain with a clear view, facilitating defense while allowing them to monitor the square's activities. The convoy members quickly assumed their respective roles and sprang into action. Some were tasked with erecting the vehicle-mounted tents, while others busied themselves with transporting supplies, creating a lively scene in the corner of the square. Hao Jian was also among them, albeit with a slightly awkward demeanor. It turned out that he had, in a moment of sentimentality during his farewell with the girl who collected corpses, given away all his belongings, leaving him with scant resources for purchasing fuel. Once the camp was established, the group gathered to discuss the distribution of rewards. After much deliberation, they unanimously decided to install the Level 2 super horsepower electric motor onto Hao Jian's vehicle. After all, Hao Jian was known for his fearless driving and skilled techniques. With this powerful motor, his vehicle would undoubtedly be enhanced. Furthermore, given his current predicament, this decision also served as a form of support from the group. Meanwhile, the Level 2 super horsepower turbo engine and the small farm were undoubtedly assigned to Qin Feng's vehicle. Qin Feng's RV was already the most formidable vehicle in their convoy, akin to a mobile fortress. Now, with the addition of the new turbo engine, its maneuverability would further improve, enabling it to navigate the complex and ever-changing gaming environment more effectively, ensuring the convoy's safety. As for the small farm, being a crucial resource for the convoy's future, placing it on the strongest vehicle was undoubtedly the wisest choice, maximizing its security and providing a solid foundation for the convoy's sustained development. Besides the generous rewards for the top 3, the remaining 3 members of the convoy, Vivian was not counted due to her status as a captive, also received a reward each. However, in comparison to the orange supply boxes awarded to the top 3, these remaining 3 rewards seemed rather mundane, merely consisting of the standard output of blue supply boxes. Upon opening the supply boxes, they found some basic materials and food, along with a single weapon, a sniper rifle. While this firearm could indeed be of some utility in combat, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary rewards received by the top 3, rendering it almost inconsequential. The quality square, as a safe zone within the game, was safeguarded by the system's stringent rules, alleviating concerns regarding safety. However, after the arduous experiences of the past few days in the time challenge, everyone's nerves were frayed. Seizing the rare opportunity for respite, Qin Feng decided it was time for the entire convoy to rest. To ensure the camp's safety and guard against any ill-intentioned newcomers, he arranged for 10 drones to patrol the perimeter in shifts. The drones hovered around the camp, their cameras vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to issue alerts at the first sign of abnormality. Time for rest slipped by like sand through fingers, fleeting and unremarked. Before long, the 5th day of the time challenge arrived quietly. Qin Feng slowly awoke from his slumber, stretched, and stepped out of the RV. By then, other players had begun to appear in the square. Some players hurried along, their expressions weary, clearly still immersed in the tense atmosphere of the challenge. Others gathered in small groups, eagerly sharing their experiences, their faces radiating the joy of having survived. As time passed, more and more players were transported to the square by the system. Some players arrived with lingering terror in their eyes, filled with confusion and unease, while others, upon seeing numerous companions in the square, exhaled with relief, their faces reflecting a sense of liberation. The din of the square gradually crescendoed as conversations and footsteps intertwined. Finally, the time for the time challenge came to an end. The system's cold prompt echoed across the square, prompting everyone to halt their activities and await silently. The game system meticulously tallied the data, counting all surviving players in the regional channels, including those who had been returned to the square for failing to complete the challenge. The final result revealed that there were a total of 7,100 players in the square. Game system announcement: the time challenge has concluded, and the system will arrange for players to exit in an orderly manner. Before the players could fully comprehend the situation, another announcement appeared. Game system announcement: in light of the regional channel falling short of 10,000 players, It will now merge with a channel containing fewer than 3,000 players to reach the requisite 10,000. Game system announcement. Team patch added. The materials harvested from the supply boxes will increase by 50%. Setting aside the first two announcements, the third announcement regarding the team patch clearly indicated the system's intent to enhance the convoy. Just as the crowd began to discuss, a blinding white light flashed unexpectedly. This white light enveloped the entire square, its intense brilliance causing players to instinctively close their eyes and raise their hands to shield themselves. Immediately after, a powerful force yanked them upwards, as if their bodies had lost weight, swiftly traversing through the void. When the white light gradually dissipated and the players opened their eyes once more, they found themselves transported back to the desert road. The scorching sun bore down upon them, and the dry, hot wind whipped sand into their faces. Jarvis. Alarm. Outdoor temperature has risen to 70 degrees in an instant. TSK, before leaving, they clearly stated the temperature would soar to 70 degrees. Yet upon return, it was only 69 degrees. This blasted system shoots up the temperature like a madman, yet it descends at a snail's pace. Qin Feng frowned, his displeasure evident as he grumbled, his voice tinged with irritation. Mou, seated beside him, was similarly affected by the sweltering heat, beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "The system's rules have always been peculiar. We can only adapt." However, this temperature is quite alarming to as she spoke. She instinctively tugged at her collar, trying to find some relief from the heat. The vehicle's climate control system continued to operate steadily, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Yet, when Qin Feng and Mou glanced at the thermometer displaying 69 degrees, an invisible wave of heat seemed to emanate from the screen, enveloping them in an uncomfortable warmth. This heat was not a reflection of the external temperature, but rather a potent psychological suggestion. Mou quickly rose, striding to the vehicle's refrigerator, from which she retrieved 2 bottles of ice water. She unscrewed a cap and handed one bottle to Qin Feng, saying, "Master, have some ice water to cool down." Qin Feng accepted the bottle, eagerly bringing it to his lips and gulping it down. The icy liquid flowed down his throat, reviving both of them like returning from a fiery hell to the realm of the living. Once they regained their composure, Qin Feng still harbored some concern and called over the team channel. "Hao Jian, how's it going on your end? Is everyone all right?" Soon, Hao Jian's boisterous voice came through. "Don't worry, bro. We're all fine here, just that the temperature upon return is scorching hot. But our vehicle is cool, so no major issues." Qin Feng continued to check in with the other team members, receiving assurances that all was well. Only then did his taut nerves finally relax, as he leaned back in his seat and sighed deeply, stating, "As long as everything is fine, we still don't know what kind of trouble this cursed place will throw at us next. So everyone must be cautious." Mou nodded slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. "Alarm, alarm. The asphalt on the road is melting. Tires will sink in 1 minute. Should they sink, based on the current power system, there is a 90% chance of being unable to escape. Commander, please make a prompt decision." Jarvis's alarm blared. Almost immediately, red warning lights flashed frantically in the command room. Concurrently, a synthetic electronic voice began the merciless countdown. Countdown 55. 54. 53. Qin Feng's eyes widened in horror as he stared intently at the seemingly tranquil yet perilous road outside the window. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and shouted, "Move out." Simultaneously, he quickly connected to the team channel, urgently calling, "Hao Jian, Han Yusen, Dr. Zhua, listen up. The asphalt is melting, and the situation is extremely critical. Stay close to me. Immediately now, hurry." As Qin Feng's vehicle roared to life, the tires screeched against the ground. Outside the window, the once smooth road began to warp, the black asphalt bubbling and boiling like syrup heated to a boil. A billowing cloud of steam rose from the ground, obscuring visibility. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down Qin Feng's forehead. He intermittently observed the status of his teammates' vehicles through the drone perspective provided by Jarvis, shouting loudly, "Do not stop. Anyone who halts on this ground is doomed. There will be no rescue." Hao Jian pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He exclaimed, "Bro, I'm right behind you." Han Yusen wore a grave expression, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng's car, her hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhua remained within the vehicle, attentively monitoring the road conditions while maintaining communication, urging everyone to stay calm and not to panic. The crisis has been averted. Based on tire traction estimates, the likelihood of the tires sinking is 0%. Jarvis's voice provided a modicum of relief to the group. At that moment, the convoy sped down the highway at a velocity of 80 miles per hour. Mou, seated beside, still bore a furrowed brow, not entirely relaxed. She turned to Qin Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. My lord, although we have temporarily evaded danger, I remain worried about how Jian and the others. We may encounter unforeseen circumstances on this journey. We must devise a strategy to minimize fuel consumption. Perhaps we could ask Jarvis to calculate the optimal minimum speed. Qin Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. Jarvis, please calculate the minimum speed that ensures safe travel while maximizing fuel efficiency for the convoy. Chapter 80. The urgency of nature, the lady's embarrassment soon, Jarvis responded, after testing, maintaining a steady speed of 40 miles per hour will prevent sinking while minimizing fuel consumption. Qin Feng pondered inwardly how Jian's vehicle was equipped with a super-powered electric motor, supplemented by a solar panel on the roof, providing continuous power. This should pose no significant issue. However, Han Yusen and Dr. Zhua faced challenges as their vehicles still relied on traditional fuel engines. Should the area be plagued by sunken roads, fuel demand would undoubtedly surge, and prices might skyrocket. Qin Feng gazed out at the scorching desert, blistering under the relentless sun. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He wondered whether the treacherous road conditions would improve at night, when the sun's rays no longer bore down on them. Damn it, I just went out to find something and nearly got burned. The ground is scalding. Some asphalt is melting. My thermometer just exploded. How hot can it possibly be out there? Oh my goodness, my wheels are stuck on the road. Brothers, whoever passes by here, come help me. Stop your foolish shouting and move quickly. The asphalt is melting. The heavier the vehicle, the faster it sinks. Once it's in, you can hardly get it out. What the hell? Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm already stuck. What should I do now? Friendly reminder. Maintain a speed of 40 miles per hour to avoid sinking, Qin Feng advised. Thank you, Great One. May you be blessed. Thank you, Great One. You're a new groom every day. With a new bride each night. The Great One has mother-in-laws across the nation. Great One, could you arrange a fridge fan? I can't take this heat. The wind from the fan is almost drying me out. Anyone needing a fridge fan, send me a private message. How Jian hurriedly replied in the channel. This fellow, now financially drained, was eager for a lifeline and lit up at the prospect of business. Be careful, man. Don't risk your life for money. Qin Feng warned, frowning. Don't worry, bro, I've already lost my capital. I just want to recoup a bit. How Jian chuckled bitterly, spreading his hands in resignation. Jarvis's electronic voice echoed in the vehicle. Commander, a supply crate has appeared 1,000 meters to the left front. Qin Feng immediately responded, Jarvis, prepare to retrieve it. The side of the vehicle slid open, revealing a metallic panel, and Jarvis's mechanical arm swiftly extended from within. Crafted from high-strength alloy, the arm was heat-resistant and articulated with precision, emitting a faint sound of mechanical friction. It extended smoothly and accurately toward the supply crate. Ding, with a crisp notification sound. The mechanical arm securely grasped the supply crate before retracting swiftly. Qin Feng gazed at the successfully acquired supply crate, silently grateful for the invaluable assistance of Jarvis. Meanwhile, other players struggled to collect supply crates, their frustrations echoing in the regional channel. This infernal weather is unbearable. The vehicle can't stop. How can we retrieve the supply crates? It's driving me insane. One player roared, his voice laden with desperation. I just stopped for that crate for a mere 30 seconds. Who knew the asphalt here was like quicksand? Now my vehicle is completely stuck, and no amount of throttle will budge it. Someone, please help. Another player's cry brimmed with fear and hopelessness, as if death's shadow loomed closer. Bro, stop struggling. Look for something to eat or drink. You might as well fill your belly before the end comes, right? A fellow player pessimistically advised, his words saturated with despair. Just then, someone in the channel eagerly chimed in. Earlier, a player said he managed to grab a supply crate while maintaining a speed of 40 miles per hour without stopping. Let's give it a try. This statement ignited a flicker of hope among some players. However, before they could act, another voice cut through. Don't bother. I was the one who got the crate. Now my hands are broken and in excruciating pain. Dr. Zhua is online guiding me through splinting them. I have no idea how to proceed now. Don't follow my lead. This voice doused the flickering hope of the others like cold water. Forget about the supply crates for now. Let us just keep moving forward. Perhaps by nightfall, without the sun's direct rays, the road conditions will improve. We can't afford to get stuck on a single tree. Preserving our lives must come first if we are to have a chance at gathering supplies later. A player lamented in the channel. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a stir in his heart. The player's analysis mirrored his own thoughts in their current environment. Maintaining momentum was crucial. Even if the game system was harsh, it couldn't completely deny players a glimmer of hope. There must be some means of survival left. While the vehicles could not stop, physiological needs were relentless. Nature's urgency was an undeniable law. Qin Feng's RV was equipped with a toilet, alleviating concerns for him and Imoyu. Yet, the men could find makeshift solutions, such as using a bottle, while the women faced an excruciatingly awkward predicament. Zhuoli's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She gripped Han Yusin's arm tightly, her voice tinged with desperation. "Sister Yusin, I can't hold it any longer. I need to go." Han Yusin responded, her lips pressed tightly, her complexion turning a shade of purple. "Sister, I really can't hold it. What are we going to do?" Zhuoli pleaded, shaking Han Yusin's arm anxiously. "Please, stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I really might lose control." Han Yusin gasped, struggling to maintain her composure. Realizing the dire situation, Zhuoli exclaimed, "What are we going to do? Are we really going to die of embarrassment in this vehicle?" She burst into quiet sobs. "Humans can't die from needing to pee. Quickly check the trading platform for any containers that might solve our problem," Han Yusin urged, fighting to remain calm despite her discomfort. Zhuoli hastily opened the trading platform, frantically searching until she discovered that only outdated spittoons from the 80s and 90s were available, and at outrageous prices. Once they acquired the spittoon, they impatiently pushed their seats back to the limit, each claiming a spot that barely sufficed. Han Yusin glanced down at her skirt, a flicker of distaste crossing her features. But as the urgency overcame her, she gritted her teeth and sat down. Chapter 81. Throw her out. Han Yusin glanced down at her skirt, distaste flickering in her eyes, but the urgency was overwhelming. Gritting her teeth, she sat down. Her pastel-colored panda pants slid down to her knees. Almost immediately, a series of tiny dripping sounds filled the cramped, somewhat quiet space. Meanwhile, Zhuoli, clad in long pants, struggled with her movements. The passenger seat was already cramped, seemingly conspiring against her. Every motion felt restricted. Yet, the urgency left no room for hesitation. Fortunately, as women, they shared similar biological structures. In this excruciatingly awkward moment, the adage "one king does not mock another" rang true. Determinedly, Zhuoli shed her long pants. Noticing Han Yusin's gaze, she defiantly turned her head away, letting out a haughty humph, as if proclaiming her nonchalance. Little did they know, that seemingly inconspicuous old spittoon would unexpectedly become a hot-selling item in the marketplace. "Lily, do you smell something strange?" Han Yusin furrowed her brows, gently waving her hand in front of her nose, and with a look of disdain, inquired, "Can you smell that, Yusin-jia? This odor is simply overwhelming. Let us quickly open the window for some fresh air." Zhuoli, equally affected by the acrid scent, eagerly pressed the car window button. As the window descended slowly, a rush of hot air surged into the vehicle. Yet the nauseating stench showed no signs of dissipating. In fact, it seemed to intensify in desperation. The two had no choice but to pour the yunyu out of the window, but even then, the noxious odor reminiscent of a public restroom stubbornly lingered within the confines of the car. "Sister, why does it still smell so foul?" Zhuoli pinched her nose tightly, her voice muffled and comical. Han Yusin, coughing from the stench, impatiently retorted, "Did you spill it? How could the smell be this strong? It's like a mobile toilet." Zhuoli slapped her thigh in frustration, her face contorted with regret, and quickly turned to glance at the back seat. With a mournful expression, she lamented, "Sister, I found the cause, then let us resolve it quickly." "This odor is making me gag," Han Yusin exclaimed, covering her mouth and nose, her brows knitting into a tight furrow. "I was worried that Wei Weian would cause trouble in our car, so I asked Dad to give her a dose of sleeping medicine to drink." Zhuoli fidgeted with her fingers as she spoke. "And then, don't just say half of it." Han Yusin looked bewildered, clearly not grasping Zhuoli's meaning. "I suspect the herbal medicine here is more potent than usual." So Dad might have given her too strong a dose. Zhueli, sensing that Han Yusen bore no grudge, felt emboldened and spoke more fluidly. Oh, what if it's strong? Didn't the instructor say they are merely primitive beings not fully evolved? A bit more medicine won't kill them. Han Yusen, momentarily dazed, replied nonchalantly, Sister, she's sitting in the back seat. Zhueli, having lost her patience, almost blurted out the answer, nearly revealing the truth to Han Yusen. She's already passed out. Why should we be worried? Han Yusen still failed to grasp the crux of the issue. Oh dear, sister, sometimes I truly wonder what goes on in that head of yours. Zhueli exclaimed in exasperation. She peed in your back seat. Han Yusen screamed, her face a mixture of horror and disgust. Throw her out. Just throw her out. However, despite their fierce words, neither dared to physically remove Wei Weiyan, for no one wished to touch the seat that reeked of urine. Quick-witted, Zhueli retrieved a cleaning kit from the car and set about restoring the vehicle's hygiene. Meanwhile, in another camper, the commander's voice resonated. The tire's grip has improved. Please attempt to park. Jarvis's calm electronic voice filled the vehicle. Jarvis, reduce speed gradually and attempt to park. Qin Feng commanded, his expression serious, eyes fixated on the data. With the camper van's immense horsepower, he did not dare to stop easily under such complex road conditions. If the wheels sunk, it would not be a simple rescue. It could very well mean game over. The vehicle's speed began to decrease from 40 miles per hour, each reduction in speed seeming to tug at the heartstrings of both Qin Feng and Moyu. At last, the camper came to a steady halt by the roadside. Qin Feng exhaled a long sigh. Although Jarvis had been driving, he and Moyu had remained in the command center, monitoring the vehicle's south data and road conditions with high tension throughout the journey. Moyu, let us have dinner tonight, Qin Feng suggested, rubbing his temples, a hint of anticipation lacing his tired voice. Certainly, my lord, I shall prepare it right away, Moyu replied with a smile. The days of relentless travel had left Qin Feng physically drained, and he was also concerned about the mental state of his companions, who had been under constant stress. Moyu meticulously arranged a table filled with delectable Huaiyang cuisine inside the camper. On the table, the Wensi tofu was as delicate as fine threads, each strand as thin as hair. The color of the soft-shelled turtle was glossy and dark, the eel segments tender and succulent, drenched in a rich, aromatic sauce that glimmered enticingly. There was also the refreshing crystal meat jelly, its meat translucent and paired with a special vinegar and ginger sauce that was both tangy and appetizing. Just the aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. Everyone gathered around the table, gazing at the light, refreshing dishes. Anticipation bloomed on their faces. Qin Feng took the lead, picking up a piece of Wensi tofu and savoring it. Then remarked, Moyu, your culinary skills have truly reached new heights. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly dug in. The camper was soon filled with laughter and praise. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, and after indulging in food and drink, they retreated to their respective vehicles. Yet Wei Weiyan pretended to be drunk and refused to leave. She staggered over to Qin Feng, her eyes glazed and cheeks flushed, clinging to his arm and murmuring, Qin, I don't want to leave. I want to be with you. During dinner, Moyu had been keenly observing Wei Weiyan's behavior. Noticing her intentional closeness to Qin Feng, her eyes filled with suggestiveness, jealousy had already begun to bubble within her. Seeing Wei Weiyan's bold advances now, Moyu's expression darkened, her heart ablaze with anger. This vixen is brazenly attempting to climb into her lord's bed. How shameless! Chapter 82. A battle until dawn as the night deepened. In the tranquil room, Qin Feng reclined on the bed, his eyes slightly vacant, his mind racing through the events of the past few days like a slideshow. From the nearby washroom came the gentle sound of water, adding a unique rhythm to the serenity. With a soft creak, the washroom door slowly opened. Instantly, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted into the camper. The dim, soft lighting in the camper enveloped everything in a dreamlike haze, while the bright light from the washroom illuminated Moyu's graceful back. Draped casually in a bath towel that loosely outlined her delicate figure, her fair skin peeked through, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Qin Feng, previously lost in thought, felt his composure shatter like a calm lake disturbed by a boulder. The orderly images in his mind now fragmented. Moyu's soft voice floated in, my lord, like a yellow oriole flitting from its nest. Carrying a hint of shyness, her cheeks flushed, she tiptoed toward the bed, resembling a blooming flower in spring, bashfully approaching. SMOU drew closer. Qin Feng's remaining rationality crumbled, and he instinctively reached out, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Looking down at the bashful MOU, her skin glowing with a soft pink hue, reminiscent of the evening glow, she appeared ethereal. Girl, if you keep this up, I won't be able to hold back. Qin Feng's voice came out low and hoarse, tinged with restraint and struggle. Why, Lord, everything about me is yours. MOU tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with deep affection and shyness. Her voice a gentle whisper. This sincere heart ignited a long-suppressed flame within Qin Feng, and no longer hesitating, he swiftly shed his clothing, then slowly reached out as if caressing an exceptionally precious work of art. His fingertips gliding delicately over MOU's skin, tender and gentle. In that instant, the room was filled with a different atmosphere, their breaths and heartbeats intertwining, as if time itself stood still. Afterward, an air of intimacy lingered in the room. MOU lazily stretched her hand to the bedside table, retrieving a cigarette. After lighting it, she brought it to Qin Feng's lips, her movements intimate and practiced. Qin Feng squinted slightly, relishing the smoke as he took a deep drag, slowly exhaling wisps of pale blue smoke that danced in the soft light. Meanwhile, his other hand gently caressed MOU's smooth shoulder, his fingertips imbued with tenderness and affection. Silly girl, what's come over you today? Didn't we agree before that we would let things unfold naturally? Qin Feng turned his head, his gaze filled with fondness and curiosity as he gently inquired. You slightly tilted her head back. Her cheeks still flushed, her eyes sparkling with a mix of affection and playfulness as she playfully replied. I feel that it has already unfolded naturally. Is that so? Are you sure it's not because of Wei Weian today? Before Qin Feng could finish, MOU's expression shifted to one of alarm. She quickly placed her hand over his mouth, her voice urgent. My lord. She appeared like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling, both adorable and captivating. Qin Feng had never seen MOU so flustered, unable to help but burst into laughter. After chuckling, he lovingly pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. At that moment, MOU suddenly felt something pressing against her thigh. She frowned slightly, her voice soft and teasing. My lord, when did you develop the habit of carrying a weapon everywhere? It's poking me. As she spoke, she curiously reached out to touch under the slightly peculiar expression of Qin Feng. However, the moment her hand made contact with the object, she froze, her expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he teased. Did you think my 20-fold enhancement in all attributes was a jest? I have been holding back my strength all along. After all, it was you who provoked me first, so you cannot blame me. Before his words could fade, the atmosphere in the room grew fervent once more, and the two found themselves engulfed in a passionate embrace in this space filled with affection. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as dawn broke outside, Qin Feng, feeling content, wrapped his arms around the exhausted Karen heir beside him and slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Fortunately, MOU's physical condition was of an extraordinary caliber among combatants. Otherwise, enduring such an intimate night would have indeed been challenging. The sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains like crushed gold leaf, casting speckles of light across every corner of the compartment in the tranquil room. Only the harmonious sounds of their breathing intertwined could be heard. A crisp knock on the door shattered the tranquility. Brother, are you awake? It's time to set off. Hao Jian's voice rang clearly from outside, tinged with urgency. Mim, coming right away, Qin Feng mumbled, roused from his dreams, his voice still thick with sleepiness. Gazing slowly into the waking world, he was met with the serene visage of MOU, resembling an angel in repose. Her cheeks bore a faint rosy hue from her slumber, and her long eyelashes cast a gentle shadow over her eyelids, fluttering softly with each breath. Qin Feng's gaze softened immensely as he quietly observed MOU, as if time had come to a standstill for that moment. After a while, he cautiously shifted his body, fearful of disturbing the slumbering beauty in his arms. With great effort, he finally sat up, then stood slowly, his eyes never leaving MOU. If only the king would skip morning court, he mused softly, before tiptoeing to the bedside to adjust the covers for MOU. Just then, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the sheets, where a vivid splash of red instantly caught his attention. It resembled a plum blossom blooming in a field of pristine snow, strikingly prominent against the otherwise plain bedding. Qin Feng's gaze momentarily froze, then involuntarily curved into a smile of satisfaction and affection, brimming with tenderness for Mou. Keep your voice down, let's step outside. Your sister-in-law is still asleep, Qin Feng whispered, his demeanor cautious as he gently tugged at Hao Jian's arm, signaling him to exit. Oh, right, let's go. Hao Jian was utterly bewildered. Although he had sensed the subtle relationship between his elder brother and the head of the clan, this was the first time he had heard Qin Feng refer to her as sister-in-law. It seemed their relationship had indeed escalated to a new level. Congratulations, brother, Hao Jian smirked, a sly grin spreading across his face, his expression decidedly mischievous. Qin Feng shot him an exasperated glance, responding with a expression too weary to engage him further. Before long, the convoy set off in grand procession. Clad in a sharp combat uniform, Qin Feng strode into the command room, swiftly assuming command. My lord, would you like a glass of fresh milk? At that moment, Mou glided into the command room, gracefully carrying a tray, her voice soft and melodious. You're up. Qin Feng turned sharply at the sound, his serious expression softening into warmth upon seeing Mou. He hastily stood up, receiving the tray with both hands, concern evident in his tone as he asked, Why didn't you rest a bit longer? Mou lowered her head slightly, a trace of guilt crossing her features as she softly replied, Once I'm awake, I can't fall back asleep. It's my fault for being too lazy, causing the Lord to miss breakfast this morning. What nonsense is that? Qin Feng gently shook his head, his voice laced with affection. If anyone is to blame, it should be me for not managing my limits yesterday. Besides, missing a single meal is not a grave matter. In recent days, the SSS-level emergency blessing talent had not distributed items as usual, instead delivering a high-yield dairy cow and various vegetable seeds. Consequently, breakfast for Qin Feng's convoy had undergone a significant transformation. Fresh milk was plentiful, allowing everyone to indulge, resulting in a surplus. Qin Feng arranged for the excess milk to be traded for a number of other essential materials. Meanwhile, Hao Jian and Han Yusen found themselves unceremoniously drafted by Mou to work on the mobile farm. Hao Jian, being from a rural background, managed well with the farm tasks, while Han Yusen struggled, having lived a sheltered life before entering this game space. When faced with a hoe, she was utterly at a loss, unsure of where to begin. Fortunately, Hao Jian was kind enough to patiently guide her, teaching her the ropes, which eventually led to Han Yusen mastering the skill of milking. What has become of those two? Qin Feng pondered aloud, his attention fixed on the command screen when he suddenly recalled the antics of his two companions. Mou brushed a stray hair behind her ear, contemplating for a moment before responding. They should be almost done. Hao Jian mentioned that at this growth rate, we should be able to harvest lettuce in a few days. Our farm is truly remarkable, with crops growing at 10 times the normal speed. Indeed, Qin Feng murmured, his brow furrowed with concern. But I wonder if we should recruit a professional farmer. Having them do this indefinitely will surely lead to resentment over time. Mou nodded slightly, her expression thoughtful as she contemplated. That is true, but we cannot guarantee the loyalty of those we recruit from outside. What if something goes awry? Just as Qin Feng and Mou were engaged in their discussion about recruitment, a clear, cheerful ding echoed through the room. Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the vehicle talent emergency blessing and received a talent recruitment voucher. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, his face alight with joy as he eagerly presented the recruitment voucher to Mou. Look quickly, what is this? Mou accepted the voucher, examining it closely before falling into silence. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a look of contemplation crossed her features, as though she were calculating something in her mind. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Qin Feng, half jokingly, half seriously stating, My lord, sometimes I can't help but wonder if you are truly the illegitimate child of the game's mastermind. A playful smile danced across her lips as she spoke. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, felt both amused and exasperated. He reached out to gently flick her forehead, feigning annoyance as he replied, What on earth are you pondering in that little head of yours? If we ever return to our original world, I shall certainly relay your words verbatim to your father-in-law, so he can properly discipline you. You rubbed her forehead, which had turned slightly pink from his playful gesture. Pouting, she feigned a pitiful demeanor as she said, But this is truly absurd. Think about it. Every time you're in need, this talent skill seems to know your thoughts and delivers exactly what you require. Oftentimes, I feel almost redundant, as if I am becoming superfluous as she spoke. Her gaze lowered slightly, revealing a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. Qin Feng's heart softened at the sight, and he swiftly reached out to gently lift her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. With a tender smile, he teased, "How could that be? My MOU is an indispensable presence. Just yesterday, didn't you create a new battlefield that showcased a different side of you?" His eyes sparkled with jest and affection as he spoke. "Oh, my lord, you are such a tease," MOU replied, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She lightly tapped Qin Feng's shoulder, playfully scolding him. Afterward, she turned her face slightly, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of sweetness and happiness. Chapter 84. Is Qin Feng a scion of a noble family? Qin Feng gazed at the softly glowing talent recruitment voucher in his hand. Silently murmuring, "Used," a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, illuminating the room as if a miniature sun had burst forth, the brightness so intense that it was nearly blinding. Qin Feng and MOU instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Peeking through their fingers at the radiance, the light swirled and coalesced, gradually forming a golden human silhouette. Initially vague, the outline became increasingly distinct as the light slowly receded. Before long, the golden glow ebbed like a retreating tide, revealing a middle-aged woman dressed in simple farmer's attire standing steadily before Qin Feng and MOU. The woman was slightly plump, clad in a somewhat faded yet impeccably clean coarse cloth garment. Her head wrapped in a deep blue scarf, exuding an air of simplicity and competence. She slightly bowed and respectfully addressed them, "Tenant Sun Yang, at your service, my lord." The sound was crisp and powerful. Qin Feng gazed at the woman before him, Sun Yangsher, and felt no great surprise. After all, in this gaming world, bizarre occurrences had become commonplace. He pondered to himself that this was likely a design of the game system, modeled after MOU's entry into this gaming space. "Sun Yangsher, how should I address you henceforth?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze laced with inquiry, uncertain of how to refer to the middle-aged woman before him. The farmer inclined her body slightly, humbly explaining, "My maiden name is Yang, but after marrying into the Sun family, I am referred to as Sun Yangsher." "I see." Qin Feng nodded slightly and, after a moment of thought, declared, "Then I shall call you Sister Yang from now on. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept such an honor." Sun Yangsher hurriedly waved her hand, a look of alarm crossing her face. "When I arrived, the Lord instructed me repeatedly to assist Miss MOU with the farm and attend to the chores. Such a title for me is truly overwhelming. There is no need for such modesty. Here, my word is law, and that is settled," Qin Feng stated with conviction. He then turned to MOU, instructing, "MOU, please take Sister Yang to familiarize her with the farm. We will be relying on her efforts moving forward." "Of course, my lord," MOU replied softly, her head bowed slightly. Upon hearing that Sun Yangsher was sent by the old lord, a sense of unease gripped MOU, her eyes flickering with a moment of panic before she regained her composure. Now appearing as meek and submissive as a small fox caught with its paw in the henhouse, Qin Feng observed MOU's change in demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He mused silently that the game system was indeed relentless in its efforts to firmly establish his identity as a scion of a distinguished family. In the command center, the only sounds were the subtle operations of various instruments. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice of the intelligent assistant, Jarvis, shattered the silence. "Commander, a potential human tribe has been detected ahead. Please advise on the next course of action." Qin Feng, who had been intently studying the route map, abruptly lifted his head and swiftly instructed, "Project the drone footage onto the main screen." As soon as he spoke, the enormous screen illuminated, the image adjusting and magnifying until it clearly presented a group of individuals. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng noted that they were a group of individuals with deep black skin, their attire and mannerisms suggesting they hailed from an ancient African tribe. At that moment, they surrounded a figure clad in peculiar garments, adorned with feather decorations and wielding a mysterious staff, clearly a shaman. Everyone appeared solemn, murmuring incantations as if engaged in some arcane and solemn ritual. Qin Feng leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing these individuals. They were barefoot, their soles directly pressed against the searing ground, holding long spears tipped with bone, which were inscribed with enigmatic symbols. Astonishingly, under the scorching sun, They wore little more than a grass skirt meticulously woven from reeds, leaving them exposed to the relentless heat, a truly extraordinary sight. Qin Feng fell into contemplation, his brow furrowed, secretly pondering. Could this be yet another hidden quest devised by the system? With this thought, his gaze hardened. Jarvis, is there a safe route to approach them? Qin Feng raised his head, his eyes sharp as he looked toward the side of the screen. Jarvis quickly analyzed the situation and responded. Commander, in a stationary state, our tires cannot withstand such high temperatures. The current ground temperature is excessively high, and upon contact, the rubber may quickly soften or even melt. After a brief pause, it continued, if there is value in approaching, I suggest we could repair the tires after damage occurs. However, this would require time and resources, and during the tire replacement process, we may face unknown risks. If this is indeed a hidden quest from the system, such resources and risks could be deemed negligible. I have no hesitation. Jarvis, swiftly locate a safe route. Let us proceed to investigate. The convoy of Qin Feng broke through the barrier, advancing slowly across the nearly warped sandy ground scorched by the sun. Following the route Jarvis had charted, outside the windows, waves of heat assaulted them, the high temperatures rendering the air akin to boiling water, roiling and swirling. Fortunately, the convoy's protective measures withstood the oppressive heat. When they finally arrived at the ritual site, the tribe members, previously immersed in their mysterious ceremony, were instantly startled and surged towards them like a tide. Armed with long spears, their bronzed skin glistening under the sun, their eyes filled with wariness and deep-seated hostility, they approached. Qin Feng emerged from the vehicle, clad in a technologically advanced, thermal protective suit, which reflected dazzling light under the glaring sun, causing a stir among the tribespeople. Slowly raising both hands in a gesture of goodwill, he spoke in the warmest tone possible. We mean no harm. We merely passed through this area by chance. At that moment, a remarkably burly man stepped forward from the crowd. Adorned with an ornate necklace of animal bones, each step resonating with authority. This man was the leader of the tribe. His eyes bore an innate gravitas mixed with profound confusion as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, asking, strangers from afar, why have you come here? Intruding upon our sacred ground is a great disrespect to the gods. After a challenging exchange, Qin Feng gradually came to understand that the tribe's shaman believed the sudden appearance of twin suns in the sky was a terrifying omen of divine retribution. Only by offering the tribe leader's youthful daughter in sincere sacrifice to the heavens could they quell the divine wrath and restore peace to their lives. Chapter 85. Side quest. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. He understood well that each tribe possessed its unique and deeply ingrained beliefs and customs, and to intervene rashly would be unwise. It required careful deliberation. However, at this delicate juncture, Han Yusin had stealthily exited the vehicle, having caught the entirety of the unfolding situation. Unable to contain her shock and anger, she interjected loudly, how can such a cruel act be permitted? A human sacrifice is absolutely unacceptable. Her words struck the tribe like a stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples of outrage among the people. The shaman, clad in strange attire and adorned with feathers, instantly displayed an expression of intense fury. He brandished the staff inscribed with mysterious runes, chanting a series of chilling incantations, then bellowed in a sharp and authoritative voice, these outsiders dare to desecrate the will of the gods. They are the harbingers of evil, warriors of the tribe. Seize your weapons and expel these malevolent intruders to defend the dignity of our deities. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with impending conflict. The tribe's warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing as if to pierce the heavens, brandishing their spears and surging wildly towards Qin Feng and his companions. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Qin Feng was unwilling to let a misunderstanding escalate into bloodshed. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded Jarvis, activate the mechanical arms to block their attacks, but be careful not to harm anyone. For robust and agile mechanical arms swiftly extended from the side of the vehicle, deftly maneuvering in midair to intercept each strike from the tribal warriors, forming an unassailable barrier that temporarily stabilized the situation. The tribe leader, observing the turmoil before him, felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. Torn between anguish and conflict, his heart ached for his daughter, unwilling to sacrifice her to the cruel altar of ritual. Yet, on the other hand, he held an unwavering belief in the shaman's words. Fearing that defying the will of the gods would spell disaster for the entire tribe, in this agonizing struggle, he deliberated deeply and ultimately resolved, amidst the chaos, to discreetly signal Qin Feng for a meeting. Qin Feng understood the unspoken message. With Jarvis providing full protection, he skillfully evaded the crowd's gaze, quietly meeting the tribe leader in a relatively secluded corner. The tribe leader's eyes widened, filled with urgency and desperation as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. His hands trembling slightly from anxiety and hope, he earnestly implored, "Noble guest, you come from afar, with vast knowledge. We are truly at our wits' end and have followed the shaman's words. Yet I cannot bear to send my daughter to her doom. If you can save her, I am willing to give everything. I implore you. Have mercy and save my daughter. Save our tribe." Qin Feng's expression grew grave, his brows furrowed as he weighed the pros and cons swiftly. The situation was tense, and any misstep could lead to greater conflict. Every word and action required utmost caution. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head, helplessly spreading his hands, and said to the tribe leader, "To speak candidly, I know when this calamity of the twin sons will come to an end, but I currently lack the evidence to prove it. I wonder if this information would be of any use to you?" Upon hearing this, the tribe leader's face reflected deep conflict as he sighed. "Without evidence, this news is difficult to convince others. How could the rest of the tribe believe it? I sincerely apologize, but regarding your daughter's situation, I find myself utterly powerless at this moment." Qin Feng wore an expression of helplessness, his tone imbued with profound regret. Upon uttering these words, he slightly inclined his body, adopting a posture that suggested he was prepared to take his leave. Wishing to conclude this encounter, "Please wait a moment." The tribal leader, perceiving the urgency of the situation, hastily stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking Qin Feng's path. His gaze was filled with a mix of resolve and desperation, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, carving trails upon his bronze skin. "Can you ensure my daughter's safe passage?" The leader bit his lip tightly, the muscles in his face twitching slightly from an internal struggle. Clearly having mustered immense determination to voice this plea, "I am willing to offer the tribe's closely guarded secret as a reward, as long as it means she can be spared from this dreadful sacrifice." Just then, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in Qin Feng's mind, shattering all his thoughts. Ding, game side quest. Rescue the desert black pearl. Receive the tribal leader's reward, heat-resistant coating. Heat-resistant coating blueprint. A non-unique item. The words of refusal that had been poised on Qin Feng's lips were abruptly stifled by this unexpected task. Prompt, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, which soon sharpened with focus, his mind operating like a finely tuned machine, rapidly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. With this technology, the thermal resistance of the vehicle could be significantly enhanced. Moreover, in this searing desert world, such a technology would be a monopoly, akin to a divine blessing. Qin Feng pondered inwardly, his eyes glinting with excitement. At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with the matter of interfering with others' customs. He simply wished to seize this rare opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, donning a composed yet confident expression. He nodded slightly, fixing his gaze firmly on the tribal leader, and said, "Very well, I shall assist you." Following this, Qin Feng and the leader swiftly engaged in negotiations, efficiently settling all the details within a few succinct exchanges. From this moment forth, he was ready to embark on yet another gripping performance as a leading actor, striving to navigate this perilous rescue operation while evading the eyes of all. Standing beside the caravan, Qin Feng's gaze was intense, fixated on the tribal warriors standing at the ready not far off, his mind racing as he contemplated every detail of the rescue plan. "Jarvis, deploy 50 drones to skim just above the sand, creating an artificial sandstorm to obscure the vision of those tribal warriors." Qin Feng instructed Jarvis through the smart wristband. As the command was issued, 50 drones shot forth like arrows from the convoy, skimming the scorching sand surface at precise angles, instantly transforming the previously tranquil desert into chaos. The sand surged like a tempestuous sea, coalescing into a blinding yellow curtain, sweeping toward the tribal warriors. Chapter 86. Has the game been revamped or have we crossed over? The sand billowed like a torrent, engulfing the tribal warriors. Qin Feng began to construct the backdrop for his stage. "Everyone, get in the vehicle and await my command. We'll use the repair kits to fix the tires. We must be ready to depart at any moment. Before the performance commenced, all extraneous personnel were cleared. While Jarvis orchestrated the drone maneuvers to complete this stage setup, Qin Feng, like a swift cheetah, moved rapidly through the chaotic crowd, skillfully weaving toward the altar. Shielded by the swirling sands, as the dust enveloped him, obscuring his vision, Qin Feng relied on Jarvis's guidance, inching closer to the altar. At last, he spotted the African girl tightly bound to a wooden board. Sunlight illuminated her figure, accentuating her slender yet powerful form. Although, from Qin Feng's perspective, he struggled to fully appreciate her unique beauty at first glance, it was evident from her long, straight legs that she possessed the standards of a supermodel. Your name is Nia, correct? I am here at your father's request to assist you. This is his token. Qin Feng approached Nia swiftly, speaking loudly, while drawing forth a beautifully adorned feather from his bosom. The emblem of the tribal leader's status. Nia's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition upon seeing the feather, tears welling up anew. Having cried for so long, she was nearly dehydrated, her voice rendered hoarse. Unable to utter a sound, yet she fervently nodded, her eyes brimming with the desire to survive. Listen, you need not speak. Just cooperate with me, and I shall ensure your escape, as Qin Feng reassured Nia. He deftly unsheathed the dog-headed knife from his waistband. This long-neglected blade was now eager for action. With a swift motion, the ropes binding her fell away. Jarvis, I will run toward the road. Immediately chart a route and timing for my extraction. Qin Feng issued another command through his smart wristband. Then, taking a deep breath, he opened the internal comms channel, announcing loudly, on the count of 3, we will all use the repair kits. 3, 2, 1, use. This simple yet powerful directive acted as a key, instantly activating the entire convoy. In that moment, lights flickered around the vehicles as the repair kits sprang to life, restoring the tires to their former condition. Simultaneously, Qin Feng seized Nia's hand and shouted, "Run with me!" Together, they bolted toward the road like arrows released from a bow. Their figures flickered in and out of sight amidst the swirling sands, their feet pounding against the scorching ground. Kicking up clouds of dust, behind them, the tribal warriors finally reacted, shouting in pursuit. The shaman, seething with rage, struck the ground forcefully with his staff, muttering incantations as if casting a curse. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, the tribal leader watched the direction of his daughter's flight, concern etched upon his face, yet accompanied by a sense of relief. He understood that his daughter might finally possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Qin Feng, hand in hand with Nia, sprinted with all his might toward the convoy. The storm raged behind them, the warriors' shouts gradually fading into the distance. At last, the two of them arrived breathlessly at the vehicle. Qin Feng yanked open the door, pulled Nia inside, and leaned against the door, gasping for air. Just as he regained his breath, Qin Feng keenly sensed something was amiss within the vehicle. The interior was eerily quiet. Mou sat upright on the living room sofa, her posture rigid and expression stern. Sister Yang stood quietly beside her, hands clasped in front. Meanwhile, Han Yusin crouched in the corner, clutching her ears, her head bowed so low it nearly touched the ground. This scene instantaneously gave Qin Feng the impression of having traversed through time, as if he had unwittingly stumbled into an ancient mansion and caught sight of the matriarch sternly reprimanding a concubine. What is going on? Has the game been revamped, or have we crossed over? Qin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, Mou and Sister Yang quickly approached. A complex emotion flickered in Mou's gaze, a mixture of concern, reproach, and a subtle hint of joy. She and Sister Yang expertly assisted Qin Feng in shedding the cumbersome gear, their movements gentle yet swift. At Mou's silent cue, Sister Yang understood and gently guided the still-shaken Nia to rest at the farm. My lord, your actions this time were exceedingly reckless. Mou turned, her eyes slightly reddened. Voice trembling, what would I do if something went wrong? As she spoke, she pretended to sob, yet her cries were more thunderous than raindrops, without a single tear falling. Qin Feng could only smile ruefully, gently patting Mou's shoulder as he explained, it was a sudden turn of events. I had no intention of wading into this murky water at first, but look, the game system has bestowed too much upon me. He then produced the task reward from the game system, the heat-resistant coating blueprint. Mou took the blueprint, her eyes immediately captivated, her mouth slightly agape, filled with awe and bewilderment, once again questioning Qin Feng's mysterious identity. What is going on? Why is Yusin in our vehicle, looking like that? Qin Feng suddenly recalled Han Yusin in the corner, his expression one of astonishment as he pointed at her. Humph, this mess is all her doing. Mo's brows furrowed in irritation, a flicker of anger crossing her face. She is not particularly skilled, yet excels at causing trouble. If it weren't for her rash interjection, things wouldn't have escalated so dramatically. Qin Feng, having presented the blueprint, temporarily escaped scrutiny, but Han Yusin was not so fortunate. Let the dead ally perish, but not the living. I have no intention of sacrificing myself for her, Qin Feng thought, also believing that Han Yusin had indeed acted too recklessly this time. Yes, punish her severely. I will head to the command center. You handle things here. As he spoke, Qin Feng swiftly made his way toward the operations command room, leaving Mou behind, her eyes fixed on his retreating figure. Just as Qin Feng turned to head toward the command room, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if a cold gaze were piercing into him. A sudden jolt gripped his heart as he realized that he had just brought another girl into the vehicle, and moreover, she was an African woman known for her meticulous and sensitive nature. Understood that if this matter was not clarified, she might not even be able to share a bed tonight. Chapter 87. Vivian stokes the flames. He halted abruptly, plastering a smile on his face as he turned to face, saying, I almost forgot to mention, that African girl we just met is named Nia, the daughter of the tribal chief. This whole situation is a task issued by the game system, requiring us to protect her as she is the key target of the mission. As Qin Feng spoke, he gestured animatedly, aiming to clarify the situation for her. You know how suddenly this task was assigned and how urgent the circumstances were. I hardly had time to inform you in advance. As for her future arrangements, once she recovers from this shock, we can properly inquire about her wishes. Whether she stays or leaves will be entirely up to her. Listen quietly, her initial displeasure gradually softening as she absorbed his words. Tilting her head slightly, she scrutinized Qin Feng, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Why, Lord, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation, said softly. However, next time such a matter arises, do inform me sooner. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt as if a heavy weight had finally lifted from his chest, nodding vigorously. Absolutely, absolutely. This time was indeed a special circumstance. A smile finally broke through his lips, revealing her gentle demeanor. Very well, my lord. I will ensure everything is arranged for Miss Nia. You may focus on your own matters. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, secretly grateful for his timely instinct for survival. He nodded at and swiftly turned to leave. The convoy continued its journey, and the remainder of the trip unfolded smoothly. The sunblocking and heat-retaining coating was first employed in their own convoy, proving highly effective. Although the air conditioning maintained a constant temperature within the vehicle, the application of the coating significantly reduced fuel and power consumption. Such exceptional performance hastened its introduction to the market, with the product launch entrusted to. Speaking of this matter, there was a minor subplot. Due to's previous reckless actions, as a form of punishment, confiscated her sales commission for the sunblocking and heat-retaining coating. The launch of new types of equipment was always fraught with complications. While patiently addressing various inquiries from players regarding the coating on the communication channel, secretly complained, her expression a mix of frustration and indignation. Yet, as the authoritative figure in the convoy, dominance left with no choice but to endure. Humph, 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 she muttered softly, feeling a mixture of dissatisfaction and resentment. Isn't it just a matter of proximity? What's so impressive about that? And now she's withholding my commission, my little earnings. Sob, sob, sob. The fact that she was among the first to know Qin Feng only deepened her sense of injustice. Observing all of this, her companion, Vivian, fanned the flames. This isn't merely about withholding your commission, is infringing upon your rights and showing you a lack of respect. Besides, you did nothing wrong. You were merely acting out of righteousness to save a poor girl. Why should you be blamed for that? Qin Feng is the captain, not her. What gives her the right to withhold your commission? Exactly. I'm not at fault. Why should I be blamed? Already feeling aggrieved, erupted completely under Vivian's provocation. Convinced that she was the true victim of oppression. Seeing this, Vivian continued to stoke the fire. And let us be honest, she can't compare to you. Her legs aren't as long, her chest isn't as ample, her waist isn't as slender. If she hadn't monopolized Qin Feng, You would undoubtedly be the captain's lady. With that remark, S thoughts were thoroughly diverted. Yes, yes. When I take my rightful place, I'll make sure she milks the cows every day. Was now completely under Vivian's influence. I support you. When we find the opportunity, let her know that the power of the people is the greatest, and let's topple her dictatorship. Vivian wore a smug expression, having skillfully manipulated the naive with just a few words. Meanwhile, Jarvis skillfully maneuvered the RV along the highway, while reconnaissance drones circled overhead like tireless hawks, continuously gathering intelligence from the surroundings. Thanks to this efficient combination, Qin Feng felt utterly free from the fatigue of travel, appearing relaxed and at ease. Inside the vehicle, gently parted her lips, humming a melodious tune from the southern rivers, the melody flowing through the confined space like a babbling brook. Qin Feng leaned back comfortably in the soft seat, holding a chilled can of soda, the condensation trickling down his fingers, offering a refreshing sensation. In this serene atmosphere, time seemed to take flight, and before long, the night enveloped the world like a vast black satin cloak, slowed her humming and gently suggested, "My lord, let us conclude today's journey here." Driving at night is fraught with hazards due to poor visibility. Indeed, since the vehicles were equipped with the sun-blocking and heat-retaining coating, they could rest on the sandy ground off the highway during the day, avoiding the din of the road. Furthermore, within Qin Feng's convoy, aside from Zhuahan's vehicle, which operated on fuel, the rest were all electric. During the day, the solar panels on the roofs efficiently converted sunlight into electricity, proving both environmentally friendly and cost-effective. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "How Jian has invited me over to play games tonight." S lips curled into a gentle smile. "Very well, my lord. Would you like me to prepare some snacks for you?" Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. We'll be playing in his vehicle. This kid just got a new little overlord and is excited to relive childhood memories with me." Smiled warmly as she helped Qin Feng adjust his collar, saying softly, "You go enjoy yourself and have fun." She understood that a man need not be tethered to her side at all times. Knowing when to let go while maintaining a steady hold is the most skillful way to coexist. It is like flying a kite, holding the string in hand while allowing it to soar freely in the vast sky, thus ensuring the longevity of their bond. Meanwhile, we shall not dwell on the heated battles of King of Fighters between Qin Feng and Hao Jian. On the other side, Sister Yang led the refreshed Nia, who had just completed her grooming, towards the living area of RV. Stepping into the living room, they found seated comfortably on the main sofa. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resting on the young girl before her. Nia, having washed away the fatigue and grime of travel, now revealed her true self. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, her healthy, sun-kissed skin glistening under the soft lighting of the vehicle. Her alluring lips resembled the petals of a vibrant rose, slightly pursed, exuding a playful charm. Her large, expressive eyes resembled a deep lake, clear and lively, as if holding countless stories within. Couldn't help but reflect on how, upon first meeting Nia, she had looked like a disheveled little girl, and now she had transformed into an enchanting beauty with exotic allure. P.S. Reference image of Nia is available at the end of the chapter. Felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, unable to suppress her inner musings. How peculiar this system is. Continually placing beautiful women by my lord is it testing his resolve, or is it challenging my grace? Chapter 88. The feudal landlord Qin Feng, regardless of internal turmoil, Nia clearly expressed her intention to stay for the time being. Faced with this situation, out of necessity, began arranging accommodations for her. However, determining where to house her became a thorny dilemma. Initially, with Sister Yang present, had contemplated placing her in the RV's living room for the night. But with Nia's arrival, she was compelled to devise an alternative solution. That moment, the observant Sister Yang noticed predicament. Furrowing her brow, she pondered for a moment before a gentle smile graced her face. "Madam, the farm has a suitable temperature. I could arrange for Miss Nia to stay there." Sister Yang understood the current situation, and while this suggestion may not have been a perfect solution, it was a pragmatic compromise. Upon hearing the title Madam, S mood brightened, but considering the accommodation issue, she shook her head gently, a worried expression crossing her face. "No. The farm may have an appropriate temperature, and while beds and bedding can be purchased on the trading platform, it has 24-hour continuous simulated sunlight, making it uninhabitable." Her tone was filled with genuine concern and helplessness, clearly caring for the two of them. Yet Sister Yang did not relent, maintaining her calm smile as she patiently responded. We could set up a thatched hut. As long as it provides shade from the sun, it would suffice. Madam, please don't feel too burdened. We are fine with simple accommodations. From her words, it was evident that she possessed both generosity and understanding. Hearing this, felt deeply moved, yet she remained resolute in her refusal. No, that would be too unfair to you both. I cannot allow you to endure such simplicity and hardship, was always wholeheartedly kind to her own. Unwilling to see Sister Yang and Nia suffer due to circumstances like this, as, for the one who exceeded the bounds of her inner circle, she could only bear a little hardship. When Qin Feng learned of his home being invaded, his expression was nothing short of priceless, utterly speechless. He likely thought to himself, everything was fine when we arrived. How can we suddenly not return? Originally filled with anticipation for an evening of trying out new postures with MOU, everything has now fallen apart, leaving me with a sense of desolation. Qin Feng, unable to contain his frustration, protested vehemently, resembling a petulant child ready to throw a tantrum. MOU, exasperated by the antics of this playful character, leaned closer to his ear and whispered something softly. Upon hearing MOU's murmurs, Qin Feng's previously gloomy expression brightened instantly, and he eagerly exclaimed, Really? But we must agree on 2 rounds. MOU playfully covered her mouth, feigning a pout as she replied, My lord, could you not consider my frail constitution? Will I be able to withstand it? She then swiftly changed her tone, adding, As long as you resolve this troublesome matter promptly, 2 rounds it shall be. Qin Feng, thumping his chest, boasted, I never speak falsely. Rest assured, fair maiden. Tomorrow, you shall witness the might of the channel's strongest, the luckiest of the lucky, the prowess of a gaming prodigy. MOU was amused by his nonsensical bravado, laughing heartily, her demeanor akin to a victorious hen strutting proudly back to the caravan. A night devoid of conversation ensued, or rather, it was Haojian who suffered in silence. The cramped confines of the caravan felt akin to a snail's shell. Alas, his elder brother, Qin Feng, unceremoniously commandeered the more spacious rear seat, leaving poor Haojian to curl up dejectedly in the driver's seat for the night, wearing an expression that suggested the world owed him a great debt. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Qin Feng's face. Still ensconced in slumber, he was roused by a soft voice calling, My lord, my lord. Slowly, Qin Feng opened his bleary eyes, only to be greeted by Nia's familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar visage. Staring at the girl before him, he felt a moment of disorientation, struggling to believe his eyes. Rubbing them vigorously, he questioned, Nia, I had always thought your tribe was of African descent, but looking at you now, and your demeanor yesterday was quite. His brow furrowed in confusion. Nia smiled gently, explaining, My lord, we have never claimed to be of African descent. Perhaps the color of our previous attire led to your misunderstanding. Oh, I see. How foolish of me to assume so, Qin Feng thought, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He then shifted the conversation. So, did MOU send you to fetch me for breakfast? Nia nodded obediently, responding, Yes, my lord. The lady has prepared a feast, and everyone is waiting for you. Lady? Qin Feng paused at this address, pondering how it seemed that those around him had unknowingly become MOU's acolytes. Never mind, he mused, male leads venture forth while female leads manage the home. If she wishes to be called lady, so be it. Yet, the term felt oddly antiquated, as if he had been transported to another era. As he silently mused, he rose with a casual demeanor. Haojian ran after him, a mixture of eagerness and reluctance on his face, calling out, Brother, dear brother, might we forego our plans for tonight? His voice trailed off. Laden with unspoken sorrow, Qin Feng ambled along, nonchalantly replying without looking back, If you wish to make plans, that is certainly acceptable. I have no objections. His tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Haojian stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, at a loss for words, his expression conveying a profound sense of exasperation. During breakfast, Qin Feng felt as though he were a feudal lord being attended to by devoted servants. Sister Yang and Nia flanked him, serving him attentively. Sister Yang held a bowl, poised to refill his soup, while Nia deftly catered to his every need. Meanwhile, MOU adopted the demeanor of a lady of the house, gracefully presenting dishes to Qin Feng. With a serene smile, She placed a carefully chosen morsel into his bowl, her gaze imbued with a distinct significance. Qin Feng watched this scene, bemused yet somewhat resigned, silently resolving to indulge this girl for a few more days and see what other antics she would conjure. Outwardly composed, he savored this peculiar treatment. Chapter 89. The imitation goods of a san. As the meal progressed, Qin Feng found himself filled with exasperation, often rolling his eyes. Observing Mo maintain her composure, he was preoccupied with other thoughts, making the meal difficult to swallow. Suddenly, Mo, who had been poised and graceful, seemed to hit a pause button, her movements freezing as she closed her eyes in concentration, clearly assessing the information within the channel. Moments later, she opened her eyes abruptly, the pretense vanishing, replaced by a serious and decisive expression. "My lord, there has been an unexpected situation within the channel that I must address immediately." Qin Feng, eager for action, replied, "Let us tackle it together. Whatever the issue, we shall resolve it as a team." With that, they hastily rose and hurried towards the command center. Upon entering, Mo adeptly approached the table and grabbed a tablet. Her fingers danced across the screen, capturing several representative comments from the channel before handing the tablet to Qin Feng with a grave demeanor. "My lord, please look. Since the merger yesterday, a formidable convoy has emerged, calling themselves the strongest Ganges convoy. Observe, their merchandise closely resembles ours." Ganges? Qin Feng's brow furrowed in suspicion. Could this be linked to a san? He scrutinized the tablet, trying to ascertain any connections, his mind racing as he examined the details. To his astonishment, what he initially thought was mere similarity turned out to be nearly identical, albeit with inferior quality. For instance, their water was riddled with harmful microorganisms, while their meat preservation was pitifully short-lived, lasting barely a month. And their repair kits? They were woefully inadequate, fit only for trivial tasks, leaving serious repairs unaddressed. Fuming at the realization, Qin Feng was certain that this convoy was undoubtedly a san's handiwork. Hao Jin interjected, "You're betting on me again. Why not take a chance with the boss lady instead?" Qin Feng retorted. Mo chimed in. Hao Jin continued, "Please, feel free to wager using me. I have over 100 pounds of weight to spare for your little bets." Turning to Mo, Qin Feng stated earnestly, "Mo, I believe this convoy hails from the mysterious land of Asan. Their offerings are all substandard imitation goods. Logically, their impact on us shouldn't be significant, right?" Mo did not answer immediately. Instead, she addressed the heir, "Jarvis, project the information onto the large screen." Instantly, the large screen displayed a clear array of information from the channel. Mo pointed at the screen, her expression graved, "My lord, take a close look. Due to their low-priced goods, there has been an uproar in the channel, with many accusing us of monopolization and draining players dry." Standing before the screen, Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he scanned the content, his mind racing. Time ticked by, the room filled with the sound of their quiet breaths. After a while, Qin Feng finally spoke. His tone low, "At this moment, I truly cannot devise an effective way to counter them. The situation is quite delicate. Let us observe for a while. We should closely monitor our sales figures and formulate our next steps based on the data trends. Rash actions could very well backfire." You nodded slightly. "What you say is indeed correct. I shall go and discuss matters with Han Yusen to see if we can find flexibility in our sales strategy. Having another mind at work can only be beneficial." Qin Feng, taken aback, raised an eyebrow. "When did you begin to trust Yusen so much?" "Just yesterday. You were all for bloodshed." This swift change in attitude amused him. Mo remained unperturbed, explaining calmly, "One must separate personal feelings from professional matters. Han Yusen's prowess in sales is well recognized. She is indeed a capable individual in business. Entrusting tasks to professionals is the wisest course of action. We cannot let personal biases hinder our ability to respond to the current crisis." "Well then, since you have put it that way, let us all strive together to find a solution." Qin Feng's tone brimmed with confidence. "In the previous world, Asan was never a match for our great Xia in terms of physical products. Now that we have entered this gaming realm, they can hardly hope to wreak havoc. If we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly resolve this troublesome matter." According to the established plan, the vehicles of Qin Feng's convoy started up in an orderly fashion, gradually advancing forward. Outside the car windows, the scenery flashed by like a rapid slideshow, yet Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed upon the gaming channel interface on the onboard screen. During the past 2 days of travel, the gaming system had been unusually quiet, lacking the spontaneous limited-time challenges that were customary. This rare tranquility starkly contrasted with the chaotic state of the gaming channel, which was currently alive with a cacophony of voices. Messages laden with malice and accusations surged like a tide. How could you sell the same item for 30 times the price? A player named Wildfire shouted in fury, the words seemingly ablaze with wrath. Give us back our hard-earned money, you heartless capitalist. Echoed another, return the money, you scoundrel. Messages scrolled frantically across the screen. Some deliberately stirred the pot. At critical moments, Asan's products are reliable, good quality, and low price. Thumbs up for Asan. Qin Feng's eyes remained glued to the screen, his brows furrowed in a deep frown, filled with disdain. The baseless cries for vengeance from these foreign players vexed him greatly. Each time he refreshed the page, those piercing words felt like sharp needles, igniting a fire within him. However, amidst the clamor and animosity, the one thing that brought Qin Feng solace was that the people of Great Xia did not join in the fray. A glance at the channel revealed that the comments from Great Xia players were mostly rational and objective. Of course, it was inevitable to encounter a few rotten apples, with a handful of traitorous comments that were utterly contemptible, but in Qin Feng's eyes, these individuals were hardly worth considering. He had always placed great importance on maintaining his foundational support. He understood well that the players of Great Xia were the bedrock of his standing in this gaming world. Thus, the items sold to the people of Great Xia were priced at 10 times their cost. Even so, they remained significantly cheaper compared to the watered-down versions offered by Asan. Consequently, the people of Great Xia naturally refrained from undermining Qin Feng. They recognized that his convoy provided them with superior and more affordable options. Chapter 90. The Rise of the Cunning and Talented Teams. At this moment, Qin Feng found himself ensnared in a predicament, akin to being lost in a fog, unable to discern a path forward. Just then, the communication device suddenly flickered to life, and Zhuo Han's request for contact appeared at an opportune moment. Captain Qin, there is something of utmost importance I must discuss with you. As soon as the video call connected, Qin Feng keenly sensed that the usually gentle and affable Dr. Zhuo, who often wore a warm smile, today exuded an aura of tension, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Dr. Zhuo, please do not rush. Let us take our time. Qin Feng attempted to steady his tone, hoping to soothe Zhuo Han's already frayed nerves. What is this Ganji's convoy? They are treating lives with utter disregard. Zhuo Han's voice trembled slightly with anger, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. What have they done now? Qin Feng instinctively furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling rising within him. They are selling substandard medicine. Several patients have come to me for consultations, and their conditions have not only failed to improve but have worsened significantly. Zhuo Han nearly roared, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Medicine? What symptoms are the patients experiencing? Qin Feng's heart surged with a glimmer of hope, his gaze sharpening. They are covered in rashes, suffering from relentless diarrhea, and experiencing severe allergic reactions. To make matters worse, a few patients are so weak they are barely clinging to life. Zhuo Han lamented, his fists clenched tightly, as if he wished to bring those unscrupulous merchants to justice at once. All right, Qin Feng blurted out, but immediately sensed something amiss. Zhuo Han shot him a dubious and dissatisfied look. As if questioning, the patients are in such dire straits, and you still say, all right? It was then that Qin Feng realized his misstep and hurriedly clarified, you misunderstood, Dr. Zhuo. I did not mean that the patients are improving. No. What I meant was, the more he explained, the more flustered he became, entangling himself in a web of confusion, rendering his thoughts utterly incoherent. Just as Qin Feng's face turned crimson with panic, nearly on the brink of losing his composure, a clear voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Doctors all have parental instincts. I completely understand your current feelings, Dr. Zhuo. Right now, the priority is to meticulously compile the medical records of these patients to serve as compelling evidence. This way, we can more effectively combat these unscrupulous merchants from ASAN. Yu's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Han's expression shifted to one of realization. I understand now, Miss Mo, there is no time to waste. I shall organize the medical records immediately and contact you as soon as I have results. With that, Zhuo Han decisively ended the call. Qin Feng gazed at the screen, which had returned to its idle state, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief, his previously tense body relaxing in tandem. He then looked affectionately at Mo beside him, gently lifting her into his arms. Subsequently, he planted a fervent kiss on her delicate lips, his tone filled with gratitude for having escaped a crisis. "Ah, truly, you are my saving grace, my dear girl." With how fierce Dr. Joie was just now, I half expected him to devour me whole. A rosy hue blossomed on Mo's cheeks as she delicately picked up a nearby silk scarf, tenderly wiping away the lipstick stain that had inadvertently marked Qin Feng's mouth. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she softly remarked, "My lord, you are the truly remarkable one. No matter how formidable the challenges, you can effortlessly navigate them." Hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile, his heart swelling with warmth. He playfully brushed Mo's nose, saying, "That is only thanks to you, my capable assistant, supporting me by my side." Qin Feng paused momentarily, giving her a light pat on her rear. "All right, let us not indulge in mutual flattery any longer. Now that we have identified a breakthrough to address the issue, we must closely monitor the subsequent developments." Mo playfully blinked her eyes and leaned slightly forward, feigning annoyance as she said, "As you command, my lord." With matters now proceeding in an orderly fashion, the specific developments lay in the hands of fate for the moment. During the convoy's journey, Han Yusen and Vivian were huddled together in the vehicle, their heads bent close as if plotting something monumental. Various materials were sprawled around them, densely packed with records of numerous historical instances from across time and cultures. Encompassing everything from palace coups to power transitions, the two exchanged fervent words, as if they had already seized control of the entire world. "Look, this is precisely how Wu Zetian ascended to the throne step by step." Han Yusen pointed to the text in the materials, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "We can also draw inspiration from her methods." Vivian nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and this, the power struggles within the English court, also offers many valuable lessons for us." Yet, despite their eloquent discourse and fervent enthusiasm, as the saying goes, a scholar's rebellion may take 10 years to succeed. The duo, forming the cunning and talented teams for their ascent, remained stuck in the phase of mere talk. Immersed in their self-spun fantasies, they failed to consider the feasibility of implementing these plans in reality. Every time they proposed a so-called brilliant scheme, the next moment would see the other countering with various reasons for its impracticality. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, as if they believed that simply discussing their ideas would somehow bring them to fruition. Just as the two were engrossed in their animated conversation, the vehicle's communication device suddenly relayed Mo's voice. "Yusen, have Joali drive your vehicle. You come to the RV for a moment." This unexpected summons instantly shattered the lively atmosphere within the vehicle. Upon hearing Mo's words, Vivian's eyes brightened as if she had spotted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She excitedly grasped Han Yusen's arm, exclaiming, "I see that the current public sentiment in the channel is unfavorable for the convoy. Mo is likely seeking you out to discuss sales. You must seize this opportunity." Han Yusen's expression, once filled with excitement, abruptly stiffened. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she stammered, What is this opportunity? I don't know what to do." Though Han Yusen was known for her eloquence,